Ah, gently. Gently. School beauty. No, no, don't bite there, it hurts. So painful. Wang Yu abruptly awakened, his hand instinctively reaching for his head, which felt extraordinarily heavy, as if something peculiar resided within. Did I just experience a bizarre dream? Indeed, in dreams, one can do anything. How I longed to possess the school beauty. He promptly rose, surveying his surroundings, the lingering drowsiness gradually dissipating from his mind. I actually fainted. How could this be? Is my body so frail? To succumb to heat exhaustion during gym class. The school's infirmary was immaculate, devoid of any dust, yet the air conditioning unit continued to hum steadily. His attire was minimal, befitting the summer season, a blue t-shirt paired with black capri pants. He was relatively handsome among his classmates, with average academic performance, yet his physical fitness was commendable, earning him the title of a mediocre athlete. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together, attempting to elevate his body temperature, then approached the air conditioner and switched it off. What on earth is happening? Where have my classmates gone? Have they all abandoned me? He remained perplexed, but upon noticing his phone by the bedside, he hurriedly picked it up to check for messages. Wang Xiaoer had left him a note. Wang Yu, they have come. The apocalypse is upon us, and I don't know how everyone around me is transformed into monsters. Wang Yu, you must not go outside. You mustn't. What do you mean, mustn't? The apocalypse. He typed a greeting to Wang Xiaoer, but the message lingered in an endless loop of sending. How peculiar. Why can't the message go through? Desperately, he continued typing on his phone, yet remained stuck in that endless cycle. Wang Yu muttered to himself a few times, ultimately putting his phone away, staring at the persistent loading message, a sense of confusion enveloping him. Presently, he found himself in the infirmary, yet there was not a soul in sight. The infirmary was situated in an inner room, devoid of windows, illuminated solely by a solitary bright light. Through the rectangular glass above the infirmary door, he caught sight of a pool of blood before him. Wang Yu was nearly startled into exclamation, hastily covering his mouth with his hand. Oh my, it truly is the apocalypse. How splendid. Finally no more school. Instead of sorrow, his expression radiated joy. Each day spent grappling with the monotonous, rote learning of textbooks had left him with a throbbing headache. Slowly, Wang Yu drew the curtains, concealing the glass above the door, and began to rummage through the room. Though excitement coursed through him, he dared not create a commotion, carefully sifting through items, gingerly extracting each one and placing it down with utmost caution, fearful of producing even the slightest sound. These nuggets of knowledge stemmed from his fondness for zombie films, accumulated over time. Only some medication and a surgical knife? Is this all the university infirmary offers? Well, I suppose it will suffice. He filled a white bag with painkillers, antibiotics, and a few bottles of glucose syrup. Weighing it in his hand, he noted it was over a pound in weight. Wang Yu grasped the scalpel, though it lacked lethality. It was still a blade. The surroundings were enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of any sound. He had lost track of time, but from the messages above, he noted that a notification sent on February 1st had now reached February 6th. He had been asleep for a full 5 days, and he could not comprehend how he had managed to slumber for so long without sustenance. Could it be that I truly do not feel hunger? No sooner had he uttered this thought than a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, revealing that his nervous system was still sluggish from waking. He quickly snatched up one of the few bottles of glucose syrup and gulped it down with fervor. A hint of sweetness accompanied a trace of bitterness. Yet it was a substantial source of nourishment. It could not be squandered. Oh, how satisfying. So this is the taste of glucose syrup, Wang Yu murmured softly, wiping the syrup from the corner of his mouth. He felt no anxiety. Although his heart raced incessantly, the sounds he had just made were rather loud, filling him with a tinge of regret. Fortunately, his apprehensions proved to be unfounded, as no zombies had yet come knocking. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to venture outside. Remaining here offered no chance of survival. It was assuredly a path to demise. Wang Yu cautiously pulled the door open, unsure whether it was the poor quality of the door or its age, but emitted a creaking sound. In that moment, he held his breath, his heart pounding relentlessly. Oh no! Oh no! If only I'd pulled the door more gently. However, the sound was not overwhelmingly loud. He stood on tiptoe, slowly stepping outside, and first surveyed the corridor, finding it devoid of any undead. The pool of blood at the entrance made him feel quite nauseous, compelling him to take large strides and cautiously step over it. The dull thud that followed startled him, causing him to exclaim, "It's over, it's ruined." Situated on the third floor, he glanced down and beheld several grotesque and peculiar zombies swaying their heads as they surveyed their surroundings. Drawing upon his experience from watching films, he deduced that these creatures likely relied on sound to locate their prey. He dared not make another sound as previous movement had already disturbed the zombies, and any further noise would likely provoke them to charge the building. Wang Yu had previously enjoyed robust health and had seldom visited the infirmary, thus he was unfamiliar with the layout of the rooms. However, the signs on the doors clearly indicated their purpose. There's a sports equipment room across the way. I should navigate around to that side. Each time he moved forward, he tiptoed and held his breath, terrified that even the slightest noise would send him into a panic. After several excruciating minutes, Wang Yu was drenched in sweat. In such a dire situation, the difference between being bitten once or numerous times by a zombie was negligible. Both scenarios led to death. One brought swift pain, the other prolonged suffering. Fortunately, the door to the sports equipment room was not particularly damaged. It creaked open with a few soft sounds, fully revealing the interior. Firstly, he chose to immerse his hand in an unknown blood, thereby transforming himself into a zombie without the agony. Secondly, he could have armed himself with an iron rod. He opted for the former. With a tentative touch, he dabbed his hand in the unfamiliar crimson fluid, scrutinizing it closely, uncertain whether it was the blood of a zombie or merely that of an ordinary individual. As vivid images of horrifying scenes from zombie films flooded his mind, off being gnawed upon by the undead, suffering a slow and excruciating demency, felt a shiver run through his entire body. Nevertheless, he steeled his resolve. He bit into the skin of his lip, allowing the blood to smear across his mouth. Then, he retreated to a nearby corner, gradually leaning back, quietly awaiting his transformation into a ghoul. He retrieved his phone and commenced the countdown. 1 second, 2.5 seconds, 11 seconds, 20 seconds, until half an hour had elapsed. Why have I not yet transformed into a zombie? Could it be that this is merely ordinary blood? Before he could ponder further, an overwhelming surge of impulse surged within him. He could scarcely hold his phone, collapsing to his knees, clutching his head. Suddenly, he raised his face, baring his teeth, his eyes turning a vivid crimson. I never anticipated such torment. Which scoundrel posted about a painless transformation into a zombie? I vow, in my next life, I shall not let you escape. Chapter 2. The strange sounds of the teacher's cafeteria. Wang Yu's mouth foamed as he gasped for breath, an overwhelming heaviness settling in his chest. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he collapsed. In the depths of his unconscious mind, scenes from his life flashed before him. Familiar silhouettes receded into the distance. Among them were the towering figures of his parents, who had made a pact with him. They would return once he married and had children, all in pursuit of a better quality of life. Yet now, that seemed increasingly unlikely. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, he jolted awake, inhaling deeply as his bloodshot eyes gradually reverted to their original brown hue. After taking a moment to regulate his breathing, he glanced at his phone. He had been out for over an hour. How could I have been unconscious for so long? Yet my awareness remains so vivid. Is it possible I have not transformed into a zombie? Or perhaps I possess an immunity to the zombie's blood? He pinched his flesh, wincing at the pain, but quickly covered his mouth to stifle any sound. It seems I was mistaken. This cannot be the blood of a zombie, but rather ordinary blood. Before he could finish his thoughts, he blinked, and the surroundings became astonishingly clear, as if painted vividly in his mind. Has a transformation occurred within me? Could this be the allure of something greater? No, wait, is this a narrative of triumph? He exclaimed in astonishment, but soon sensed something amiss. A heavy, ominous footfall echoed rapidly. An army of zombies was approaching. Wang Yu abruptly snapped back to reality from his moment of elation, hastily moving everything he could to block the door. A minute later, the zombies, initially oblivious to his whereabouts on this floor, were drawn to the sound of his frantic activity. Though the door was solid, it could not withstand the relentless pounding of the horde. Thud, thud, thud echoed through the entrance. Wang Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. Having narrowly escaped transformation into a zombie from the unknown blood, he now found himself cornered by them. He glanced around, uncertain of his next move. The gym equipment room was small, featuring but a single door and 2 windows. However, being on the 3rd floor, jumping down would mean certain death. Even if he survived the fall, the zombies would be waiting below, eager for their next meal. In a moment of desperation, he devised a plan. He tore down the curtains and tied them into a makeshift hammock, securing it with a metal rod at the window to suspend himself in midair. With a sigh, he marveled at his own cleverness, but then pondered what he would do while hanging there. His actions only intensified the zombies' attempts to break through the door, and soon the sound of splintering would fill the air. In an instant, a throng of zombies surged into the room, their decaying stench and horrific howls overwhelming his senses. Fortunately, he remained silent while dangling in midair. As long as he made no noise, the zombies would likely not notice him. He pulled out his phone and saw that he had over 50% battery remaining. It seemed he could only record a farewell message. My name is Wang Yu, and at this moment, I find myself with no path left to traverse. By the time you discover this mobile device, I shall have departed from this world. However, my browser still holds remnants of my existence. I implore you to exercise discretion and refrain from sharing. Having whispered these words softly, I allowed a fleeting smile to escape as memories danced in my mind. The phone bore no signal and access to the internet was utterly impossible. Rendering the contents of my browser immutable, even in death, I would leave behind a blemish. I felt no fear of being shattered to pieces, for the remnants in my browser remained untouched. With a sigh, I tucked the phone into my waistband and stood still, letting the midday heat envelop me. The sun blazed down like a furnace, and I hung there, surrendering myself to its relentless rays. At this point, the thought of ending it all crossed my mind, and before my demise, I harbored 3 wishes. First, to experience the pleasures of manhood. Second, to indulge in exquisite culinary delights. And third, to find a painless exit from this life. Alas, it seemed these wishes would remain unfulfilled. My vantage point overlooked the playground, where the sun poured down unimpeded. Yet only a few wandering zombies roamed the area, feeble and frail under the sun's scorching embrace, their senses dulled. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the nearby first-floor cafeteria, dark smoke billowing into the air. In an instant, my previously despondent spirit was invigorated. Could there still be living souls? The zombies, alerted by the commotion, vacated the room, allowing me to enter with a calm demeanor. Phew, that was a close call. It seems the explosion has inadvertently aided me. But who could have caused such a ruckus? I ought to seek out the source. Perhaps it was a captivating young woman who set this off. Wang Yu stealthily exited the room, careful not to make a sound. Even the rhythmic beating of his heart seemed to resonate in the stillness. The air was thick with the foul stench of the undead, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Each descent down the stairs was marked by vigilant scans of his surroundings, ensuring no remnants of zombies lingered before he dared to proceed cautiously. This floor was still somewhat unfamiliar to him, as it belonged to the adjacent teaching building, a place he would rarely venture to without a compelling reason. Having arrived at the second floor, he noted that although the student cafeteria resided on the first floor next door, the imposing sign of the faculty dining hall loomed large before him. Hunger gnawed at him, and without hesitation, he gently pushed the door open. However, the creaking sound it produced sent chills down his spine. Such noises could easily attract zombies, yet he was oblivious to where they might have wandered off to now. Upon entering the dining hall, he was taken aback by the grotesque sight of various bodies sprawled in disarray. Yet, he quickly deduced that only intact corpses could transform into the undead. How could these dismembered remains, some even missing their heads, ever become zombies? It was indeed foolish to act recklessly in a post-apocalyptic world. Approaching one of the bodies, he contemplated for a moment before recognizing it as his former homeroom teacher. Sighing deeply, he lamented, "Oh, dear teacher, I never imagined you would meet such a fate." Suddenly, a faint rustling sound echoed from somewhere nearby, intensifying Wang Yu's anxiety as his senses heightened to their utmost alertness. Despite experiencing a minor mutation, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. Yet the wall stood as a barrier. If it were a zombie, he would feel reassured. However, the prospect of encountering a living person sent a chill down his spine. Gripping the iron rod he had retrieved from the equipment room, his veins bulged and sweat formed in his palms. Anxiety coursed through him, making his breath quicken. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if it were a beautiful woman? He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart, which felt as though it were lodged in his throat. He approached slowly, whispering, "Who is it? Will you not come out? If you do not show yourself, I shall not be courteous any longer." It was a classic case of self-induced fright, as he nearly scared himself to death. The silence was punctuated only by the sound of rummaging through items and the unsettling noises of a corpse being devoured. Trouble loomed. It was a zombie. Chapter 3. The Zombie School Bell. Meng Xiaodao Wang Yu fixed his gaze upon the wooden door of the kitchen. The handle bore traces of fresh blood, and the door itself was merely ajar, barely closed. His expression was tense, yet he moved sideways like a crab, inching closer to the door, pondering what lay beyond. As he drew nearer, holding the iron rod firmly, he gently pushed the door open. Before him unfolded a scene that was both delightful and sorrowful, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. In the corner crouched a figure with flowing hair, clad in a pristine white dress, though certain areas were stained a deep crimson. Her arms moved incessantly, as if she were gnawing on something held close to her lips. Although he could not ascertain whether she was human or a zombie, he kindly inquired, "Are you a person or a zombie, and why are you crouching here?" Upon these words, the creature swiftly turned her head. The woman possessed a beauty he had never encountered before. It dawned on him that she was the campus belle of their university, Meng Xiaodao. "Meng Xiaodao, what are you doing here? Is anyone else with you?" She remained silent, her crimson eyes scrutinizing Wang Yu. Then, she picked up a piece of unknown flesh, chewed it vigorously, and swallowed it. Just moments before, Wang Yu had felt a surge of relief, believing her to be a living person. However, upon witnessing her consume a sizable chunk of meat, an unsettling realization struck him. Damn it, the zombie campus belle. Before he could finish this thought, the zombie belle lunged at him. Caught off guard, he was swiftly knocked to the ground, and the zombie belle bared her pearly white teeth, aiming to bite at his neck. It was then that he comprehended the gravity of the situation, too late to escape. Fortunately, Wang Yu wielded an iron rod, which temporarily thwarted her advances. He pressed the rod against his chest while the zombie belle clutched it tightly, extending her head in an attempt to sink her teeth into him. "Get away from me, you beautiful yet deadly creature." Yet the zombified belle paid no heed to his words, her blood-red mouth wide open, eager to taste Wang Yu's flesh. Despite her diminished strength, she still afforded him a moment of contemplation. Amidst their struggle, his eyes quickly assessed the figure of the zombie campus belle. It must be said that the reason the campus belle holds such a title is her extraordinary figure and appearance, curvaceous and strikingly beautiful. Before he could contemplate further, the zombie campus belle sank her teeth into Wang Yu's finger. A sharp pain coursed through him, igniting a surge of anger. How dare she bite him? In retaliation, he decided to bite back. At this point, he was oblivious to whether he was immune to the zombie's blood or not. It was a risk he was willing to take. Wang Yu opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the nape of the zombie belle's neck. The cold, lifeless blood spread within his mouth, carrying with it an unsettling hint of sweetness. Yet, the thought of consuming blood from his own kind was unbearable, and a wave of intense nausea surged within him. He retched, but having eaten little, only stomach acid rose, which he was forced to swallow back down. For it was neither the time nor place to turn away. Wang Yu thrust a foot between her legs, kicking her away with force. He swiftly rose to his feet, shaking his finger to discover 2 distinct bite marks left behind. Remarkable, he thought. Her bite is quite formidable. Fortunately, he had acted quickly, or he might have lost 2 fingers. However, the zombie belle wasted no time, lunging at him once more with her gaping maw. Wang Yu seized 2 rods, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, but hesitated at the sight of her beautiful face, unable to bring himself to strike. Abandoning the iron rods, he instead embraced the campus belle and executed a powerful throw, sending her flying. She tumbled next to a pile of books, and as she stood, the smooth surface of the books caused her to lose her footing, sending her crashing to the ground. However, the campus belle was oblivious to the pain. She swiftly rose and lunged towards Wang Yu, still yearning to taste his flesh. Yet, how could Wang Yu allow the zombie belle to succeed? He swiftly crossed his arms and blocked her with his legs, pinning her against the wall. Wang Yu was utterly perplexed. This was the teacher's restaurant. So why was the campus belle here? Earlier, there were so many assignments scattered about. Could it be that she had come to report her work? Yet, the campus belle granted him no time for contemplation. With outstretched arms and an open mouth, her pitiful yet terrifying visage rendered him quite uncomfortable. It seemed she had not been infected for long. Her body had yet to emit an unpleasant odor, still retaining a hint of feminine fragrance. However, now that she had become a zombie, she had lost all agency. The beautiful campus belle, who could not possess him in life. Now that she was dead and transformed into a zombie, he would not mind accepting her. With one hand holding her in place, the other began to explore indiscriminately, guided only by the instincts of a man. Moments later, Wang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Ah, this life was worth it, truly worth it. One must admit, the campus belle was indeed extraordinary. Both her touch and figure were unparalleled. Yet Wang Yu remained a normal man, and the campus belle was now a zombie, gradually rendering him somewhat powerless. The zombie belle forcefully pushed aside Wang Yu's already numbed arms and lunged at him once more. He ceased to resist. After all, he was fatigued, and he had touched what he desired. It was worth it. The zombie belle bit into his neck without hesitation, and Wang Yu's scorching blood gushed into her mouth. She gulped down his blood eagerly. Due to excessive blood loss, Wang Yu's consciousness began to fade slowly. Before his demise, he murmured, "It seems I have seen my great-grandmother." However, the zombie school belle suddenly closed her eyes and collapsed onto him. As he felt the softness of her delicate body and the absence of any sucking sensation on his neck, he found himself bewildered. Why did this zombie school belle faint all of a sudden? Could it be that my blood truly possesses some value? He quickly rolled over and pushed her away. Yet it was the copious bleeding from his neck that instilled panic within him. Hastily, he pressed a hand to his neck, fearful of turning his head, lest he disrupt the position and exacerbate the bleeding. After a while, as the blood began to coagulate, he cautiously released his grip. Finding a clean notebook, he sat down, using it to cushion the blood beneath him. The earlier battle had left Wang Yu's clothes in a disheveled state, and the school belle's skirt was now stained crimson, primarily with Wang Yu's blood and that of the unknown. His mind buzzed, and he felt a growing disarray in his thoughts. A sense of drowsiness washed over him, compelling him to lean against the school belle's body and drift into slumber. Wang Yu found himself in an odd dream where his lucid consciousness seemed to weave into a thread, granting him the power to control characters. In this dream, he felt invincible until a sudden voice jolted him awake. "Wang Yu, you are still single. You should hurry and find yourself a wife." This proclamation startled him into immediate wakefulness, and as he sat up rapidly, he reflected on the dream's absurdity, even finding it somewhat amusing. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, he realized that it had merely been a dream. Yet, in a sudden blink, he realized that he had mutated once more. Closing his eyes, the entire world transformed into shades of gray, just as it was etched in his mind, with only a vibrant thread darting about in chaotic disarray. Chapter 4. Controlling her body. Am I not dead? It seems my life is indeed quite resilient. Wang Yu chuckled as he playfully pinched Meng Xiaodao's cheek. However, the zombie school belle, Meng Xiaodao, remained utterly still, devoid of warmth, breath, and even the sensation of pain. He rubbed his palms together, a wicked thought blossoming in his mind. If that is the case, then I shall. Yet, his stomach grumbled audibly, reminding him that after his prolonged entanglement with the school belle, he had yet to consume anything. Thus, he refrained from acting hastily and instead sought something to eat, for the corpse would still be there whenever he returned. Wang Yu discovered the large refrigerator in the kitchen and opened it, a refreshing breeze escaping as he did so. Alas, aside from a few vegetables and fruits, the meat had long since vanished. Sighing, he realized he would have to subsist on vegetables to quell his hunger. With a wry smile, he picked up a tomato. He was not particularly fond of vegetables, but given the circumstances, he had no choice. Placing the tomato in his mouth, he bit down, and an odd flavor exploded within. Struggling to suppress his nausea, he swallowed the sour and peculiar taste, which left him rather uncomfortable. Wang Yu chuckled bitterly. The apocalypse had arrived, yet he was oblivious to it all, having hoarded no food. It appeared that his plight was even more arduous than that of the protagonists in survival tales. He glanced at his phone, noting that it possessed a mere 44 battery remaining. Standing there, he perused his phone, gazing at the photographs of the former campus beauty, whose radiant and cheerful demeanor starkly contrasted with her current state. Although these images were not surreptitiously captured, but rather screenshots taken from her public account, he had intended to keep them as mementos. However, that now seemed unnecessary. After all, the campus beauty lay there, whether as a zombie or lifeless, he could not discern. Everything had transpired too swiftly, too abruptly. Wang Yu was unprepared, yet it was too late for anything now. He stowed his phone away and retrieved 2 or 3 tomatoes from the large refrigerator. Besides these, all that remained were some spinach and broccoli, which were hardly edible. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he consumed the tomatoes one by one. Approaching the corpse of the campus beauty, Wang Yu managed to smile. "Oh, campus beauty, how tragic is your fate. By the way, how did you become a zombie?" Gently lifting her right hand with his left, he observed the deep bite mark on her arm, and understanding dawned upon him. A bitter pang struck him. The woman he longed to love had transformed into a zombie before he could even touch her, yet her arm remained so soft. Perhaps in that very place. He coughed softly, swiftly dismissing the thought. It was not the right moment. When safety was assured, he would indulge in that experience thoroughly. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. If I had just closed my eyes, what was that? Closing his eyes once more, he sensed his surroundings expanding, a realm of black and white. Yet there was a slender thread of vibrant color. Upon discovering an enigmatic light atop the head of the campus bell, a shade devoid of color, curiosity compelled him to probe what would transpire if a colorful thread were to penetrate this radiant glow. Without further deliberation, he embarked on an experiment. In an instant, the thread seamlessly entered the mind of the enchanting Meng Xiaodao. He felt an exhilarating surge of delightful thoughts, a remarkable connection that coursed through him. Astonishingly, he sensed he could manipulate the body of the campus beauty. Yet, for reasons unknown, he realized he could only control one of the two bodies at any given time. Though that sufficed for his purposes, Wang Yu, wielding control over Meng Xiaotao's form, opened her eyes to behold his own still figure seated before him, an amusing sight indeed. He raised a hand, contemplating a playful slap to his own body, but reconsidered, pondering the absurdity of striking oneself unless one harbored peculiar inclinations. Abruptly, he cast his gaze downward, nearly exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, what an impressive evil!" He tentatively explored this newfound sensation and could not deny the enchantment of a splendid physique. However, as he manipulated her body, an unexpected urge surged within him, a primal desire to consume his own flesh. The man before him appeared irresistibly delectable, and he questioned the nature of this bizarre impulse. Yet, the craving intensified, sending a jolt of alarm through him, prompting a hasty withdrawal from her body. It was only upon returning to his own form that he gasped, collapsing onto the ground in sheer disbelief. How could this be? He wondered. Why did I feel an unsettling desire to taste human flesh while controlling her body? Yet, what could the luminous, ethereal glow emanating from that forehead truly signify? Wang Yu wished to examine a zombie to ascertain whether there was indeed something within, yet he was reluctant to lay hands on the enchanting school beauty before him. Thus, he sought alternative means. However, the current situation outside eluded his understanding, compelling him to adopt a mindset of tentative exploration as he continued to manipulate Meng Xiaodao. Wang Yu concealed his true self within a cluttered storage room in the back kitchen, observing that the iron door was securely locked, ensuring he would remain undetected. Immediately, he took control of the school beauty's body and embarked on his exploration, unburdened by the fear of any noise, for his true form was that of a zombie, rendering him inconsequential to ordinary undead. As he guided Meng Xiaotao through the premises, he soon discovered that her range of movement was somewhat restricted for reasons unknown. He dared only to traverse the first floor, casting his gaze around. To his surprise, the principal's office was located on the first floor, adjacent to the teacher's lounge. With a smile, Meng Xiaotao, under Wang Yu's control, promptly pushed open the grand door to the principal's office. Where would the explosion lead the zombies? He had no idea. In any case, without those creatures, he felt a certain lightness. Wang Yu had long yearned to investigate the principal's office, hoping to uncover some protective treasures or perhaps a life disruptor. Yet, his assumptions proved misguided. Who would keep such items in an office? After rummaging through numerous cabinets, he found nothing but documents, and more documents. There was not a single useful object to be found. It appears there is nothing of value here. On to the next location. The teacher's office. I have heard whispers of the physical education teacher's peculiar habits, though the specifics remain elusive. Overthinking is futile. With determination, I guide Meng Xiaodao towards the teacher's office. Upon arrival, I am taken aback. The scene is chaotic, with blood and clothing strewn everywhere. Initially inclined to turn back, the sounds emanating from the restroom capture my attention. Is there still a living soul within? Could it be a zombie? No, living beings can be far more terrifying than the undead. I am currently a zombie myself. Thus, I must remain vigilant against the living. Meng Xiaotao grasps a computer tower and cautiously approaches the restroom. It could be a zombie, or perhaps a living person. The latter is even more daunting than the former. Gently, I push open the glass door of the restroom, and blood begins to ooze out. Although it has turned black with time, its emergence is still horrifying. Chapter 5. Such thoughts? Xiao Tian. I bid you farewell, Xiao Tian. Are you the troublemaker from the next class, the one who delights in brawls? Wang Yu maneuvers Meng Xiaotao, a smile on his face. Despite his penchant for causing chaos, It is comforting to know he is indeed alive. Suddenly, he turns, startling Meng Xiaotao. Half of Xiao Tian's face is nearly unrecognizable, distorted, yet a glimmer of rationality remains. Meng Xiaotao, is it truly you? You have not succumbed to the fate of a zombie? Xiao Tian endures the excruciating pain, his voice cold. What has happened to your face? Were you bitten by a zombie? No, my face was accidentally injured from a fall, but the outside world appears too perilous. So I sought refuge in this restroom. Oh, have you seen any other teachers? Xiao Tian licked his lips, his gaze becoming peculiarly intense. Yet his half-damaged face was rather frightful. In truth, I was attempting to safeguard the other teachers during their evacuation and inadvertently harmed my face. Xiao Tian replied with an impassive demeanor, though his eyes continuously scrutinized Meng Xiaotao's exquisite appearance. If that is the case, why did you not accompany them? Suddenly, Xiao Tian burst into tears, covering his eyes with his hands, and feigned sobs. I truly do not know. There were too many zombies at that moment. I used my body to barricade the door, urging them to escape through the window. When I could no longer bear it, I called for a teacher to assist me. Yet he refused. Under those circumstances, I had no choice but to conceal myself in the restroom. Oh, which teacher could be so cruel? He sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. Indeed, one cannot afford to be too kind-hearted in this world. Meng Xiaotao raised an eyebrow in agreement. So what do you intend to do moving forward? He shook his head, looking pitiful as he said, I do not know what to do. My once handsome face is now disfigured. I feel as though I no longer wish to live. Ah, you wish to give up? You must gather your spirits. Can you not find the will to survive? Are you truly seeking death? Controlled by Wang Yu, Meng Xiaotao was somewhat taken aback. Yet the sight of his terrifying half-face was indeed hard to behold. Suddenly, Xiao Tian erupted into laughter, yet his expression swiftly darkened. Meng Xiaotao, the truth is, I have harbored feelings for you since the very first moment I laid eyes on you upon entering the school. He uttered a torrent of affectionate declarations. But Meng Xiaotao, now under Wang Yu's control, dismissed his nauseating words without a second thought. What are you thinking? This is not the time for confessions. You should focus on surviving. There will be other opportunities. Fury ignited within him. What opportunities? Look at me. Why won't you ever like me? I'm not interested in you at all. Have you considered your own status? What gives you the right? Fine. Since we are in the apocalypse, I shall reveal my true nature as a man. With that, he abruptly seized Meng Xiaotao by the neck. Her face contorted in discomfort. What are you doing? However, as soon as he made contact, he was taken aback by the chill of her body. Yet, he quickly donned a sinister grin once more. Meng Xiaotao, are you feeling a bit cold? Allow me to warm you up. With that, Xiao Tian attempted to corner Meng Xiaotao, intent on committing a heinous act. But Wang Yu would not allow his plan to succeed. He swiftly delivered a kick between Xiao Tian's legs, causing him to cry out in agony. How dare you kick me there, Meng Xiaotao? I will kill you first, then toy with you. He was consumed by madness. Yet, Wang Yu was determined to thwart him, controlling Meng Xiaotao's body to flee outside at breakneck speed. However, the limitations of mental manipulation prevented any escape, compelling the individuals to charge towards the third floor. The two engaged in a direct pursuit, while Xiao Tian shouted from behind, Meng Xiaotao, do not flee. Allow me the pleasure I so desire. I am a fitness enthusiast, and I assure you I am not like those feeble men who finish in mere minutes. Halt at once. But should you manage to capture me, I might reluctantly grant you a glimpse. Wang Yu uttered these words with the intent of teasing him, leading him into that room for a strategic ambush. Meng Xiaotao entered the kitchen, at which point Wang Yu retracted his mental control, causing the unrestrained Meng Xiaotao to collapse. Yet, in a dazed state, she soon rose again. This first-tier zombie, devoid of consciousness, could not utter words, only emitting incoherent moans. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, panting heavily, arrived in the room, laughing derisively at the bewildered Meng Xiaotao. Oh, why has the campus beauty ceased her escape? Have you perhaps acquiesced to my desires? He approached with a wicked grin, his eyes lecherously fixated on her figure, his hands itching with impatience. Let me savor this earthly beauty. Just as Xiao Tian's hands were about to make contact, Wang Yu brandished a spatula and struck him from behind. In an instant, Xiao Tian clutched his head, wailing in pain. Who dares to ambush me? Which scoundrel is responsible? Wang Yu, unperturbed, crouched down and replied with a grin, You insolent brat. Even in the apocalypse, you remain disobedient? You dare to lay a hand on my beloved campus beauty? Xiao Tian, cradling his head, snarled in fury. Wang Yu, so it is you, you bastard. How are you still alive? Are you trying to bring about my demise? Certainly not. Speak. What poison have you administered upon me? Perhaps your confession might bring me some joy, and I could grant you a swift end. Huh. Unthinkable. Although, Xiao Tian, in his daily mischief within the classroom, has often used his robust physique to bully others. So, you refuse to speak? Shall I cast you to feed the zombies? Heh, Wang Yu. I was merely careless just now, but you believe a mere spatula can best me? Impossible. In an instant, Xiao Tian sprang to his feet and launched a punch aimed at Wang Yu's abdomen. Wang Yu was utterly taken aback. At such a moment, he dared to resist. Yet, armed as he was, he could not afford to hesitate. As Xiao Tian's fist came hurtling towards him, Wang Yu swiftly swung his spatula in retaliation. The flesh and blood fist collided with the spatula, producing a dull thud. Ouch. That hurt terribly. Wang Yu taunted. Still so arrogant? Take another spatula strike. With no mercy, he brought the spatula down upon Xiao Tian's already battered face, causing blood to spatter. Xiao Tian crumpled to the ground, rolling in agony. At this juncture, he found himself utterly defeated. Though his bravado remained, a flicker of panic began to surface. Wang Yu, you possess a generous heart. How about sparing my life? Sparing your life? Do you perceive me as such a person? Wang Yu approached slowly, brandishing the bloodied spatula. He crouched down with a grin and asked, Now tell me, what is your true intention? If you divulge it, I may grant you a quick death. I spit on that. Wang Yu, I must inform you that someone of your academic standing has no hope of capturing the heart of the campus belle. It is but a mere dream. Yet, that is not for you to fret over. Xiao Tian, unwilling to speak, found himself silenced by Wang Yu's decisive action, as he was swiftly rendered unconscious with a single blow from a spatula. In that moment, Wang Yu committed an act that would haunt Xiao Tian for the rest of his life. Chapter 6. The Accumulation of Zombies and Their Evolution. Wang Yu, having exerted considerable effort, procured a length of rope to bind Xiao Tian to a bench. He first attempted to directly control Xiao Tian's body, but alas, his efforts were in vain. Could it be that living beings are beyond his control, reserved solely for the undead? Or was it merely a reflection of his own inadequacies? Regardless, he dismissed these thoughts as he delivered 2 resounding slaps to the unconscious Xiao Tian. The impact of the spatula had elicited no response. It was only through the force of his fist that he felt any semblance of effect. Xiao Tian, oh Xiao Tian, though I have spared your life, rest assured that I shall not grant you mercy. You shall await your demise here, and the encroaching horde of zombies is of no concern to me. Should you manage to escape, consider it a testament to your own ingenuity. Subsequently, Wang Yu exerted his control over Dream Xiaotao, who cradled his form. After all, Dream Xiaotao was indeed a zombie, and carrying her away was not an option. Thus, he resorted to this method. Upon her exit from the classroom building, he pondered where the throngs of zombies had been drawn. Do you recall the earlier explosion? It was orchestrated by a group of intelligent students who had followed online tutorials. Yet some matters are far more complex than they appear. Now, as Dream Xiaotao held Wang Yu, though he governed her through his psychic influence, the tension of the moment remained palpable and directly transferred. He certainly did not wish for a sudden emergence of zombies. After all, escape was impossible in such circumstances, unless one could find a secure refuge. Fortunately, the university where he was located had a clear layout, with classrooms concentrated in one area and lounges in another. Previously, he had been in Mingda Building, but now he needed to proceed to Chonda Building, with Shan Building to his right and the cafeteria situated in between. Wang Yu concealed his true self beneath the podium in a classroom on the first floor. After all, while controlling Meng Xiaotao, his body would remain motionless and silent. For added safety, he rearranged several desks to shield the podium. With this significant task accomplished, he decided to explore the floor. He recalled that his classroom was on the 3rd floor, room 302, where he believed there were still dozens of compressed biscuits tucked away, which would suffice to quell his hunger. Each time he looked down, he was reminded of his own mischief, which brought him a hint of embarrassment. Alas, one could not deny that the beauty of the campus flower was indeed remarkable. Meng Xiaotao chuckled to herself for a moment before preparing to ascend the stairs. Although she appeared to be a delicate maiden, under Wang Yu's control, she wielded a handy spatula, which could be deemed as a form of combat capability. Now, he no longer feared the zombies. However, his sole concern lay with those of questionable intentions. If they were wise enough to keep their distance, it would be well. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to resort to violence. The corridor remained eerily quiet. He pondered where this horde of zombies could have vanished to. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he glanced back towards the cafeteria and was immediately taken aback. This cafeteria, though only a single level, spanned the area of 3 teaching buildings. A vast expanse indeed. Each door stood locked, while the zombies inside shuffled about, baring their teeth in a lethargic manner. He mused to himself that this group was rather thoughtful. Nonetheless, it brought him a sense of relief. Subsequently, he began his search for supplies starting from the 2nd floor. Was it room 203? It appeared to be a laboratory. As he gazed at the concealed door, he found himself perplexed, peering through the adjacent window. There were no traces of blood within, likely indicating that no class had yet engaged in any experiments, hence no mishaps had occurred. However, the sulfuric acid inside could indeed prove useful. Dream Shout-Out pushed against the door, only to discover it was locked, but he quickly devised a solution. Raising a spatula, he struck the window, which shattered into numerous fragments. The sound was quite loud, yet the zombies remained virtually invisible, so there was little concern. He cleared away the remaining shards of glass with the spatula and climbed through. Upon illuminating the room, the light instantly brightened the space, revealing the most expensive apparatus right before his eyes, an item he seldom interacted with during his living days. Now, he found himself significantly more intrigued by it. The chemistry teacher, who rarely conducted chemistry lessons while alive. Now, in this apocalyptic world, he intended to indulge in some experimentation. He did not, however, engage in the trivial experiments reminiscent of his school days. Instead, the laboratory was equipped with the latest electronic microscopes, which, unlike traditional models, could achieve magnification of millions without the need for electrical power. Instead, he sliced open Dream Shout-Out's arm, allowing a few drops of blood to fall, and proceeded to create some samples for examination under the microscope. It was only now that he realized the true horror of zombies. They could endlessly replicate. And while a normal human's DNA spiral consists of 23 pairs, theirs could extend to 25 or even 26 pairs. After several observations, he concluded that this group of zombies was far from ordinary. What simple zombies could there be? They have never been simple, however. I wonder if zombie genes adhere to the law of conservation of energy. He once again used a spatula to smash the locked contents within the cabinet, directly seizing the sulfuric acid. In this apocalyptic world, no one cared about public property, allowing him to act with impunity. In the past, such vandalism would have surely led to consequences from the school, but now he could liberate himself. Previously, the sulfuric acid was on the 5th shelf, out of his reach, and he realized that being a woman could also present challenges. Accidentally, he pressed against the prominent area of the school beauty, eliciting a gasp from him, but fortunately, he managed to suppress it. The sulfuric acid was contained in a glass bottle, and he only took a 500 milliliter solution, knowing that taking too much could also harm himself. He then made his way to the 3rd floor, having dallied for so long, seeking merely a means of protection. He was uncertain if sulfuric acid would be effective against zombies, but physical deterrence should be useful against all living beings. Soon, he arrived at room 302 on the 3rd floor. Looking at the room that shimmered with a golden glow, he felt a surge of anger. Attending classes. I'll make you attend classes every single day. He swiftly struck the sign marked 302 with a spatula, causing it to shatter. And the sound of its impact brought him a fleeting sense of relief. The apocalypse had arrived, and there was a certain exhilaration in daring to do what he had previously feared. However, a moment's reflection led him to consider the futility of his actions. Wielding sulfuric acid was pointless, for the zombies posed no threat of biting him. And knocking down the door sign held no significance in a world where no one cared for trivial possessions. Yet, as he stepped into the classroom, a cataclysmic noise erupted nearby. Numerous windows shattered simultaneously, and amidst the throng of zombies, an unsettling evolution was occurring. Those familiar with the phenomenon of zombie cannibalism knew that these creatures could indeed evolve, yet he had not anticipated that such a virus could manifest in this world. Rushing to the window, he gazed upon the devastated cafeteria, where waves upon waves of zombies surged forth. A cursory glance revealed at least thousands of these ghastly beings. This was disastrous, an overwhelming tide of the undead. The thought of a zombie apocalypse sent chills down his spine as he recalled scenes from apocalyptic films. Sound could amass hordes of zombies, allowing them to overcome barriers. Even residing in a high-rise building would offer no safety if the noise was loud enough to attract a multitude of them, ensuring certain death. Chapter 7. Battling the Undead. But if zombies could evolve, what form would that evolution take? Would they eventually acquire the ability to articulate human speech? Perhaps they might even forge a new civilization? Wang Yu dared not dwell on such thoughts. By that time, the earth would have succumbed entirely to the undead. But the present situation hardly seemed any better. Suddenly, something hurtled towards him at breakneck speed, sparks flying in its wake. The Shenlong No. 1 missile. This is a long-range tracking missile independently developed by the Dragon Nation, with an astonishing precision that can reach within centimeters. It is unexpected that such an expensive device would be deployed here. Before Wang Yu could react, the missile detonated, its power not overwhelming. This was intentional, as it was designed to carry less explosive material for increased accuracy. After all, no one could foresee the magnitude of the looming crisis, prompting the nation to minimize the payload to eliminate threats across multiple locations. Yet the explosive force remained sufficiently formidable. In an instant, the entire cafeteria was reduced to rubble, and the 3 surrounding teaching buildings were also affected. The structures collapsed not in a straightforward manner, but rather as if they were swept aside by a powerful shockwave. The general outline of the buildings was still discernible, yet they had been transformed into a horizontal state. Meng Xiaotao slowly rose from the debris. At this moment, Wang Yu felt a twinge of regret. Under such circumstances, it would be challenging to locate his original body. However, he could sever the control and return to his true form. Yet, there was still a matter at hand that required his attention, to comprehend the ethereal white light within the zombie's mind and its capacity for control. Thus, he refrained from hastily returning, even as the vial of sulfuric acid in his hand shattered. The acrid odor and smoke permeated the air. Meng Xiaotao, under control, did not require breath. Without a glance, he stood up and made his way toward the abandoned cafeteria. The harrowing scene unfolded before him, littered with disfigured corpses, a sight that could only be described as unbearable. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a savory aroma, a signal of his gnawing hunger. He approached a spot where only half of a corpse lay. Gazing upon the lifeless body, 2 thoughts surged within her mind: to consume it or face death. Yet, how could the controlled Meng Xiaotao even consider such an act? She could only stifle her revulsion as she plunged a scalpel into the corpse's head, extracting a small white orb. Holding this object in her hand, she noted its surprising firmness. What could this be? Could it possibly be a crystal from a mythical beast? That seemed implausible. This was a zombie, not a mythical creature. Might it be a crystal from a zombie instead? Her gaze fixated on the orb. She pondered for a moment, recognizing it as the purest essence of the virus. Suddenly, she was momentarily lost in thought. The original instincts of Meng Xiaotao compelled her to pop the orb into her mouth, chewing it a few times. To her astonishment, it burst with flavor, releasing a delightful taste that enveloped her palate. Could it truly be this delectable? Might she indulge further? Concluding this, she wasted no time in seeking out the heads of the other corpses, prying out the orbs one by one and collecting them all to savor. This was indeed a delicacy. However, in that instant, she sensed something amiss. The corpse she was controlling suddenly felt invigorated, exhibiting a remarkable enhancement in movement and speed. Could this substance truly be beneficial to zombies? Before she could contemplate further, the previously undying zombies in the vicinity began to rise, engaging in a fierce struggle. They bit into each other with fervor, and in the next moment, a robust zombie devoured a weaker one. The defeated zombie let out a howl, turning its gaze toward Meng Xiaotao. The gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Trouble loomed as the creature seemed to fixate on him. The zombie let out a ferocious roar, charging swiftly in his direction. Meng Xiaotao gripped the iron rod tightly, uncertain whether his recent evolution would grant him the strength to contend with this monstrous foe. If he faltered, it would be a tragic waste of this body. Thus, he resolved to fight with every ounce of his being. Come, zombie, let me gauge your strength. The zombie's appearance was horrifying. Its eyes were nearly rotting away, and its face was a grotesque mask, unrecognizable and tattered. The once blue clothing was now stained with crimson blood, gradually turning black, with patches revealing bone beneath. Yet, the zombie felt no pain, and therein lay its terror. The creature was exceptionally sensitive to sound. Meng Xiaotao moved cautiously, treading on tiptoe. However, the ground scorched by the blast still radiated intense heat. The soles of his shoes were nearly melted from the searing surface, making him acutely aware of the discomfort beneath his feet. He needed to vacate this area. It was ill-suited for battle, and he had no desire to damage Meng Xiaotao's delicate feet. He moved swiftly, the zombie trailing closely behind. Beyond the teaching building lay a vast lawn, and a spark of inspiration struck him. This would be the battleground. Come, zombie, prepare to feel the weight of my iron rod. He dared to shout from the safety of the lawn, rooted to the spot. As the zombie approached, it seemed to lose its focus, standing there swaying its head aimlessly. Dream Shout-Out tiptoed slowly, maneuvering to the rear of the zombie. "Take this," she exclaimed, brandishing an iron rod and bringing it down with force. However, the zombie reacted with astonishing swiftness. Upon hearing her proclamation, it spun around and swatted at her. Yet, Dream Shout-Out had evolved into a formidable little zombie herself, armed with a hefty iron rod, and was unperturbed. A dull thud echoed as the zombie's arm was brutally shattered, black blood gushing forth in a grotesque and terrifying display. This particular zombie possessed a fatal advantage. It felt no pain. In the next instant, while it reveled in its moment of triumph, the zombie's other arm swung towards her. Fortunately, the evolved Dream Shout-Out was quick to respond, lifting her leg to meet the oncoming strike. Yet, her lack of experience proved detrimental. She was sent flying backward, landing in the grass and leaving a shallow green indentation, revealing the brown earth beneath. "Bah, you wretched zombie. I didn't expect you to be so quick on your feet." Gradually, Dream Shout-Out rose to her feet. Although everything was orchestrated by Wang Yu, all sensations were experienced through her. Aside from the absence of pain, she felt the visual impact and the disorienting force of her joints nearly dislocating. She brushed off the dirt and grass from her body, retrieved the iron rod with determination, and assumed a defensive stance, shouting at the zombie, "Come on. I want to see how far this body can go. Let us have 100 more rounds." The zombie, not one to be trifled with, let out a fierce roar and charged at her, falling right into her trap. Lifting the heavy iron rod, he calculated the optimal position, and with a decisive strike, the rod collided perfectly with the zombie's neck. A dull thud echoed as the creature's head was abruptly severed. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, accompanied by a foul odor and a shower of dark crimson liquid. In this chaotic scenario, there was no escape. His head and shoulders were drenched in the cascading black blood. The stench and the viscous sensation were utterly unbearable. Ignoring the repulsion, he immediately set about dissecting the zombie's head. Yet, in the following moment, it was all worth it. Chapter 8. Confession to Meng Shout-Out. This particular specimen was unexpectedly azure. The ones I consumed previously seemed to be white. Could it be that the first-tier heads are white while the second-tier ones are azure? Without further contemplation, he promptly placed the azure object into his mouth and began to chew eagerly. It must be said, the flavor of the second tier was exquisite. Compared to the first tier, it was significantly more tender and springy, delightfully savory. Meng Shout-Out licked her red lips and glanced at her own, with a mischievous grin. However, this was not the time for such distractions. She needed to locate her original body. Thus, through the mental control exerted over the two corpses, she finally pinpointed the location. As her original body was trapped beneath a pile of stones, it could not exert any strength, prompting Meng Shout-Out to take action. After considerable effort, she succeeded in unearthing it. Observing her body, now misshapen from the weight, brought tears to her eyes. She could only wipe away the dust and hoist it onto her shoulder. In its current state, the upgraded second-tier zombie exhibited a remarkable leap in both speed and agility. Suddenly, a gradual sense of physical impairment began to manifest. This was directly attributable to the excessive depletion of one's spiritual essence, akin to the sensation of hunger, necessitating a replenishment of energy. Yet, where could one find sustenance at this moment? The previously stashed energy biscuits lay amidst the ruins, yet to be retrieved. Thus, the only viable course was to proceed towards the dormitory, for it is a common proclivity among university students to hoard provisions. Perhaps fortune might smile upon them, allowing the possibility of acquiring a distant sister-in-law. However, this notion seemed rather inconsequential, as he was already in possession of a campus bell. On another note, should there be any contraband, such as a purchased machete, though unsharpened, the formidable strength and swiftness of the second-tier zombie, Meng Shout-Out, would render even an unsharpened blade capable of significant lethality. The clock had already advanced past 5 in the afternoon, with nearly 2 hours left before darkness would envelop the landscape. Yet, this time was sufficient. Come nightfall, one could indulge in the notion of sleeping with the campus bell, contingent upon binding her limbs to ensure that while one may slumber, they would not face the grim prospect of not seeing the dawn. Meng Shout-Out, shouldering Wang Yu's form, traversed the playground, the aura of a second-tier zombie emanating from him repelling the first-tier zombies that dared approach. More accurately, it was the oppressive presence of a second-tier zombie. The absence of any undead disturbances was indeed a welcome reprieve. At the entrance of the male dormitory stood a few zombies, and as a second-tier zombie, Meng Shout-Out laid Wang Yu down nearby, untroubled by concerns for his safety. With swift precision, he dispatched a few minor zombies, thereby procuring several first-tier white virus essence orbs. These orbs held little utility at present, but could serve as a trifling snack. Thus, he directly placed Dream Xiaotao into his pocket, embracing his own form as he advanced towards dormitory building number 1. At the entrance, the dormitory supervisor, who guarded the rooms, was surrounded by blood on the walls and windows, indicating that she had tragically met her end. Not a single corpse remained, perhaps having merged with the horde of zombies. However, Wang Yu was a freshman, residing in room 305. After a moment's reflection, he decided to first tidy up his belongings before scouring other rooms for treasures. In this apocalypse, one could do as they pleased. Before long, he spotted the blue doorplate of his dormitory. At this hour, there was no need to knock. Dream Xiaotao lifted her leg and kicked the door open with a resounding crash, not only out of laziness, but also to attract a few zombies, hoping to gather some viral essence. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was greeted by the familiar sense of a man's presence, stale foot odor, and the smell of rotten clothes. All too commonplace in a college dormitory. Without much hesitation, he rummaged beneath a roommate's bed to retrieve his luggage. With a gentle squeeze, the padlock of his suitcase shattered, revealing the meager remnants of his supplies. 10 packets of cheap spicy strips, a bucket of aged pickled cabbage beef noodles, and a bottle of cola. Observing the scant provisions, he let out a bitter smile, pondering how he would survive with so little. He ceased to control Dream Xiaotao, binding her with a strap from his clothes, as he could not afford any distractions while indulging in snacks. Due to the excessive drain on his mental energy, this meager food was insignificant against his hunger, leaving him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. In this dormitory, a total of 6 individuals resided. Excluding him, there were 5 remaining. He rummaged through all the suitcases in a chaotic manner, discovering little sustenance, save for a few peanuts and sunflower seeds. Upon reaching the last person's suitcase, he exclaimed in astonishment. The sole mental nourishment, 2 packs of cigarettes. Oh, you men, who would have thought that in this apocalyptic world, your grace would still be bestowed upon me? I shall not be modest. He lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling wisps of smoke. Beside him, Meng Xiaotao gaped, letting out tiny shouts. Ah, would you like one as well? As a second-tier zombie, Meng Xiaotao merely stared in response. Without hesitation, Wang Yu lit one for her too. He then sighed, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, he conceived a commemorative idea. Come, Meng Xiaotao, let us take a picture together. You are my first invaluable ally in this apocalypse. This shall serve as our wedding anniversary photo. Meng Xiaotao remained silent, regardless of her willingness. He snapped numerous photos until his phone, drained of battery, shut down. Oh no, oh no, oh no, he exclaimed. Where's the charger? You men, may I borrow yours? Wang Yu resumed his soliloquy, searching once more, and at last discovered a Type-C charger on his desk. He plugged it in, observing the fast-charging symbol, and sighed deeply. Indeed, my phone lacks signal and is of little use. However, it contains several gigabytes of study materials. Yet, with the campus beauty by my side, I can practice anytime. It seems that gadget has lost its significance. Practice indeed holds paramount importance. It is through practice that one truly experiences life. After all this time, I have yet to engage in such endeavors. At this juncture, Wang Yu's true nature began to reveal itself as he approached Meng Xiaotao with a gentle smile. Meng Xiaotao, I have feelings for you. Do you reciprocate? Meng Xiaotao remained silent. Since you choose not to respond, I shall assume your agreement. With that, he grasped her hand and knelt on one knee, kissing her passionately. After exchanging numerous kisses, he lifted his gaze to discover her attire marred with blood. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and remarked with a playful tone, Meng Xiaotao, it appears your body is rather unclean. May I assist you in taking a bath? Meng Xiaotao remained silent. Subsequently, Wang Yu took it upon himself to bathe her and adorned her in a pristine white t-shirt paired with black athletic pants. Instantly, her refined demeanor emerged, though she still bore no shoes, which did nothing to diminish her captivating beauty. Due to the apocalyptic circumstances that had rendered the water sources contaminated, he refrained from washing himself. However, Meng Xiaotao, being a zombie, was unaffected, and the water remained clear and pure, albeit tainted with invisible viruses. After this endeavor, they found themselves seated on the bed, with the restrained Meng Xiaotao nestled in Wang Yu's embrace. Though her lips parted as if to bite him at any moment, her limbs were bound, thwarting her attempts. Instead, she merely tilted her head, seeking opportunities. Chapter 9. The survivors of Building 7. Upon glancing at his phone, he was astonished to find it fully charged. Wang Yu smiled and remarked, "Indeed, the 120-watt fast charging is remarkably swift. It fills up in just a few minutes. Come, Meng Xiaotao, let us venture into another room." Subsequently, he did not restrain Meng Xiaotao, but instead held her hand, wielding the spatula in his right hand while a hefty iron rod rested against her back. This iron rod weighed several dozen pounds, alleviating much of the burden. In the midst of this apocalyptic scenario, such behavior emerged once more. Which door cannot be opened? A swift kick will surely suffice. Wang Yu rummaged around like a bandit, and his efforts yielded a bountiful harvest: chocolates, peanut milk, sausages, and an abundance of other provisions. However, the most unexpected discovery was a four-person room that stood ajar, clean and devoid of any unpleasant odor. He then brought Meng Xiaotao into the room, albeit just for the night. After all, accompanying a silent school beauty meant merely scraping by. It was far more intriguing to explore the vast world outside. Placing Meng Xiaotao onto the bed, he promptly locked the door behind them. Soon after, each held a bottle of milk. "Come, Meng Xiaotao, let us toast to the first night of the apocalypse. Cheers." With Wang Yu's support, they engaged in a ceremonial clinking of their bottles. Wang Yu finished his drink entirely, while Meng Xiaotao refrained. "Why aren't you drinking? You should partake." "Oh, right, you're a zombie and cannot drink. Perhaps you might enjoy a few virus essence pills instead." In the end, through his attentive care, Wang Yu found his own hunger satiated, while Meng Xiaotao continued to gaze at him with an open mouth, yearning to bite. "Very well, since that is the case, let us retire for the night. Tomorrow, I shall take you out to explore the vast world, and perhaps you might even gain a few delightful companions." Wang Yu harbored grand ambitions, yet the readers before the screen surely share his sentiments. He gently lifted Meng Xiaotao and placed her upon the clean bed, even kindly washing her feet before they slept. Gazing at her exquisite jade-like feet, he felt an uncontrollable urge to kiss them, but upon reflection, he pondered why he would indulge in such an act when there were other more enticing areas to attend to. Subsequently, he extinguished the light and drifted off to sleep alongside Meng Xiaotao. This virus, with each division and evolution, signifies an upgrade in its genetic makeup, becoming increasingly formidable compared to its predecessors, while its inherent flaws are gradually rectified. Yet, nothing is swifter than the act of consuming a living being. As the sunlight streamed in and illuminated Wang Yu's face, he was the first to awaken, stretching lazily. "Meng Xiaotao, did you sleep well with me last night?" Meng Xiaotao remained silent, her mouth agape, unresponsive. Observing this sight brought a knowing smile to Wang Yu's face. It seemed she had indeed enjoyed their night together. However, she ought to exercise restraint and refrain from pressing her delightful weight upon his hand every time, as it had grown somewhat fatigued. Although soft and bouncy, it still bore a slight heft. Such bold words betrayed his hunger, revealing his unquenched desires. "Come, let us embark on an adventure into the grand world with my future wife, Meng Xiaotao." Meng Xiaotao extended her small hand, still yearning to grasp Wang Yu, longing to consume his very essence. Subsequently, he did not begin to exert control over her. Instead, he walked independently, leading the bound Meng Xiaotao with one hand. In this scenario, he was capable of confronting the situation himself. As long as the zombies did not exceed the second tier, it posed no significant threat. Where to go now? Standing by the fourth-floor window, he gazed across at the other dormitories. This school was quite expansive, comprising a total of 10 dormitory buildings, each with 6 floors. Among them, 6 were designated for male students, while 4 were for female students. After searching for days, he had yet to encounter any living souls. The only person he had found was a nefarious individual whom he promptly dealt with. Observing the feeble zombies wandering below, he pondered whether there were perhaps too few of them. Wang Yu peered again, and suddenly noticed a reflection from the window of the 7th male dormitory. There was someone inside. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to that spot, fixating intently. A man in a red jacket, clad in shorts, stepped out onto the balcony and lit a cigarette. It seemed there were still survivors, but he needed to make his way over. He then turned to the beautiful zombie, Meng Xiaotao, and gently inquired, "Do you share the same thought as I do? Shall I take you along?" Meng Xiaotao remained silent, her blood-red eyes fixed upon him. It appeared that her silence was an agreement. Without further hesitation, Wang Yu embraced Meng Xiaotao and began his descent down the stairs. At this moment, his physical strength was comparable to that of a grown man. However, carrying Meng Xiaotao presented its own challenges, for her form was exquisitely perfect. Although last night all the necessary encounters occurred, the freshness of the experience lingered. Despite her being a zombie, her beauty was undeniable. After a moment of hesitation, I finally stepped through the dormitory's entrance. The day was bright, with the sun shining, making these first-tier zombies relatively manageable, as their vision was obstructed. However, carrying Meng Xiaotao presented many inconveniences, compelling me to navigate around the zombies until I arrived at the base of the 7th floor dormitory. With the aid of my prior memories, I accurately reached the 3rd floor and located the room where people had previously gathered. To convey my amicable intentions, I refrained from kicking down the door and instead gently rapped twice. Yet, at that moment, I was at a loss for words and awkwardly uttered, "Those inside. I wish to join your ranks. Is that acceptable?" The occupants momentarily paused, but soon welcomed me with enthusiasm. "Sure, but do you possess any combat abilities? We cannot accept someone who would merely be a burden." I chuckled. How could that be? Even if you were to perish, my survival would be assured. Such bravado. Tao Rui, should we let him in? At this point, my patience wore thin. I furrowed my brow slightly and placed Meng Xiaotao on the ground. So, will you open the door or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Silence ensued from within, leading me to believe they would not open the door. To my surprise, it swung open, revealing a rather handsome young man with a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Come in," he said, then his eyes widened in astonishment. "What is that behind you? A zombie? Let me see this zombie." However, the individuals in the room were utterly astonished. The door, which had been slightly ajar, was forcefully pulled wide open by them. 2 of them stood there, dumbfounded. A boy clad in a brown vest and cropped trousers, with a delicate visage, expressed his surprise, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he exclaimed, "Wow, this female zombie is quite something. Where did you get her?" Wang Yu remained silent, positioning himself protectively in front of them. "Do not misconstrue this. This female zombie belongs to me. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Apologies, but how could that be? It's the apocalypse. Even if a female zombie were presented to me, I would not dare to approach her for fear of infection." Tao Rui chuckled, promptly retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering one to Wang Yu. "Care for a smoke, young man?" Wang Yu skillfully accepted it and lit it, thanking him. "I am Wang Yu. I hope that in this dire world, we can assist one another." "Haha, so you are Wang Yu?" "I am Mu Ji," replied the one in the red jacket, displaying a warm demeanor without any ill intentions. Chapter 10. Better to starve than to feed the zombies. Come on. Wang Yu, hurry inside. Don't linger outside. I fear that zombies may soon arrive, and it would be ill-fated. "Thank you," he replied, ushering the timid Meng Xiaotao inside, while Tao Rui promptly closed and locked the door behind them. Truth be told, we are quite fearful of zombies. "Wang Yu, how did you manage to capture this female zombie?" Wang Yu now had the opportunity to boast. "It is quite simple. With my charm and means, I shall captivate her." However, Mu Ji fixated intently on Meng Xiaotao's face, observing her crimson eyes, and could not help but shudder slightly. "Oh, how terrifying. Be cautious not to extend your hand. She might bite you, and soon you could find yourself transformed into a zombie. In that case, I shall not hold back." Tao Rui jested, though a hint of concern lingered in his words. Wang Yu spoke up directly. "How long have you survived here? Have you encountered any other survivors?" "Well, not at the moment. Ever since the outbreak of the zombies, I have concealed myself here with my close brother." Remaining utterly oblivious to the happenings outside, Tao Rui replied with a smile, placing his hand on Mu Ji's shoulder. Although they shared no blood ties, their bond was now stronger than that of brothers. Yet, would there be treachery behind their backs? Wang Yu could not ascertain. At this moment, Mu Ji patted his stomach, and Tao Rui suggested, "Let us have breakfast first." "Ah, we might be short on food. Our supplies are dwindling." Tao Rui expressed a tinge of regret as he opened a nearby cabinet, revealing numerous empty snack containers. "Here we go. There are only these few compressed biscuits left. And by the way, there's a bottle of water priced at 3 yuan, with only a little remaining." Tao Rui handed the food to Mu Ji, who smiled and then passed it on to Wang Yu. Wang Yu accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Aren't you going to eat?" "Alas, I see that you two have had a tough time. Have you not been hungry for many days?" Mu Ji's concern instantly elevated Wang Yu's impression of him. However, Wang Yu merely shook his head, for in truth, I came here only after having satisfied my hunger. Immediately, he opened the backpack he had been carrying, revealing an assortment of snacks he had previously collected, some of which remained uneaten. "Come on, don't be shy. Once these are gone, we can venture to other dormitories to search for more. Who knows what delightful surprises await us." Wang Yu said with a smile, offering cookies, papaya, and chocolate from his bag to Mu Ji. How did you manage to obtain such treasures? Tao Rui enviously remarked, reminiscing about the days when he feasted solely on compressed biscuits. Those were truly arduous times compared to the bounty Wang Yu had just unveiled. Alas, this is all that remains. Please, enjoy this chocolate. It took a whole building to procure this little amount. Wang Yu continued, handing over a box of chocolate wrapped in green packaging. Tao Rui eagerly accepted it, tearing open the packaging without hesitation and taking a hearty bite. Thank you so much. This is absolutely delicious, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Having subsisted on compressed biscuits for days, the mere presence of chocolate in this bleak world brought him to the verge of tears of happiness. After finishing a box of chocolate, he incessantly expressed his thanks to Wang Yu, who seemed nothing short of a savior. Wang Yu, unreservedly, insisted on sharing his provisions swiftly with them. However, with his mouth full, Mu Ji mumbled a question. Does your female zombie eat? How could a zombie consume anything? Unless you offer her your blood, Tao Rui jested, inadvertently lightening the mood for Wang Yu. The playful banter provided an unexpected solution to the tension, leaving Wang Yu momentarily at a loss for words. Ha ha, Mu Ji jested. If this beautiful zombie could speak and plead with me, I would surely cut open my wrist and offer her 400 cc of my blood. However, Wang Yu was skeptical. Glancing at the delicate and frail young man, he remarked, that 400 cc might put your life in jeopardy. Nonsense. I used to be a blood donation ambassador, Mu Ji retorted. Hearing this absurdity, Tao Rui chuckled and patted Mu Ji on the back. You mustn't jest. She might not even want your blood. Perhaps she prefers meat instead. Wang Yu, observing their playful banter, burst into hearty laughter, though his expression gradually shifted. Tao Rui, Mu Ji, what are your plans for the future? I do not know. Tao Rui sighed. Perhaps we will follow you? We can only take it one step at a time. Indeed, indeed. None of us have encountered a zombie before. At least you have had that experience. Yet I must admit, the beautiful zombie beside you is truly stunning. Mu Ji chimed in, his gaze lingering on Meng Xiao Tao next to Wang Yu. In his mind, aside from her captivating eyes, everything about her could be deemed perfect. Well, you may accompany me, but I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, who knows how terrifying the zombies outside may be. It was already quite a struggle for me to protect myself, Wang Yu stated, not intending to frighten them, but merely conveying the truth. Nevertheless, Mu Ji could not help but sigh, reminiscing about his past when he had been earnest in class. He casually chose a bed and lay down quietly, sighing. He thought it would be better to wait for death in a random place than to venture outside to feed the zombies. This response astonished Tao Rui, who looked at Mu Ji with disbelief, then snorted coldly. I never expected you to be so cowardly, but I must admit I feel somewhat the same. Truly, dying of hunger is indeed easier than going out to feed the zombies. However, Wang Yu clearly disapproved of their mindset. He considered that he possessed a small degree of special ability. Although he could not divulge this to others for fear of inciting their greed, he still had some means to survive. It was now 9:50 p.m. Wang Yu glanced at his phone. Aside from the lack of signal, it was practically useless. Yet he clung to a shred of hope. Are you really not planning to go outside, even if it's just to feed the zombies? Tao Rui was taken aback by these words, his mouth slowly opening in surprise before he closed it again, stroking his chin as he contemplated. I would prefer to wait for death rather than feed the zombies. Wang Yu maintained a glimmer of determination and decided to share some insights about the zombies' weaknesses. For instance, he suggested that the best time to venture out was around noon, when the zombies' senses were at their weakest. Additionally, he warned against making loud noises, or else the consequences would be dire. After listening to Wang Yu's analysis, Tao Rui was even more astonished. He never expected this young man to possess such knowledge. No wonder he was the one who managed to capture a beautiful zombie. As their conversation continued, the sound of Mu Ji's snoring gradually filled the air. Tao Rui nudged him twice with his elbow. Hey, wake up. Are you still sleeping? Wang Yu was informing me about certain weaknesses of zombies. You missed quite an intriguing part. Ah, zombies have weaknesses? Mu Ji gazed at him with wide eyes, then lay back down. What does that have to do with me? I'm not going out. I'd rather await death. Mu Ji declared resolutely, his words hurried. Chapter 11. Fleeing to the store, almost trapped by zombies. Initially, he assumed Wang Yu and Tao Yong would berate him, but to his surprise, they both gave him a thumbs up, praising him. Indeed, you are quite brave. Starving to death is preferable to dying in pain, is it not? Haha, not really. Mu Ji was at a loss for words. merely muttering something before turning away, choosing to fall into a quiet slumber. After all, death was inevitable. He would never venture outside to feed the zombies, even if it meant starving. It seemed Mu Ji had lost all hope. Tao Rui, are you coming out with me? Wang Yu directed his gaze toward Tao Rui, speaking leisurely. This fellow had previously been engaged with him, but had gradually altered his approach, so Wang Yu naturally sought to seize the opportunity. Although it was impossible to protect both Meng Xiaotao and himself simultaneously, he was still a conscious being, and at least he possessed some combat capability. Perhaps he could carve out a niche for himself. Upon hearing this, Tao Rui fell into contemplation. Wang Yu, however, did not rush him, merely observing in silence. After a while, when no words were forthcoming, Wang Yu positioned Meng Xiaotao across his lap while he sat on the bed. Mindful of the school goddess's fine and delicate form, concerned to avoid causing her any discomfort, Tao Rui had been lost in thought. But Wang Yu's actions brought him sudden enlightenment. All right, I will accompany you outside. Perhaps I might even manage to charm a beautiful zombie into my embrace. He exclaimed, "Ah, are you not afraid it might bite you to death?" At that moment, Mu Ji suddenly became intrigued, turning his head with a look of astonishment, completely forgetting his intentions of sleep. However, Wang Yu clearly had no time to spare for them. It was precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, likely the time when the sunlight was most intense, rendering the zombies' combat abilities at their weakest. Wang Yu glanced at his phone, stood up, and hoisted Meng Xiaotao onto his shoulder. Tao Rui watched Wang Yu's decisive action and quickly called out, "Are you leaving already? Then I shall go with you. I have made up my mind." "Very well, let us gather some makeshift weapons. Wooden sticks, iron rods, or swords will suffice." Upon hearing that the two intended to leave, Mu Ji could no longer contain himself and immediately sat up. "Leaving me here alone is out of the question. If you are both going, then I shall join you as well." "You too? Did you not say you would not go?" Tao Rui was somewhat taken aback, but he quickly acquiesced with a nod. "Then you should also find some weapons for self-defense. We shall head out with Wang Yu shortly." With that, Tao Rui and Mu Ji set about smashing their suitcase to retrieve iron rods from within. What had initially been useless clutter, after their assembly, began to resemble something formidable. While it still paled in comparison to professional weaponry, it would serve adequately for self-defense. Mu Ji chuckled, exclaiming, "My great sword is finally complete." He raised a tattered object, which, aside from the few pockmarked iron ingots attached to it, was fundamentally nothing more than a broken iron rod. Its sturdiness remained uncertain, and it was hollow. "Is that what you call a weapon? In that case, does it not make this my illustrious sword?" Meanwhile, Tao Rui's shabby weapon exhibited a semblance of form. He had retained a piece that could be conveniently used to affix sharp objects, such as a concealed fruit knife. Wang Yu opened the door decisively. "Since you are ready, let us embark. Fate will determine life and death, while fortune resides in the heavens." Indeed, fate will determine life and death, and fortune resides in the heavens. "Brothers, charge forth." Tao Rui and Mu Ji promptly followed suit. "Keep your voices down. The noise will attract the zombies." Heeding Wang Yu's warning, the two nodded hurriedly, expressing their gratitude for the reminder. Suddenly, Mu Ji interjected, inquiring about their destination. "Are we really just going to leave the school like this? No need to rush. It seems our school has a shop, and perhaps it harbors a good supply of food. We shall head there first." With a sense of direction, Wang Yu led the two toward that location. Along the way, they encountered a few zombies, but during midday, these first-tier zombies posed little threat. However, with each zombie they dispatched, Wang Yu would rummage through its head, which piqued their curiosity. "Wang Yu, what are you searching for in the zombies' heads?" Tao Rui asked, intrigued, as he casually severed a zombie's neck, blood splattering forth. In truth, this item could be utilized to entice the enchanting school beauty beside me, yet it holds little value for you. Indeed, if the two of you do not mind, assisting me in gathering some would be appreciated. Wait a moment. Did you say the one you bear on your shoulder is the school beauty? Mu Ji couldn't help but lick his lips. I hadn't paid much attention before. I never imagined that what you carry is indeed the school beauty. It's surprising that even she has succumbed to the infection. He expressed a hint of regret and let out a few sighs. Meanwhile, Tao Rui had just dispatched a few zombies with a swift strike to their foreheads. Passing the item to Wang Yu. "Let us move on. Whether or not she is the school beauty is irrelevant now, as she has already turned into a zombie. What do you intend to do? Are you willing to risk becoming a zombie yourself just to touch her? Or perhaps you plan to offer her some of your blood?" "Nonsense. I am not that kind of person," Mu Ji retorted, promptly dispatching a zombie, its half-visible face revealing the remnants of beauty. "Enough of your bickering. It seems the school store is located near Building 5, beneath the girls' dormitory. We must hasten our pace, if there are still living beings inside. It would be quite a fortunate discovery. Wang Yu is already entertaining fantastical notions. While anything is feasible in this apocalypse, such ideas can only be realized at night. I concur with your perspective. Let us proceed swiftly. Subsequently, the three of them divided their roles efficiently. Tao Rui and Muji forged ahead, clearing the path, while Wang Yu cradled Ming Xiaodao, gathering the viral essence behind them. This method proved remarkably swift, and they soon arrived at their destination. Upon gazing at the tightly sealed store, Tao Rui and Mu Ji let out a sigh, contemplating their inability to enter. However, Wang Yu did not indulge in hesitation. With a single blow, he shattered the glass door, embodying sheer brute force. Wang Yu, you're vandalizing public property, Mu Ji exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing Wang Yu undertake actions that he himself would never dare. It was evident that Wang Yu intended to do as he pleased in this apocalyptic scenario. Disregarding concerns of destruction, survival took precedence. The noise could potentially attract hordes of zombies, and they needed to hasten inside. Wang Yu urged, and it dawned on both of them, prompting their swift entry through the shattered window. However, as fate would have it, the commotion triggered the store's alarm, its blaring sound echoing loudly. Wang Yu cursed under his breath, damn it. He could not afford to dwell on it. He needed to locate the alarm and silence it, for it was a significant nuisance. Anxious, he directed the two who had already entered. All right, hurry in. I'll search for the alarm. Mu Ji, join me. I fear there may be zombies lurking inside. Whether or not zombies were present in the store remained uncertain. Yet the alarm's cacophony had undoubtedly drawn the attention of nearby undead. Just as Wang Yu was in the process of pushing Ming Xiaotao's body halfway into the store, zombies in the distance began to sprint towards them in a frenzy. In a fit of urgency, he kicked Ming Xiaotao forcefully, propelling her inside with sheer determination. The urgency was palpable. Wang Yu leapt into action, diving in after her. He toppled nearby shelves, using them to barricade the gaping entrance of the store. This method proves to be quite effective. The hulking zombies are unable to enter, their arms, legs, and half of their heads merely managing to intrude. Witnessing this scene, he chuckled, relieved by his own cleverness, for otherwise, he would have been forced to become a meal for the undead. Chapter 12. Duan Rui's transformation into a zombie, establishing the father-son relationship before death. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the air. It was none other than Tao Rui. Wang Yu, disregarding everything else, placed Ming Xiaotao aside and ventured alone into the store to investigate. What greeted his eyes was a harrowing sight. Tao Rui was on the verge of going offline. He sat on the ground, clutching his leg in silence, next to a mangled corpse of a zombie. Wang Yu hurried over and inquired, "What happened?" Mu Ji sighed heavily, concealing his face in anguish as he lamented, "I was careless. A zombie lay on the ground. And as I walked past, it bit me. That vile creature must have been set loose by that foolish shopkeeper, who, even in death, continues to wreak havoc. What shall we do now?" Wang Yu found himself at a loss. He could control the zombies, but he could not exert influence over the living. Though Tao Rui was on the brink of mutation, he remained unmanageable. Slowly, Tao Rui rose to his feet. The bite on his leg had turned black, indicating the virus was spreading. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. He even praised himself in such a manner. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Mu Ji could only watch as Tao Rui gradually approached the food shelf, laden with many once expensive items. Sigh. Tao Rui, tears streaming down his face, unwrapped an exquisite piece of 99 pure chocolate and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly as his cheeks glistened with sorrow. The three individuals in the shop remained silent. While outside, the relentless scratching of zombies echoed against the door. The bitterness of the chocolate mirrored the bitterness of his life. Tao Rui consumed 7 or 8 pieces, each worth more than 100 yuan in ordinary times, yet now, this would be his final meal. This chocolate is quite delightful. You two should come and indulge. Do not pity me, for this may well be my fate. However, you are my roommate, although you used to call me dad whenever I shared a cigarette with you. How could a father not cherish his son? Get lost. I'm dying, and you still want to take advantage of me? Tao Rui's face flushed with a mix of anger and sorrow, but he fought to suppress his rage. Let us keep quiet, Mu Ji. Perhaps he has already made peace with his life. Wang Yu nudged Mu Ji with his elbow, realizing only now that his longtime companion would meet such a tragic end, transforming into a zombie. Yet, Mu Ji still wept. Whether or not those tears were devoid of sentiment, they were tears nonetheless. Tao Rui approached slowly, his expression dark as he handed 2 pieces of chocolate to them. Wang Yu, May I ask a favor of you? What is it? With great effort, Tao Rui managed to force a jest through his anguish. May I kiss the feet of the campus beauty just once? When he expressed such a desire, Muji was taken aback. Tao Rui, is this truly your final thought? Why not seek something more exhilarating? No, the campus belle is, after all, a possession of Brother Wang Yu. Just savoring a mere taste is already quite enough for me. Well, you certainly possess great audacity. However, as you are on the verge of becoming a zombie, I cannot question your choices. Muji realized that her previous words had been rather reckless and hastily unwrapped a piece of chocolate, quickly consuming it to silence herself. Though Wang Yu was somewhat reluctant, having yet to indulge in the delicate feat of the campus belle himself, he conceded to share. Admittedly, that area had become somewhat unclean. After washing her feet earlier, he had not even given her shoes, merely bringing her over barefoot. Is it permissible, Brother Wang Yu? Have some pity on me. I'm about to transform into a zombie. Just grant me this small favor. Tao Rui's plea was marked by a poignant humility, as he regarded life and death with indifference. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu agreed, promising to return with Ming Xiaotao to wash her feet and provide her with shoes. As it was indeed inappropriate to see her walking barefooted, he then lifted Ming Xiaotao into his arms, gently raising her foot, while Tao Rui nonchalantly pressed his lips to her toes. This gesture, though seemingly affectionate, carried an unsettling nuance, originally bearing an expression of impending doom. Tao Rui instantly brightened after kissing the campus belle's foot. Muji, oh Muji, you have lost. After savoring the moment, Tao Rui licked his lips and grinned. Meanwhile, Muji, appearing oblivious, gazed at the savoring Tao Rui in utter confusion. What do you mean? What have I lost? Humph, you must have forgotten, haven't you? When we first arrived at this school, did we not both admire the beauty of the campus goddess? We made a wager, do you remember? What wager? Muji felt a twinge of urgency, instinctively taking a step back, bewildered by Tao Rui's triumphant demeanor. If you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. Did you not assert that a beautiful woman's feet are unblemished? Did we not agree that whoever kisses the campus goddess's foot would compel the other to address him as father for eternity? Tao Rui basked in his sense of superiority. Though he had been bitten by a zombie, he felt no concern. Fulfilling a wager before his demise seemed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. So what say you? Will you comply? His tone bore an air of condescension. Muji pondered for a moment, his expression darkening as he reluctantly forced out a few words through clenched lips. Father. Ah, my dear son. Tao Rui was evidently pleased. Come now, my dear son. Utter it again. Father. Once more. Father. Ah, my dear son, just a few more times. Jests aside, once the laughter subsides, the consequences of Tao Rui's fate as a zombie would soon unfold. He sensed his vision growing increasingly hazy, even his facial features becoming somewhat unresponsive. Through his eyes, the world appeared to be tinged with a slow crimson, and even Muji's youthful flesh seemed rather delectable to him. Tao Rui swayed unsteadily, feeling as though the world around him was spinning. In a moment of distraction, he collided forcefully with the shelf before him. Tao Rui, what is wrong with you? Muji hurried over, concerned, attempting to support him, but Tao Rui brusquely pushed him away. Go quickly, step back. I am about to become a zombie. I cannot drag you down with me. But you are my father. Joking aside, how can you take this so seriously? Then before I perish, I wish to hear you call out to me once more. Just utter the word father so I may listen. Father. Oh, my dear son. So obedient. I have no regrets in this lifetime. Are you satisfied now, Tao Rui? Just as Muji was about to check on him, he realized that Tao Rui had lost his breath. His eyes were tightly shut, and the veins on his face had turned an ominous black, presenting a terrifying sight. He had indeed transformed into a zombie. I shall send him off on his final journey, he thought. However, Muji halted Wang Yu. Let it be. I will take care of this. It is only fitting for a son to escort his father. He was serious, though perhaps not entirely sincere. It could have been a facade. Suddenly, Chapter 13. Has her body started to decay? Another effect of the virus essence pill, Tao Rui, now a zombie, opened his blood-red eyes and let out a howl, lunging towards Muji to bite him. Yet, recalling their past bond, he struck mercilessly, severing half of Tao Rui's head in one blow, and with another, the head fell to the ground. Muji stood frozen, staring at the headless corpse of Tao Rui, uncertain of what to do, caught in a limbo between tears and sighs. Wang Yu gently patted her shoulder, urging her not to feel disheartened. For life is replete with surprises, and perhaps retribution would arrive in the next moment. Muji nodded, expressing her intention to indulge in a hearty meal to regain her composure. Wang Yu did not dissuade her. Instead, he settled down, placing her feet upon his lap, and tenderly wiped her toes with a few damp tissues. Gazing at her dainty, rosy feet, he licked his dry lips, unable to deny that she was indeed the belle of the campus. However, he deemed it was not the right time for such thoughts. He would await the night to offer her something more. Yet, as he lifted his gaze to her cheeks, he discerned that her lips had changed color, displaying signs of decay. This was troubling. Had Meng Xiaotao's body begun to decompose? She was the goddess he had longed for, though transformed into a zombie. Her body had previously been intact, and now it was slowly deteriorating. How could he proceed? Previously, he had enjoyed administering the virus essence pills while controlling her. Perhaps he could experiment with them now. Wang Yu extracted several virus essence pills from her clothing pocket and placed them in her crimson lips. In just a short while, her formerly discolored lips gradually returned to their original hue. He sighed deeply, realizing this method proved effective. He would need to eliminate more zombies in the future to procure such substances. Perhaps they could even facilitate her evolution. Who knows? She might eventually regain her ability to speak. As Wang Yu pondered, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he quietly regarded Meng Xiaotao in his embrace. Aside from her inability to speak, she was utterly perfect. At that moment, Muji approached, offering a tin of beef, suggesting it was quite delectable. You should give it a try, she encouraged. Wang Yu did not refuse. He skillfully accepted the offering and began to taste it. Indeed, the flavor was delightful, even surpassing my expectations. Reflecting on the hardships he had endured in the past, during his university years, he had always lived frugally, even shying away from romance. Yet, the present was different. After finishing the can, he looked up at Muji and inquired about her future plans. I'm not certain, she replied. Perhaps I will follow you. If we can find a sanctuary for rescue, I could remain there, safe from the terrifying zombies. Muji hesitated. While dispatching a single zombie was manageable, confronting a horde was an entirely different matter. This relentless tide of the undead seemed insurmountable. Very well, she conceded. If we ever have the opportunity to encounter such a military-guarded refuge, I will certainly inform you. Wang Yu himself was unsure why he had spoken those words. But upon seeing Muji's despondent expression, he nodded in agreement. In truth, we need not venture out so soon. The food here could sustain us for many days. Muji's spirits lifted as she heartily consumed the provisions and sipped the pure mineral water. It was indeed a sound strategy. Yet the question lingered. What would happen once the food was depleted? They would still have to face the terrifying zombies. However, for the moment, there was no need for alarm. They could survive for several days, and he felt no fear even if it meant indulging to his heart's content. After all, with the zombie school beauty by your side, what is there to fear? Stop. Do not entertain any thoughts about my zombie school beauty. You cannot handle it. Leave that to me, Wang Yu retorted, a hint of impatience in his tone as he held the school beauty tightly in his arms. Life must be anchored in courage. Muji said little, for even if it were offered to him now, he would not dare to accept it, fearing that he might be bitten come nightfall, and thus miss the dawn of a new day. It was just past 5 in the afternoon when Wang Yu glanced at his phone and remarked with a smile. It's still early. Muji, feeling overly sated, lay amidst a pile of snacks as if swimming in indulgence. Wang Yu merely cast a quick glance at him before venturing to explore the other rooms. Aside from the main guest room designated for visitors, the other spaces in the school shop were private quarters belonging to the proprietor. Could that zombie have been the shopkeeper? Wang Yu pondered. Yet the shopkeeper had been rather kind. Fortunately, he had locked the door in time and left behind ample provisions for them. Gently pushing open one of the side doors, he was greeted by an exquisite environment. A large, clean wooden bed, fitness equipment, and even a plethora of dry clothes filled the room. What a splendid place. Tonight's sleeping arrangements are settled, he exclaimed. Isn't that right, Meng Xiaotao? But Meng Xiaotao remained silent, her small mouth agape, still yearning for a taste of Wang Yu's flesh. It seemed her silence was an agreement. He took Meng Xiaotao's delicate, jade-like hand and draped it over his shoulder before lifting her in a princess carry and placing her on the bed. Good night, Meng Xiaotao. You shall rest here tonight, while I explore a few more rooms and return to keep you company. To prevent her from becoming unruly, he decided to bind her with a rope, intending to release her later. Wang Yu clapped his hands with a wicked grin. Ah, the school beauty. Who would have thought you would eventually fall into my grasp? He appeared somewhat villainous, yet the campus belle remained silent, her silence implying tacit agreement. Soon after, Wang Yu felt a pressing urge to relieve himself and approached the small wooden door beside him, pushing it open. To his astonishment, an aged and grotesque zombie suddenly lunged out from the stall. Caught off guard, he was swiftly knocked to the ground. The zombie, in life, had once resembled a woman, but now, bearing the marks of age, she seemed to be in her 40s or 50s, likely the wife of the shopkeeper. Such repugnant zombies typically deserved no mercy. Therefore, Wang Yu, without hesitation, thrust his foot against her abdomen and kicked her away. You wretched creature, your husband has already succumbed to zombification. What are you still doing here to torment the living? However, the shopkeeper's wife remained mute. Wang Yu merely sought to bolster his own courage with his words. Come on, zombie, if you dare, bite me. If you manage to, I shall concede defeat. If not, I'll send you to join your husband. Wang Yu, with a hint of bravado, was met with a swift response from Mu Ji, who, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over and tossed a makeshift weapon to him. With my weapon, let me witness your prowess against the undead. No way, your weapon is far too shabby. Resorting to it against such lowly zombies would be an affront to my capabilities. Oh, so now you disdain my weapon, do you? Mu Ji retorted mockingly, her eyes wide with anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Watch closely, this punch will be spectacular. Wang Yu, mimicking the stance of a boxer, crouched down and delivered a powerful punch to the zombie's abdomen as it charged toward him. The zombie's back arched, and its entire body was sent flying several meters backward, crashing against the wall, as a stream of black blood erupted from its mouth. Impressive, isn't it? Wang Yu began to boast. Quite formidable. Excellent, keep up the effort. Immediately after, the zombie, oblivious to pain, let out a series of roars and charged once more. This time, Wang Yu held nothing back. Combining fist and feet, he brought the creature to the ground. He unleashed a whip kick, shattering the zombie's skeletal structure. The zombie lay on the ground, writhing in a pitiful display of death throes. If zombies could speak, it would surely lament. Why is it so difficult to savor human flesh? Must I endure such torment from you? Chapter 14. 3 starving ghosts. Please finish it quickly, Wang Yu. Do not torment the zombies. Mu Ji's urging was a stark reflection of his lack of humanity. Zombies would not express gratitude, but might instead repay with a painful bite. Wang Yu merely scoffed, lifting his foot to crush the zombie's skull. He probed its head with his hand, extracting a white viral essence pill, which he skillfully placed into his pocket. What is this? You asked me to collect these. I have 5 or 6 more here. Unaware, Mu Ji pulled out the additional pills from his pocket and handed them to him. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly accepted them. Thank you. These are invaluable. Although they hold little use for you, they are quite beneficial for my zombie girlfriend. Mu Ji remained puzzled. Why are they of no use to me? How are they formed? I am not entirely certain. I surmise that this phenomenon is akin to a zombie virus. As for its origin, it likely manifests as a crystalline core, perhaps similar to the spiritual cores found in mythical beasts within novels. Upon hearing this explanation, Mu Ji suddenly grasped the concept, exclaiming, "Oh, thank you, I understand now." Yet, he pondered, what would happen if I were to consume one? Wang Yu fell into silence, having never ventured such an act. A moment later, a look of sheer panic crossed his face as he thought, perhaps you would perish, transforming into a wretched hybrid of man and ghost, akin to these zombies. You know what that entails. Then I shall abandon that notion. I have no desire to become such a creature. I would rather meet a swift demise, he exclaimed with a laugh, patting Mu Ji on the shoulder. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass pierced the air, accompanied by the unsettling noise of something shifting the iron framework. This unexpected occurrence sent both of them into a state of alarm. What is happening? Could it be that zombies have breached the store? At this, Mu Ji was nearly paralyzed with fear and rushed to secure the door, locking it tightly. It's over. It's over. We are doomed. Calm down. We are alive, not zombies. Wang Yu reassured him. 3 individuals entered the store, 2 men and a woman. The men appeared quite robust, likely the athletic representatives of their class, wielding wooden sticks to clear the zombies from the entrance before swiftly stepping inside. Are they alive? How wonderful. After such a long time, we finally see living beings again. Mu Ji opened the door and was filled with excitement upon seeing the 3 living beings before him. Among them, a woman scoffed disdainfully, "Get away from me. Though you appear to be alive now, I have no way of knowing if you have been bitten, so keep your distance." Indeed, the young man was cautioned not to approach their class leader, who was clad in black attire and green shorts, named Inshan. To his right stood another young man in green clothing and black trousers, known as Long Hua. As for the class leader, she was relatively attractive, while not exceptionally beautiful. She was certainly a standout among their peers. Wang Yu emerged from the room, smiling as he inquired, "What brings you all here?" And Shan sighed. "We had intended to come here ourselves, but when we saw a sudden influx of zombies at the store entrance, I deduced that there must be living individuals inside. Else they wouldn't gather here. Thus, we decided to enter." Yes. Young man, what is your name?" Long Hua asked with a smile. Despite his handsome appearance, there was a hint of cunning in his demeanor, yet he endeavored to project warmth, attempting to make his expression amiable. "I am Wang Yu, and this beside me is Mu Ji." And Shan cast a glance at the slender Mu Ji, then regarded the composed Wang Yu, suddenly realizing that this individual was not to be trifled with. With a welcoming grin, he introduced himself. "I am Shan, and this is Long Hua. The lady here is our class leader, Tang Xuexue. Is that so? Your name is Tang Xuexue. It is a pleasure to meet you." Wang Yu extended his hand, hoping to forge a friendship with the young woman. Tang Xuexue appeared rather ungrateful, disdainfully swatting his hand away. "Don't touch me. I cannot ascertain whether you have been bitten by a zombie. What if you have been infected and your touch breaks my skin, thereby contaminating me?" However, Wang Yu remained indifferent, curling his lips with a nonchalant air, as if your hands are pristine, while they engaged in their quarrel. And Shan and Long Hua discreetly huddled aside, indulging in their food with an insatiable appetite, as though they had not tasted such delectable fare in ages. "Long Hua, hurry and eat. With so much delicious food, you must fill yourself up. Seriously, you two should have some semblance of dignity." Tang Xuexue ceased her argument with Wang Yu and approached, tugging at the ears of the two men. "Ouch, that hurts. Young miss, please don't." Long Hua and Shan pleaded incessantly for mercy. Yet, Tang Xuexue merely scoffed. "My father expended a great fortune to have you two safeguard me. And this is how you fulfill your duty? Without my command, you dare to flaunt your food? Do you not know that this young lady is also famished? Young miss, please spare us. We have been hungry for so long, and whenever there was something delicious, it was always reserved for you. We have yet to satiate ourselves. Indeed. Only when we are well fed can we have the strength to protect you." Long Hua quickly chimed in, busily tearing apart skewers of grilled meat and spicy strips, shoving them into his mouth. "Humph, such glib tongues," Tang Xuexue pouted, choosing to disregard them thereafter. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Mu Ji and Wang Yu. "You two, quickly tell me how long you have been here." Just as Mu Ji was about to respond, Wang Yu intervened, smirking disdainfully. "Why should I tell you? Do you believe you deserve to know?" With a scoff, Tang Xuexue stamped her foot, uttering a dismissive remark before ignoring them entirely. She wandered off to unwrap a chocolate bar, breaking off half of it to stuff into her mouth. A bittersweet expression mingled with excitement adorned her face. After so many days, she finally savored something decent, reminiscing about the ghastly junk food she had endured while trapped in the girls' dormitory. The three of them devoured the limited provisions with the fervor of starving souls, reducing their meager supply by a third in the process. At this rate, their food would be consumed before long. Wang Yu's countenance darkened as he brandished a spatula, exclaiming, "Hey, you three, could you refrain from acting like famished ghosts? Conserve your appetite. This food must sustain us for a considerable time." His words fell on deaf ears, prompting him to repeat himself loudly. And Shan contemplated opening a packet of chips, but hesitated, feeling slightly nauseated from the recent gluttony. "Long Hua, perhaps we should stop eating? If we keep this up, how will we manage later?" Indeed, it was prudent to conserve their resources. Long Hua tucked the recently unwrapped spicy strips into his pocket, with both men halting their consumption. Only Tang Xuexue continued to nibble on her food, murmuring to herself as she savored each bite. Chapter 15. 3 Faces Given to You. Only a dog would willingly share food with you. Long Hua forced a smile, nudging Tang Xuexue with his elbow. "Miss, you ought to be prudent. Consuming so much now will leave you with nothing later. We still need to venture out to find more." Tang Xuexue, however, paid no heed to his words. Turning away, she displayed an expression of indignation, her mouth, even the corners, smeared with dark chocolate. "I care not. As a woman, I am incomparable to you men. Step aside. I intend to continue eating." Her retort left Long Hua momentarily speechless. Yet, Wang Yu was not one to indulge her whims. He forcefully tapped the shelf with his hand, producing a deafening noise. "It's the apocalypse now. I advise you to temper your entitled demeanor, or else I shall not hold back." "What? Do you intend to take action against me?" Tang Xuexue replied, her face cold with disdain. with her 2 bodyguards nearby. She found it difficult to maintain a low profile. Besides relying on men, who else can you depend on? Wang Yu's words were laden with insinuation as he cast his gaze toward the 2 men beside her. Long Hua and Shan, are you 2 truly willing to protect Tang Xuexue? No, that is not the case. His father deposited $1 million into my bank account. Indeed, he deposited another $1 million into mine. At that moment, Wang Yu's realization dawned. They were merely acting on someone else's behalf. It seemed that money had lost its significance. Whether it was 10 million or 100 million, it held little value now. Perhaps it would be more prudent to. Wang Yu executed a rather wicked gesture, appearing somewhat ludicrous. However, Old S, with his keen insight into male behavior, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. No, we cannot proceed in that manner. After all, he was once our class monitor. If we act thus, how shall we face others in the future? Anshan chuckled awkwardly. In stark contrast, Longhua's reaction was one of indignation. What nonsense! At such a time, you're still entertaining thoughts about the class monitor? I advise you to abandon this foolish notion. While I may not be able to overpower you, rest assured, as long as I am present, your scheme shall come to naught. This declaration resonated deeply with Tang Xuexue, who echoed, indeed, a foolish single dog, blinded by desire. Even if I were to leap from here and meet my demise outside, I would never allow you to lay a finger on me. With a scoff, Wang Yu dismissed her words, as if I would ever covet you. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that although Wang Yu's appearance was rather ordinary, there was an undeniable charm about him, complemented by the fact that his girlfriend, Meng Xiaodao, lay in the adjacent bed, her beauty truly exceptional, far surpassing that of Tang Xuexue. Meanwhile, Mu Ji appeared markedly less appealing, with a sallow complexion and a frail demeanor, likely a result of malnutrition. Yet, Anshan and Longhua were both handsome, boasting square jaws akin to athletic young men who regularly engage in physical training. Regardless, she had no right to indulge in the food. This insatiable woman will devour everything. Wang Yu bellowed in frustration. Tang Xuexue, who had just unwrapped another packet of white chocolate and was initially quite enthusiastic, instantly lost all interest upon hearing Wang Yu's outburst, returning the food to its original place. She curled her lip, adopting the demeanor of a young lady. What? Is this store yours? You bark like a dog over there. What harm is there in me having a bite to eat? Does it bother you? Indeed, our class leader is having a little. What of it? The apocalypse is upon us, and this store does not belong to you. Everything here is ownerless now, so what is wrong with eating a little? Longhua chimed in. As the situation spiraled further out of control, Anshan, standing by, intervened. All right, cease the quarrel. How about we divide the remaining food among the 5 of us? On what grounds? Do those 2 useless ones also deserve a share of this food? Isn't it all mine? Tang Xuexue arrogantly regarded the food as her own. It's truly unbelievable that no one has taught you a lesson, and yet you continue to be spoiled. The fragile atmosphere of reconciliation was shattered. Viewing Wang Yu as worthless, anyone in his position would have erupted in fury. You 3, are you looking for a fight? I'm not afraid of you. Wang Yu shouted, gripping his weapon tightly. Though his fighting skills were not remarkable, he possessed a weapon, and he could not believe that he could be outmatched by 3 unarmed individuals. Damn it! Longhua could no longer contain his frustration, but Anshan quickly quelled his anger. All right, enough shouting. Do you not realize the gravity of our situation? What is there to argue about? The most crucial thing now is survival. If we waste our combat power, how will we make it out alive? However, those 2 worthless individuals are unworthy of sharing anything with us. Tang Xuexue still sought to incite anger. Anshan, standing nearby, promptly intervened. All right, our survival is paramount. Let us divide these provisions equally. Despite Tang Xuexue's fervent objections, the remaining 4 acquiesced. Soon after, Longhua and Anshan divided the food into 5 portions. Although it was not abundant, it sufficed to sustain them for 2 to 3 days. Come on. Wang Yu and Mu Ji, step forward to claim your share, Anshan said cheerfully, placing his portion into a backpack. All right, sounds good. Wang Yu and Mu Ji each took their share, yet Tang Xuexue remained visibly displeased. What a lowly creature. How dare she share in our bounty? This remark reached Wang Yu's ears, igniting his fury as he glared at her menacingly. Tang Xuexue immediately fell silent, daunted by his terrifying gaze. Reminiscent of a villain whose expression is forged through the heinous act of taking countless lives. Ultimately, the last 2 portions of food were claimed, signaling the near conclusion of this farce. Mu Ji, feeling elated, remarked, Wang Yu, we might even save some food. It should last us a week. Indeed. It could have lasted much longer if not for that foolish Tang Xuexue. Otherwise, this food would not have been squandered by them. Anshan and his group settled near the left side of the entrance, while Wang Yu's South group positioned themselves close to the bedroom door. Anshan then stood up and approached Wang Yu, smiling as he inquired, "Is there a restroom nearby? I need to relieve myself." He was suddenly beset by the urge, likely due to having consumed too much. "Indeed, I will guide you." Wang Yu left the food beside Mu Ji, feeling somewhat at ease. Subsequently, he led Anshan to the bedroom. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find a female zombie lying on the bed, startling him. Anshan, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Wang Yu, how can there be a zombie here? And bound, no less?" Wang Yu merely chuckled, gesturing for him not to be concerned. This female zombie poses no immediate threat. The restroom is inside. Go ahead, I've checked it, and there are no zombies there. Reassured by his words, Anshan hurriedly made his way to the restroom. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's thoughts were occupied, fixated on the unconscious Meng Xiaotao lying on the bed. He could not leave her there. It would not bode well. It was not out of fear of her causing harm, but rather the concern that others might take advantage of his absence and harm the campus beauty. He promptly lifted Meng Xiaotao and placed her in a secluded corner, covering her with a black bed sheet. Observing her movements beneath the cover, he furrowed his brow and whispered, "Stay still, be quiet, lest they discover you. Otherwise, your life will be in jeopardy, understand?" Meng Xiaotao remained silent. Noticing her lack of response, Wang Yu rummaged through her pocket, retrieving several crystal meth pills and placing them into her mouth, believing she was merely hungry. After consuming the white pills, Meng Xiaotao inexplicably quieted down and ceased her movements. Chapter 16. Scoundrel, are you seeking a beating? Moments later, Anshan emerged from the restroom, his expression serene. "Ah, that was quite a relief," he remarked. "What do you mean by that? Could it be that you were constipated before?" Wang Yu asked, somewhat astonished. "Haha, I suppose that might be the case," Anshan replied. Glancing around, "Where is that female zombie of yours? Have you hidden her away? Who is she? She wouldn't be your girlfriend, would she?" Wang Yu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "What girlfriend? But given the way things are developing, she should indeed be my girlfriend now. Her name is Meng Xiaotao, and she just agreed to be my girlfriend a few days ago." "Really? Meng Xiaotao is the campus belle, isn't she? She used to be quite discerning when it came to boyfriends. How did you manage to win her favor?" Anshan exclaimed, scrutinizing Wang Yu intently. "Alas, there's nothing I can do. I'm just too exceptional. If she doesn't speak up, I take it as tacit approval. When I asked her, she didn't refuse, so she must have consented." Though Wang Yu appeared to be boasting, he was, in fact, reveling in his triumph. Anshan nodded in agreement, not disputing Wang Yu's claim. After all, given that she had turned into a zombie, what else could he do? Shortly thereafter, Anshan stepped out to report back to the others. Long Hua and Tang Xuexue were equally astonished. Meng Xiaotao has actually become Wang Yu's girlfriend? I find it hard to believe. Could it be that he forced her? Tang Xuexue looked at Anshan in shock. "I'm not sure, but based on what he said, it seems unlikely. After all, she has become a zombie now." "She has turned into a zombie? My goodness," Long Hua remarked, observing Tang Xuexue's expression. Initially, he thought she would be saddened by the news, but to his surprise, she burst into laughter. Tang Xuexue laughed heartily. "Wow, haha. She has actually become a zombie. Meng Xiaotao, who would have thought you'd end up like this?" The curse and harsh words provoked Wang Yu's discontent, prompting him to approach and inquire, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Tang Xuexue smirked disdainfully, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. "Of course, who wouldn't? Given her beauty? But perhaps it's for the better. She's become a zombie now. Long Hua and Shan, let us go and deal with her." "Stop right there. Deal with what? She's mine now, and none of you are permitted to touch her." "What do you mean, yours? You would dare claim a zombie?" Tang Xuexue exclaimed in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer disbelief as she regarded Wang Yu. Yet, his confident demeanor compelled her to relent. Wang Yu chose not to dwell on her remark. Instead, turning to Anshan beside him, "What is the story here? Does Tang Xuexue harbor a grudge against Meng Xiaotao?" Anshan nodded, explaining that it was merely a trivial matter. Both Tang Xuexue and Meng Xiaotao were classmates. Tang Xuexue had harbored a crush on a boy who, unfortunately, favored Meng Xiaotao instead, primarily due to her superior physique, leading to a series of unpleasant incidents. Wang Yu's eyes widened in realization. Goodness, what a twist of fate. However, Tang Xuexue was not pleased, exclaiming, What nonsense. Why bring up my private matters? Fortunately, that wretched woman has turned into a zombie. Otherwise, I would still be vexed by her. Quickly tell me, where is Wang Yu's female zombie? We must eliminate her. Before Wang Yu could provide an explanation, Inshan interjected once more. Don't even think about it. Mississippi Ming Xiaodao is already Wang Yu's girlfriend, although she is a zombie. This cross-species romance still evokes my envy. His words were filled with astonishment, yet tinged with excitement. Undoubtedly, Tang Xueshua looked at the ineffectual Anshan with disdain. What nonsense is this? However, it is indeed fitting. A dog woman is suited for a dog man. Tang Xueshua continued to mock. Suddenly, a slap flew through the air. Shut your mouth. What kind of dog are you to speak of her? My woman is not someone a wretched creature like you can criticize. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the shop. Mu Ji, who had been somewhat drowsy, abruptly widened his eyes. Who had just been slapped? That slap was resounding and felt quite satisfying on the face. Tang Xueshua, already feeling wronged, could no longer conceal her emotions and burst into tears. You wretched thing! How dare you bully me? Long Hua and Shan, teach him a lesson. At this declaration, the two men immediately stood up. However, Inshan merely curled his lip, showing no intention of retaliating. Miss, this is where you are mistaken. Why slander another's girlfriend without cause? If you were to speak ill of my girlfriend, I would also stand against you. But Long Hua was not pleased. He shook his arm, declaring, if I have accepted payment from others, I must assist them, mustn't I? Indeed. Indeed. You have taken so much money from my father. How could you not help me? Tang Xueshua cried in agreement. Yet Anshan still showed no sign of action. If that is the case, I shall return your money then. In this apocalyptic world, money has become worthless. Making a new friend is the greatest opportunity for survival. This discourse prompted Wang Yu, who had previously harbored reservations, to wholeheartedly concur. Indeed, what you assert is correct. Possessions have become superfluous in this apocalyptic era, rendering them utterly useless. It is far more advantageous to cultivate friendships and explore multiple avenues. Multiple avenues, huh? What a notion. Long Hua approached Wang Yu with a disdainful expression. What friends can one truly have in a world ravaged by catastrophe? Who is to say that one might not betray you one day, feeding you to the undead, which would be a grave miscalculation indeed. Seeing her support arrive, Tang Xueshua wiped her tears and transformed into a figure of audacity. Long Hua, teach him a lesson. I shall speak favorably of you to my father upon my return and ensure a monetary reward. The mention of a reward piqued Long Hua's interest immediately. His joints cracked with anticipation, hinting that he was preparing for a vigorous confrontation. Yet, Wang Yu would not allow him the satisfaction of triumph. With a cold smirk, he regarded the two with palpable disdain. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that Anshan had chosen to remain neutral. The most pressing issue was Long Hua and that infuriating woman, Tang Xueshua. Clutching a spatula, Wang Yu laughed triumphantly, exuding an air of invincibility. Those unafraid of death may advance. However, I do not recommend adding 2 more corpses to this establishment. This declaration instilled considerable trepidation in Tang Xueshua, who bit her lip and ultimately retorted, very well, I shall rise above this. My heart is expansive enough not to stoop to your level. Indeed, I shall not stoop to your level either, Wang Yu replied, and it was evident that Long Hua felt a twinge of fear. Lacking a weapon, he refrained from acting. Had he been armed, he would have struck long ago. But Wang Yu wielded a spatula, stained with blood, bearing the marks of previous encounters. A clear indication of someone seasoned in battle. Wang Yu put away the spatula, turned, and left, leaving behind a remark. What a wise choice. Glancing at the time, he realized that the recent commotion had consumed quite a bit of time. It was already past 7. Mu Ji observed Wang Yu approaching, towering and imposing. So, have you finished arguing? By the way, did you hold back at all with that slap? Wang Yu chuckled. How could I possibly hold back? It was an all-out effort. Besides, that woman had quite a nice touch. But after that slap, I found some rouge on my hand. Oh, so she's a woman who enjoys her cosmetics. Mu Ji noted wisely, resolutely aligning himself with Wang Yu. All right, enough of this. It's getting late, and we should sleep. Wang Yu patted his shoulder and added with a smile. But there's no bed. Am I supposed to sleep on the floor? Chapter 17. Quite impressive. Even zombies aren't spared. Wang Yu merely smiled. Follow me. I've discovered a wonderful place. What have you found? A bed, perhaps? No more questions. Just come with me. With that, Wang Yu led Mu Ji to the bedroom. Upon seeing the warm, spacious bed, Mu Ji's eyes instinctively narrowed in on it. Such a large bed, yet there's only one. Are you suggesting I share it with you? Wang Yu nodded, then shook his head. He did not refuse. However, he added, if we are sharing the bed, I might just bring the school beauty along tonight. You wouldn't mind, would you? He insisted on bringing her to bed, but she vehemently refused, stating that if that were the case, she would rather sleep on the floor, not wanting to risk being bitten and turning into a monstrous creature that preys on others. Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Mu Ji's was searched around and then inquired, by the way, where have you hidden the campus bell? Of course, she is hidden right here, Wang Yu replied as he dashed to the corner, yanked away the black bedspread, and cradled Meng Xiaotao in his arms. He then tossed her onto the bed. Mu Ji looked on in surprise but did not object. Well, I might as well sleep on the floor. There are plenty of foam boards, and stacked together, they should be quite comfortable. Mu Ji quickly gathered several large foam boards and arranged them in the corner before lying down. Do you need a blanket? Wang Yu asked, lifting a white quilt with a smile. No need, it's not cold at night. Or you could check with those people outside to see if they want it. Humph. Do those people outside deserve it? Besides Anshan, I truly can't fathom what right they have to request this blanket. Well then, let us not bother. It's not cold at night anyway. It doesn't really matter whether we cover ourselves or not, Mu Ji remarked, turning to gaze at the corner. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. I should rest now. We can discuss anything tomorrow. With that, Wang Yu reached out to switch off the light. The three individuals outside, apart from Anshan, were unaware that there was a bed here, and he was relieved that they wouldn't cause any trouble. Sharing a bed with Meng Xiaotao, a dream once deemed unattainable, has now come to fruition. Although Meng Xiaotao's small mouth remained agape, still yearning for Wang Yu's flesh and blood, Wang Yu merely smiled, refraining from offering himself directly. Instead, he retrieved a few virus essence pills from her clothing pocket and placed them into her mouth. After consuming an ice drug essence pill, her mouth gradually closed. At this moment, Wang Yu's masculine nature began to unveil itself. Overwhelmed with excitement, he gently caressed Meng Xiaotao's beautiful cheek, whispering secrets softly. Meanwhile, Mu Ji could no longer bear it, tightly covering his ears, wishing to fall asleep quickly to escape the intimate sounds. As the clock approached 9 and then 10, Wang Yu's affection for her deepened. He pressed his lips softly against her crimson ones. Now, Meng Xiaotao would not bite him, for she had satisfied her hunger. Wang Yu savored the sweet fragrance from her lips. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, rendering him unexpectedly light. Yet, at that moment, he did not ponder further, continuing to indulge in the embrace, his hands gradually becoming bolder, inching toward. The night swiftly passed, with some feeling lonely while others rejoiced. Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was Meng Xiaotao's large, red eyes, somewhat frightening at first. But upon closer inspection, their mystery unfolded. They were captivatingly beautiful, not frightening in the least, but rather imbued with an enchanting allure. Mu Ji, how did you sleep last night? It is tolerable, yet it cannot compare to the comfort I experienced in the dormitory before, Wang Yu remarked with a wry smile, feeling a twinge of guilt for having claimed the bed while forcing Mu Ji to occupy the corner. Gradually rising to his feet, he first fed a few virus essence pills to Meng Xiaotao, who opened her mouth, presumably in hunger, and after feeding her, she closed her mouth once more. He then cradled Meng Xiaotao in his arms and cast a glance at Mu Ji. Let us leave the school and find a hotel to rest. Absolutely. I have been eagerly anticipating this, Mu Ji exclaimed with excitement, hastily approaching to open the door. Subsequently, Wang Yu emerged, holding Meng Xiaotao. While the three individuals huddled in the corner outside chuckled and inquired, did you sleep well last night? If not, there is a bed inside. You are welcome to use it. Tang Xue, still groggy, opened her eyes to the sight of Wang Yu holding Meng Xiaotao, her expression one of disbelief. I can hardly believe my eyes. She has truly transformed into a zombie, although she initially wished to laugh heartily. The seriousness etched on Wang Yu's face compelled her to quickly close her mouth. Anshan also rose, stretching his body, and sighed. Last night was exhausting. Since you have rested well, may I indulge in a brief slumber? His loud voice abruptly roused Long Hua, who, upon hearing there was a bed inside that he had not been informed about, erupted in fury. What do you mean there is a bed inside? Anshan, why did you not tell me yesterday? I had to spend the entire night on the floor. What good would it have done to inform you? Since Wang Yu discovered it first, he certainly would not share it with you, especially as he is intent on fostering a connection with the zombie school beauty. Wouldn't you agree? Anshan approached and gently patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. Wang Yu appeared somewhat embarrassed, having inadvertently revealed his secret feelings for Meng Xiaodao. He didn't know where to hide his face. Long Hua rolled his eyes and directed his gaze towards Wang Yu, who was holding Meng Xiaodao, displaying an expression of astonishment. It seemed that even she was not spared from this predicament. I had initially contemplated escaping with him, but now it seemed hopeless. Do not dwell on it. You have no opportunity left. Even if the campus belle were to transform into a zombie, it would not be your turn. It would still be Wang Yu, who wouldn't even spare a zombie. I must say, I admire that. Humph, I am no longer interested. Who would dare to sleep beside her if she became a zombie? Fearing a sudden bite in the night. With that, Long Hua turned away and walked towards the bedroom, needing to catch up on sleep that had eluded him the previous night. Naturally, Anshan did not linger and followed him into the room. Meanwhile, Tang Xuexue remained frozen, muttering to herself. Wang Yu noticed this subtle action and addressed her. Tang Xuexue, what else do you wish to say? If you dare to utter another curse. Do you believe I won't feed you to the zombies right now? Upon hearing this, Tang Xuexue shivered and, with a distressed expression, hurriedly retreated into the bedroom without looking back. With no one left to obstruct him, Wang Yu turned to Mu Ji and said, "Let us go. I will take you to find a hotel. Perhaps there are endless delicacies awaiting us inside." Mu Ji nodded in agreement and followed Wang Yu. It is daytime, and the sun gradually rises. The auditory and visual faculties of the first-tier zombies are progressively diminishing, thus the path ahead remains unobstructed. Ah, Mu Ji, do you recall that there are numerous inns beside our school? However, these establishments are quite diminutive, and some are even rather unkempt, truly inferior to hotels. Chapter 18. Conscious Zombies in Pursuit? Yet Mu Ji appeared utterly perplexed. I truly do not know. As a diligent student, how could I possibly frequent the inns near the university? Moreover, I do not possess a girlfriend. Why squander money unnecessarily? Is that so? Wang Yu chuckled as he leaned closer. You genuinely have no girlfriend? I assure you, in this apocalyptic world, I struggle to survive alone. Bringing along a female companion would only exacerbate my difficulties. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit, Wang Yu conceded, directing his gaze towards the horizon. It seems we must seek refuge in a grand hotel. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over Wang Yu, as if danger were lurking nearby, raising the hairs on his neck. Abruptly, he turned to glance behind him, only to catch a fleeting shadow in the distance, swiftly vanishing into an alley. Wang Yu, have you perceived something? Mu Ji inquired curiously, yet Wang Yu's gaze revealed nothing amiss. It is nothing. I simply sense that something is following us. Let us hasten our pace. I have an ominous feeling about the presence nearby. Subsequently, they pressed onward, encountering several first-tier zombies along the way, swiftly dispatching them and collecting the white viral essence capsules. After traversing nearly 5 to 6 kilometers, they finally encountered a grand golden sign announcing the presence of a hotel, the Hotel of Happiness. Gazing at the sign, Wang Yu smiled and remarked, "This shall be our destination." The hotel appears quite substantial. Perhaps it once offered a buffet, suggesting that there may be an abundance of sustenance within for us to explore. Mu Ji nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I shall accompany you. Wherever you go, I shall follow." However, the entrance of the Hotel of Happiness was obstructed, the revolving glass door firmly jammed. Wang Yu quickly pondered a solution, realizing that if the door remained immovable, their entry would be thwarted. "No worries," he said, "I have a spatula at my waist. You can use it to smash the glass and gain entry." Mu Ji nodded, promptly retrieving the spatula from Wang Yu's waist and, with a few decisive strikes, shattered the glass door. In this apocalyptic world, the sensation of destruction was liberating. One could act freely without restraint. Wang Yu merely chuckled, offering no dissent. Yet, he added a cautionary note. However, one must be mindful of noise, as it may attract zombies. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji was suddenly struck by fear, contemplating whether the sound of the shattered glass might summon a horde of zombies. "It is possible," Wang Yu replied, surveying the sunlit street, nearly devoid of any undead presence. "Shall we still proceed inside?" Mu Ji inquired timidly, seeking his counsel. "Of course we must enter. With me here, there is nothing to fear." After last night's events, Wang Yu increasingly sensed his strength growing, and his body felt noticeably lighter, allowing him to move with greater agility. "All right, let's proceed," he declared. As they traversed the shattered glass, they entered the hotel, and upon witnessing the opulent decor, Mu Ji could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this decoration is incredibly luxurious." I wish I could live here for a lifetime. Alas, that's not feasible without a steady supply of food, Wang Yu interjected, picking up a small dagger from the ground. It seems someone has been here. We must exercise caution. Why should we be wary of the living if they have already passed through here? Mu Ji inquired, clearly perplexed. Are you foolish? The living can often be more terrifying than the undead. We must tread carefully. Encountering zombies is one thing, but meeting a living person could spell disaster, especially if they are armed. Mu Ji nodded, a chill running down his spine at the thought, and closely followed Wang Yu. Maintaining a distance of no more than a meter, they ascended the staircase, their pace quickening upon noticing the bloodstains on the steps. Wang Yu, however, continued to hasten, prompting Mu Ji to question, where are we headed? Why not take the elevator? Do you understand how perilous elevators can be? In this apocalyptic world, if we were to get trapped inside, we would have nowhere to flee, and it could malfunction at any moment, leaving us in dire straits. Indeed, you make a valid point. Subsequently, they ascended to the 4th floor, where the trail of blood ceased at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, prompting their decision to choose the 4th, wary of any unsavory entities that might lurk on the 3rd. It was room 420, a delightful twin-bedded chamber. Wang Yu pushed open the door, astonished by what he beheld. Mu Ji, equally exhilarated after such a prolonged search, could finally revel in a comfortable place to rest. He leaped onto the bed, stretching luxuriously. Of course, Wang Yu still needed to secure their retreat. He placed Meng Xiaotao on the floor and promptly turned to lock the door behind him. Why this hotel, one might wonder? The iron doors provided a sense of security, a stark contrast to the flimsy wooden doors of budget hotels that could be breached with little effort, offering no real protection even against the living, let alone the undead. Wang Yu pondered briefly. Initially, he had considered opting for a double bedroom to maintain distance from Mu Ji. However, having finally found an obedient companion, how could he not ensure his safety? Although engaging in intimate activities each night might be somewhat awkward with others around, he remained unfazed, as long as he felt comfortable. Any embarrassment belonged to others. With this thought, Wang Yu smiled and gently cradled the slightly parted lips of Meng Xiaotao. What's the matter? Are you hungry again? He tenderly placed her on the bed and retrieved several virus essence pills, placing them in her mouth before bestowing a gentle kiss upon her red lips. Oh, how audacious they were. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Ji inadvertently lifted his gaze and witnessed this scene, only to promptly bury his head beneath the covers. Wang Yu merely smirked mischievously. Come now, what couple doesn't he indulge in displays of affection? Besides, she is my girlfriend. It's nothing to be concerned about. Subsequently, he kissed her again, gently clasping Meng Xiaotao's hand. How is it? The environment I have chosen for you is rather pleasant, isn't it? Do you like it? Meng Xiaotao remained silent, and Wang Yu took her silence as acquiescence. Just as he was about to express further affection, a sudden knock at the door made him alert. However, after that initial knock, he heard another from the neighboring door, followed by a series of knocks on every door, the sound gradually diminishing. What on earth is that? Who is knocking? Mu Ji emerged from his cocoon of blankets, realizing the oddity of the situation. Wang Yu sighed deeply, his expression darkening. I fear this bodes ill. Yet Mu Ji attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Could it possibly be a sentient zombie? Sentient? That would indeed be troubling. I had not considered that possibility. If it were true, it means our every action has been observed. No need to worry too much. My previous comment was merely a joke, nothing to dwell upon. But Wang Yu grew serious. No, your suggestion is not without merit. If such a thing exists, what stage of consciousness would it possess? Mu Ji fell silent, propping himself up in bed. Let me speculate. Based on what we know from zombie films, the intelligence of zombies tends to develop slowly. I suspect it might resemble the consciousness of a child. Chapter 19. A pair of zombie spouses? Talking zombies, yet why so feeble? Wang Yu nodded in agreement. What you say seems plausible, but even so, I am not afraid. Subsequently, he pondered for a moment, if it were indeed conscious. The virus essence pill must possess a higher grade, perhaps even enabling Meng Xiaotao to advance. In that case, she might eventually converse with me. With this thought, Wang Yu chuckled to himself. All right, I shall not linger in conversation. I will venture outside to scout. Should I find food and be unable to carry it back, I will return to inform you. Very well. Proceed with caution along the way, came the reply. Wang Yu did not manipulate Meng Xiaotao. Instead, he gently laid her on the bed. He was unconcerned about Mu Ji approaching his girlfriend, as he was a rather reliable subordinate. He then grasped the dagger and quietly opened the door to step outside. Indeed, this dagger proved far more effective than my old cooking spatula, lightweight and sharp. The corridor lay in eerie silence, with several light bulbs flickering out due to neglect, casting a somewhat sinister atmosphere. Yet, who was Wang Yu? With a mere blink, the black and white imagery of the corridor vividly manifested in his mind. Suddenly, a shadow darted across his consciousness. Wang Yu swiftly attempted to seize it, but the shadow moved with such rapidity that his awareness could scarcely keep pace, leaving him with only the certainty of its direction. He raised his gaze towards the right side of the left corridor. Was the shadow lurking there? What could it possibly be? I find myself intrigued. If it were a beautiful zombie, would I not strike gold once more? Without indulging in further contemplation, Wang Yu hastened forward, striving to minimize the sound of his footsteps as he advanced with stealth. Where could it be? Where, indeed? He murmured softly, his eyes darting around in vigilance, wary of the shadow that might suddenly leap forth. With heightened alertness, Wang Yu's breathing quickened. His hands gripped the small dagger tightly, his mind replaying endless scenarios of a sudden attack. Yet, the shadow remained elusive. He cautiously approached an iron door that stood ajar and raised his gaze to the golden plaque marked with the number 426. Instinctively, he felt compelled to retreat, but an unbearable stench wafted from within, anchoring his attention. The odor was beyond foul, reminiscent of decaying meat left to rot for an eternity. Wang Yu nearly retched, but managed to stifle his nausea by pinching his nose. What could possibly emit such a noxious scent? Could it be that many souls had perished within? The thought invigorated him, and he licked his parched lips, filled with an insatiable thirst. Tentatively, he pushed the door open, and the foul odor assaulted him anew. He raised his hand to his nose, fanning the air to disperse the repugnant smell. Although traces of the odor lingered, it was somewhat mitigated. In the dim light, he beheld a woman bound by iron chains, her hands secured to the window. Her head hung low, hair disheveled, her attire in utter disarray, revealing a shocking crimson hue. Wang Yu gazed at her in astonishment. Was this place truly a stage for such macabre antics? It appeared that the woman was quite the performer in this grim spectacle. As he drew closer, the true intrigue of the scene began to unfold. Before this woman lay a large pool of dark blood, which continued to flow steadily from the corners of her mouth and lower body, creating a scene of utter horror. Had there been a fierce battle here? Who would engage in such grotesque acts in a post-apocalyptic world? Wang Yu remained vigilant, cautiously extending his dagger to sever the hair of the woman, revealing a terrifying visage. Her face was gruesomely mutilated, utterly destroyed, with her eyes completely absent, and her lips barely concealing blood-red teeth. This was a female zombie, yet it appeared she was gnawing on something. Such a creature was not worth capturing. It was far more appropriate to eliminate her swiftly. After some contemplation, he resolved to end her suffering with a single strike. However, as the blade descended, her head erupted, revealing a bluish virus core nestled within. Holding it in his hand, he smiled. This hue suggested it was a second-tier virus core, rather commendable. At that moment of distraction, a raspy and chilling voice echoed from behind. Who dared to slay my wife? Wang Yu whirled around, and upon witnessing the scene, he was left dumbfounded. This zombie possessed the ability to speak, indicating a significant level of power. Killing it might just provide a delightful treat for Meng Xiaodao. Initially filled with dread, his fear dissipated upon seeing the talking zombie, replaced by a surge of excitement. Before him stood a grotesque male zombie, nearly devoid of clothing on its upper body, while its tattered trousers barely concealed the bloodied flesh beneath. The zombie, hunched over, opened its parched mouth, revealing yellowed teeth and a half-eaten tongue. Its hands, stained crimson, were raised high, while behind it trailed the mangled remains of a half-eaten corpse, presumably a recent catch from the outside. How could this female zombie be your wife? Even the undead seem to have learned the art of love, it appears. Yet, this particular creature spoke little, likely due to its diminished intellect, and discarded the half-corpse it held. With a sinister chuckle, the zombie uttered a few menacing words. You dare to slay my beloved wife. I shall ensure your demise. The zombie roared and lunged forward, proving to be far more formidable than any it had encountered before. Initially, he had presumed this zombie possessed a low intellect, but it showed a ferocity that belied such assumptions. He swiftly retreated, extending his dagger forward and severing one of the zombie's hands with a decisive stroke. Witnessing his success, Wang Yu mused that this zombie's intelligence was indeed limited. Otherwise, it would have posed a greater challenge. Seeing no success in its assault, the zombie roared once more. Die. I will make you pay. Humph. Just a dim-witted zombie, and yet it dared to be so brazen? Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to its face. The zombie did not flinch, opening its mouth wide to meet the blow. Was it truly so audacious? He dared not take such risks. As the zombie lunged to bite him, he withdrew his foot and plunged the dagger deep into its throat, piercing through completely. With a decisive motion, he cleaved the zombie in two. The sound of dismemberment echoed in the air. The intestines of the zombie lay strewn on the ground. A grotesque sight both repulsive and terrifying. This primitive undead, as long as its head remained intact, still possessed a modicum of combat prowess. The zombie, devoid of pain, continued to lunge at Wang Yu's arm, even with its entrails spilling out. Wang Yu, however, would not allow it to succeed. He raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to its head. A sickening crunch echoed, reminiscent of bones fracturing. The zombie's neck was brutally snapped by Wang Yu's kick, and dark crimson blood gushed forth uncontrollably from the wound. Thus, the zombie met its demise. Wang Yu chuckled, unfazed, as he pried a virus essence pill from its skull. This green pill appeared even more potent than the previous one, suggesting a higher grade. But why was this zombie's attack so feeble? And it could still speak? This was unexpected. Yet, as he reveled in his triumph, the headless female zombie behind him suddenly emitted a series of cracking sounds. It seemed something was about to emerge. Chapter 20. The Zombie Baby, Her Unfavorable Reaction. Wang Yu turned his head, only to witness the most repulsive scene of his life. The headless female zombie was giving birth. What an unimaginable sight! As he marveled in shock, the child born from the headless zombie grinned at him, its bizarre smile sending chills down his spine. The zombie infant slowly stood up, likely several years older than a newborn, its intelligence presumably quite high. The zombie baby opened its mouth, emitting a sound akin to ya-ya. Another virus essence pill had emerged. Wang Yu crouched down, gazing at the zombie infant, and remarked with a smile, "Since your parents are deceased, why not join them in death?" He initially presumed that the zombie infant would be incapable of speech, merely emitting incoherent babble. However, to his astonishment, the infant articulated, "You killed my father. You killed my mother. How dare you utter such foolishness? What is happening? This narrative seems awry. How does this zombie infant know to speak such words? Shouldn't it merely cry?" In an instant, Wang Yu became alert, and without a shred of mercy, he thrust the dagger towards the zombie infant. He had anticipated the infant to be feeble after its birth, yet it exhibited remarkable agility. With a mere dodge, it evaded his attack, opening its toothless mouth to bite at his wrist. Wang Yu was taken aback and instinctively delivered a kick. By sheer coincidence, the force of his kick sent the zombie infant crashing through the window, plummeting downward. He immediately rose to the window's edge to inspect, astonishingly. The zombie infant emerged unscathed from such a height, lifting its head to flash a wicked grin at Wang Yu. "Stop, zombie infant. Where do you think you're going?" Yet, the zombie infant showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly rolling and scrambling away, vanishing from Wang Yu's line of sight in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Even a zombie infant possesses such intelligence? It seems this particular zombie is extraordinary. In all the zombie films I have watched, I have never encountered such a creature. Perhaps only in animated series like Corpse Brother would one find such a being? Alas, a grave blunder has occurred. I have missed a significant opportunity. The viral essence contained within the head of that zombie infant must undoubtedly possess a higher grade. Wang Yu was enveloped in profound regret as he tapped his dagger against the wall, creating several punctures. With a deep sigh, he reassured himself that, fortunately, he had secured 2 viral essences. The acquisition was still commendable, one of second-tier quality and the other likely third-tier. This should afford Ming Xiaodao a considerable enhancement. And who knows what further possibilities it might present. Wang Yu's imagination began to take flight, contemplating the potential gains. Nevertheless, amidst his musings and frustrations, he acknowledged that the situation was not entirely bleak. He proceeded to inspect the 4th floor, kicking open every door except those that were firmly sealed. The interiors were immaculate and devoid of any items of interest. Standing at the stairway, he gazed at the now emptied rooms and remarked with a hint of indifference, "For now, I shall refrain from exploring the 3rd and 2nd floors. Let me first investigate the 1st floor, as my hunger is beginning to assert itself." Wang Yu bypassed the 3rd and 2nd floors, making his way directly to the 1st. Upon observing the dilapidated entrance of the Happiness Hotel, marred by a gaping hole, an unsettling fear took hold of him. It was imperative to swiftly find something to seal this breach, lest that terrifying horde of zombies return. Though they may serve as sustenance for me, they are undeniably bothersome. The low-tier creatures lack substance, while the higher-tier ones proved formidable. Casting his gaze around, he noted only the presence of tables and chairs. Surely, there were no sandbags or other suitable barricades to fortify the entrance. Nonetheless, it would have to suffice for the time being. Subsequently, he accumulated all these items, the tables and chairs being of solid wood, undoubtedly expensive and remarkably sturdy. He brushed off the dust from his hands, surveying the fruits of his labor. The entrance to the hotel was now securely barricaded. Not even a petite living being could breach it, let alone a zombie. Initially, he intended to admire his handiwork a bit longer. But the growling of his stomach and the prospect of a long-awaited dinner compelled him to venture inside. He felt ravenous. How could hunger strike so swiftly? Could it be the after-effects of several days without sustenance? He ambled forward, revealing a massive black iron door ahead. Wang Yu reached out and inspected it, knocking upon its surface, which produced a dull thud. This door was likely quite thick. Forcing it open seemed futile. Would he truly have to retreat empty-handed? He tested the door by pushing inward, yet it remained immovable. To his surprise, when he pulled outward, it opened. Astonishingly, it had yielded with such ease, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Before he could ponder further, a cacophony of shuffling footsteps erupted from within, reminiscent of a horde of zombies congregating. That peculiar sound was etched in his memory. Without a second thought, Wang Yu pressed his hand against the door, deciding against opening it for the time being. There were too many zombies inside, and he would have to eliminate them gradually later. He then wedged a stool into the door handle, securing it firmly. Faced with such a multitude of the undead, Wang Yu felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, not due to a lack of ability to fight, but rather from the sheer exhaustion that such an endeavor would entail. Let us deliberate carefully. For the time being, I shall refrain from seeking sustenance. The portion of food I had previously set aside should sustain me for another 2 or 3 days. Perhaps, by rationing it, I may extend its longevity to a week. He turned and departed, the hotel's front entrance being the only exit not obstructed by his barricade, while the rear door was teeming with zombies, which he dared not approach. Now, Wang Yu retraced his steps, returning to the room he had previously occupied. Mu Ji, observing Wang Yu's return, smiled and inquired, "So, what did you manage to procure? Surely, there must be a bounty of food?" Wang Yu shook his head, replying, "No, I did not acquire any food. I merely dealt with the zombie that had been following me. On the first floor, I discovered that the area behind that door was filled with zombies. So I secured it with a chair. We shall deliberate further on our next course of action." "Oh, I see. That is indeed a relief. One less danger to contend with," Mu Ji replied, somewhat dejectedly, as she retrieved a morsel of food from her small bag and reluctantly consumed it. Wang Yu paid little heed to her, instead focusing his gaze upon his girlfriend, Meng Xiaodao. "Hiki, now I possess 2 virus essence pills. Will they enable you to speak? I am quite eager to find out." Wang Yu produced the 2 items and gently placed them into Meng Xiaodao's mouth. Realizing there was something within her mouth, Meng Xiaodao immediately began to chew. Wang Yu watched with bated breath, urging her, "Come on, Meng Xiaodao, put in some effort. Will you be able to speak? This moment is pivotal." Suddenly, Meng Xiaodao's body began to tremble, her limbs flailing wildly as if she were experiencing acute distress. Wang Yu panicked, questioning, "What is happening? Is she unwell? Or is the energy of the virus essence pills too potent?" Yet his anxiety did nothing to alleviate the suffering of Meng Xiaodao. Her reactions grew increasingly intense. Nearby, Mu Ji heard the commotion, turned his head, and gazed at the female zombie on the bed. "What on earth is happening?" he inquired. "Wang Yu, why is your female zombie behaving so erratically?" "I have no idea," Wang Yu replied, his voice tinged with panic. "I just fed her 2 virus pills. And now this is the result." He cradled Meng Xiaodao in his arms, desperately stroking her head, yet her distress persisted unabated. A wave of helplessness washed over Wang Yu as he murmured, "Meng Xiaodao, please don't let anything happen to you. What would I do if you were in trouble?" Chapter 21. Meng Xiaodao has become extraordinarily powerful after her upgrade. Observing Wang Yu's anxious demeanor, Mu Ji felt at a loss for words of comfort. Then, a thought crossed his mind. What if we try the yin-yang harmonization method? Initially, he believed Wang Yu would dismiss it as a jest. To his surprise, Wang Yu managed a wry smile through his distress. "Fine, I'll give it a try. If it comes to it, I'll risk my life." "Wang Yu, do you truly intend to proceed in such a manner? What if you turn into a zombie? The first casualty would be me. Don't worry. Just close the door tightly. I'll find a room to test this out. At least if something goes wrong, it won't implicate you. If I haven't returned by tonight, it means something has indeed gone awry, and you needn't wait for me." Mu Ji could only manage a bitter smile and nodded. Stay safe. If it comes to that, we can always find another female zombie. With a light-hearted chuckle, I will take heed of your words. However, dear Meng Xiaotao, I shall devise a way to rescue you. Wang Yu cradled Meng Xiaotao in his arms and stepped outside. As soon as they exited, Mu Ji promptly shut the door. The sound of a lock clicking into place echoing in the air, revealing his evident fear. Wang Yu did not linger. He made his way directly to a spacious and comfortable presidential suite. Upon entering, he secured the door with great care. This is it, he thought, as he gazed at the distressed Meng Xiaotao in his embrace. Uncertain of the method to employ, he resolved to take a risk and attempt that approach. Gently, he laid Meng Xiaotao upon the bed, her body still shivering uncontrollably, saliva trickling incessantly from her lips. Wang Yu pressed his lips to hers, and a warm current surged from her body into his, a peculiar yet soothing energy enveloping them. The trembling Meng Xiaotao gradually calmed, her blood-red eyes slowly closing, as if she were savoring this tranquil moment. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Yu reluctantly withdrew from the kiss, casting a glance at her peacefully shut eyes, and smiled softly. She then settled down slowly, as if she had fallen into a deep slumber. At last, it is over. I was genuinely concerned for her well-being. But it seems all is well now. Wang Yu opened the door and sought out Mu Ji to share the good news. Mu Ji, astonished, inquired, "Did you succeed?" Wang Yu shook his head, clarifying, "Not entirely. I merely kissed her for a while, and she gradually quieted. I believe it should have worked." Mu Ji suddenly transformed his surprise into joy, smiling as he remarked, "Well, since we have succeeded, that is splendid. There will be time for further endeavors." With a nod, he added, "I shall take your good wishes to heart, and now I must go see Meng Xiaotao. Do take care of yourself." Afterward, Wang Yu returned to his room, only to be astounded to find Meng Xiaotao seated there, devoid of the usual characteristics associated with a zombie. She no longer gaped with her mouth agape. Could it be that they had indeed triumphed? Suddenly, Meng Xiaotao uttered a bewildering question. "Who are you? Are you my father?" This unexpected address left him both amused and at a loss for words. Gazing at the 19-year-old Meng Xiaotao, he pondered briefly before replying, "You are correct. I am not your father. I am your boyfriend." "Really? How delightful. I have a boyfriend now," Meng Xiaotao responded in a tender and sweet voice, her crimson eyes fixed upon Wang Yu with rapt attention. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the fact that she had finally acknowledged him as her boyfriend. Seizing the moment, he settled beside her and gently stroked her head, saying, "From now on, you may call me Brother Wang Yu." Meng Xiaotao, ever obedient, relished his caress. Subsequently, Wang Yu rose to his feet, declaring, "Let us depart. Since this chapter has concluded, I will take you to slay some zombies." "Slay zombies? Why must we kill them?" Meng Xiaotao inquired, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Wang Yu patiently endeavored to elucidate, yet Meng Xiaotao struggled to comprehend. After much explanation, he ultimately resorted to tenderly stroking her head once more. It appears that her intelligence resembles that of a mere 5 or 6-year-old. I wonder if administering those sophisticated viral pellets could potentially enhance her cognitive abilities? While Wang Yu was deep in thought, Meng Xiaotao unexpectedly wriggled free from his embrace. Opening her small mouth to bite at the nape of his neck, she immediately began to suck, displaying a look of sheer enjoyment, seemingly entranced by the act. However, Wang Yu was not in a comfortable position. Her sucking sent waves of tingling sensations throughout his body, nearly causing him to cry out. "All right, enough of this mischief. Meng Xiaotao, let me take you back to another room." "Okay, Brother Wang Yu," Meng Xiaotao replied, her face still alight with excitement. Though her intelligence may be lacking, he was relieved not to have to restrain her anymore, no longer fearing that she might unexpectedly choke him in the middle of the night. Subsequently, Wang Yu took Meng Xiaotao and knocked on the door of the previous room. When Mu Ji opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Wang Yu holding Meng Xiaotao's hand, his expression shifting from joy to surprise. "Wait, weren't you the one who had her tied up before? Why are you holding hands with her now?" Wang Yu chuckled, "It's a long story. Once I finish dealing with the zombies, I will gladly elaborate." "All right, sounds good." After giving a few brief instructions, Wang Yu led Meng Xiaotao down to the first floor. He pondered over her capabilities, wondering just how formidable Meng Xiaotao's combat skills were, given her vacant expression. With a sigh of concern, he cautioned her, "Be careful when you go in to fight the zombies. If it becomes too overwhelming, just come back out." "Indeed, Brother Wang Yu, I shall comply," she replied. Immediately, Wang Yu gently removed the items from above the door, and the heavy iron gate creaked open. Upon witnessing the undead lurking within, Wang Yu turned to Meng Xiaotao with a reassuring smile. Step inside. It now rests entirely upon your shoulders. Very well, Brother Wang Yu. Since you have faith in me, I shall not disappoint, Meng Xiaotao responded, sauntering into the room. However, a look of concern etched itself upon Wang Yu's face as he tightly gripped his dagger, pondering that if she faltered, he would need to spring into action without delay. Her safety was paramount. Yet, Meng Xiaotao's agility and strength left Wang Yu utterly astounded. Upon entering, she immediately commenced her ruthless assault, dispatching the zombies with a speed that eclipsed even Wang Yu's own prowess. Her hands moved like swift blades. Her legs struck like fierce whips, and the muffled thuds echoed throughout the chamber. What had once been a throng of zombies now crumbled before her, each one falling as if withering under her relentless onslaught. Meng Xiaotao was engulfed in a frenzy, her face alight with a smile as she effortlessly dispatched each foe, rendering these abominations mere trifles in her capable hands. Wang Yu, watching with a mix of awe and trepidation, observed as she executed complex maneuvers. Each high-difficulty action, including multiple backflips, appeared almost impossible for an ordinary person, yet she accomplished them with grace and ease. Even the second-tier zombies that emerged from the horde fell victim to her, akin to helpless ants before a mighty predator. Moments later, Wang Yu gazed at Meng Xiaotao, now drenched in blood, with astonishment, swallowing hard as he inquired, "Have you finished your work? So soon?" Of course. I must exert myself to fulfill the task entrusted to me by Brother Wang Yu." Subsequently, Meng Xiaotao nestled against Wang Yu's hand, nuzzling her head against his arm, as if the recent battle against the zombies was a reward bestowed upon her. Chapter 22. The virus essence pill surprisingly merges. Wang Yu gazed in astonishment at the haphazardly strewn corpses of zombies before him, gently caressing Meng Xiaotao's head. "Brother Wang Yu, am I impressive?" "Indeed, you are remarkably impressive." Upon hearing Wang Yu's praise, Meng Xiaotao beamed with joy, rubbing her delicate form against him with vigor. "Oh dear, must you cling to me so? I need to gather some items. Could you please keep an eye on the door for me?" "Certainly, Brother Wang Yu, hurry back." Wang Yu's small dagger began its work of collection. With a plethora of virus essence pills at hand, Meng Xiaotao's future sustenance seemed assured. Extracting these virus essence pills from the foreheads of the zombies took a full half an hour. Wang Yu filled a bag, marveling at the half a pound of virus essence pills inside, his smile widening in delight. This was indeed a bountiful find. It should suffice for her sustenance for quite some time. In this bag of virus essence pills, the white ones predominated, while the second-tier blue ones were scarce, and there were none of the green third tier. These required accumulation and could only gradually form under specific fortuitous circumstances. However, Wang Yu did not dwell on such thoughts. Having this substantial bag was already quite fortunate. He then waved the bag of virus essence pills before Meng Xiaotao, asking, "Would you like to have some? Call out a few lovely sounds, and I shall grant you a treat." Meng Xiaotao could hardly contain her eagerness, yet Wang Yu continued to tease her. She exclaimed repeatedly, "Brother Wang Yu, I want to eat, I want to eat." Wang Yu burst into laughter and reached into the bag, preparing to retrieve the viral essence pills. However, these pills appeared to have become inexplicably sticky, making them difficult to extract. How curious. Why had they suddenly turned so adhesive? Could they possibly have an expiration date? Wang Yu opened the bag and peered inside, only to behold the viral essence pills beginning to merge, sticking tightly together in a compact formation. What a predicament! How could they behave this way? Were they perhaps consuming one another? Could it be that they possessed the ability to evolve? Perhaps they could amalgamate into something more formidable. Meng Xiaotao, growing increasingly impatient, urged, "I have called out to you so many times. Why have you not given me anything to eat? What are you doing?" "Patience. I am observing these items. They seem to be fusing. In a moment, they should become even more delectable, so please wait a little longer." "Very well, but do hurry." Wang Yu watched as the viral essence pills gradually fused, and in the end, only a few remained in the bag. They were green, and by their tier, appeared to be of the third rank, a quality akin to that of the couple of zombies he had previously vanquished. Wang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, even though only 4 remained. It seemed that this transformation could indeed induce a qualitative change. Perhaps with a greater quantity, a higher-tier viral essence pill could be created. Or it might even restore Meng Xiaotao to an intelligence level akin to his own. "What are you laughing at? You still haven't given me anything to eat." "I want to eat." With a swift motion, Wang Yu extracted a green virus essence pill from his bag and placed it between Meng Xiaotao's crimson lips. As she chewed, her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious, delicious. I want more. No, these are meant for sustenance, not mere snacks. You may have another when hunger strikes, he replied gently. Meng Xiaotao's expression dimmed slightly, disappointment flickering across her face. Wang Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her. All right, don't be sad. Let's search for some food that I can eat. Okay, let's find something you love, she chirped back. Thus, Wang Yu began to explore the room. The food contained within the iron boxes atop the cabinets was no longer fit for consumption. Although it appeared intact and unspoiled, it had been tainted by zombie blood. Even a single drop rendered it inedible. Meng Xiaotao, would you care to try any of the food here? He inquired. She tapped at the contaminated food with her finger and, upon tasting it, wrinkled her nose in distaste. No, this is far too unpalatable. I prefer the treats from Brother Wang Yu's bag. With a sigh, Wang Yu lamented, it seems these provisions must go to waste. I had hoped Meng Xiaotao could consume them, but it appears she cannot eat regular food, only the virus essence pills. His expression turned pained as he surveyed the remnants of tainted provisions. As he scanned the surroundings, his eyes landed on a treasure, a package of sealed food. What a remarkable find. The snacks, such as chips and sunflower seeds, are all neatly packaged. I never anticipated discovering such treasures here. They must be collected with great care. He amassed a considerable quantity, to the point where he could no longer hold them in both hands. Turning to the lively Meng Xiaotao behind him, he said, Let us go. It's time to return and let you rest. Absolutely. I adore sleeping, Meng Xiaotao exclaimed, bounding ahead of Wang Yu with exuberance. Observing the 19-year-old Meng Xiaotao, Wang Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. While she possessed the physique and appearance of an adult, her intellect seemed to linger at the level of a 6- or 7-year-old. Alas, he wondered when he might nurture her to attain a level of intelligence akin to his own. After a while, they returned to their original room. Mu Ji gazed in admiration at the 2 hefty bags of food Wang Yu had brought back. Impressive. You are truly my savior. With you around, it seems nearly impossible for me to despair. Too kind, Wang Yu replied modestly. There were numerous zombies in the previous location. It was thanks to Meng Xiaotao that we achieved our goal. He gently patted the vivacious Meng Xiaotao, attempting to calm her down. Who is he? Why do I feel like I'm dealing with a peculiar uncle? To his astonishment, she spoke. Muji stared incredulously at the bewildered Meng Xiaotao, his eyes widening involuntarily as he slowly retreated. Panic surged through him. Oh, there is no need to be alarmed. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. Get used to it? How am I supposed to adjust? The zombie school beauty has spoken. This is a remarkable phenomenon in our world. Perhaps she could even help us return to a normal life and transform back into living beings. Muji's thoughts were commendable, yet reality proved to be starkly unforgiving. You are overthinking it. Although he possesses intelligence, he is merely 6 or 7 years old. Moreover, unlike me, he cannot consume ordinary food, subsisting solely on virus essence pills. Who knows? One day he might even take a fancy to gnawing on your flesh. Wang Yu's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing Muji's mind. He waved his hand dismissively, conceding that perhaps he had been overly optimistic. Well, if zombies possess intelligence, it might be a blessing in disguise. Yet, such a blessing is not guaranteed. A zombie with consciousness remains fundamentally a zombie, and potentially more terrifying than the average one. Aside from the one beside me, I am unaware of the others. Absurdity reigns supreme. I refuse to heed such notions and will not march towards my demise. Thus, I shall cease my futile conjectures. Muji had grown completely numb to this matter, yet observing Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao engaged in playful banter, he still harbored a flicker of kindness in his heart. Subsequently, Wang Yu assisted Meng Xiaotao in taking a bath. Although she was already 19, her intellect remained that of a child. But such trivialities concerning romantic relationships were of little consequence. Chapter 23, The Unexpected Off-Roader. After waiting for Wang Yu and the others to emerge, Muji stepped forward with a curious smile, saying, Let us hope so. May you, my dear brother, become the last bastion of hope for humanity. Perhaps one day you shall rise to be the most formidable individual globally, possessing countless. Then I would no longer need to worry about the safety of the zombies. Do not speak such nonsense. I cannot bear it. Instead, focus on cherishing Meng Xiaotao. Wang Yu unwrapped a strawberry-flavored lollipop and handed it to Meng Xiaotao. However, she merely symbolically licked it, her face revealing a look of disdain. This lollipop was unpalatable. Wang Yu gently patted her head and then proceeded to place the candy in his own mouth. Oh my, an indirect kiss. How revolting. Muji felt an urge to vomit and promptly turned her head away. Wang Yu merely chuckled, considering it a trivial matter. One day, when you have a girlfriend, you too shall indulge in such actions. Yet, Muji, turning her back on them, waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming that it was too disgusting, far too disgusting. She decided it was best to wash up and sleep, for dreams could offer anything. Haha. Well, you cannot wash up now. You can only sleep, not cleanse yourself. He replied. Why? Wang Yu informed him about the contamination of the tap water, prompting Muji to gaze at him in astonishment. That is terrible. If I don't bathe daily, I'll become filthy. I am a boy with a penchant for cleanliness. Haha. In truth, you could use rainwater or bottled water, provided you avoid contact with the blood of those zombies. Very well. It seems even bathing has become a troublesome affair. Suddenly, the once bright room was engulfed in darkness. Oh no, has the power gone out? Wang Yu closed his eyes and, relying on the monochrome shadows, approached the switch and pressed it firmly, but to no avail. Surely, the apocalypse had arrived, and with it, no one was left to manage the electricity. It would be peculiar if the power were to remain uninterrupted. Muji voiced his speculation, to which Wang Yu concurred. Then let us retire for the night. It appears that daytime activities are our only option. For sleep is essential after dark when all is cloaked in shadow, rendering visibility impossible. Encountering a zombie under such circumstances would spell disaster. However, Wang Yu held a contrary view to Muji's assertions. He could perceive his surroundings without the aid of light, though this secret was one he could not divulge. Very well, let us sleep, and we shall address matters come dawn. Muji succumbed to slumber, yet Wang Yu found it impossible to do the same. Sleeping was a pastime for children. With his girlfriend beside him, how could he possibly drift off? Moreover, having acquired such intelligence, he was eager to engage in conversation. Dad, what are you rambling on about? Giggled the naive dream Xiaodao. The night passed swiftly. Some were preoccupied, while others blissfully succumbed to sleep. Wang Yu, fatigued beyond measure, contrasted sharply with Dream Xiaodao, who remained entirely oblivious. Perhaps he had forgotten that Dream Xiaodao was merely a beautiful little zombie. Devoid of pain and only possessing a sliver of consciousness, she did not require sleep at all. Upon awakening, Wang Yu opened his eyes and nearly jumped in surprise. Dream Xiaodao, do you not need to sleep? Why do you persist in staring at me with those wide eyes every day? What is sleep anyway? Dream Xiaodao pressed her face against Wang Ming's chest, quietly listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Ugh, what are you two arguing about in broad daylight? Wang Yu, you were restless until the wee hours of the morning. Are you not exhausted? Muji, having risen, rubbed her eyes before speaking with indignation. Wang Yu scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Ah, you knew about that. I am well aware of the commotion you caused yesterday. Do you not keep track of such things? However, having a girlfriend is indeed delightful. Wang Yu, your physique is remarkable, enduring for several hours. Such precise timing rendered Wang Yu speechless. He fell into silence, turning to catch sight of the crimson hue on the bed. Although Ming Xiaodao was but a zombie, her first experience had been taken by Wang Yu. Muji, too, found himself at a loss for words. Only 19-year-old Meng Xiaodao gazed at them in confusion, asking, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Oh, you're still young, you don't comprehend? Wang Yu gently caressed Meng Xiaodao's head. Yet Muji sighed, lying back down. Meng Xiaodao was already 19. How could she still be considered young? Oh, I nearly forgot. She is merely a little zombie. What more could I suggest? The morning initially promised joy, but that seemed unlikely now. Suddenly, the roar of an approaching vehicle shattered their silence. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Wang Yu swiftly moved to the window, peering below. In the distance, at the entrance of a shop, an SUV had come to a halt. From it emerged a woman clad in a black jacket and a man. Li Tong, are you certain there are items within the shop? The woman inquired with a smile, driving a sharp machete into the iron door of the establishment. Of course. I previously purchased a few packs of cigarettes from this little shop, though that owner was quite unscrupulous, daring to overcharge me. Fortunately, now that the apocalypse has arrived, the first establishment I shall rob is his. The man sported a sinister smile as he extinguished the half-burned cigarette in his hand. They deftly pried open the lock and immediately began loading the goods. Wang Yu observed them with a serious expression, while Muji leaned in curiously. What is the matter? Have you spotted some living souls? Yes, more or less. They even have an off-road vehicle. Their background seems quite formidable. An off-road vehicle? Let me take a look. Muji pressed against the window, his eyes widening in surprise. Isn't the splendid? We could seek refuge with them. Perhaps they have a sanctuary. And we need not fear zombies any longer. Indeed, you might consider joining them, but I shall refrain, Wang Yu replied with a smile. He had no intention of mingling with the living, especially with the zombie, Meng Xiaotao, by his side, while occasionally collecting a few viral essence pills. What do you mean? Mu Ji asked, puzzled. But upon glancing at Meng Xiaotao, realization dawned upon him. Ah, I see. Having a beautiful zombie by your side would certainly deter others. Still, I advise you to join them. It might ensure a better life for her. Better life? What good would that do? Anyone can tell at a glance that Meng Xiaotao is a zombie. What is the point in joining? If anyone dares to harm my woman, I will eliminate them all. Humph. Wang Yu, you are too extreme. Mu Ji sighed, unsure of how to respond. He then rested his arms on the windowsill, quietly observing the two individuals looting the store in the distance. Suddenly, Mu Ji turned his head and scrutinized Meng Xiaotao carefully. Aside from her striking red eyes, she seemed to lack any other remarkable features. Perhaps if you adorned her with sunglasses, others would remain oblivious. Moreover, she was capable of speech, indistinguishable from ordinary people. Indeed, it was a clever notion. However, I felt it unnecessary. Consider this. We currently possess an abundance of food. What if we were to enter and were compelled by those in authority to share? They would provide us with but a meager ration daily, leaving us to ponder how we might survive. How do you know this? Mu Ji inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Wang Yu. Oh, I've gleaned such insights from apocalyptic novels on forums. Yet, fret not, such instances are rather rare. Generally, once inside, one would not starve to death. But to live, that remains uncertain. Humph. Wang Yu, you are attempting to frighten me again. However, your words do instill a degree of trepidation. Let us wait a while longer. Once we have exhausted our food supply and find ourselves with no alternative, we shall seek refuge in a shelter. Yet, before they could conclude their conversation, three familiar figures emerged beside the off-road vehicle. Chapter 24. Discovery of the shelter. Mu Ji looked up, following the sound, and to his surprise, it was the three of them, and Shan, Tang Xuexue, and Long Hua. You three are still alive. Well, why would you curse us when we're perfectly fine? I've long been displeased with them. If it weren't for their presence, our food would have lasted much longer. They arrived and immediately took half of our provisions. Wang Yu smiled gently and patted his shoulder, saying, you have no idea. 3 more living souls mean 3 fewer zombies. This way, we can alleviate some of the pressure. However, he continued, if there are 3 fewer zombies, won't that mean 3 fewer virus cores? Upon hearing Mu Ji's words, Wang Yu conceded, recognizing the validity of the statement. You're right. It seems that having all 5 of them turn into zombies would be advantageous, as I would then acquire 5 additional virus cores. Wang Yu continued to observe them, and after a brief conversation, the 5 individuals promptly boarded their vehicle and departed. Wang Yu was taken aback and swiftly commanded Meng Xiaotao to follow their trail. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. As a zombie, Meng Xiaotao leapt from the 4th-floor window, executing a graceful maneuver in midair before landing effortlessly, as if she were a fish in water. Goodness, is she truly a zombie? To jump from such a height and remain unscathed? Mu Ji was astounded and leaned out to peer below. Yet, by the time he looked, Meng Xiaotao had vanished from sight, moving with remarkable speed as she trailed the off-road vehicle. Wang Yu reassured Mu Ji by patting his shoulder, saying, there's no need for concern. She's incredibly strong and will be just fine, even more so than either of us. Mu Ji exclaimed, in that case, I might just consider acquiring a zombie to keep as a companion. If I had such a formidable zombie bodyguard, I could stride confidently through the apocalypse. However, Wang Yu held a different perspective, sighing as he replied, not necessarily. But if you manage to find a conscious zombie and foster a bond with it, perhaps you truly could navigate the apocalypse with confidence. Is that so? Do you also share this belief? Mu Ji wore a cheerful expression. Indeed, I truly believe that while there is a slim chance of thriving, the greater likelihood is becoming a meal for the conscious undead. Upon hearing you say that, I feel as though I am failing again. Wang Yu patted his shoulder and advised, get some rest, or rather, go to bed early. The youth should not overthink. One must not underestimate the intelligence of zombies. If they were to gain consciousness, they would likely be far more terrifying than the living. Following this line of thought, Mu Ji succumbed to despair, reclining on his bed, utterly bewildered. After a moment, Meng Xiaotao returned, ready to speak, but was abruptly silenced by Wang Yu's intervention. Call me by my name. No need to refer to me as Brother Wang Yu anymore. Very well, Meng Xiaotao seemed somewhat reluctant, but eventually nodded in agreement. Wang Yu, I know where their refuge is located. Where? Wang Yu's demeanor shifted to one of urgency, his eyes fixated intently on Meng Xiaotao's crimson gaze. However, Meng Xiaotao evidently sought to assert herself. Their shelter is quite distant, approximately over 100 kilometers away. Over 100 kilometers? Is that even a distance a person can cover? Mu Ji exclaimed, sitting up in astonishment, glancing at the seemingly unfazed Meng Xiaotao, which left him utterly astonished. Huh. It's merely a basic maneuver. Have you forgotten that Meng Xiaotao is a zombie, albeit a conscious one? If you were to become a zombie and retain your will, you would likely be able to run just as swiftly. Well then, I shall simply remain true to myself. I have no desire to exist in a state that is neither human nor ghostly. Speaking of which, do not the bodies of zombies decay? Why then, has Meng Xiaotao's body not shown any signs of decay? Mu Ji inquired, his curiosity evident, yet Wang Yu seemed disinclined to address this question. Ah, Mu Ji, what sort of inquiries are you making? This is all thanks to the miraculous properties of the virus essence pill. However, even if you were to consume it, it would yield no benefit. I can't be bothered to elaborate, he retorted dismissively. Perhaps it is due to Meng Xiaotao retaining her consciousness. Very well. Mu Ji accepted Wang Yu's explanation without doubt. After discussing a few matters, they both reclined to rest, engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Mu Ji averted his gaze. Though he heard every word spoken, he feigned indifference, yet inwardly he was consumed by envy. In this apocalypse, how I wish for a companion of the female persuasion. Days passed, and their provisions had dwindled significantly. Mu Ji opened the last packet of chips, realizing he was out of supplies. With a sigh, he turned to Wang Yu. Do you have any remaining rations? This is my final packet of chips. I have none left either. I just finished the last of my cigarettes. And my food ran out this morning, Wang Yu replied. Oh, I see. I should not have asked, Mu Ji acknowledged, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He then extended the half-eaten packet of chips towards Wang Yu. Here, do try some. I still have half a packet left. However, without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu declined, stating he no longer required it. We have decided to seek out that sanctuary immediately. Perhaps they will take us in. All right, Mu Ji replied, munching on potato chips. Yet noticing Wang Yu's mouth was in constant motion. Observing him, Wang Yu hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth and feigned indifference, whistling casually. The sun shines brilliantly today. It truly is a splendid day for travel. Indeed, Wang Yu, we can set off now, Mu Ji exclaimed cheerfully as he rushed to the window to admire the scenery. Yes, let us depart, Wang Yu agreed. Suddenly, he paused again, suggesting, I believe we should take a shower before we leave. A shower? How can we when the tap water is polluted? Mu Ji questioned. Ah, now you are perplexed, Wang Yu replied with a mischievous grin, pointing to the ceiling. I discovered a rooftop swimming pool just the day before. We can go up there to bathe and refresh ourselves before we embark. Really? That sounds wonderful. Finally, a chance to shower. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the hotel rooftop. The joyful hotel was modest, standing only 6 stories tall. Wang Yu gazed at the locked wooden door before him, scoffing at its audacity to obstruct his path. With a swift kick, he shattered the door, earning Mu Ji's admiration. Wow, impressive. But I still want to see what the rooftop pool looks like. I was taken aback by the sheer size of the swimming pool. After many days, I finally had the opportunity to bathe. Without a second thought, I leaped into the water, unaware that I had forgotten my swimsuit. Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao followed suit, gradually descending into the pool. Oh, do you not have swimsuits either? I inquired. Of course not. We'll simply change into a new set when we get there, replied Meng Xiaotao, pointing delicately with her slender fingers towards a few rooms across the way. Inside, Wang Yu discovered an array of new garments. We can just change into those later. Chapter 25. The search for transportation, and then she drove? They swam quietly for a while. Wang Yu eventually emerged from the pool, his body thoroughly drenched. Yet he began to notice a peculiar shape forming on his previously frail physique. When did my abs become somewhat visible? He pondered, curiously feeling his abdomen, which now seemed a bit firm. If that's the case, then what about? Ah, Wang Yu, what are you doing? What? Nothing. He was startled and quickly shifted the topic. Well, since we're done soaking, let's change into some clothes and set off. All right, I shall change as well, I replied with a smile, rising from the pool. Due to the thickness of his jacket's feathers, it had absorbed a considerable amount of water. Wang Yu did not rush to enter, but waited until I had gone in before turning to Meng Xiaotao in the pool. All right, you can now head to the women's changing room to find a clean outfit to change into. Meng Xiaodao was somewhat perplexed, her red eyes wide open as she gazed at him. Must I wait for him to leave before I can come out? You foolish girl, she thought, undoubtedly overthinking the situation. Wang Yu gently flicked her forehead with his finger. When Meng Xiaodao emerged from the water, Wang Yu, though he had anticipated it, was still awestruck by the enchanting sight before him. It must be said that Meng Xiaodao's figure was indeed remarkable. Her clothes clung to her, accentuating her perfect form. Hee. Wang Yu muttered softly, his gaze following her as she entered before he turned to head towards the boys' changing room. Upon entering, Mu Ji removed his wet clothes and, noticing Wang Yu's leisurely pace, inquired with curiosity, "Why are you only coming in now? Have you been up to some mischief behind my back?" "Nonsense. What do you mean behind your back? It's all above board, and besides, Meng Xiaotao is my girlfriend. I can do as I please." All right. It seems I was overthinking it," Mu Ji replied, somewhat speechless. He continued his actions without pause, changing into a black outfit. While Wang Yu was changing, Mu Ji cheerfully approached him. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be a bit muscular. Do you work out every day?" "Not really. I hadn't noticed before. But suddenly I felt like I had developed some abs." Wang Yu scratched his head, bewildered by the phenomenon. "Is that even possible? To grow abs without exercising? Such a stroke of luck has befallen you." "I have no idea." Before Wang Yu could finish his words, a sudden scream erupted from the adjacent room, where Meng Xiaodao was. "Meng Xiaodao, what is the matter?" Wang Yu shouted towards the wall separating them. Closing his eyes, vivid black and white images flashed in his mind. It turned out to be merely a few infected little zombies. However, the ensuing realization made him unable to smile. He nearly had a nosebleed. Despite having experienced much, such an overt invasion of privacy nearly sent him over the edge. "Oh, Wang Yu, why are you bleeding from the nose? With your eyes closed? Are you perhaps indulging in some delightful thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yu immediately opened his eyes, wiped his nose, and chuckled. No. It's just that I feel this outfit is a bit tight. It seems to have shrunk." "Is that truly the case? Are you attempting to divert the topic?" Before Mu Ji could finish, the wall separating the rooms collapsed suddenly, sending a cloud of dust into the air. "Who on earth is so fierce as to bring down a wall?" Mu Ji exclaimed in astonishment, straining to open her eyes, which had been covered by the dust. It turned out to be Meng Xiaodao, who had kicked a zombie against the wall, and with another swift kick, the wall crumbled. This was not a concrete wall, but rather one made of wooden planks. After a moment, the dust began to settle. Wang Yu gave a thumbs up to Meng Xiaodao, smiling broadly as he said, "You are truly remarkable. Was such a commotion really necessary to deal with a few little zombies?" I was just too forceful and couldn't rein it in," she replied. Meng Xiaodao laughed heartily, having changed into a new outfit consisting of a white t-shirt and blue jeans. Wang Yu was quietly admiring his girlfriend when, unexpectedly, a hand landed on his shoulder, accompanied by a thumb raised in admiration. "Wow, Wang Yu, your girlfriend is stunning, more beautiful than any woman I have ever encountered. Stop staring and don't even think about having designs on my girlfriend. Close your eyes," Wang Yu retorted, playfully covering Mu Ji's eyes with his hands. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaodao simply chuckled, enjoying the sight of the two men playfully bickering. After a moment, Mu Ji wriggled free from Wang Yu's grasp and inquired, "So, shall we set off now? I'm getting a bit hungry and can't wait to find a shelter to scavenge some food." "All right, let us go right away," Wang Yu replied. The three of them hurried downstairs, joyfully wandering the streets in search of the happy hotel. "Wang Yu, your girlfriend mentioned that the shelter is over 100 kilometers away. Are we walking or taking a car?" Mu Ji asked, glancing at the many wrecked vehicles lining the roadside. "Of course, we're driving. We need to find a car that is still operational. After all, it's over 100 kilometers. Other than my girlfriend, how could the two of us possibly walk that far?" "Indeed, that makes sense." With that, Wang Yu and his companions began their search. Although some cars still contained bottles of unopened mineral water that appeared drinkable, they disdainfully discarded them. "Wang Yu, come quickly. I have discovered a relatively intact shell-type automobile, and remarkably, no one has perished inside. It is quite clean." "Is that true?" He emerged from a wrecked SUV. Having just tested it, apart from the radio and a few basic functions, the vehicle's four wheels were firmly stuck. Yes, hurry over. This car still has half a tank of fuel. It should be able to travel 400 to 500 kilometers. It can travel that far? Ah, splendid. I can use this car to discreetly search for food and move about without drawing attention." Wang Yu chuckled gleefully, already formulating plans in his mind. However, his expression soon turned to one of concern. "But I don't know how to drive." "Do you, Mu Ji?" Without a moment's hesitation, Muji replied, I can't either. Back then, I was too poor to obtain a license. Alas, now I wish I could, but in this apocalypse, it's impossible. Allow me, I have my driving license. Dream Xiaotao interjected with a smile. Muji looked at her with skepticism. Can you really manage? Your intelligence seems to be stuck at the level of a 6 or 7-year-old. Oh, it's fine. Trust me, my girlfriend, Wang Yu reassured him, patting his shoulder. All right then, I hope everything she says is true. Eventually, all three of them climbed into the vehicle. Although Dream Xiaotao occupied the driver's seat, the two young men retreated to the back and fastened their seatbelts. Wang Yu had initially placed his faith in her capabilities, yet he reconsidered and decided that for the sake of safety, securing his seatbelt was prudent. Meng Xiaotao exclaimed, Let us embark towards the sanctuary. Are you all prepared? Hee. Of course we are ready. Let us set off right away. Meng Xiaotao promptly fastened her seatbelt and adjusted her posture. Originally, there was a lingering doubt, but witnessing her deft movement swiftly dispelled any uncertainty. Wow, your girlfriend drives so adeptly? Hee. Thank you for the compliment. I merely have faith in her. For I have not seen it myself, yet I am unequivocally confident in her abilities. As Meng Xiaotao twisted the key, the roar of the engine erupted, resonating powerfully. The vehicle exhibited considerable strength, likely due to the meticulous care afforded it by a woman. Soon after, an overwhelming sensation of acceleration surged forth as the car sped onto the road. Slow down, Meng Xiaotao. Don't drive so fast. We are not in a hurry. Suddenly, Muji, feeling queasy, leaned out of the window and retched violently. Upon finishing, he expected to feel a bit better, but upon raising his head, he was met with a shocking sight. The tremendous noise of the car had attracted a horde of zombies. Chapter 26. Entering the sanctuary. Only the useful shall remain. The useless shall depart. How terrifying. Muji quickly withdrew his head, panic enveloping him. What is there to be so frantic about? Are we being followed by a multitude of zombies? Indeed, this swarm of zombies must have been drawn by the sound of the vehicle. It seems wherever we go, they shall follow. You must think of a way out. At this moment, Muji was exceedingly anxious, gripping Wang Yu's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Do not rush. Your agitation leaves me at a loss. However, this horde of zombies moves sluggishly, whereas we are driving. What is there to fear? With your words, I find my own anxiety dissipating. Muji let out a wry smile, settling comfortably into his seat, leaning against the plush cushion with ease. How much farther until we reach Meng Xiaotao? Wang Yu pondered, feeling as though they had been driving for quite some time, having crossed two large bridges. They were only halfway through their journey, and it appeared they were in the countryside, surrounded by majestic mountains. Mountains? Who, in their right mind, would construct a shelter amidst such heights? Muji's curiosity was piqued. I have no idea. After I tracked him down and observed his location, I returned. Yet, it seemed quite well equipped, and I noticed they had even excavated a broad drainage ditch ahead. How did the vehicle gain access? Muji's confusion deepened. They used a crane to lower a wooden plank, allowing the car to enter, and then hoisted the plank back up. I believe they are quite clever. Is that so? Such a grand undertaking completed in merely a few days? Surely there must be some trickery involved, Wang Yu inquired with a chuckle. He then turned his gaze to the window, realizing they had left the city behind, the buildings growing sparse. For a while, the three of them remained silent, with Meng Xiaotao quietly steering the vehicle. Suddenly, Muji broke the silence, asking, Wang Yu, have you found your sunglasses? Meng Xiaotao's striking red eyes were rather intimidating, instantly revealing their zombie nature to onlookers. Evidently, Wang Yu remained unflustered, leisurely retrieving a box from his pocket. Although I could not locate the sunglasses, I stumbled upon something far superior. What is this? It is colored contact lenses. Initially, I felt a tinge of confusion upon seeing the small green box. But upon opening it, I comprehended that this was infinitely better than those wretched sunglasses. Indeed, I concurred, yet a question lingered in my mind. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. What if those in the refuge harbor ill intentions? At the mention of ill intentions, Wang Yu's expression darkened ominously, a visage so frightening that it would deter anyone from harboring such thoughts. I shall ensure that any ill-willed individual will find themselves regretting their intentions. After approximately an hour, Wang Yu stretched, feeling somewhat fatigued, yet the gradual deceleration of the vehicle heightened his alertness. What is happening? Why has Meng Xiaotao stopped? We have arrived. Meng Xiaotao gently engaged the handbrake. Arrived where? Let me see. This still seems quite distant, over a kilometer away. Muji stepped out of the car. Gazing into the distance where the refuge lay, Wang Yu did not provide an explanation, but instead praised Meng Xiaotao, remarking on her thoughtfulness in parking the vehicle at such a distance, allowing us to approach on foot and feign the appearance of wandering refugees, thus evading suspicion from those who might behold us. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Wang Yu. Mu Ji felt exasperated, as their public displays of affection were incessantly torturous for him. Come, Meng Xiaotao, remain still and widen your eyes. I shall assist you in applying the colored lenses. As Meng Xiaotao remained motionless, she quietly awaited Wang Yu's completion of his task. After a brief moment, she emerged with an entirely new visage. Her enchanting eyes adorned with brown contact lenses, so subtle that one could hardly discern the change without close inspection. Have you finished? She inquired. Indeed. Wang Yu replied with a smile, pulling Meng Xiaotao into his embrace. Then let's go. Why linger unnecessarily? Wang Yu remarked, a hint of impatience in his tone. In a bid to enhance their disguise, the trio deliberately smeared some dirt on their faces, attempting to portray the appearance of refugees. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves standing before a drainage ditch. Wang Yu gazed at the makeshift shelter and remarked, this refuge is quite impressive. It bears a striking resemblance to a stronghold. Could it be that they have claimed dominion over this land? It is indeed well constructed, reminiscent of ancient city walls, Mu Ji added with praise. However, by an ironic twist of fate, the guard stationed above noticed them and shouted, Hey, are you also among the displaced? Yes, indeed. We fled to the countryside to escape the zombies, came the reply. The guard let out a derisive snicker and conferred with another guard nearby, before stating with a smirk, Hold on a moment. I shall report this. If all is in order, you shall be permitted to enter. With that, the guard departed, leaving only one to keep watch. A wave of apprehension washed over Mu Ji as he pondered. Could they have uncovered our ruse? He turned to Wang Yu, his expression showing concern. Fear not. Wang Yu reassured him with a chuckle. In these apocalyptic times, the living are a rare commodity. They would not dare harm us. At worst, we could simply seek another refuge. Yet, after enduring so many days, we have discovered that this sanctuary, if it proves inaccessible, leaves us pondering where else we might find solace. Mu Ji felt a deep unease, constantly contemplating the dire consequences and peculiar scenarios that might ensue if entry were denied. However, after a brief interval, news swiftly arrived. Our leader declared, You are welcome to enter, there are no issues. Hooray! How splendid! Soon, a resounding noise echoed as a lift mechanism gradually lowered a wooden plank, forming a bridge. Wang Yu softly suggested, Let us proceed, but remain vigilant. I remain uncertain of the regulations within this sanctuary. They cautiously traversed the wooden bridge, while behind them, the crane hoisted it away, suggesting a one-way passage. From an external perspective, the refuge appeared unremarkable, yet upon entry, they were astonished by its remarkable interior. Expansive vegetable gardens sprawled before them, accompanied by pigsties, cow pens, and an assortment of amenities. Mu Ji and Wang Yu exchanged a resigned sigh, sensing they had indeed arrived at the right place. However, before they could fully exhale their relief, a man approached them, calmly stating, Do not rejoice too soon. This sanctuary will only retain those deemed valuable. The rest are to vacate without hesitation. What? Such darkness? Wang Yu gazed at the middle-aged man, his expression growing increasingly grave. I perceive that the three of you are robust young men. Do not fret. We shall not forsake you. Instead, let your diligence flourish, and I assure you, you will lead a joyful existence. Mu Ji chuckled wryly, pondering the grandiose promises. How does one paint such grand visions? I speak only the truth, you know. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiong Zhuang. I am Mu Ji, who, feeling reassured, gazed at Xiong Zhuang with a look of bewilderment. Mu Ji, indeed. A fine lad you are. Henceforth, embrace diligence, and you shall want for nothing. Xiong Zhuang patted Mu Ji on the shoulder before shifting his gaze to Wang Yu and the others. What is your name? And what is the nature of your relationship with the woman beside you? Haha, I am Wang Yu, and this is my girlfriend, Meng Xiaotao. As I am new to this place, I hope you harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, I shall have to contend with you fiercely. Chapter 27. Entrapped in a den of wolves. The newcomers to this refuge are all mere laborers. Xiong Zhuang chuckled lightly. You are overthinking it. I am already wed. However, I must caution you. Be wary of the leader of the refuge. Oh, what is the situation? Pray, enlighten me. Wang Yu inquired with sudden interest, tilting his head. This refuge is privately established, not a military installation, and fairness is utterly absent here. It is divided into 4 tiers. The first tier comprises those with close relations. The second tier consists of their friends. The third tier is occupied by free laborers, while you outsiders belong to the fourth tier, the lowest echelon of mere laborers. Except for those in the first and second tiers, everyone else is required to work. Well, it's not too bad. Wang Yu did not exhibit much surprise. He was simply lost in thought. Xiong Zhuang glanced up at Meng Xiaotao, and his expression gradually turned to one of concern. Is that beautiful woman your wife? He inquired. He, more or less, Wang Yu replied with a shy smile. She is so stunning. Having her here, you must be quite fortunate. As Xiong Zhuang uttered these words, Wang Yu's expression darkened. Was there something unspeakable? Indeed, as I mentioned, our refuge is private, and in this apocalyptic world, there are no legal constraints, so you understand. Wang Yu scoffed lightly, casting a glance at the innocent and curious Meng Xiaotao in his arms. Could there be some peculiarities about this refuge? Xiong Zhuang sighed. Actually, this is merely what I've heard. The leader of this refuge is called Xie Yunlong. He has a penchant for beautiful women. Previously, during the harmonious society, he dared not act on his desires, but now, in this apocalypse, well, you understand. As Xiong Zhuang finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the air, and they fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a man in the distance pointed in their direction and shouted, Xiong Zhuang, what is the matter? Since newcomers have arrived, you should promptly assign them work rather than allowing them to idly enjoy the refuge's protection. Oh, I see, Xiong Zhuang responded with a smile, indicating that his social standing was lower than that of the man. Shaking his head, he said to Wang Yu, come with me. I will arrange some work for you. And later this evening, I will show you to your lodging. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, not voicing any dissent, yet Muji beside him bore a grave expression, clearly displeased. What is the matter? Are the rules here rather chaotic? Indeed, more or less. Enough inquiries. Once you commence your duties, you will earn something known as meal tickets, which, as is widely known, serve as currency for food. Sounds quite beneficial, but what constitutes the basic tasks? Wang Yu inquired with curiosity. There are numerous tasks. The more perilous the work, the greater the number of meal tickets earned. Each meal requires the expenditure of 1 ticket. Naturally, if you desire a more sumptuous feast, the cost in tickets increases accordingly. Wang Yu nodded, eager to get started. Then let us proceed promptly. I am keen to ascertain what my physical capabilities can undertake. Xiongzhan chuckled. You're a diligent lad. As long as you keep busy, you shan't go hungry. Follow me. He then led Wang Yu and the others to the entrance of a vast cavern. Step inside. In the post-apocalyptic world, the art of iron forging is highly sought after. Firearms are quite challenging to procure, yet crafting iron tools is relatively straightforward. Wait, are we being sent to mine? Why not simply venture into the city to gather iron resources instead of coming here to excavate? Muji asked, her curiosity piqued. No. Collecting resources in the city is also perilous. In comparison, it's more hazardous to gather supplies there than here. Nonetheless, the mine harbors its own array of dangers. Understood. Let us move, Muji. We should secure today's meal tickets first. Ultimately, the 3 of them entered the cavern. As the imposing figure watched them enter, a hint of concern shadowed his expression. Newcomers, he mused, I sincerely hope you adapt to the rules here. Do not dare to rebel, otherwise, a grim fate awaits you. The mine was shrouded in gloom, heavy with dampness. To disguise the lovely visage of Meng Xiaotao, Yu deliberately scooped up a handful of dirt to alter her appearance, even finding a tattered hat for her to wear. At first glance, the transformed Meng Xiaotao resembled a housewife, devoid of any beauty. Yet, certain features could not be concealed, such as her alluring curves. Hey, you 3 newcomers, were you sent by Xiong Zhuang? Come over to collect your tools and quickly head into the mine. Work until evening, and you will receive a meal ticket. The man's demeanor was far from amiable, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of superiority, almost as if he belonged to a higher class. Wang Yu whispered to his companions, as we are new here, let us first familiarize ourselves with the ways of this place, and perhaps one day, we shall rise against them. What uprising? Are you planning a rebellion? Mu Xie responded softly, his gaze drawn to Wang Yu's unwavering determination, and he nodded in agreement. Before Mu Ji could inquire further, the middle-aged man urged them again. Hurry over to collect your tools and get inside the mine. I warn you, no slacking off. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. All right, we're coming. No need to be so angry, they replied. Wang Yu approached with a feigned smile, receiving a pickaxe from the middle-aged man, and then handed 2 more to his companions, Meng Xiaotao and Mu Ji, who stood behind him. The middle-aged man, observing their reluctance to resist, chuckled softly. Let me explain the task at hand. There is a lengthy track inside, along which a minecart will pass periodically. Your sole responsibility is to deposit the collected iron ore into it. Very well. But where do we enter? Wang Yu inquired. Through there, the man replied, gesturing towards a gaping, dark abyss that loomed ominously. Proceed down that path, and you shall encounter your kind. The man's words held an underlying meaning, yet Wang Yu and his companions had no time to ponder. They swiftly ventured into the cavernous opening. After a while, a faint glimmer of light began to emerge before them. 2 men, armed with an iron rod and a mining lamp, bore unfriendly expressions as they scrutinized the workers, urging them on relentlessly. Hurry up. For heaven's sake, work faster. If you don't fill at least 10 mine carts today, none of you will have a meal ticket. The workers, gripped by fear, could do nothing but toil even harder. Wang Yu and his companions soon joined the fray, their unique physiques allowing them to work with greater efficiency. The man who resembled a taskmaster wore a sinister grin, clearly pleased with their fervent labor. Look at them, working so diligently right from the start. It seems they have no path of retreat, he remarked. At this rate, today's task should be accomplished, another man, also wielding an iron rod and lamp, added with a smile. Although there were 2 mining lamps, the dust-laden environment made it exceedingly difficult to work. The air they inhaled felt suffocating, as if someone were constricting their throats. Upon entering, Wang Yu and Mu Ji could only endure for a short while before succumbing to exhaustion, their breaths coming in ragged gasps and their faces turning an ashen hue, clearly worn out. Hurry up. Why are you 2 just standing there? Look at how hard the other newcomer is working. Are you both incapable of keeping up? A man, reminiscent of a slave master, bellowed with a fierce countenance, evidently impatient. Chapter 28. This shelter is equivalent to a slave pen. Mu Ji murmured a few words. I'm too tired. Can we take a break? Break? What nonsense. Get back to work. If you don't fill at least 10 mine carts by tonight, you won't have any meal tickets. A middle-aged man, resembling a slave driver, raised an iron rod and aimed a blow at Mu Ji's back, clearly relishing this form of education. However, just as the iron rod was about to fall, a dull sound was stifled when Wang Yu, quick-witted and agile, seized it with one hand. Calm down. Let's not resort to violence upon our first meeting. I will work diligently. Please, just calm down. The man was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yu's swift intervention. After so long of exerting pressure, no one had ever managed to catch his iron rod directly. He seemed somewhat apprehensive now. Fine, just work faster. No slacking off. If you don't manage to fill 10 mine carts, you won't receive any meal tickets. Understood? Indeed. Wang Yu gently patted Mu Ji's back and softly urged, let us hasten our efforts. Bear with it for now, and I shall deliver a powerful counterstrike later. However, the atmosphere here was stifling and sweltering, making each breath a laborious task, rendering me utterly devoid of energy to work. Take your time, even if you must labor. Put on an act to conceal your true state. Just endure for the moment, and rest assured, I shall retaliate with full force in due course. Well, thank you ever so much, came the response. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaotao seemed unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, having received a few instructions from Wang Yu. She tirelessly immersed herself in her work. Hours passed, and the middle-aged man who had previously entered with a cigarette in his mouth returned, announcing, it is now evening. You have loaded sufficient materials for 10 vehicles. Come forth to collect your meal tickets. Ah, finally, it has come to nightfall. I am utterly exhausted, I lamented, feeling the strain in my old back. Indeed, after a day's toil, we are all weary. The laborers cast their shovels into the minecart and collected their meal tickets from the middle-aged man. Wang Yu stood at the back of the line, and when his turn arrived, the man sneered, tossing a ticket emblazoned with a few words disdainfully onto the ground. Oh dear, it has fallen. Now, you young man, pick it up. This ticket belongs to you. Wang Yu scoffed quietly, choosing not to clean up immediately, but rather contemplating, though you humiliate me now, when I retaliate later, you shall find yourself in a desperate plight, unable to live or die. Likewise, Mu Ji had also endured such humiliation at his hands. As it came time for Meng Xiaotao, the man observed her feminine appearance, his pupils slightly widening, and then he wickedly remarked, Oh, a woman, if you're weary, why not accompany me for a night? I shall offer you 10 meal tickets. What do you say? Meng Xiaotao remained silent, but beside her, Wang Yu shouted, You old hag, she doesn't need it. She is mine, and if you dare to touch her, You're as good as dead. The middle-aged man scoffed. What era is this that someone dares to threaten me? You must be tired of living. However, as he turned to face Wang Yu's fierce glare, he found himself rendered speechless, yet he still tossed Meng Xiaodao's meal ticket onto the ground. There, I've thrown it down. Pick it up yourself. With a disdainful huff, though Wang Yu did not vocalize this sentiment, he bent slightly to retrieve the ticket. Come, Meng Xiaodao, let us find a place to eat. All right. Brother Wang Yu, she replied. As they departed, the middle-aged man's demeanor darkened entirely. Heh, such a sweet voice, masquerading as a middle-aged woman, is it? And your name is Meng Xiaodao, is it? Very well, I shall remember that. Upon exiting the dim and damp cave, Mu Ji stretched, easing his aching back. What a drain this has been. I never anticipated this foolish refuge would be so dark. Had I known, I wouldn't have come here. Huh, is this not the sanctuary you've longed for? Such is its nature. Now you've reaped the consequences. Haven to you? You regret it, but alas, you must endure a few more days. Wang Yu mocked Mu Ji and then pulled Meng Xiaotao into his embrace, gently stroking her head. Wang Yu, are we truly going to rebel? But there are so many people here. Can we succeed with just the three of us? Humph, you may not have noticed. But it's not solely us three. Those who have long been oppressed also possess a certain fighting spirit. You will understand in due time. Now, let us first find something to eat. We can discuss matters later. However, Wang Yu was unable to locate the dining area. Although there were many rules in this refuge, it was indeed quite vast. They wandered around, but still did not find it. Ah, you all are out. From a distance, Xiong Zhuang immediately recognized them and greeted them with a smile. Hey, this place is indeed a bit large. I can't even find the dining area. Well, it's no surprise that you newcomers Haven't found it. Follow me. I will take you there. Subsequently, Xiong Zhuang led them on a convoluted path until they finally arrived at the dining area for the laborers. It was essentially a dilapidated concrete floor, with a shabby wooden table in the distance, atop which sat several large iron buckets, presumably containing food, while a long queue formed. When Wang Yu beheld this scene, he was astounded. What the hell? Is this really the dining area? It looks more like pig feed. Oh, come now, don't be so picky. In the apocalypse, having something to eat is already a blessing. But for heaven's sake, this place is utterly dilapidated. There's no proper table. Everyone is squatting on the ground eating with their hands. The manner of dining here is indeed quite loathsome. Each individual resembles a certain individual from India, with an iron basin before them containing some food, devoid of chopsticks, relying solely on their hands to consume it. These people are relishing their meals, seemingly resigned to their dire circumstances, accepting such an environment as their fate. Alas, I notice the queue is dwindling. You should hasten to line up. However, one meal ticket permits the acquisition of but a single dish, so you understand the urgency. Beside them, Mu Ji wore a sullen expression, muttering about the unfairness of it all. Had he known, he would have preferred to remain outside, accompanying Wang Yu in the struggle against zombies to gather supplies rather than descend into this wretched place. Yet, despite his grievances, Mu Ji dutifully joined the queue to exchange his meal ticket for food. The dishes provided to these laborers resembled slop, washed with plain water, lacking any semblance of grease. Though they could still be considered food, which was a small mercy. After some time, the three of them successfully spent the meal tickets they had earned that day. Although the food was nearly ineatable, Meng Xiaotao generously offered her portion to Mu Ji, for she, a zombie, had no need for such meager fare. Wang Yu, while finding the meal utterly unappetizing, merely took a few tentative licks, choosing instead to survey the group of laborers engrossed in their unfortunate meal. Oh, could it be that there are over 100 laborers toiling here? It appears that the hope for a turnaround is quite substantial. I wonder what kind of upheaval will ensue by then. Chapter 29. The Uprising finalizing the plan. Action tonight, although Xiong Zhuang is also among the laborers. He presumably occupies the third tier, yet he remains ensnared in this fate of life-threatening toil. The food provided is hardly fit for human consumption. Even dogs would turn their noses up at it, and pigs would weep at the sight, while Mu Ji expresses disdain. Yet Xiong Zhuang merely chuckles, lamenting that one should not complain. Having something to eat and a shelter is already a blessing. Suddenly, a commotion erupts within the crowd. What in the world? Is this fit for human consumption? There are pebbles in the food. Even my pig would refuse such fare. Who is the fool that constructed this shelter? Surely, one should not exploit others to such an extent. This is reminiscent of the dark days at my former workplace. In an instant, the clamor of discontent fills the air. Alas, here we go again. It seems death is on the horizon once more. As Xiong Zhuang uttered these words, Wang Yu looked on in astonishment, questioning the situation. Could it be? Indeed, you are correct. Here, lies are as inconsequential as weeds. Anyone who dares to defy the rules will be ruthlessly suppressed. Prepare yourself for the spectacle ahead. Soon, the elite, perched high above, swiftly received notification. Armed with iron spears and other cold weapons, they directed their menacing gaze towards the defenseless populace. Why the use of cold weapons? Because this establishment was originally a steel mill, hastily converted into a refuge. Who dares to rebel? Among the recently insurrectionary individuals, some were wounded while others surrendered immediately, causing the crowd to disperse chaotically. The once tumultuous assembly fell into an abrupt silence as fear of death gripped each person, leading to a swift resolution when confronted with formidable opposition. Of course, their positioning at the periphery prevented them from being encircled. A middle-aged man, clad in resplendent attire and exuding a menacing aura, approached with a smile, flanked by two robust bodyguards. This man was none other than the proprietor or leader of the refuge, Xie Yunlong. Rumor has it that he harbors a deep-seated vendetta and possesses a daring disposition, wielding unchecked power in this apocalyptic era. Xiong Zhuang spoke in a hushed tone, his voice quivering with apprehension, indicating that even he harbored trepidation. Could it be that he intends to slaughter everyone present? Mu Ji inquired with curiosity. No, came the reply. He will only execute those who instigated the commotion, employing extraordinarily brutal methods. After the deed, their corpses will be displayed impaled on a wooden stake, serving as a grim testament to the fate of rebels. Is it truly that heinous? It seems that action must be taken in advance. Why then do we not unite and collectively overthrow his tyranny? Wang Yu, filled with fury, clenched his fists tightly. Xiong Zhuang recognized his concern and sighed. It is not that we do not wish to act, but we are utterly devoid of weapons, all of which are firmly under that scoundrel's control. After much discussion, the rioting crowds had already been subdued, with 3 leaders having been directly stabbed to death. Xie Yunlong gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the 3, letting out a cold chuckle before loudly proclaiming to the assembled throng, "Do you see? This is the fate of rebellion. Since all is well now, finish your meals and return to your slumber." He then issued further instructions, departing with his bodyguards and a few confidants. That old dog, may his entire family perish. Many cursed Xie Yunlong. They were merely insignificant refugees, defenseless and utterly incapable of confronting such armed malefactors. Come, allow me to escort you to rest. We must resume our labors tomorrow. Indeed, that sounds agreeable. Wang Yu silently acquiesced, though he had already concocted a plan in his mind, maintaining a facade of normalcy that even Mu Ji failed to perceive. Mu Ji, in deep distress, clasped his head in despair, lamenting, "How are we to survive like this? Do you think it's possible to escape? To never return to this refuge again?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Zhuang let out a derisive laugh. "You have indeed come to the right place. This location is akin to a den of bandits, easy to enter, yet treacherous to leave. There have been attempts at escape before, but without exception, those who did met a grim fate, their corpses displayed before that very pillar." He pointed deliberately at the towering, nearly 10-meter-high wooden stake, stained a deep red from the blood of many who had perished there, sending a chill down the spine of any who dared to look. Is it truly so terrifying? Alas, it seems my life is utterly ruined. Mu Ji felt engulfed by despair, her gaze vacant, consumed by thoughts of mortality. In contrast, Wang Yu maintained an optimistic outlook, pondering a strategy to lure a horde of zombies from the outside to mount an assault, creating a chaotic pincer movement. However, let us not harbor any illusions. Xiong Zhuang led them to a dilapidated wooden shack, and upon entering, they discovered it was surprisingly spacious, yet the roof was merely a few broken planks, allowing the wind to seep through in places. The interior was barren, featuring only a cold, concrete floor. Feel free to find a corner to lie down. This is our abode. Mu Ji exclaimed, appalled by the conditions. What is this? A scam? Even my grandmother's pigsty is cleaner than this. Will sleeping here lead to my demise? Sighing, she felt a sense of numbness wash over her. Xiong Zhuang located a relatively clean spot, wiped it with his hand, and promptly lay down. Wang Yu, undeterred by the dismal circumstances, guided Meng Xiaotao to a quieter corner away from the entrance, where they sat in silence. He glanced at Mu Ji, offering a reassuring smile, and said, "Let go of your grievances. We can only endure this a few more days." Yet, Mu Ji continued to voice her complaints, and who could blame her? Who wouldn't complain in such dismal surroundings? One by one, the group of refugees trickled in, gradually filling the room, though a cacophony of unpleasant odors permeated the air. Wang Yu, intrigued by the sight of Xiong Zhuang lying on the ground, inquired, "Is there not even a place to bathe in this wretched establishment?" Heh, bathing is a fanciful notion. Merely surviving is a daunting challenge. Let alone indulging in a bath. Unless thunder strikes and rain pours, perhaps then one could avail oneself of a complimentary wash. Wang Yu was at a loss for words. Yet his thoughts were resolute. Tonight, action was imperative. What kind of place was this? Was it truly inhabited by humans? The room was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. Save for the ethereal white moonlight that filtered through the crevices, barely illuminating the surroundings. This chamber was overcrowded, a cacophony of voices and an assortment of odors. Yet the most exasperating aspect was the incessant clamor of certain individuals who never ceased their din, creating a raucous atmosphere. It wasn't until the stroke of midnight that the crowd gradually began to settle. Muji was utterly fatigued, curling up and succumbing to sleep. In stark contrast, Wang Yu was wide awake, glancing at the dream Xiaotao nestled in his arms. She was a zombie, requiring no slumber, her eyes fixed intently on Wang Yu. "What troubles you, Wang Yu Gij? You seem preoccupied. Indeed, we must take action tonight." "All right, I shall follow your lead, Wang Yu Gij." Chapter 30. Halfway to realization, Wang Yu gradually regained his composure. It was now the dead of night, and those around him were overcome with drowsiness, heads drooping, clearly oblivious to their surroundings. Yet, the crowd was substantial, leaving no room to shift one's feet. "Let us venture outside for a moment," Wang Yu suggested, pulling Dream Xiaotao to her feet with a smile, deliberately avoiding stepping on anyone's toes to prevent startling them. After a brief interval, we have finally emerged. It was unbearable inside. The stench was overwhelming. I thought I might suffocate. Wang Yu was enveloped in a profound gloom, his spirits plummeting to an abyss. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaodao, oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, could not perceive the tension in the air. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Wang Yu swiftly grasped Meng Xiaodao's hand, guiding her to crouch behind a nearby pile of stones. This was dire. Even at this late hour, there were patrols? Indeed, since the establishment of this sanctuary, the patrols had never waned. They were wary of sudden retaliation and the possibility of escape. Wang Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the distant light atop the watchtower. A formidable beacon standing at least 10 meters high. This complicates matters. With someone observing, we cannot approach at all. Noticing Wang Yu's anxiety, Meng Xiaotao inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Wang Yu?" "There are people atop the watchtower. Our movements are hindered," Wang Yu replied somberly, giving her a gentle pat on the backside. "Do not fret. Leave it to me, Brother Wang Yu." "Are you certain? Please be cautious." "Absolutely," Meng Xiaotao exclaimed with delight, before leaping into action, her speed on the ground transforming her into a mere shadow in an instant. It seemed she had attained the third tier of zombie prowess, truly a terrifying sight. The individuals atop the watchtower, initially drowsy, were jolted awake by the sight of the shadow darting about, and they quickly raised their powerful lights in pursuit. However, the response time of the beam paled in comparison to Meng Xiaodao's agility. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the base of the watchtower. The entrance was firmly shut, leaving no refuge for ordinary individuals inside, effectively barring any ascent. However, Meng Xiaodao was no ordinary girl. With a playful smile, she exclaimed, "Brother Wang Yu, watch me accomplish this task instantly." With a slight exertion, her petite feet propelled her to a height of 5 or 6 meters, while her fingers, sharp as steel forks, plunged directly into the wooden structure of the watchtower. The sentinels atop the tower could only hear a series of dull thuds. "What is happening? What is that sound? Has the cat raised by the boss emerged again?" They wore expressions of confusion, soon followed by a creeping drowsiness. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaodao had already ascended, deftly maneuvering her way onto the structure, producing only the faintest of sounds. Yet, this minuscule noise startled one of the guards, causing cold sweat to break out as the encroaching sleep vanished. "Who is there?" Meng Xiaotao remained silent as she approached, her crimson eyes glimmering faintly in the pitch-black void. An utterly terrifying sight. "Zombies! Someone help!" The guard began to call out, but Meng Xiaotao's speed was astonishing, surpassing that of the human eye. The glass barrier before her shattered effortlessly, and her hands plunged into the man's throat. The watchtower, primarily constructed of wood, featured a small room made of wood and glass, connected by several cables to a bright lamp. The man was dead, Meng Xiaotao shook the blood from her hands, a look of disgust crossing her face. How revolting. This blood is utterly unpalatable, far inferior to Brother Wang Yu's little sugar pills. Nonetheless, with a slight motion, she extinguished the lamp atop the tower, or rather, she shattered it with a single punch. Wang Yu, upon noticing the radiant lights, couldn't help but express his delight, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Well done, Meng Xiaotao." Before he could finish his praise, Meng Xiao swiftly descended and returned to Wang Yu's side. "Brother Wang Yu, do you think I did well?" "Of course, you did splendidly." Wang Yu gently ruffled Meng Xiaotao's hair. "Then, Brother Wang Yu, shouldn't you reward me?" "A reward?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu retrieved a green virus pill from his bag and placed it in her mouth. She chewed happily, smiling. "It's delicious, Brother Wang Yu. I want more." "Don't be in such a hurry. Our mission isn't complete yet," Wang Yu reassured her, patting her head. "All right, where are we headed now?" Wang Yu scanned the surroundings and spotted a chemical factory in the distance, accompanied by some lavishly decorated cement villas. "Hee, that must be the scoundrel's residence. Come on, Meng Xiaotao, I'll take you there." Under the cover of night, they stealthily made their way toward the location, moving like a pair of lovers escaping from a calamity. Resembling a rather disheveled homecoming, Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao paused beneath the railing, remarking, "Damn that evil Yunlong. I never imagined he would be so cautious." Surrounded by barbed wire and fences, is he that afraid of death? After struggling for a while, Wang Yu found the contraption unyielding, his hands sore from the effort. "It seems we can only enter through the front gate. We can't get past this barbed wire security for now." "Hee, Brother Wang Yu cannot enter, but I can. Can you?" "Oh, by the way, your jump is 5 or 6 meters high. Indeed, that is impressive. However, even if you manage to enter, I will follow you in. I cannot get through otherwise, so let us simply enter through the main gate." Wang Yu gently patted Meng Xiaotao's head, urging her not to be anxious, for the night still held much time ahead. There was no need to rush. At worst, they could remain hidden for another night and strike hard tomorrow evening. Suddenly, an array of alarm bells rang out. Wang Yu found it peculiar, wondering how he had given himself away when he had been so careful. Could it be that Meng Xiaotao had been discovered after eliminating the guard at the watchtower? Before he could ponder further, a multitude of individuals burst forth from the 6-story villa, brandishing iron spearheads, their expressions fraught with panic. Even Xie Yulong emerged, his countenance darkened with displeasure. "What the hell? I was enjoying myself. How could someone be killed so abruptly? Is it possible that zombies have infiltrated?" Wang Yu and his companions were still quite distant from the gate of the barbed wire fence, and the surrounding terrain was not flat, but rather consisted of small, rising hills adorned with withered vegetation. Observing Xie Yulong and his 2 bodyguards approaching the area where the refugees slept, Wang Yu exclaimed in alarm, "This is dire. I hope Muji does not reveal that I am one of his companions." With the guards at the gate having moved alongside Xie Yulong, Wang Yu and his group stealthily made their way closer to the villa. Upon hearing the strange noises emanating from within, Wang Yu cursed loudly. "This damn fool is enjoying himself even more than I am." In truth, the illumination emanated not from the 1st and 2nd floors, but rather from the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, which were ablaze with light. From the 5th and 6th floors, faint sounds of feminine laughter could be discerned. It is evident that in this apocalyptic world, those in the know are all too aware of the implications. Chapter 31. Encountering an old friend, Wang Yu found himself positioned behind the villa, nearly 1 meter away from a wire fence. From his estimation, the villa sprawled over at least 2,000 cubic meters. Alas, such a grand residence. How he wished he could have possessed a suite like this during his lifetime. As he reminisced about the hardships of his past, he unconsciously shook his head. However, Meng Xiaotao pinched him gently. "Brother Wang Yu, refrain from speaking. I hear someone approaching." "Ah, someone is coming?" Wang Yu's heart raced as he fixated on the weathered back door of the villa, which seemed out of place against the backdrop of the newly constructed edifice. Yet he quickly regained his composure. "Meng Xiaotao, prepare for battle. If it is someone we recognize, we shall spare their life. If not, we shall eliminate them without hesitation." Wang Yu had long been aware that this group of administrators was far from virtuous, each one complicit in the chaos of this lawless world, their arrogance reaching new heights. Nevertheless, he recalled the 3 individuals, Anshan, Long Hua, and Tang Xuexue. Although his relationship with the latter 2 was tenuous, Anshan seemed relatively decent. Yet Wang Yu could not ascertain whether he was part of this nefarious group. As the sound of a door handle gently turning reached his ears, a handsome young man emerged, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket to light it. exhaling a plume of smoke. Damn that Tang Shueshua. It was Anshan, who was seen with a cigarette clenched between his lips, unfastening his pants. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, rendering him oblivious to anything amiss. However, Wang Yu, with his eyes closed, possessed the uncanny ability to perceive everything around him, albeit in mere black and white. He approached Anshan with a cheerful demeanor, playfully inquiring, "What has that woman done to you?" In Anshan's line of sight, he discerned no one, and the sudden emergence of the voice filled him with trepidation. The half-finished act of urination was abruptly suppressed, the discomfort palpable. "Who the hell is that? Get out here," he shouted, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. "Could it be you, Wang Yu?" "Indeed, it is I. I'm curious how you ended up here," Wang Yu replied. Anshan sighed heavily, lamenting, Speaking of it brings only tears. Ever since I followed that woman here, Tang Shueshue has flown away in her father's helicopter." "What? Her father is that formidable?" Wang Yu exclaimed, astonished. "What transpired? Why did you not leave with her?" Discussing it only brings sorrow. Both Long Hua and I remained, while she departed alone," Anshan replied, extinguishing and discarding the nearly burnt-out cigarette. Suddenly, Wang Yu's expression shifted, and he sternly queried, "Then why are you not with those laborers, but instead here in this villa?" The abruptness of this tone left Anshan bewildered. Nevertheless, he responded truthfully, prompting Wang Yu to suddenly realize. As he patted him on the shoulder, "Goodness, you can operate machinery. Indeed, acquiring a skill during university is quite commendable." He chuckled. "What does it matter to be able to operate an iron smelting machine? I am merely a humble welder and electrician, previously assisting that wretched individual in researching firearm production." Just as their conversation blossomed, the patrolling Xie Yunlong returned, his face a mask of fury as he coldly muttered, "Which scoundrel has slain my sentinel? With such an elevated watchtower, how could anyone ascend? Could it truly be the work of zombies?" After a brief pause, a burst of laughter erupted from the 6th floor. Wang Yu inquired, "What is occurring on the 6th floor?" Do not dwell on it. The 6th floor belongs solely to Xie Yunlong, while I am relegated to the 2nd level. The 3rd and 4th levels are merely storage for provisions." At that moment, Meng Xiaotao softly murmured, "Brother Wang Yu, someone else is arriving." Wang Yu immediately recognized the individual and swiftly pulled Meng Xiaotao into the shadows. Approaching them with a grin was Long Hua, who inquired, "Anshan, what brings you here alone? Did you not claim that stepping outside for a smoke and a quick relief would take such an eternity?" Eventually, Long Hua's gaze grew increasingly sinister. "Could it be that you have been without a woman's company for quite some time? Are you engaging in? Get lost." "I am not that bored," Anshan retorted, a hint of anger in his tone. In truth, I am quite similar to you. I too indulge in a smoke and relieve myself." Subsequently, he unfastened his belt and began to attend to his hands. "If you find yourself truly bored, we might request a lady from Xie Yunlong." He chuckled, "I have no such need." "Oh, come now, don't be like that. How long has it been since you last heard from your estranged girlfriend since the outbreak of the zombies? Perhaps she has already transformed into one herself." After relieving himself, Long Hua buttoned up his trousers and sarcastically remarked, his words striking a nerve. Anshan immediately retaliated with a punch to his chest. "Do I appear to be a pure-hearted lover? Unlike you, who falls for every woman you encounter." "Haha, so you are aware of this," Long Hua said, patting him on the shoulder. "Let us return and rest. We must rise early to work tomorrow." "Very well," Anshan replied, casting a glance at Wang Yu's position in the darkness. The two then entered. Yet Anshan surprisingly left the door ajar, wishing for Wang Yu to find a place to lie down and enjoy a comfortable sleep. "Brother Wang Yu." Their conversation was rather peculiar. Meng Xiao softly inquired about Wang Yu's thoughts, but he merely patted her head and responded, "The essence of manhood. The spirit of a hero. Come, let us also enter. Tonight shall surely be eventful." Yet, Meng Xiaotao remained perplexed, prompting Wang Yu to flick her forehead lightly. "Do not overthink. In due time, you shall understand." Upon the arrival of Wang Yu and his companions, they discovered that the 1st floor was exclusively designated for weaponry, predominantly consisting of iron long spears and swords. Wang Yu gently grasped a long sword, maneuvering it with ease, suggesting a remarkable proficiency. Indeed, this weapon was commendably crafted, which elucidated why those ruffians dared not rise in rebellion. If they would not resist, then the mantle of challenge would fall upon me. Wang Yu firmly shut the door behind him, closing his eyes as the surroundings materialized vividly in his mind. He located the staircase and ascended gradually. The second floor served merely as the quarters for the bodyguards and the likes of Long Hua and Shan, while the third and fourth floors were devoid of conversation, only echoing with the sound of footsteps, indicating that patrols were underway. However, upon reaching the entrance of the fifth floor, he was met with the sounds of women's cries intertwined with men's voices, igniting a flush of embarrassment on his face. Damn it. Indeed. The true nature of these individuals in this apocalyptic scenario had been unveiled. Yet, after tonight, their laughter would be extinguished. Neither Meng Xiaotao nor Wang Yu lingered on the fifth floor. They swiftly proceeded to the sixth, targeting the ultimate mastermind behind it all, Xie Yunlong. Standing before the door, they could still hear the bizarre cheers emanating from within, accompanied by provocative and lascivious sounds that left Wang Yu astounded. How brazenly they reveled in their debauchery, exploiting us in such a manner, while the fates of those scoundrels held no consequence for me. The discomfort endured by my dear brother Muji struck a chord deep within my heart. Xie Yunlong, come forth and meet your demise. With a powerful kick, Wang Yu shattered the grand door, meticulously crafted from exquisite timber. Chapter 32, Slaying the Evil Cloud Dragon, plans to establish new rules tomorrow. Upon forcefully kicking open the grand door, he was met with a breathtaking spectacle that he would find hard to forget. The imagery of wine pools and meat forests, akin to a paradise secluded from the world, seemed most fitting here. Naturally, the forceful entrance silenced the beautiful women who had been playfully accompanying the evil cloud dragon. Among them, the expression on the evil cloud dragon's face darkened instantly, disbelief washing over him at the audacity of someone daring to breach this heavily guarded sanctum. Who are you? How did you come here? In response to the evil cloud dragon's inquiry, Wang Yu merely smiled, offering no reply. Instead, he planted his sword into the ground and gently caressed Meng Xiaotao's head, planting a kiss on her rosy lips. Be good, that is the evil cloud dragon. Go and slay him, and I shall reward you with plenty of virus essence pills in the future. Meng Xiaotao nodded cheerfully, yea? But you must promise, brother Wang Yu. No lies. Of course, go ahead. However, Wang Yu's actions had already granted the evil cloud dragon precious moments to escape. He darted to the side, hastily donning his trousers and brandishing a handgun, ready to fire. Yet, Meng Xiao shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The evil cloud dragon panicked, quickly pulling the trigger. The gunfire erupted, bullets whizzing past Meng Xiaotao, who moved with such swiftness that he could not land a shot. The women attending to the evil cloud dragon met a grim fate. Some fell lifeless, others wounded, their screams echoing through the chaos. The sixth floor erupted into turmoil, the sounds resonating throughout the entire villa. The alarm bell tolled once more, yet this time it was far from ordinary. Wang Yu called out to Meng Xiaotao, who was locked in fierce combat. Stop playing around, quickly finish him off. Understood, brother Wang Yu, she replied. With lightning speed, Meng Xiaotao seized the moment, her eyes perceiving the ominous Yunlong as if in slow motion. With a swift motion akin to a dagger, she pierced through the malevolent Yunlong's abdomen. Why? What on earth is happening? Is this action even human? Who are you truly? The ominous Yunlong, eyes wide open in disbelief, collapsed in agony, his breath fading within mere seconds. Is the ominous Yunlong dead? The group of scantily clad women cried out in unison, some trembling in fear. Don't come near us. Do you intend to kill us as well? Wang Yu merely chuckled. You are safe. I have only eliminated the mastermind behind this chaos. However, if you seek death, do come forth. I shall accommodate you all. The women continued to shout in panic. Put on your clothes and stand to the side. Wang Yu's fury erupted. Yet he still allowed them a semblance of dignity, turning away to avoid their sight. At that moment, Meng Xiaotao approached after rinsing her hands in the water, a smile gracing her lips. So, what do you think, brother Wang Yu? Am I impressive? One move to defeat the enemy. Indeed, you are remarkable. You are the best. Wang Yu replied, gently ruffling her hair. He then kicked open the grand door, as a throng of individuals began to converge. They were the ominous Yunlong's bodyguards and thugs. The faces of the assembled individuals were grim and foreboding, their brows furrowed, clutching their cold weapons. Yet, they dared not charge forward, for they beheld the fallen figure of Xie Yun Dragon, sprawled in a pool of blood. A voice from the rear exclaimed in astonishment. Is Xie Yun Dragon dead? Indeed, he has met his demise, slain by the very hands of my girlfriend. Do you also wish to share his fate? Wang Yu replied, his tone nonchalant, his countenance placid, as he continued to engage in intimate banter with Meng Xiaotao. The group of bodyguards and thugs were filled with trepidation, unwilling to gamble with their lives. After all, Xie Yun Dragon was already dead. Pursuing Wang Yu would serve no purpose and could result in their own downfall. Good riddance. Good riddance. One individual, pushing through the crowd, clapped his hands, exuding exuberance. He was Anshan. Heh, Wang Yu, I initially intended to merely leave you a way out. I thought you might find a bed in this room to rest, but I never anticipated you would handle the situation so decisively. Truly impressive. Haha. I too did not foresee that Xie Yundragon's lair would be so easily breached. Eliminating him was as effortless as dispatching a chicken, all thanks to my girlfriend. Wang Yu, feeling somewhat bashful, retrieved a green viral essence pill from his pocket and placed it into Ming Xiaodao's mouth. Now that Xie Yun Dragon is dead, what do you intend to do? Anshan inquired with a smile. What else can be done? Naturally, we shall abolish oppression and strive for collective prosperity. Wang Yu then cast his gaze upon the bodyguards. Do any of you dissent? No, we shall heed your word entirely, they responded, having been thoroughly intimidated, with no inclination to exhibit even the slightest hint of rebellion. Very well, if that is the case, let us address matters further tomorrow. Wang Yu whispered a few words to Anshan, instructing him to fetch Mu Xi, who was sleeping in the dilapidated house, as he had urgent matters to arrange. Sure. No problem. I will ensure the task is completed. With that, Anshan departed, leaving the bodyguards at the entrance, each gazing at Wang Yu with palpable trepidation. Wang Yu let out a cold laugh. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be returning to your slumber? Tomorrow, I shall implement new rules. Those who refuse will go hungry. His words sent the group fleeing in panic. No one dared to provoke him, unless they were as foolish as the reckless characters in sensational tales. Once the bodyguards had all retreated in disarray, Wang Yu turned his attention to the neatly arranged group of mature women behind him. You all should return to sleep as well. Tomorrow, I will change the rules. Those who do not comply will face dire consequences. Of course, it would not be as unrestrained as the tyrannical methods of that sinister figure, Xie Yunlong. The women nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. As they passed by Wang Yu, each expressed their thanks. For the time being, Wang Yu decided to stay on the 6th floor. Approaching the corpse, he picked up the handgun from the ground. Ah, a Desert Eagle, is it? This seems quite valuable. What is a Desert Eagle, Brother Wang Yu? Dream Xiaodao inquired. Do not ask. You wouldn't understand, he replied, gently patting her head. Come now, let us return to sleep. Subsequently, Wang Yu discovered a pristine room on the 6th floor, containing only a bed that could comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 persons. This bed appeared to be crafted from exquisite Qingtan wood, an exceptionally luxurious material, apart from a small stain of red liquid on the white sheets. Everything else seemed in order. Naturally, Wang Yu had no intention of sleeping on it. He promptly seized the soiled sheets, rolled them up, and discarded them without a second thought. He then embraced Meng Xiaotao and drifted off to sleep. However, barely 10 minutes into his slumber, Anshan returned with Mu Xi. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Mu Xi's face was a portrait of astonishment. Goodness, how incredible! You actually killed Xie Yunlong? You are truly a remarkable person, a genuine benefactor. Wang Yu affectionately ruffled Meng Xiaotao's hair and chuckled softly. Just a small feat tomorrow. I shall establish new regulations. Now, Anshan, please take Mu Xi to find a room for the night. All right, Mu Xi, follow me. Chapter 33. Establishing a new sanctuary once they departed. Only the two of them remained in the cozy room. Although Ming Xiaotao was 19 years old, her intelligence was rather limited, akin to that of a third-tier zombie, displaying only a slight increase in cognitive abilities compared to a second-tier counterpart. She could articulate simple phrases, yet her thoughts remained somewhat stunted. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Wang Yu gazed tenderly at Ming Xiaodao, gently caressing her cheek before leaning in to kiss her without the slightest hesitation. Ming Xiaodao appeared bewildered, neither rejecting nor shying away, simply accepting his advances. They shared a kiss for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly parting. Wang Yu's face flushed slightly as he swallowed hard and smiled, saying, Ming Xiaodao, do you truly possess a new personality? Or are you merely inheriting the original consciousness? However, Ming Xiaodao, lacking in intellect, shook her head in confusion. Utterly at a loss, her eyes fixed on Wang Yu, as if to say, I do not comprehend what you are referring to. Ultimately, Wang Yu chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Forget it. Let us sleep. We can address any issues tomorrow. With that, the lights were extinguished, and they nestled under the covers. Meng Xiaotao lay quietly, her eyes wide open, observing all that enveloped her in the darkness. Wang Yu had initially intended to engage in various activities, but upon witnessing Meng Xiaotao's unblinking gaze, he felt a pang of melancholy. After some contemplation, he decided against it. Her body lacked warmth, emanating a chilling coldness that rendered the bed quite frigid, save for Wang Yu's warmth. Yet, aside from this, there were many advantages. Meng Xiaotao exuded a subtle fragrance, her body soft and delicate, yet devoid of sensation, akin to silicone. As the night swiftly passed, Meng Xiaotao remained as still as a log in slumber, while Wang Yu's sleeping posture was anything but tranquil. He tossed and turned throughout the night, resembling one afflicted with hyperactivity. By morning, one of his feet had found its way onto Meng Xiaotao's body, his entire form sprawled atop her, appearing exceedingly comfortable. Nevertheless, Meng Xiaotao said nothing, for her limited intellect failed to grasp the implications, likely due to her low tier, only grade 3. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, Mu Ji had long since awakened and approached to knock on the door of Wang Yu's room. "Brother Wang Yu, are you not yet up? Shouldn't you rise to establish some rules?" At this moment, Wang Yu reluctantly got up. He had slept quite comfortably through the night, save for the chill of her body. Everything else was perfect. He stifled a yawn, donned his clothes, and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Wang Yu approached the door, inquired, "Could you do me a favor and dispose of Xie Yunlong's corpse? Gather everyone. I shall return shortly to lay down the new regulations." "Certainly, right away," Mu Ji readily replied. Before long, Xie Yunlong's lifeless body was discarded onto the familiar concrete playground, where all those he had exploited were assembled. Gazing upon the well-known figure sprawled on the cement, their eyes widened in disbelief, their throats constricted with anticipation and trepidation. "Xie Yunlong is dead? He actually perished. How splendid. I wonder which hero was responsible for his demise. It seems Xie Yunlong met a fitting end, indeed." The crowd began to stir restlessly, each individual brimming with excitement and gasping in astonishment. At that moment, Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao arrived, fashionably late. Mu Ji approached with a smile, saying, "Brother Wang Yu has everything in hand. Feel free to command them. Our dominion awaits." Wang Yu chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Do not phrase it so peculiarly. I am no villain. It's not as though I intend to rule over slaves. Hehe, may I ask how you plan to manage these individuals?" "Do not fret. I have my methods." Subsequently, Wang Yu strolled slowly before the gathering, and the crowd regarded him with astonished gazes, murmuring amongst themselves, "What is the situation with this fellow? Could it be that he has committed murder? Are they about to implement such oppressive measures once again?" As their emotions grew increasingly agitated, you had no choice but to wave your hand and shout, "Enough! Calm down and be quiet. I will not exploit you, but do not expect to gain without effort. There are rules in place, yet we are all human. Situations are not as dire as you may imagine, nor are they as favorable as you wish them to be." With this explanation from Wang Yu, the crowd began to comprehend. "Xiong Zhuang, step forward," he called. From the throng, Xiong Zhuang raised his hand, asking, "What do you need?" After a brief exchange, he quickly grasped the situation. He turned to the crowd and instructed, "All right, today we shall not engage in tedious tasks. A sense of home fosters work, so we shall now construct a new refuge." His stirring speech ignited the spirits of the people who placed their trust in Xiong Zhuang. Consequently, the remaining tasks became manageable. Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao ascended to the 5th floor to address the relatives of Xie Yunlong. This group possessed considerable combat potential, and should anyone attempt to shirk their responsibilities, they would face dire consequences. Xie Yunlong's relatives had long since succumbed to his nefarious habits. By the time Wang Yu reached the door of the 5th floor, there was no indication of it being opened, and the room remained eerily silent, likely still in slumber. Wang Yu let out a cold laugh. It was time to administer some discipline. Without a hint of leniency, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked the door, which swung open with a resounding crash. "Come forth, all of you. Cease your slumber, for the notorious Xie Yunlong is no more. It is time for you to accept your fate." Though these words may seem somewhat foolish, they prove remarkably effective. Before long, the living room on the 5th floor was filled with 13 individuals, predominantly direct relatives of Xie Yunlong, along with a few very close extended family members. Wang Yu procured a stool, positioned it behind him, and seated himself, casting a cold smirk at the assembly. "Now that Xie Yunlong has met his demise, it is only fitting that you partake in the labor ahead." Yet, at this juncture, disbelief still clung to them. Impossible, it cannot be. With so many bodyguards and henchmen at his disposal, how could he be dead? "You are undoubtedly deceiving us." Wang Yu did not indulge their incredulity. He seized a middle-aged man from the crowd and hurled him towards the window. "Look, there lies a corpse on the cement playground. Does it not resemble Xie Yunlong?" It was only then that the man, with a nervous nod, began to concede, cold sweat trickling down his back, his countenance darkening with reluctance. What? What do you intend to do? His voice trembled with palpable fear as he replayed the events of that fateful night in his mind. Apart from his own revelry, he had paid no heed to anything else, leaving all matters to Xie Yunlong. After all, the past was none of their concern. Wang Yu, his expression as frigid as ice, turned to the group and sneered. Who among you still harbors doubt? Step forward and observe closely. If there are no objections, you shall now join the ranks of the laborers. Chapter 34. Elimination of Remnants. Exploiting the remaining value of villains. The group remained silent, each individual aware of the precariousness of their existence, for they dared not gamble with their lives. Their silence spoke volumes. Subsequently, Wang Yu turned to Ming Xiaodao and instructed, "Please summon the bodyguards and the women from the first and second floors. I have something to address them." "Understood, Brother Wang Yu," she replied. As Ming Xiaodao departed, Wang Yu cleared his throat and commanded, "Stand at attention. The days of indulgence you once enjoyed are now but a distant memory. Who among you dares to assume an arrogant demeanor now? Your fate shall be akin to that of the fallen Xie Yunlong." The group remained mute. 5 middle-aged men, 5 women, and 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. Although they were unaware of how Wang Yu had dispatched Xie Yunlong, their reluctance to heed his commands manifested in hushed whispers. After all, even a tiger, when tamed, retains its wild instincts. Wang Yu stood by the window, observing the laborers below, appreciating their diligent efforts. "Well done," he mused. "I shall ensure they are provided with comfortable accommodations shortly. I must also distribute food later." He lit a cigarette, leaning against the window, exhaling smoke with a certain nonchalance. Suddenly, the restless group erupted into chaos once more. 3 middle-aged men surged forward. One was Xie Yunlong's cousin, another his brother-in-law, and the third his sister's husband. "You scoundrel! For the death of my son-in-law, you shall pay with your life." Indeed, Wang Yu had long been aware of the underlying intentions of those before him. He had anticipated that this group would not be straightforward, deliberately leaving an opening to lure them in. As the fist of Xie Yunlong's brother-in-law surged forward, Wang Yu swiftly evaded, crouching down to leverage his strength and hurl the assailant outward. What was presumed to be an effortless 3-on-1 confrontation took a turn, as they had gravely underestimated Wang Yu's prowess. With a resounding crash, the window shattered, and one individual was thrown out, the bulletproof glass shattering into countless fragments upon impact. The workers below, startled by the commotion, looked up to witness a figure plummeting downwards, shrieking in despair, destined for a grim fate. Wang Yu clapped his hands together, tauntingly beckoning, "Come on, let me see who else dares to court death. I had considered sparing your wretched lives, yet your audacity proves otherwise." The 2 individuals promptly cowered, kneeling before him and repeatedly bowing their heads, drenched in cold sweat. Wang Yu's earlier display of dominance had thoroughly subdued them. Though filled with fury, they found themselves rendered speechless. Casting a disdainful glance at these spineless creatures, Wang Yu let out a cold snort. He had not been entirely certain of his own capabilities just moments before, yet the surge of strength he had unleashed astonished even him. How curious, he pondered. Why am I so powerful of late? Could it be that I have truly risen once more? The thought of those peculiar movements he had witnessed each night brought a sly smile to his face. Having a zombie girlfriend might not be so bad. I wonder what would happen if I were to gather a few more. Shortly thereafter, Ming Xiaodao led the group upstairs. The selected women have dwindled to merely 5, and the bodyguards are now reduced to 3. Wang Yu pondered momentarily, sighing, this group truly deserves their fate. Some individuals are simply meant to perish. Just moments ago, he witnessed through the window that 100 or so oppressed laborers had encircled several bodyguards, mercilessly unleashing a barrage of fists and feet upon them, leaving the guards on the brink of collapse, likely beyond saving by now. Yet, Wang Yu would not seek accountability. One less mouth to feed is a reprieve. And these individuals were destined for death anyway, their existence merely a temporary convenience. Meng Xiaotao approached him with a smile, inquiring, Brother Wang Yu, what shall we do next? Take all of Xie Yunlong's relatives to the cement playground and hand them over to Xiongzhuang for task assignments. Anyone who dares to resist must be executed without hesitation. Meng Xiaotao nodded. Understood, Brother Wang Yu. I excel at taking lives. The mere mention of killing sent shivers through the gathered crowd, their hearts brimming with profound terror. As Meng Xiaotao led them away, their cries echoed, Help! Spare my life. I truly do not wish to die. Wang Yu smirked. I have not condemned you to death. I merely require you to heed the directives of that individual. Should anyone dare to defy, their demise is of no consequence. He then shifted his gaze back to the 3 bodyguards and 5 women, contemplating their next course of action. You must consider your fates. Survival seems unlikely for you. However, I shall extend a modicum of mercy. If any of you wish to depart from this sanctuary, feel free to do so. I shall not impede your escape. Really? A bodyguard, filled with trepidation, inquired eagerly, having previously witnessed the dire fate that befell his colleague. Fear had long since gripped his heart. Indeed, one could leave at any moment. However, I choose to remain and fulfill my duties. How could these lofty bodyguards possibly consent to stay? The 3 of them exchanged glances, then proclaimed in unison, "We shall all depart. We refuse to remain here." They were acutely aware that they could not endure the situation any longer, preferring to venture outside for a chance at survival rather than endure a life fraught with anxiety within this sanctuary, fearing that one day the very laborers they had once oppressed might drag them out and exact their vengeance. Ah, you possess remarkable self-awareness, if that is the case. There is no issue, Wang Yu remarked, clapping his hands with an air of casualness, while the 3 bodyguards behind him felt a chill run down their spines, each swallowing hard at the thought of Wang Yu's potential change of heart. Then, with a smile, he added, "I assure you, I shall not lay a hand on you. But whether those below will do so remains uncertain." With a thud, the 3 middle-aged bodyguards simultaneously knelt, their faces etched with despair as they pleaded, "My lord, please show us mercy and allow us to leave in peace. I promise we shall never return." Huh. Did you consider, when engaging in this line of work, that had you known it would come to this, you might have chosen differently? The 3 bodyguards, paralyzed by terror, dared not utter a word of defiance, instead begging, "We implore you, grant us clemency, spare our lives." Wang Yu chuckled softly. "Very well, if you wish for me to show you mercy, then you shall all join the Suicide Squad." What purpose does the Suicide Squad serve? Certainly, the plan is to venture into the city to procure supplies. I require you to visit the hospital there and retrieve any medications you can find. Regardless of the type, just bring them back. If you manage to return with the medicines, I shall not hold you accountable for your presence. However, should you attempt to flee, do not expect my mercy. Wang Yu was not intimidated by the potential antics of this group, but rather concerned about their possible insubordination. Yet, he possessed ample means to deal with any disobedience. "Is there any issue?" he inquired. "When do you propose we depart?" "Let us prepare to leave shortly," came the response. "For now, you may remain on the first floor. I have matters to discuss with the women." The bodyguards, well aware of the nature of men, expressed their gratitude and swiftly exited with sardonic smiles. As Wang Yu's gaze fell upon the 5 women, they cast aside their reservations, each striking alluring poses to display their beauty. They mistakenly presumed Wang Yu to be akin to the lecherous Xie Yunlong, a man of carnal desires. Alas, they were gravely mistaken. Chapter 35, The Final Decision. Setting off with 3 bodyguards, Wang Yu regarded them with indifference, his eyes briefly skimming over their ostentatious displays of allure before he cleared his throat twice. "Enough of this pretense, no matter how you dance. I shall not cast my gaze upon you." "Ah, you do not indulge in such frivolities?" One woman expressed her astonishment, prompting the others to cease their graceful movements, all staring wide-eyed at Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled faintly, unfazed by their reactions, though he swallowed hard before continuing. "Now, tell me, how did you come to be ensnared by Xie Yunlong to partake in such activities?" Subsequently, they all replied in unison, their answers remarkably similar, attributing their misfortune to their stunning beauty that had led to their abduction by the sinister Yunlong. Alas, they lamented, their ages were twice that of Wang Yu's, and their postures were somewhat lacking. Now that he had perished, they could rest assured. Soon, they would also join in the labor. Was there any objection? No, not at all. I adore work. None of these 5 women expressed any grievances, and they readily consented. Wang Yu then guided them to find Xiong Zhuang. "Ah, Xiong Zhuang, you've done exceptionally well, constructing the framework of the house so swiftly. Indeed, I have a background in engineering, so this domain is quite familiar to me." Xiong Zhuang replied, scratching his head. "Hey, do not nail that wooden board over there. It should be nailed a bit higher to facilitate the installation of doors and windows." Wang Yu awaited Xiong Zhuang's directions. "Could you assign tasks to these 5 women as well?" Of course, Xiong Zhuang readily agreed, casting a glance at the 5 women. Despite being a married man, he could not help but swallow hard at the sight before him. "Follow me, you 5. Observing their diligent efforts, devoid of any complaints, Wang Yu smiled. These individuals were earnest in their labor, which was indeed commendable. By the time of my next visit, This place should reveal a transformed landscape. Awaiting Xiong Zhuang to arrange work for the group of women, Wang Yu nonetheless conveyed a few instructions, emphasizing the necessity of expanding production. Food must not be wasted. Yet it must not be neglected either. He then stated his intention to step out briefly, instructing Xiong Zhuang to manage everything here. Xiong Zhuang nodded affirmatively, assuring him of task completion. If anyone incites rebellion or harbors ulterior motives, report them to me immediately. I shall ensure they face the consequences, he added. Xiong Zhuang signaled his understanding. Wang Yu then glanced towards the distant figure of Mu Ji, who was diligently focused on hammering nails, opting not to disturb him. Instead, he murmured to himself, "Work diligently. I believe you will come to appreciate this place." Rising, he returned to the villa, where he encountered the despondent bodyguards slumped on the ground. Clapping his hands, he declared, "Go, go, go! It is time to set forth." The bodyguards, rather than being taken aback, bore expressions of anticipation, eager for the journey to commence. "Let us proceed," he beckoned, as they moved towards the entrance. A throng of laborers encircled them, their anger palpable, hurling insults and threats, as if eager to drag someone away for punishment. "All right, you all should return to your work. I will take this group outside to gather supplies," he urged. In truth, Wang Yu's intention was to procure some virus-enhanced pills for Meng Xiaodao. The scarcity of zombies in this area rendered his efforts more feasible. He would endure hardship himself rather than let his wife suffer. "Is that true? How splendid. Could you assist me in finding some insulin? My diabetes has flared up recently," inquired an elderly man, his voice a blend of frailty and age amidst the crowd. Wang Yu nodded, affirming, "No problem, wait for my return." Subsequently, he and his companions departed, while the crane gently lowered the wooden bridge. The onlookers behind them paused their tasks, each gazing intently, hoping for Wang Yu's safe passage. As they traversed the deserted path, one bodyguard inquired, "Are we truly walking there? It seems the city is over 50 kilometers away." "Huh, how could we possibly walk that distance? Even if you walked for 2 days, you wouldn't make it." "I have a car," Wang Yu replied confidently, holding hands with Meng Xiaodao. Although her hand felt frigid and devoid of warmth, it was soft as if he were caressing a piece of clay, gentle yet firm, warm as jade. After walking a kilometer, the bodyguard finally discovered the concealed vehicle nestled beneath the small hill. "Goodness, this car is quite impressive, but it seems a bit cramped for the 5 of us," he remarked. "Not a problem. You 3 can sit in the back, while I take the front seat, and my girlfriend will drive," Wang Yu declared. The bodyguards dared not voice their discontent, having witnessed Wang Yu's formidable presence before. Furthermore, his girlfriend's strength was nothing short of terrifying. With a mere gesture, she could pierce through the abdomen, leaving their fragile spirits eternally shrouded in darkness. With a roar, Meng Xiaotao ignited the engine, but it appeared the vehicle was struggling to move. "Brother Wang Yu, it seems our car won't budge. Could it be that the tires are stuck in the mud?" she pondered. Wang Yu shook his head in uncertainty. "All right, you 3 bodyguards, get out and give the car a push. My girlfriend and I will examine the situation." Wang Yu's words were commands, instilling a sense of fear that rendered them silent. They promptly disembarked and exerted their strength to push the vehicle. After considerable effort, the car remained immobile until one of the bodyguards turned his head and discovered a flat tire. "No wonder we couldn't move it. A tire has deflated," he reported. Yet, before he could finish, another bodyguard shouted, "Report. The tire on my side is also flat." Seated inside the car, Wang Yu muttered a curse under his breath. "This is unfortunate. It seems we must proceed on foot." He then exited the vehicle, acknowledging the futility of pushing it any further. "The car is inoperable. Let us walk. If fortune favors us, we should arrive by the end of the day. If misfortune strikes, we may find ourselves trudging through the night." Wang Yu glanced upward at the sun, which hung high in the sky, radiating warmth. The bright sunlight, coupled with the exertion, was invigorating. The sensation of sweat streaming down his back was exhilarating. "Are we truly going to walk? This distance seems excessive," lamented the bearded security guard. "I'm somewhat reluctant to continue. It's far too distant. What if we encounter zombies along the way? Wouldn't that spell our doom?" "Huh, you were destined for doom anyway, and yet you dare to complain. You have 2 choices. Either remain here or follow me," Wang Yu retorted. After a moment of contemplation, they realized they had no alternative but to obediently follow in Wang Yu's wake. Traversing the uneven terrain of the dirt path was quite uncomfortable, and apart from Meng Xiaodao, the other 4 expressed their grievances. The dilemma of whether to continue walking or to cease was indeed a pressing one. The relentless sun and the unyielding pace had left them parched and weary. What is happening? Brother Wang Yu, are you tired? Yes, I am indeed exhausted. The sun is too scorching, and my mouth feels parched. I need to find some water. As Wang Yu continued to speak, suddenly a pair of crimson lips pressed against his. Meng Xiaodao released a small amount of saliva, hoping it would provide some relief for Wang Yu. The three security guards behind them stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. They could only stomp their feet, clenching their fists tightly. How enviable. At my age, I have yet to find a partner or experience the pleasures of a woman. While waiting for Wang Yu and Meng Xiaodao to finish their kiss, the three bodyguards sat beneath a tree, quietly observing them. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes, suggesting something peculiar was lurking within. Chapter 36. The Return of the Zombie Boy, 4th Stage Zombie. Terrifying indeed. What is that? Yelezi, there's movement in the bushes next to you. Could it be a zombie? How could it possibly be a zombie? It's broad daylight. Where would a zombie come from? Besides, we aren't making much noise. How could we attract a zombie? Perhaps it's just a small animal? One of the bodyguards, Yelezi, dressed in black and wearing a hat, spoke this way, though he swallowed hard, revealing his underlying anxiety. Another bodyguard, and chuckled and said, "What are you afraid of? Didn't you just say it was a small animal? And in this blazing sun, how could there be zombies?" Yes, I'm not afraid at all. Yelezi steeled himself and boldly approached, gently parting the thicket. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged forth with astonishing speed, sinking its teeth into Yelezi's neck. The sound of his neck snapping echoed as blood gushed forth, and he fell lifeless, not even uttering a single cry. Goodness, there's a zombie. The remaining two bodyguards, struck by panic, could no longer remain beneath the grand tree and hastened towards Wang Yu. At that moment, Wang Yu and Meng Xiaodao had just finished their kiss, savoring the lingering sensation on their lips, and he chuckled softly. Not bad at all, Meng Xiaodao, you are truly exceptional. Of course, I adore you, Brother Wang Yu. The two bodyguards, desperately racing towards them, were alarmed to see the couple still ensconced in their intimacy, their anxiety palpable. You two, stop being so lovey-dovey. There's a zombie. I swear, there's really a zombie. A zombie? In broad daylight. Even if there were, it must be a mere little nuisance. The bodyguards collapsed behind Wang Yu, gasping for breath. I'm not joking. There's genuinely a zombie, and it's a child. A child? Under normal circumstances, a child turned zombie should be quite feeble. Why the panic? Wait, where's the other bodyguard? One with a slight mustache replied in terror. He was bitten by the zombie. It charged out from the bushes and bit his neck, blood everywhere. It was horrifying. The zombie was incredibly fast. Is it truly that terrifying? Quickly, take me to see. Without further ado, Wang Yu promptly followed them to the designated location. In the distance, a large pool of blood lay upon the ground, while a small boy ravenously gnawed at the body of a man. The sound of crushed bones echoed from the corners of the boy's mouth. Could this be the offspring of a human couple turned into zombies? How did this wretched creature manage to chase them here? However, as soon as Wang Yu uttered this thought, the boy lifted his blood-soaked face, one side smeared with crimson, his eyes a deep shade of red, as he licked the corner of his mouth. Bad man, the one who killed my parents, he muttered. The boy's expression gradually twisted into a grotesque visage, and with a sudden movement, he lunged towards Wang Yu. Dream Xiaodao, quick-witted and swift, seized the boy and slammed him to the ground. Unfortunately, such an attack proved futile against this fourth-tier zombie child, merely leaving a scrape upon his skin. For zombies feel no pain. The boy sprang up again, extending his small hands and opening his mouth to bite at Wang Yu's neck. Yet, as a fellow zombie, Dream Xiaodao would not allow him to succeed. Grasping the boy's arms, she realized that her own strength was insufficient, as she could not tear apart the zombie child. In that moment of stalemate, Wang Yu swiftly drew a knife and aimed for the boy's back. However, the blade did not pierce his skin, instead leaving a white mark upon its surface. Astonished, Wang Yu thought to himself, how formidable. Even the skin has become so resilient? He was utterly shocked and could scarcely imagine the capabilities of even more powerful zombies that lay ahead. Yet, there was no time for contemplation now. As the back proved ineffective, Wang Yu sought the boy's vulnerable points. His blade swiftly glided over the zombie boy's body, yet left only pale marks. Just as the knife neared the vicinity of the boy's eyes, a tremor coursed through the child, causing even the corners of his mouth to quiver. Wang Yu, his eyes are his weakness. Quickly, pierce his eyes with the knife. Meng Xiaodao urged breathlessly. Wang Yu, resolute, raised his dagger and aimed for the boy's eyes. Unfortunately, the zombie boy, displaying unexpected cunning, clapped his hands together, and effectively trapped Wang Yu's dagger. This cursed zombie, how could it be so astute? A sharp crack echoed, the sound of the dagger breaking. The steel-made dagger had been forcefully snapped by the zombie boy. In that instant, Wang Yu found himself weaponless. Having left his spatula and longsword in the refuge, he had presumed that with Meng Xiaotao's formidable prowess, they could navigate through any peril, but he miscalculated. The sound of the dagger's shattering left the two bodyguards behind him in stunned silence, their words faltering. Alas, is he truly that powerful? He even broke the dagger. It's over, we are doomed. Grandfather, grandmother, I am coming to join you. Of course, Meng Xiaotao would not allow the zombie boy to escape unscathed. Though she could not pry him loose, she could strike. A series of metallic clangs echoed as Meng Xiaotao lifted the zombie boy and slammed him against the stones below. However, despite the apparent force of her actions, it seemed to merely tickle the zombie boy. Die! I want you all to perish. The zombie boy forcefully wrenched Dream Xiaotao's arm, exclaiming, as a fellow undead, you dare to obstruct me? Then I shall make you the first sacrifice. Rapidly, he scaled Dream Xiaotao's arm with astonishing speed, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Just as the zombie boy was about to sink his teeth into her face, a wooden stick hurtled towards him with remarkable swiftness and tremendous force. It was Wang Yu, who had seized the stick and struck out vigorously. Though it could not breach the zombie's defenses, it was sufficient to send him flying. The zombie boy, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the blow, was propelled directly into a nearby thicket. Let us flee. We cannot linger here. Wang Yu urgently grasped Dream Xiaotao's hand and sprinted away. The two bodyguards behind them, paralyzed by fear, nonetheless followed closely behind, driven by the instinct for survival. After running 5 or 6 kilometers, Wang Yu realized they had already covered a distance of 25 kilometers. Only 25 kilometers remained to reach the city. They found themselves near the outskirts, where a few sparse houses began to appear. Wang Yu and Dream Xiaotao crouched beneath a beam of one such house, gasping for breath. What manner of zombie possesses such power? Its skin is impervious, and how did it manage to track us? He pondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, the bodyguard beside him, parched to the point of desperation, picked up a stone and hurled it through the window behind Wang Yu. In an instant, 2 holes appeared in the glass, and soon the entire pane shattered. Wang Yu bellowed in frustration. Do you not realize that such a loud noise will attract more zombies? Is the last encounter not enough for you? However, the bearded bodyguard let out a cold laugh, proclaiming, we are all doomed. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Let us first explore this household. With that, the 2 bodyguards swiftly entered the house. This village was somewhat remote, and although there were only a few zombies in sight, a handful had still been attracted. Meng Xiaotao tugged at Wang Yu's arm, saying, Brother Wang Yu, I crave some candy. Please procure me some to devour. Chapter 37. The 2 rascal bodyguards. Food is not as delectable as candy. Very well, consider it done, Wang Yu readily agreed. Compared to before, he had yet to truly unleash his capabilities. Observing a first-level zombie approaching at a sluggish pace, he amusingly stretched his limbs in preparation. Go for it, Brother Wang Yu. Defeat them. Meng Xiaotao cheered from behind. All right, just watch my moves. As he noticed the zombies drawing nearer, Wang Yu dashed forward, raising his fist to strike at one's head. Yet, the blow proved ineffective, merely causing the tattered-clothed zombie to bend its neck and rise again with a menacing roar. Advancing towards him, employing a series of kicks and strikes he had learned, Wang Yu utilized all his skills, only to discover that while some techniques were effective against living foes, they were utterly futile against the undead. Striking the zombie felt like nothing, and with bared teeth, the creature lunged to bite him, with some of his moves inadvertently allowing the zombie to grasp vital areas with its gnashing jaws. Moreover, these assaults proved largely ineffective, as the horde of zombies encircled Wang Yu increasingly. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, a multitude of zombies had completely surrounded him. Meng Xiaotao, please save me. There are too many zombies. I cannot fend them off. I am coming. Brother Wang Yu, hold on. Meng Xiaotao lightly touched the floor, leaving a faint imprint, and swiftly soared into action. The third-tier zombies were utterly overpowering in combat. In mere seconds, all surrounding zombies lay defeated. Meng Xiaotao plunged her hand into their skulls, extracting the viral essence and devouring it. The taste was delightful. Regrettably, it was only first tier. If it were second tier, the flavor would have been even more exquisite. She licked her lips, savoring the remnants of the taste. Suddenly, the window of the second floor, where the previous group of bodyguards had entered, shattered. A large dark object was hurled down. What on earth? Why are there zombies here? The bodyguard on the second floor was equally astonished. Yet he had the prowess befitting his role and swiftly subdued the zombie, casting it out. The creature crashed to the ground, splattering into pieces, its black blood oozing forth. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be a male zombie, donned in an apron, likely ambushed from behind while cooking. However, a lip mark on its neck suggested that this zombie had experienced some semblance of affection in life. Wang Yu knelt down, engaging in a flurry of analysis, before rising and shouting to the bodyguard in the room, "Stop this nonsense, and let us leave at once." "Leave? Where shall we go? After such a long journey today, I am exhausted. I shall rest here for the night and decide what to do in the morning." Peering through the shattered window was a bodyguard with a slight mustache, munching on snacks as he mumbled, "Don't leave just yet. There are still plenty of snacks inside, and considering the time, it would be wise for us to stay a while longer and discuss matters tomorrow." Indeed, the daylight was waning, with the sun nearing the horizon, and darkness would soon envelop the surroundings. "All right then, let us enter and find a room to rest and indulge in some snacks." "Indulgent snacks? But I only have a penchant for sweet candies," Dream Xiaotao remarked, likening the viral elixirs to delightful confections, utterly captivated by their allure. At that moment, Wang Yu had already leaped into the room, urging, "Dream Xiaotao, hurry up." "Oh, coming." She nimbly propelled herself forward, landing in Wang Yu's embrace. "Oh my. You remain as mischievous as ever. If I hadn't caught you, you would have surely scraped your face." "How could that be? I possess considerable agility." However, after exchanging a few light-hearted words, they promptly ascended to the second floor, which was already in disarray, with furniture strewn about haphazardly. "You two bodyguards. Are you demolishing the place?" Wang Yu bellowed furiously. Upon hearing his outburst, the two bodyguards, one emerging from the kitchen and the other from the bedroom, exchanged glances, refraining from showing any signs of defiance. "Speak up. What transpired here? Was this chaos your doing?" The bodyguards, lacking any semblance of resistance, responded earnestly, "Impossible. It was like this when we arrived, and there is still an abundance of food in the house." The bodyguard continued to chew something before forcefully swallowing it. Wang Yu scoffed and inquired, "Pray tell, what are your names? Next time, I shall simply call you by name to prevent any further nonsense." The bodyguard with a slight mustache chuckled and replied, "I am Pei Changqi." The other, a robust fellow, appeared somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head and humbly said, "Please don't mock me. My name might seem a bit amusing." Wang Yu, with a dismissive sneer, urged him to speak quickly. "Spit it out already. No dilly-dallying." "Guaji, is it?" Upon the utterance of Guaji's name, both Wang Yu and Pei Changqi could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. "Your name is utterly ridiculous. Who named you Guaji? Why not call yourself Guazi instead?" Guaji's face darkened, yet in Wang Yu's presence, he dared not express his anger, forcing a smile instead, pretending it did not affect him. "Well then, if this is settled, may we return to our slumber?" Guaji asked, maintaining his stern demeanor. "That will suffice. No objections here." However, as soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, the two men dashed away without a trace, hastily retreating into a bedroom and locking the door behind them. Who knows what they were up to? Wang Yu, uninterested in their antics, made his way to the kitchen, only to discover the chaotic state of the refrigerator. Inside, he found a disarray of spoiled milk, peanuts, and leftover food that had long since gone moldy. It seemed the household had been abandoned for quite some time, though some unopened dairy products lay scattered about. "Those rascals." Wang Yu chuckled bitterly. However, when Wang Yu raised his head, he discovered some delightful treasures. The bread was splendid. Indeed, it surpassed the taste of mere snacks. He reached out and took the bread from the refrigerator, glancing at the expiration date, which revealed that it still had 2.5 weeks left. Wang Yu licked his lips. He adored meat floss bread, and the mere thought of it being here filled him with joy. It seemed that dinner was assured for tonight, and those two rascals had yet to notice this delightful bread. Meng Xiaotao watched Wang Yu's delighted expression from behind, feeling puzzled. "What is bread? Is it delicious? Can I eat it?" Sighing, she thought, "Well, I suppose I will find out if I try it." "You really have fallen for this flavor." Wang Yu unwrapped the packaging, pinched off a small piece, and stuffed it into Meng Xiaotao's mouth. As soon as she tasted it, she immediately spat it out, exclaiming, "Yuck, this is terrible. It's not even as good as the little candies." Wang Yu grimaced, feeling somewhat speechless. "How can this meat floss bread be bad? It's absolutely delicious. I think you are simply too picky." He quickly shoved a piece into his own mouth, chewing heartily. "See, it's delightful. The meat floss is both fragrant and sweet, a taste that never tires." "Humph, I won't eat it then. It's not good. It's worse than the little candies. Ah, forget it. Let us just go to sleep, Wang Yu said, patting her head. The two of them entered a bedroom, and upon seeing the neat and clean bed, Wang Yu nodded in approval. Not bad. We've hit the jackpot, it seems. This family is rather well off. A 3-bedroom apartment, and it's even 2 stories. Truly. The wealthy reside in the countryside. Chapter 38. In search of her in the depths of his rage, Wang Yu was consumed by fury. Who would dare obstruct him? For they would face certain death. All right, dear brother Wang Yu, murmured Meng Xiaotao, nestled against his chest, as she felt the icy chill emanating from him. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Alas, when would she evolve once more? Throughout that night, Wang Yu refrained from any advances. He sensed his own exhaustion after repeated encounters and resolved to procure some restorative medicine. He gazed upon her delicate visage, so enchanting that he could not resist caressing her. Aside from her frigid touch, everything else about her was simply exquisite. The night swiftly passed, and Wang Yu remained lost in slumber. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Who is it? Why is that dog barking so early? Wang Yu rubbed his eyes and sat up, cursing in irritation. Yet, to his dismay, Meng Xiaotao had vanished without a trace, igniting a wave of panic within him. Meng Xiaotao, where are you? Stop hiding and come out. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, he felt on the verge of tears. Her silence suggested she had disappeared completely. However, in the next moment, Guaji burst into the room, her face etched with terror. Gasping for breath. You must come quickly. Pei Changqi is dead, and it is a gruesome sight. We suspect that zombie boy is behind it. What? Wang Yu sprang from his bed and rushed to Pei Changqi's room. The scene that unfolded before him was horrifying. His neck had been savagely bitten, blood saturating the bed. While his bones were shattered, limbs strewn about, the room bore the marks of a fierce struggle. Could it be that Meng Xiaotao had fought here with him? The ceiling and walls were smeared with blood, both crimson and dark. Wang Yu, filled with trepidation, stood before the window, which had been shattered into a myriad of fragments. The glass reduced to powder scattered across the room and the ground outside. Meng Xiaotao, where have you gone? He closed his eyes, the haunting images surrounding him replaying in his mind. Suddenly, a colorful thread began to materialize before him. So that's it, Meng Xiaotao, I have come for you. Wait for me. Who dares to harm you? I shall ensure they meet a devastating end. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu leapt from the second-floor window, his physical strength and endurance transcending all previous limits. He landed effortlessly, as if gliding upon the ground. Behind him, Guaji was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, Goodness, what a superhuman. That's the second floor. He just jumped. However, he quickly regained his composure, calling out, Don't go so fast, wait for me. But Wang Yu had no intention of pausing. His girlfriend had been abducted, and he would not squander a moment. His eyes followed that elusive thread as he pressed forward. A breathless Guaji hurriedly trailed behind, realizing that his capabilities as a bodyguard were indeed commendable. Meng Xiaotao, where are you? Please be safe. Wang Yu fervently prayed for her safety, consumed by an intense fury. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would face dire consequences. Where on earth are you headed? Guaji inquired from behind. Get lost. Go die wherever you wish. I no longer care. I must rescue my Meng Xiaotao. Upon hearing the news of her liberation, Guaji's face lit up with joy, but that happiness was fleeting. She turned to leave, only to follow again shortly after. Oh, never mind. I might as well stick with you. I have nowhere else to go. I realize now how feeble I truly am. Huh? You, a towering man, yet your courage is so diminutive? Did you not desire freedom? Well, I will grant you your freedom right now. Be gone. Do not follow me any longer. The events that lie ahead could be perilous. Wang Yu snapped, his impatience and urgency palpable, leaving no room for calm discourse. Guaji fell silent, unwilling to provoke the wrath of the formidable figure before him, fearful that he might obliterate him in an instant. After several hours of arduous travel, Guaji found himself utterly exhausted. Yet Wang Yu, adhering to his unwavering resolve, refused to rest until he located her. Guaji sighed in resignation, recognizing that although his physical prowess was superior to the average person, it could not compare to Wang Yu's significantly enhanced strength. Where are we now? Wang Yu pondered, bewildered. It was midday, and the sun blazed fiercely overhead. They had trekked for what felt like an eternity, likely covering 20 to 30 kilometers. Behind him, Guaji was on the verge of dehydration. Are you not tired? I am utterly spent. Humph. Tired? We've barely walked a short distance, and you're already worn out. How pathetic. Well, I see you're not particularly tall or robust. Yet your stamina and endurance are remarkable. Guaji, utterly drained, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Yu whispered urgently, "Do not succumb to slumber. The horde of zombies approaches." Goodness, is the zombie army approaching? Guaji immediately sprang up, gazing into the distance where a dark mass was slowly advancing towards them. And panic enveloped him. It's over. It's over. So many zombies, we definitely cannot fight them off. We must flee at once. Flee? It's merely a horde of zombies. I can annihilate them in an instant. Are you boasting? With this many zombies, even Superman would be exhausted. Guaji's face was one of disbelief. However, Wang Yu paid him no mind, stepping forward to close his eyes and raise a hand. His objective was crystal clear, to command the zombies against one another. Seeing Wang Yu standing there like an enchanted statue, I shut in meditation. Guaji's panic intensified. What on earth are you doing? It's time to pray? Wang Yu disregarded him, meticulously orchestrating the chaos. Suddenly, the advancing zombie army was thrown into disarray, turning on one another in a frenzied battle. In an instant, blood flowed like a river, and limbs were shattered. Goodness! Guaji exclaimed in bewilderment and astonishment. Why are the zombies fighting amongst themselves? Could there be a living person among them? Guaji considered various possibilities. Yet he could not fathom that it was Wang Yu's doing. Nonetheless, this development was fortuitous. The infighting among the zombies allowed them to observe from a safe distance. Guaji, reveling in the misfortune of others, watched with keen interest. Suddenly, Wang Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes snapping open as he clutched his chest. Damn it! Could it be that my energy has been excessively drained? Kid, why are you spitting blood? Did you pray so hard that you ended up infuriating yourself? With disbelief etched across her face, Guaji hurriedly approached to investigate, but Wang Yu merely waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing serious. The majority of the zombies have already been eradicated. Indeed, Guaji lifted her gaze to behold what was once a dense throng of zombies, now reduced to merely a few dozen. With a sardonic chuckle, Wang Yu steadied his mind and declared with a smile, "Come, let us eradicate the remaining zombies." What? You intend to slay the zombies? How can we, with our bare hands, possibly overcome even a handful of them? Guaji exclaimed, her voice laced with skepticism. Wang Yu felt a deep disappointment towards her. Was it only the ordinary that she could intimidate? Was she utterly helpless in the face of these zombies? Yet, she seemed poised to argue further. However, Wang Yu would not grant her the opportunity. He scavenged nearby for assorted car parts and thrust them into her hands. This is the only path forward. Should you refuse to engage the zombies, then you may leave. Indeed, they had arrived at the first Great Bridge. Faced with the dwindling number of zombies, retreat was not an option. Chapter 39, Bloodshed on the Bridge. With a deep breath, Guaji relented. Fine, you lead the charge, and I shall support you from the rear. Excellent, Wang Yu responded. They then advanced together. Although Wang Yu appeared physically unimposing, the remarkable fusion with Meng Xiaotao's mystical liquid had significantly enhanced his physique. He could effortlessly deliver punches with a force exceeding 100 pounds, and the first-tier zombies fell before him as easily as if he were slaughtering chickens. Certainly, Guaji was beginning to feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the face of the previously insentient zombies, it took him a dozen strikes just to bring one down and to shatter his skull. He needed to strike at least several dozen times. After finally dispatching one zombie, Guaji leaned on his weapon, panting heavily. Wasn't this zombie rather tenacious? After such relentless blows, he had only managed to kill a few. However, Wang Yu seemed oblivious to Guaji's plight. That Esther struggle. I can dispatch these zombies as easily as one would slaughter a chicken. Clearly, you are lacking in resilience. Have you not exercised at night? Exercise? Guaji scoffed. How can you tell I haven't been exercising? Just look at the size of my biceps. He chuckled as he showcased his robust physique. But Wang Yu paid him no heed. Wang Yu then lifted his foot and crushed a zombie's skull beneath it, blood splattering everywhere. He picked up a virus essence pill from the remains and placed it in his pocket. By now, he had collected over 100. Yet this was still far from sufficient. He could only condense a few green third-tier virus essence pills from them. Aside from the encircling zombies, the remaining undead had been thoroughly eliminated, leaving only a handful of first-tier zombies. Speaking of which, Guaji, have you had your fill of playing around? Why are you taking so long to accomplish a task? Wang Yu spat out some blood that had splattered onto his lips. But he felt as long as he hadn't swallowed it, it would be fine. Finally, he turned to find Guaji still flaunting his muscles. What time is it? Why are you still showing off those pathetic muscles? He approached and struck the metal of a nearby car with a punch, causing the steel to crumple inward. See that? That is true strength. Can your little muscles achieve such a feat? Wang Yu was currently seething with anger, a sentiment that somewhat restrained Guaji. Is this still humanity? He muttered in disbelief, recalling how he had previously dented the exterior of a car. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at Wang Yu. Within mere minutes, the group of small zombies had been entirely dispatched, and a significant wave of zombies had succumbed in just an hour. Had it not been for the presence of an obstructive individual nearby, he would have completed the task much sooner. Wang Yu meticulously stored the viral essence pellets in a plastic bag, feeling a surge of joy as he observed the pellets gradually merging within. Not bad at all. He mused. After dealing with this large horde of zombies, he was left with 3 green viral essence pellets, yielding a bountiful harvest. What exactly are these viral essence pellets? Are they edible? Can they be sold? What is their market value? At this juncture, Wang Yu shot Guaji a sharp glance, implying, they could lead to your demise. Do you dare to find out? That single look sent Guaji into a cold sweat, prompting him to hastily wave his hands in refusal. Never mind. I'd rather not take the risk. Let us move on swiftly. The mere thought of transforming into a zombie, something neither human nor ghost, sent shivers down his spine. Wang Yu collected all the viral essence pellets he could find, then turned his gaze forward, continuing his advance. Guaji trailed behind, occasionally inquiring, how do you suppose these zombies came to be? Could it be the result of a bioweapon from Country M? They harbor a significant grudge against us. Who can say? Wang Yu replied. Even now, the situation remains unalterable. This zombie virus resembles an apocalypse. Given the current state of affairs, one cannot instigate change. I, however, believe that the world has evolved to this point, so let it continue its course. I find myself living rather well. What do you mean, you're living well? After walking for a while, we safely traversed these 2 bridges and directly entered the vicinity of Z City's center, encountering no zombies along the way, which struck him as peculiar. Hey, why haven't we encountered any zombies on this route? Could it be that this place is actually safe? Suddenly, Wang Yu covered Guaji's mouth and gestured for silence, whispering, keep your voice down, there are people ahead. Wang Yu and his companions hid behind a vehicle, peering through the window towards a row of houses less than 100 meters away. Among them stood a disheveled shop, where 2 individuals rummaged through items, engaged in hushed conversation. Their attire differed markedly, yet their expressions were incredulous. One short-haired man in a shirt asked, are we truly going to assist that boy? The other, a tall and handsome youth, patted his shoulder, saying, let us lend him a hand. With him around, the zombies won't dare approach. I suspect his intelligence is rather low, making him useful to us. Guaji whispered, what are those 2 discussing? Should we approach and rob them? Are you foolish? Did you not see the gun in his hand? Although it is uncertain whether it is a toy gun or a real firearm, it is prudent to avoid taking unnecessary risks. If it were genuine, I might survive. But you would certainly meet your demise. Wang Yu murmured softly, then lifted his gaze to scrutinize the 2 individuals. The short-haired Dongchun chuckled, remarking, I previously witnessed that boy engaged in a brawl with a stunning woman. I hadn't anticipated that this lady might be nearly 20, while the boy appears to be no older than 11 or 12. Their fighting was quite impressive, sparks flying and dust swirling. Nightchen, would you like me to take you there? Nightchen, his face contorted with anger, retorted, you're supposed to gather supplies, yet you wish to watch a spectacle? What does it matter to me if they fight to the death or are injured? Suddenly, the tone shifted, and a sinister smile crept across Nightchen's face. Where is that beautiful woman? Perhaps we could stumble upon a corpse. Is that so? My brother shares my sentiments. What a coincidence. Let us hasten. They should be finishing up soon, and perhaps they'll both be gravely injured. Wait a moment, we need to ascertain their location. Not far. Just a couple of 100 meters in the square. All right then, let us hurry. I have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman, Nightchen said with a grin, while he playfully touched his own body. Should we intervene? These 2 dare to harbor intentions towards your woman, and I can no longer contain myself. Guaji glanced at the deformed weapon in her hand, which, though merely a hollow iron rod, still possessed considerable power. Do not rush. We are still unaware of our location. We shall act once they guide us. Subsequently, through a crack in the glass, the 2 individuals emerged from the store, engaged in jovial conversation, while Wang Yu stealthily trailed behind them. Indeed, Wang Yu's heart was a tempest of excitement and trepidation. At long last, there was news of her. Meng shouted out, please be safe until I find you. Chapter 40. 2 imitation guns displaying their might? Wang Yu witnessed them hastily departing the store, racing towards a particular destination. He then rose, urging Guaji, hurry, follow closely behind me. As Yi Chun and Dong Chun ambled along, They engaged in spirited discussion. What if that girl and the boy are mutually annihilated, leaving us to reap the spoils? Who arrives first, you or I? Naturally, the elder brother arrives first. My young friend, I shall observe the elder brother's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen erupted into laughter. Indeed, you speak the truth. Let us not dwell on this matter further. Lead me to our destination. I am quite eager, as it has been a while since I have encountered a woman. I yearn to savor the pleasures of companionship. Very well, do not be impatient. Despite their jovial chatter, Wang Yu, trailing behind, wore a grim expression. How dare you speak ill of my woman? When I catch up, I shall deal with you first. Wang Yu closed his eyes, and the stark black and white imagery around him crystallized in his mind. For some inexplicable reason, the slender, colorful thread fluctuated erratically, as if obstructed by an unseen force. This left him perplexed. Could it be that a formidable horde of zombies lurked nearby? Wang Yu silently pondered, struggling to grasp the elusive clue. After trailing for half a kilometer, Dong Chun and his companion came to a halt, prompting Wang Yu to conceal himself behind a recessed wall. Through a narrow gap, his gaze fell upon the scene ahead. It was a park where many trees had been severed in half, and the ground was marred by numerous depressions. More ominously, dark pools of blood stained the path. Should I take action directly? What are we even waiting for here? Guaji observed Wang Yu's furtive demeanor with growing confusion. Previously, he had believed this man could easily smash through a car door with a single punch, yet now he was crouched in apprehension. After all, there were merely two individuals ahead. Surely it would suffice to confront them directly. Indeed, their approximate location was now confirmed, and further concealment was unnecessary. Wang Yu rose to his feet, abandoning his stealth and striding forward, only to find that the two figures seemed to have vanished. Hey, where did they go? Wang Yu inquired, glancing back at Guaji, who shook his head in response. Suddenly, Guaji's gaze swept over the area, and he pointed ahead. They were observing from atop a rockery. Really? Wang Yu's eyes followed in that direction, a cold smile curling his lips as he advanced swiftly. Hey, you two. What are you up to? Are you searching for my girlfriend? Yeqing, perched on the rockery, gazed down at Wang Yu's approach with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. What do you mean, your girlfriend? I haven't even found that woman, and you're barking about her being your girlfriend? What's your deal? Yeah. My boss hasn't even seen you. Are you eavesdropping on our conversation? This winter and spring, the reaction was indeed swift. He had previously felt an odd itch on his back, which struck him as peculiar, and now it seemed justified. Suddenly, Dong Shun cast a glance behind Wang Yu and noticed a burly man approaching, causing his expression to shift to one of alarm. Brother, this lad has an accomplice. Fool, what are you panicking for? I have a gun, came the retort. At that moment, Dong Chuan's anxiety intensified. The gun was a toy, after all. Brother, are we really going to try to scare him? You imbecile, keep your voice down. Naichen then raised the toy gun in his hand, aiming it at Wang Yu. Step forward and I swear I'll shoot. Do you know if my gun is real? Wang Yu let out a cold laugh as he regarded the firearm in Naichen's grip. Although it was crafted with commendable precision, resembling a realistic model, it remained a mere imitation, incapable of firing, incapable of taking a life. Despite Wang Yu's uncertainty, he was confident that he could evade before any shot was fired. However, the hapless Guaji stood frozen, overwhelmed by a singular thought. If only he hadn't come along with this fool, would he now face death? Seeing both men remain motionless, Naichen erupted in laughter, tightening his grip on the toy gun and brandishing it theatrically. Ah, lad, there are paths to heaven that you shun. Yet you choose to tread towards hell. Now you find yourself staring down the barrel. Beside him, Dong Chun hurriedly mimicked his brother's demeanor, donning an air of arrogance despite knowing full well the gun was a sham. What? Do you wish for more? Wang Yu swiftly closed his eyes, meticulously analyzing the details of the firearms in their possession. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that, compared to genuine weapons, these guns lacked the essential components required for firing. At that moment, Wang Yu was acutely aware of the deception. Attempting to intimidate me with counterfeit guns, are we? Very well, I shall indulge your little game. However, I must say, your attire resembles that of a mere street vendor. Do you possess any resources to speak of? Place them on the ground. Nothing? Just your life? Wang Yu answered straightforwardly, clasping his hands behind his head in a nonchalant manner. How on earth have you survived in this apocalypse, you fool, with nothing in your possession? How have you managed to endure? As Yi Chen pondered these questions, his gaze shifted towards Guaji, who stood behind him. And what of you? Do you have any delectable treasures to share? Guaji, overwhelmed by the gun's muzzle aimed at him, hastily replied, Yes. While I may not have any food on me, I possess something even more valuable. Oh, what could that be? Yi Chun, intrigued and weary, squatted down. Yet the weapon remained trained on Guaji. A gold chain. I carry a gold chain with me always. At this point, Guaji found himself with no alternatives. Originally, he had intended to keep the gold chain for future travels abroad, hoping to use it as a source of funds. Regrettably, he now had no choice but to offer it as a bargaining chip. Yi Chun gestured with his other hand, urging him to throw it over quickly. Guaji, not daring to delay, promptly removed the large gold chain from his neck and tossed it forth. The toss was remarkably accurate, landing directly in Yi Chun's hand. He examined the gold chain, noting its substantial weight. "Ah, quite impressive. Is this 24K gold? It seems you were living rather well while you were alive. But now you've crossed paths with me." Upon hearing this, Guaji feared he would not only lose his wealth but also his life, promptly dropping to his knees. "Father." "Oh no, grandfather, I beg you spare me. Please do not pull the trigger. My life is not worth the expense of a precious bullet. No, please let me go." This display left Wang Yu speechless. How could such a robust man be reduced to such fear? Indeed, it seemed that those who appeared strong often possessed little courage. Focusing solely on physical prowess without cultivating bravery, Yi Chun, however, was quite perceptive. As he adorned himself with the gold chain, he waved his gun-wielding hand dismissively. "Get lost. I don't wish to see you." All right, Guaji complied, hastily scrambling away, though he couldn't resist glancing back at Wang Yu, smirking. "Hey, no matter how strong you are, can you outrun a bullet?" With Guaji's departure, Yi Chun and Dong Chun wore expressions of triumph. They had never anticipated that the toy guns they once purchased merely to frighten others would prove so effective in this apocalyptic world. Unable to contain their delight, they burst into laughter. Indeed, in this new world, possessing a gun makes one a leader. Chapter 41. Threatening me with toy guns? Finding dream shout-out. Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words. What significance did two shabby toy guns hold? "Hey, have you two finished your laughter yet?" This statement instantly cast a shadow over the previously jubilant Night Morning. "What's the matter, kid? Are you seeking a longer life? You better pray that the gun in my hand is merely a replica. Otherwise, a single bullet shall send you on your way." My elder brother is indeed correct. Even if his marksmanship leaves much to be desired, I possess the skills honed over years of engaging in shooting games, ensuring my aim is unerringly precise. Beside him, Dong Chun joined in the bravado, his gaze darting unpredictably towards the slender Wang Yu. "Since you both insist, I suppose I must pray earnestly," Wang Yu mused. Perceiving a certain lack of intelligence in these two, deciding to toy with them instead. "O great goddess of fortune, may the firearms in the hands of these two lads transform into mere replicas. I would willingly sacrifice myself to accompany you." Wang Yu's cunning ploy was indeed clever. Yet he feigned innocence quite skillfully. Hey, what are you doing, kid? Are you really calling upon the goddess of fortune? Do you think her attention will be drawn solely to you amidst the throngs of supplicants? You ought to pray instead that my bullet finds its mark." Night Morning exuded an air of arrogance. Though the firearm in his grasp was indeed a replica, he was determined to maintain an aura of authenticity. "What? You genuinely wish to fire? Aren't you concerned about divine retribution for your malicious intent?" "Malicious intent?" Night Morning erupted into laughter. "In this apocalypse, do you truly care? Do you think I am a saint from a novel, afraid to pull the trigger?" "Oh, is that so?" Wang Yu's interest piqued. He retorted with a cold smirk. "Then go ahead and shoot. I am curious to see whether it is my life that proves resilient or your bullet that possesses strength." By the time they arrived here, Yi Chun was already feeling a sense of panic. Sweat began to trickle down his forehead as he touched the gold chain around his neck. Still maintaining an air of superiority, "I would never waste a bullet on a worthless wretch like you, but out of the goodness of my heart, I shall grant you an opportunity," he sneered. "An opportunity?" Wang Yu laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe I need your so-called chance?" With a slight lift of his hand, revealing 3 fingers, he declared, "I will count to 3. If you do not pull the trigger in that time, I shall take action. Do not claim that I am bullying you then." "Bullying me? Huh? With your feeble appearance, do you think you can intimidate me?" 3, 2, 1. Just as Yi Chun was reveling in his arrogance, the next moment, his smile vanished. Wang Yu exerted his strength, veins bulging, and with a powerful push, he leaped to a height of 2 meters, delivering a fierce slap to Yi Chun's face, crashing him to the ground. "You think you can flaunt your bravado? Wielding a replica gun, do you fancy yourself the boss?" Beside them, Dong Chun was utterly stunned. A non-human, 2 meters high in a single leap. Robots aren't even that impressive. However, Yi Chun's amusement had faded. Terror was etched across his face. "Who on earth are you? Why are you so strong? Wang Yu showed no mercy, gripping Yi Chun by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Despite Wang Yu's height of 1.75 meters and Yi Chun's nearly 1.8 meters, it mattered little. In the face of overwhelming strength, all was rendered futile. Speak now. Do you have any last words before your demise? Wang Yubing spoke coldly, casting a glance at the nearly suffocating Yeqing, devoid of any compassion. Yet Yeqing was in a state of utter panic, his hands and feet flailing desperately. But what could he do? Wang Yu's strength was such that he could not even lift one hand against him. At that moment, Dongchun stepped forward, eager to defend his elder brother. Release my brother, he demanded. Wang Yu, however, showed no leniency. With a swift motion, he hurled Yeqing away, who collided with Dongsuan, and both tumbled to the ground. Brushing the dust off his hands, Wang Yu gazed down at the two fallen figures, his expression icy. Have either of you seen a woman and a boy engaged in a fight? The first to rise, Dong Wan, wore a sullen expression. He felt the weight of Wang Yu's formidable presence, even his voice faltering. I merely glanced at them. Their battle was so fierce that I dared not approach. Wang Yu strode forward, seizing Dongchun by the collar, and demanded loudly, speak quickly. Where exactly were they fighting? Take me there at once. Dongchun, now too frightened to resist, raised a trembling hand and pointed towards a distant hill. They've been fighting all the way up to that mountain. You might find them there. As Wang Yu released him, Dongchun fell heavily to the ground. Despite the pain, he dared not utter a word. You two had better pray you aren't deceiving me. If I return and discover the truth, I shall feed you to the zombies. With Wang Yu's departure, Yeqing let out a deep sigh, his face still etched with terror. He raised a hand and slapped Dongchun across the face. His face was swollen. But that did not concern you, Chen. You scoundrel, did you deceive him? Was that woman present? Indeed, there had been a confrontation. As evidenced by the traces of struggle on the small hill where Wang Yu stood, dark blood spilled forth, accompanied by a putrid odor. On a stone lay a piece of torn silk. Wang Yu picked it up and brought it to his nose. The familiar scent was unforgettable. Meng Xiaodao, is that you? Where on earth are you? His gaze searched the surroundings, and not far away lay a woman, her form barely clothed. Wang Yu approached her directly, his heart racing as he beheld Meng Xiaodao. With trembling hands, he gently lifted her, calling out, Meng Xiaodao, wake up, it's me. To his relief, Meng Xiaodao slowly opened her eyes, her initial expression one of joy, which swiftly transformed into sorrow. She wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's neck, exclaiming, Brother Wang Yu, you finally came. I couldn't overcome that boy. Yet Wang Yu dismissed her worries, tenderly stroking her head and reassuring her, my dear Meng Xiaotao, do not fret. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters, even if you cannot defeat anyone. With me by your side, nothing is insurmountable. All right, Brother Wang Yu, Meng Xiaotao murmured softly, leaning into his embrace, listening quietly as Wang Yu seethed with indignation. Then, he quietly inquired, did you secretly duel him while I was asleep? Why would you do that? Why didn't you tell me? A series of questions left Meng Xiaotao utterly bewildered. In the next moment, she burst into tears, burying her face in Wang Yu's embrace, weeping loudly. I just wanted to protect Brother Wang Yu. He intended to harm you. When he entered your room, I discovered him, and that is why I truly wished to safeguard you. Wang Yu, now aware that his words had perhaps crossed a line, gently stroked Meng Xiaodao's head, soothing her. There, it's all right. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. You mustn't take risks again. If you ever need to, please inform me. Chapter 42, Crisis in the Mall. Very well, Brother Wang Yu, Meng Xiaodao responded in a tender and youthful voice. And what about the zombie boy? Did you defeat him? Or did you kill him? No, Meng Xiaotao shook her head and pondered for a moment. The zombie boy was indeed stronger than I. Just when I felt I could no longer hold my ground, he suddenly trembled, lifted his gaze towards the distance, and astonishingly chose to let me go. Intrigued by this strange turn of events, Wang Yu inquired, did you see which direction he went? Oh dear, I was far too exhausted to notice, Meng Xiaodao replied. Brother Wang Yu, do you still have any candies? I'm so hungry. Wang Yu chuckled and patted her head. Of course, I have plenty, and I've gathered quite a stash. He then opened a plastic bag, and Meng Xiaodao's eyes sparkled with delight as she licked her lips. Wow, so many candies. I want to eat them. All right. Here you go. Wang Yu extracted a green viral essence from a plastic bag and promptly placed it in her mouth. She chewed briefly before swallowing, expressing her desire for more. Not enough. Brother Wang Yu, I want more. All right. After consuming nearly half of the viral essence, he finally satisfied her appetite. Dream Shout-Out contentedly patted her abdomen and let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming, "Delicious. Little Tang Yang is truly delightful." Finally, he rose to his feet and said, "Let us go. Dream Shout-Out, it is time for us to depart and seek out supplies. I wonder how many major hospitals there are in City Z." As they descended from the small hill, Wang Yu glanced at the artificial rock formation and noted that the two troublemakers had indeed fled. Oh well. If they run off, so be it, as long as Dream Shout-Out finds what she needs. What people have run away? Dream Shout-Out inquired, puzzled. He gently ruffled her hair and replied, "Oh, just a couple of ruffians, nothing more. They were simply accustomed to being arrogant. I just taught them a lesson." "Oh, then why didn't you kill them?" Dream Shout-Out's mood suddenly shifted, startling Wang Yu. "What? Dream Shout-Out, what are you saying?" With both hands resting on her shoulders, he sensed her skin gradually hardening. Could it be that she is on the verge of evolving into a fourth-tier zombie? Yet, in the next moment, her skin softened again. "Brother Wang Yu, is my skin soft?" Wang Yu was taken aback. Her words left him utterly perplexed. "What do you mean?" As Meng Xiaotao chuckled softly, she confessed that she had yet to reach that level, opting to allow her skin to remain partially pliable. She felt a lingering sense of incompleteness, as if some vital energy within her was missing. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Perhaps the viral essence pills he had provided her were insufficient. He resolved to hunt more diligently next time, striving to elevate Meng Xiaotao to the threshold of the fourth tier. "Let us seek out a map," he suggested, "and search for the locations of those major hospitals. In this apocalyptic world, will the medicines be subject to frenzied looting? Which is more imperative, food or medicine?" As Wang Yu pondered these questions, he walked ahead, calling back to Meng Xiaotao, "Are you following me?" However, he received no response. Turning around, he discovered that Meng Xiaotao was captivated by a clothing store. "Wang Yu Gij, I wish to change my outfit," she exclaimed. "Very well. I, too, am in the mood for a new ensemble." Together, they stepped into the boutique. In this desolate world, clothing was not a prized commodity, so the shop's inventory remained relatively intact, save for a few bloodstains on the floor. Wang Yu selected a black jacket paired with black three-quarter sports pants. As he turned to check on Meng Xiaotao, he found her contemplating a selection of Hanfu garments. "Do you fancy Hanfu?" he inquired. Meng Xiaotao nodded eagerly. "Then choose a color, and when I have changed, I shall assist you in selecting one. Go ahead." "Wang Yu Gij," she urged. Wang Yu entered the fitting room, still uncertain whether Meng Xiaotao's intellect had progressed alongside her physical abilities. When he emerged, he found that Meng Xiaotao had already changed into her new attire. She stood before the mirror, meticulously examining her new attire. Upon noticing Wang Yu's emergence, Meng Xiaotao smiled and inquired, "Do I look good, Brother Wang Yu?" "Of course, you look splendid, a beauty akin to a celestial being," Wang Yu exclaimed. Meng Xiaotao beamed with gratitude, replying, "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Wang Yu." However, before her smile could fully blossom, Wang Yu's expression abruptly shifted. "Oh no, it's getting late," he murmured, glancing at the sky. "It must be around 5 or 6 in the afternoon now." He turned to Meng Xiaotao, still engrossed in her reflection, and called out, "We must hurry. It's late. Once you're dressed, we shall set off." "All right." With no map in hand, they wandered aimlessly through City Z. Suddenly, Wang Zheng recalled that there were some small maps behind the bus station. Upon arriving at the bus stop, he eagerly approached to take a look. And in the next moment, astonishment washed over him. "Oh no, it's still 5 kilometers away. If only there were a bus." "Why are you so surprised, Brother Wang Yu?" Meng Xiaotao inquired, curiosity piqued as she leaned in to see. "Look, this marks our current location, and we are 5 kilometers from the city center hospital. If I rush over now, I fear I may not make it in time." Wang Yu indicated on the map, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. He cast a resigned glance at the bewildered Meng Xiaotao. "Let us go," he said with resignation. "Where to?" she asked. "To the hotel." Yet, in the end, the two did not head to the hotel. Instead, they ventured to a large supermarket. Nearby stood a colossal supermarket, towering 5 stories high, with 2 primary objectives. The first was to gather the coveted virus essence from Meng Xiaotao, while the second concerned Wang Yu's own hunger. However, there existed another goal, to find a suitable weapon within the supermarket's confines. Such small supermarkets had long been stripped bare during the apocalypse, leaving behind nothing but inedible daily necessities. After a brief moment, they arrived before the grand supermarket, observing the incessant stream of wandering zombies at the entrance. Wang Yu felt a pang of fear. Yet, Meng Xiaotao appeared exhilarated, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I can finally showcase my skills. Little Tang Tang, here I come." Just as she attempted to slip out, Wang Yu swiftly pulled her back. Brother Wang Yu, why are you stopping me? Meng Xiaodao inquired, puzzled. I wish to slay the zombies and collect little Tang Tang. Wait. I sensed a presence within the mall that rivals your strength. Some third-tier zombies, Wang Yu replied, his own confusion mounting. What could such formidable zombies be doing in this supermarket? A flicker of panic crossed his face as he realized the zombies had a clear objective: to hunt the humans who ventured here in search of supplies. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. This group of zombies was becoming increasingly cunning. However, gazing at the zombies lingering at the entrance, Wang Yu did not deter her. Go ahead, eliminate those dozens of zombies at the door, but do not venture inside the supermarket. Meng Xiaodao nodded, her face alight with excitement. All right, Brother Wang Yu, I shall go now. Chapter 43. The death of Guaji. In just a few minutes, Meng Xiaodao returned from her hunt. Having effortlessly dispatched the small zombies that stood no chance against her, she quickly nestled back beside Wang Yu, exclaiming, How was that? Brother Wang Yu, I'm impressive, right? Indeed, you are, Wang Yu replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. But where are the virus cores you just hunted? They're right here, Meng Xiaodao said, opening her mouth to reveal dozens of crushed white remnants. How could you disobey my orders and consume them? Humph, you shall have none for dinner tonight. Please, no. Brother Wang Yu, Meng Xiaodao pleaded, her expression innocent, only to be silenced by Wang Yu covering her mouth. Don't speak. Follow me. They took refuge in a black vehicle that lacked even a door, at which point Wang Yu gradually released his grip. What's wrong, Brother Wang Yu? She asked. Sure. Lower your voice. I've spotted an old acquaintance. Your old acquaintance? Let me see. Meng Xiaodao peered through the windshield towards the entrance of the mall, where she observed a man wielding a machete, dispatching several zombies before heading inside. Who is he, Brother Wang Yu? His name is Guaji. Despite his imposing stature, he is quite the coward. Wang Yu was seething with anger, yearning to confront Guaji immediately. However, a sudden thought occurred to him. Perhaps he could enlist Guaji to scout the area. With that, Wang Yu closed his eyes, feeling his aura expand significantly, extending from a previous radius of 10 meters to now encompass 50. Though it may seem insignificant, it has already enveloped half of the shopping mall. Meng Xiaodao, please assist me in this endeavor. I shall now close my eyes and probe the surroundings. Very well, you may explore with peace of mind. I shall ensure that no harm befalls you. Wang Yu shut his eyes, and apart from the conspicuous colored thread atop Meng Xiaodao's head, he drew his focus closer, gradually surveying them all. What is Guaji up to? I nearly forgot he is but a mortal. Even dispatching a mere zombie proves to be quite the task. To expedite matters, Wang Yu took direct control of the small zombies, inciting them to quarrel amongst themselves, thereby sidelining Guaji. Initially incensed by the presence of the zombies, Guaji was somewhat relieved to find they dared not approach him. Have these zombies grown timid in my presence? Could it be that a powerful ally is near? Regardless, my priority is to gather sustenance. Guaji's objective was clear: to seek food. He roamed the first floor for quite some time, only to discover that the snack aisles had been completely stripped bare, leaving him in a state of vexation. Goodness, how can there be nothing in the mall? Has someone beaten me to it? Or have they already plundered it clean? His search was swift, aided by Wang Yu in repelling the zombies, allowing Guaji to proceed without concern as he made his way to the second floor via the long-abandoned escalator. After an hour of scouring the second floor, he emerged with only a few small biscuits in hand, yet for him, these morsels were a rare and coveted find. Wang Yu initially intended to mock him, but suddenly his expression grew grave. Guaji had already stepped out of his mental grasp. He had ventured to the third floor, making his way towards a shop brimming with food, and Guaji was now overjoyed. Aha, I've struck gold. So much food. No, I must hide this. I can't let anyone else find out. He gleefully transported the food from the front to a small compartment at the back. After making several trips, Guaji wiped the sweat from his brow and, surveying the mountain of snacks before him, chuckled, What incredible luck. It's my first time in a shop, and I've discovered so much food. Yet, in the next moment, panic ensued. What a fool. The bait we painstakingly set up has been moved back by you. If that's the case, then your life shall be the price. Wang Yu remained puzzled, unaware of how to locate Guaji since he had slipped from his mental dominion. Suddenly, Guaji reappeared, his face etched with agony and panic. One of his arms severed and bloodied, he fled from the shop. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll give you all this food. I have no need for your food. All I desire is your flesh. Your crab meat is far more delectable than any of this. Guaji's pupils dilated in terror as he beheld 3 figures approaching from behind, one of whom grasped his leg, dragging him back toward the store. The specter of death loomed ever closer. The mall echoed with Guazi's anguished cries of defiance. "Ah, who are you? Why do you seek to end my life? We are all living beings. Why do you crave my flesh and blood?" Wang Ming had just been feeling relieved when Guazi's figure reappeared within the confines of his mind. Yet, in the next moment, a hand emerged from the boundary of his consciousness, pulling Guaji back into the void, causing him to vanish once more. This was a robust arm, devoid of the desiccation and weakness typical of ordinary zombies. Instead, it was strong and powerful, albeit riddled with numerous bloody holes, resembling a sponge. At that moment, Wang Yu reluctantly opened his eyes, his breath quickening as he glanced at Meng Xiaodao's bewildered expression. He took a deep, solemn breath and said, "Meng Xiaodao, I fear we may be facing new challenges. Is it to slay zombies? Excellent. I relish the thought of vanquishing them." Meng Xiaodao exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Devoid of any concern. "It's more or less the same, but this time, the zombies we face are on par with the previous zombie boy. While the zombie boy was a level 4 undead, these 3 are merely level 3. However, a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative one, and I worry you may not prevail against them. Perhaps we should retreat." "Absolutely not. They are merely 3 level 3 zombies. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. And the flavor of such high-quality virus essence is unparalleled," Meng Xiaotao said, licking her crimson lips, reminiscing about the exquisite taste of such quality virus essence balls she hadn't savored in ages. "No, I cannot bear to let you take such a risk." Wang Yu immediately rejected. In the next moment, Meng Xiaodao leaned in to kiss him. "Meng Xiaodao, what are you doing?" he asked, bewildered. "Do not speak. Simply kiss me," she replied. After a brief moment, they slowly parted. "How was that, Brother Wang Yu?" she inquired. "Didn't you used to enjoy kissing me every day? Why are you a bit resistant this time?" Where? Wang Yu scratched his head, reminiscing about the benevolent deeds of his past, which made him blush with embarrassment even now. Previously, he would act while Meng Xiaodao was unaware, but now that she was conscious, he felt a certain shyness. "Wang Yu, what are you thinking about?" Meng Xiaodao cupped his cheeks, bringing her forehead close to his, their gazes locked in an awkward moment. With utmost seriousness, she felt the warmth radiating from his forehead and decisively asked, "Brother Wang Yu, do you believe in me?" Chapter 44. 1 against 3. Wang Yu smiled and replied, "I believe, of course I believe." "That's right," Meng Xiaodao said, playfully pinching his cheek. Then, she licked her crimson lips and expressed her hunger. "When shall we go tackle the 3rd-tier zombies?" Wang Yu gently opened the car door and casually scanned the surroundings. There were hardly any zombies left outside. "Let us go now, but I'm still a bit worried about you. I fear we might not prevail." He resembled a true gentleman as he assisted Meng Xiaodao out of the car, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. "Promise me, don't go?" "Ah, why not go?" Meng Xiaodao replied, slightly taken aback, pouting her lips. "No way, I must go? Besides, with you by my side, defeating all 3 of them will be more than manageable." Meng Xiaodao held an unwavering faith in Wang Yu, a belief that stemmed from the depths of her heart. "Well, since you have such faith in me, we must proceed." Wang Yu felt a mixture of anxiety and joy within him. Danger and reward coexisted. If they successfully completed this task, perhaps they could elevate Meng Xiaodao out of the 4th tier, enabling her to confront those at the 3rd tier with ease. He glanced once more at Meng Xiaodao, blissfully unaware of the peril that lay ahead, and let out a helpless sigh. "Let us go. Although I am quite anxious, nothing is more pressing than empowering my wife." This may seem like a flawed statement, yet it was his own way of challenging his vulnerability. Without further contemplation, Wang Yu grasped Meng Xiaodao's hand and hurried towards the shopping mall. Although they appeared to be a couple, in truth, they were zombie hunters, specifically targeting these forsaken undead. The mall was eerily silent, devoid of even the lowest tier zombies, and its cleanliness was unsettling, as if it had been meticulously wiped clean. Wang Yu's gaze darted around. It was strange that not even a shadow of a zombie could be seen. Previously, there had only been 3 3rd-tier zombies. Suddenly, he recalled his earlier observations and attempts to control these 3rd-tier zombies, but they possessed their own will and resisted any attempts at domination. Meng Xiaodao licked her red lips and looked up towards the 3rd floor. "It seems I've discerned the location of the zombies," she declared. "Where?" Wang Yu asked anxiously. She pointed towards a certain area on the 3rd floor. "There, I can distinctly sense their exact positions, but they likely know we are coming. If they are aware, then it shall be manageable." Wang Yu pondered for a moment before raising his voice towards the third floor, shouting, "Zombies inside, come out. I am here to claim your lives and demand the virus essence you possess." As his words echoed, it felt as though the very air around him grew still. Suddenly, an arm of a mannequin was hurled down, shattering the glass of a nearby railing. The sound of tinkling shards cascading to the ground filled the air. A dry, mocking voice followed. "You've taken so many lives, yet here you are, a fool seeking your own demise." In an instant, a figure leaped from the third floor, performing a somersault in midair before landing gracefully. It was a man with green hair, his face gaunt and parched, marred by numerous bloody holes, evidence of a life marked by hunger and suffering. Upon sighting this man, Meng Xiaotao instinctively assumed a combat stance, confident she could eliminate him with a 99% certainty. However, the next moment, two third-tier zombies descended as well, a man and a woman, both bearing similar ghastly features. Their clothing wrinkled and moldy. The female zombie sported red hair, while the male had yellow locks, likely a reflection of a troubled past. The green-haired zombie spoke first. "Kid, you possess quite the audacity to provoke us so brazenly." He then turned his gaze towards Meng Xiaotao, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "What on earth? How is it that a zombie mingles with the living?" Without further ado, the red-haired zombie interjected, "We need not engage in idle chatter. She is a traitor." Her disdain for Meng Xiaotao evident, particularly given her remarkably preserved appearance. "Why is it that your body shows no signs of decay?" The yellow-haired zombie also appeared astonished. Yet shortly thereafter, he licked his lips, which had long since lost their color. Such a specimen must be captured for thorough examination. Indeed, the man beside her seems to possess flesh that would be quite delectable. I find myself eagerly anticipating. Upon hearing their words, Wang Yu scoffed. "The person beside me is my girlfriend. However, if my girlfriend finds your viral essence appealing, you might as well submit it readily." "What exactly is this viral essence?" The yellow-haired zombie, perplexed, quickly inquired of his companion, who also confessed ignorance. Nonetheless, if they manage to capture these two individuals and torment them slowly, they are bound to reveal the truth. The red-haired female zombie's gaze continuously swept over Wang Yu. "Young man, you possess quite a sturdy physique. The experience of playing while feasting must be delightful." Her words dripped with perversion, as she clung to habits from her former life, even in her undead state. Arrogantly, she thought, "Is it you, a mere dog of a woman, who dares to challenge my brother Wang Yu?" With a swift glance, Meng Xiaotao summoned a gust of wind beneath her feet, launching herself into action. Her strike was potent, aimed directly at the abdomen of the red-haired female zombie, intending to assert her dominance. In the following moment, two figures intervened, their forearms forcibly halting Meng Xiaotao's advance. Yet, she pressed forward, nearing the threshold of a level 4 zombie with remarkable tenacity, and with a single palm strike, she struck the red-haired female zombie's abdomen. A resounding pft echoed as the female zombie was sent hurtling backward, spewing forth several mouthfuls of black blood. In a moment of distraction, the audacious woman managed to gain the upper hand, and a fierce voice echoed, calling for retribution against the assailants of their beloved. The two individuals, united in their fury, swiftly engaged in combat. Yet, Meng Xiaotao would not allow them to succeed. She was on the brink of reaching the threshold of a fourth-tier zombie and was inherently stronger than they were, thus unperturbed by their advance. With a flash of inspiration, her skin hardened instantaneously, though not to an impenetrable degree. It sufficed. A series of muffled sounds erupted as the melee ensued, with the two zombies flung into the air, retreating in disarray. Meng Xiaotao casually wiped her palms, her attire slightly tattered, yet her regal demeanor remained intact. Having emerged victorious from the skirmish, she turned to Wang Yu, offering a mischievous smile. "Thank you, brother Wang Yu, for revealing how exhilarating it is to dominate these arrogant zombies." "What? Meng Xiaotao, what do you mean by that?" Wang Yu asked, still perplexed. But Meng Xiaotao had already taken the initiative, effortlessly overpowering the three zombies with her unparalleled strength, relying solely on brute force without any technique or strategy. However, the first floor of the establishment bore the brunt of the chaos. Railings, pillars, and windows were shattered, with outdoor tables reduced to splinters. Even the robust concrete columns were not spared, bearing deep claw marks. Despite the lawlessness of the apocalypse, if this level of destruction continued, the very structure of the mall would surely collapse. Chapter 45. Overwhelming, directly killing the chaotic scene of the fight, with smoke swirling around. bore a striking resemblance to those found in fantasy cultivation games. Yet, seeing Meng Xiaotao dominate them brought Wang Yu immense satisfaction. Splendidly done, my girlfriend truly excels. Really? Meng Xiaotao suddenly snapped back to reality amidst the brawl. However, this moment of distraction allowed the three zombies to seize the opportunity, landing punches on her face and abdomen. Though the blows were not particularly painful, a dark mark now marred her cheek, and her clothing was torn at the midsection. Wang Yu was momentarily startled. Urging her not to lose focus, "Crush them. You are the best." "Understood, Brother Wang Yu," she replied. In the next instant, her eyes ignited with fervor. Perceiving the three zombies as mere ants to be crushed, the act of overwhelming them was, indeed, complete, as the zombies could barely withstand her onslaught. The zombie with disheveled hair forced a bitter smile, instructing his companions, "You two hold her off. I will go after her boyfriend. Surely, if I can capture him, she will submit willingly." "Understood, hurry." Meng Xiaotao was taken aback, rising to leave the fray to protect Wang Yu. However, the other two male zombies blocked her path, leaving the red-haired female zombie behind. "Your opponents are us." This was dire. They had devised such a strategy. A surge of fury welled up within Meng Xiaotao. "Damn it. You scoundrels, do not dare harm my brother Wang Yu." Though Meng Xiaotao was indeed overpowering, it was not without its challenges. The two zombies were forced to retreat repeatedly, spewing blood in their wake. Yet the disparity in numbers and their combined strength meant that Meng Xiaotao was not gaining a significant advantage. Two zombies lured Meng Xiaotao away, creating space for their female counterpart to confront Wang Yu. Just as Wang Yu contemplated fleeing, he was confronted by the red-haired zombie, who taunted him. "Where do you think you're going, little one? What makes you think you have the right to interfere with me?" The female zombie did not react with anger. Instead, she smiled faintly, causing the gaping wound on her face to widen menacingly. "You poor fool, your girlfriend is one of us. Though I am unaware of the methods you employed to seduce her, it is evident that you possess something extraordinary that drives me to madness." This red-haired zombie was utterly unreasonable, having once been a thug. Although transformed into a zombie, she retained the ability to speak and a certain level of intelligence, with her former habits gradually resurfacing. "Allow me to thoroughly explore the peculiarities of your being." The female zombie struck first, her movements swift but not as rapid as before. Having sustained considerable injuries from her encounters with Meng Xiaotao, she underestimated the ease with which she could overpower this human, but good intentions do not always lead to reality. As the furious zombie charged at him, Wang Yu extended his fist to meet hers in a collision. He had assumed this frail zombie would be easily defeated. Yet upon impact, a sharp pain coursed through his arm. His expression shifted slightly. It appeared that this zombie, having devoured numerous humans, still possessed formidable strength. Had she been a second-tier zombie, he would have felt no fear, but now he faced a third-tier adversary. The female zombie held the upper hand, observing the despondent Wang Yu as he approached. "Can you truly not defeat me? Submit and allow me to devour your flesh and blood, and I shall further examine your girlfriend." In the next moment, upon hearing this, Wang Yu erupted into laughter. "Ha ha. Do you truly believe that any zombie can stand against me? A severely injured third-tier zombie has no right to demand my submission. Since you refuse to yield, I shall beat you into submission," the female zombie declared, not one to engage in idle chatter, and she lunged forward with a powerful punch. Wang Yu seized a large wooden stick lying nearby and swung it with force. With a resounding crack, both combatants stumbled backward. Armed with the weapon, Wang Yu appeared to be more formidable. He raised the stick, pointed it at the female zombie, and proclaimed loudly, "You are nothing more than a foolish creature that stealthily hunts humans in the marketplace. Nonsense. I have become a high-tier zombie through my own efforts, and you are unworthy to challenge me." "Ah, such a high-tier zombie, claiming superiority while being merely a third-tier yourself? What audacity!" With no further words, she unleashed her sharp claws towards Wang Yu's neck. A subtle smile crept across Wang Yu's face. His plan had succeeded. He shouted towards Meng Xiaotao, "I shall accept this zombie's viral essence as a reward for you in the future." "What did you say, Brother Wang Yu?" "Do not be distracted," Wang Yu cautioned. "Focus on yourself." He disregarded the enraged female zombie, allowing her fury to mount. With a sudden, forceful kick, her veins bulged as the dark blood sprayed forth. Wang Yu wielded a wooden stick, engaging in a fierce battle with her. The female zombie's eyes blazed with intensity, each swipe of her claws seemingly capable of rendering Wang Yu lifeless. However, she underestimated her opponent. With a resounding crash, Meng Xiaotao seized a male zombie by the forehead. applying force with both hands, causing the creature's head to explode, leaving behind a green viral essence pill, which she promptly placed in her mouth. After savoring it with a couple of chews, she swallowed it down, declaring it to be truly delicious. With her energy replenished, Meng Xiaodao grew even more formidable. After a single exchange, she captured another zombie, gripping its neck tightly, and then posed a question. Do you have any last words? The yellow-haired zombie, gripped by sheer terror, recalled having perished once before. The thought of dying a second time was utterly unacceptable. Damn it, perish, she exclaimed, with a decisive squeeze. The zombie met its demise, and she extracted the viral essence pill from its head, relishing the taste, which was far superior to the previous one. As Meng Xiaotao surveyed the carnage around her, savoring the flavor in her mouth, she laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This feels delightful. Truly, it requires no effort at all." In stark contrast, Wang Yu was not faring as well. His opponent was an unyielding zombie, while he suffered from the fatigue in his sore arms. Observing Meng Xiaotao's mischievous grin, he called out, "Come help me, stop grinning foolishly over there." "What? Brother Wang Yu needs my assistance? How could you be so useless? Struggling against a mere zombie?" Wang Yu could only offer a bitter smile, facing the impending danger in silence. The female zombie laughed heartily. "Kid, it seems your girlfriend is aiding me. It appears your fate lies in my hands." "Hee hee, that may not be the case," Wang Yu replied, lifting the nearly splintered wooden stick to fend off one last assault. Ultimately, the weary stick succumbed to the battle, breaking apart. "Haha, kid, your weapon is gone. Now, give me your life." The red-haired zombie was elated, but her joy was short-lived. In the next moment, a hand swiftly struck, piercing through her abdomen. "My dear Wang Yu, do you think scum like you can toy with him?" Meng Xiaotao retorted, glancing back as she flicked the black blood and grime from her hands, disdainfully wiping them on the ground. The red-haired zombie could hardly comprehend. "Why? As one of your kind, why would you help him?" "There is no why. I am his girlfriend." Chapter 46. Messages from the military district shelter. The red-haired zombie attempted a final struggle, but Meng Xiaodao offered her no chance. With a precise strike to the throat, it was all over. Her head rolled away, black blood splattering in a terrifying display. Yet, Meng Xiaodao seemed to have forgotten that the viral essence resided within the brain. Wang Yu picked up the severed head, prying out the green viral essence and stowing it in his pocket, while Meng Xiaodao could only watch in frustration. She felt a pang of regret for not having dealt a more lethal blow, allowing the essence to end up at Wang Yu's feet, now in his possession. However, it mattered little. Ultimately, it would find its way into her mouth. Wang Yu cast aside the severed head with a chuckle and remarked, "Let us proceed. It seems the danger has abated. However, with those three rascals managing this mall, there ought to be a trove of treasures hidden within. Is that so?" Meng Xiaodao's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Wang Yu, a look of perplexity adorning her face. "You are not mistaken. I must thoroughly investigate this place. Who knows, I might stumble upon a second girlfriend." Upon hearing this, her expression soured. Though Meng Xiaodao could not fully comprehend his words, an unsettling feeling stirred within her. Her intellect, regrettably, was not sufficient to grasp such profound thoughts, if only it were sharper. After a moment of contemplation, she assessed her own capabilities and, with a smile directed at him, said, "Brother Wang Yu, I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough. If you could share that little candy with me, I believe I could surpass my limits." I find that hard to believe. Surely, you aren't attempting to deceive me regarding that candy?" Wang Yu approached her, gently patting her head. Although she closed her eyes, he could sense through the vibrant thread that her strength was indeed formidable. Yet, he could not accurately discern her thoughts or potential deceit. Upon meeting Meng Xiaodao's fervent gaze, Wang Yu found it difficult to refuse her. Nevertheless, as a prudent expert, he solemnly declared, "No, the last time you broke through, you startled me greatly. I cannot predict what chaos might ensue this time. It would be wiser to seek a safer location first." "Very well then, I hope Brother Wang Yu will keep his word." Dream Xiaotao resembled a deflated balloon as she kicked the lifeless corpse of a zombie beside her several times. Subsequently, Wang Yu grasped her hand to halt such behavior. "Stop kicking. We must be on our way." "Where to?" "To the third floor, the place where that scoundrel vanished. I suspect there may be treasures awaiting us." They then ascended to the third floor, hand in hand, though they had long grown accustomed to it, having engaged in such actions frequently before. Upon reaching the third floor, Wang Yu stood dumbfounded at the sight of food piled like a small mountain behind the shop's glass. "Wow, so much food. We're going to be rich," he exclaimed. Could it be that all the food from the entire mall has been amassed here? Eagerly, he approached, diving into the heap of snacks, swimming through the pile. Though they were merely snacks, and not easily perishable, having something was certainly better than nothing. Dream Xiaotao observed Wang Yu with a slight smile, unable to comprehend why her brother was so captivated by these unappetizing morsels. Brother Wang, are these snacks truly that delicious? Why do you like them so much? Silly child. Everyone has their own preferences. You enjoy your little candies, while I find joy in these foods. His words seemed futile. Wang Yu, not driven by greed, prioritized filling his own stomach before seeking a large backpack to stow away some food. In this apocalyptic world, relying solely on snacks would lead to malnutrition, and he had yet to consume any green vegetables. As a child, he had relished these treats, but in the current reality, some had begun to disdain them. Many snacks laden with additives were dismissed by Wang Yu, who cast them aside without a second thought. However, upon tasting a bag of spicy strips, he found himself overwhelmed by the pungent flavor of chili, leading him to regret his choice. Why venture out now? Having previously secured a refuge, why not reign supreme within its confines? Dream Xiaotao, observing Wang Yu's dazed expression as he consumed the snack, inquired with concern, Brother Wang Yu, what troubles you? Why are you moved to tears? He wiped his eyes and replied, It's nothing, nothing at all. The past was fraught with hardship, now that life has improved. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. From a state of mediocrity to the pinnacle of success, a single twist of fate can alter one's destiny. Yet this outcome was far from what he desired. With no family or loved ones by his side, he was left with only the company of the campus bell. What significance did that hold? He sighed, thinking that pondering such matters served little purpose. Regardless, things were better now. What was once unimaginable had returned to him. Subsequently, Wang Yu led Dream Xiaotao to the 4th floor and into a women's clothing store, where he selected a new outfit for her. The base layer remained a delicate pink hanfu. Whether or not she wore undergarments was inconsequential. However, now that Dream Xiaotao possessed awareness, Wang Yu felt it inappropriate to assist her, leaving her to manage on her own, unaware of her need for undergarments. Thus, she began to change clothes right there, prompting Wang Yu to immediately avert his gaze. What's wrong, Brother Wang Yu? She asked. It's nothing, nothing at all. You change your clothes, and of course, I must not look. There are boundaries between men and women. At this point, such discussions felt rather tardy. Dream Xiaotao merely smiled and said nothing further as she continued to change. At that moment, Wang Yu suddenly realized that certain matters seemed to have arisen. Had he neglected to instruct Meng Xiaotao on how to change her attire? If she had developed on her own instinctively, then she must have ascended to a more advanced level of zombie, when her consciousness was nearly fully formed. What if she came to the realization that he was not her preferred type in life? Would that not spell trouble for him? While Wang Yu was still lost in contemplation, Meng Xiaotao had already changed her clothes, gently patting his shoulder and cheerfully inquiring, What are you daydreaming about? I've already changed. He turned to gaze at the exquisitely adorned Meng Xiaotao, her stunning visage and curvaceous figure rendering all other fantasies obsolete. Indeed, he thought, my girlfriend is truly beautiful. Is that so? Do you think so too? Absolutely, she replied. In Wang Yu's eyes, finding a suitable outfit for a girl was no simple task. Although Meng Xiaotao could carry off any style, many of the garments were excessively tight, leaving her with no choice but to don a loose-fitting hanfu. Subsequently, they descended from the 4th floor, only to be drawn to the bloodstains visible in the security booth on the 1st floor. On the transparent window, a few bloodied characters were scrawled. To the survivors reading this message, please proceed immediately to the government-designated shelter located at the military refuge established in Z City. Initially, upon encountering this message, Wang Yu felt a twinge of skepticism. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, with zombies possessing awareness, was this not akin to inviting danger into one's home? However, as he lifted his gaze to the mangled corpse within the security room, his doubts were swiftly dispelled. The laser blade has sliced through, leaving half of the skull of the corpse vanished, devoid of any bloodstains, remarkably smooth. Thus, it is evident that modern weaponry decisively overwhelms carbon-based life forms. Wang Yu chuckled with excitement. The current fantasies remain delightful. Yet the zombie virus is far more complex than he had anticipated. Chapter 47. Arrival at the Central Hospital. Wang Yu, what are you talking about? Meng Xiaotao inquired warmly. Observing Wang Yu as he muttered to himself and chuckled oddly, her expression one of confusion. Nothing, nothing at all. I merely feel that our country has finally stepped up. I had thought we were abandoned, yet it seems they have not forsaken us. So, you are right. We should first head to the hospital to gather some medical supplies and return to that refuge before coming back again. In truth, Wang Yu remained apprehensive about taking Meng Xiaotao around. although she no longer posed a threat to others. It was undeniable that the military's doctrine revolved around the complete extermination of zombies. Therefore, he dared not take risks, nor could he afford to gamble. As night fell, their journey to the hospital was no longer feasible, compelling them to seek out a modest inn nearby. The absence of light during the night posed little issue for the two of them. Meng Xiaotao lay quietly beside Wang Yu, her eyes closed, though sleep eluded her. She obediently followed Wang Yu's command to close her eyes. Wang Yu embraced Meng Xiaotao, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered about her, and drifted into a tranquil slumber. Until the midnight hour. Outside the inn, the streets were filled with zombies, aimlessly wandering as if compelled by an unseen force, all heading toward a singular destination. In City Z, a sixth-tier zombie emerged, its power extraordinary and terrifying. As dawn broke, the wandering zombies outside gradually diminished, becoming sparse. The sun began to rise in the east, and Wang Yu opened his eyes to behold the sleeping Meng Xiaotao in his arms, smiling with relief. Finally asleep? He mused. Not at all. I certainly haven't slept. Meng Xiaotao immediately opened her eyes, refuting him, startling Wang Yu, who had thought she was still asleep. All right. So you don't need to sleep, do you? He quipped. I don't really know. I just can't sleep and don't want to, Meng Xiaotao replied candidly. Gazing at Wang Yu with her bright, clear eyes, devoid of any hint of drowsiness. Well, you're impressive. I wish I could be like you, but alas, I cannot. Wang Yu approached the window, observing the few scattered zombies outside and the already extinguished cars, as if the world were steeped in solitude. As though only the two of them existed. What's wrong, brother Wang Yu? Meng Xiaotao asked, stepping out of bed to join him by the window. Nothing. Just a habitual check, he replied. Oh, where did that habit come from? Meng Xiaotao inquired, her mind swirling with questions. Wang Yu answered her truthfully, feeling no need to conceal anything from his future wife. Just admiring the scenery for a while. Afterward, they departed from the hotel, encountering a few small zombies along the way. There was no need for Wang Yu to intervene. Meng Xiaotao effortlessly dealt with them herself. She had consumed the viral essence directly, saving it all as a reward. Yet, it was precisely this behavior that left Meng Xiaotao with a frown throughout the day. All right, Meng Xiaotao, it's not that I refuse to let you eat. Rather, I fear that if you indulge, you might encounter peril again. We have yet to find a safe environment, so it's best to refrain from letting you eat for now. However, Meng Xiaotao did not comprehend this, pouting, You simply don't want me to eat. All right, here you go. Wang Yu said as he retrieved several white virus essence pills from his pocket and directly fed them to Meng Xiaotao. A first-tier virus essence pill should pose no issue. As long as it was tea of a green grade or above, there should be minimal risk. This was his thought process. Meng Xiaotao smacked her lips, finding it quite delectable. She rolled her eyes, and a peculiar idea blossomed in her mind. Next time she captured these little candies, she wouldn't share them with brother Wang Yu. She would secretly indulge all by herself. What are you thinking? Wang Yu approached her, gently patting her head as he noticed she was still lost in thought. She smacked her lips again. Brother Wang Yu, do you really like me? Why do you always do those things for me? Meng Xiaotao looked at Wang Yu with innocent curiosity, believing she could deduce the answer from her simple perspective. Silly girl. That is the manifestation of love. Wang Yu spoke truthfully. From the very beginning, he had genuinely fallen for her. Although he had lacked the opportunity before, he now found himself presented with one. Is that so? Then I like brother Wang Yu too. She spread her arms wide and clung tightly to his arm. At that moment, his intellect didn't allow for deeper contemplation. All he knew was that he wanted to treat her well. No one could predict how long this situation would last. Wang Yu gazed at her, letting out a sigh, for he had never anticipated that this day would truly arrive. Regardless of what transpires in the future, it was prudent to savor the present moment. Let us proceed to the central hospital, he stated, though uncertain if they would encounter other survivors. Yet, if they were driven solely by greed, then they would be dealt with accordingly. A flicker of murderous intent began to manifest in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, the desires and avarice harbored within some individuals gradually revealed themselves. Subsequently, relying on his prior memories, Wang Yu led Meng Xiaotao towards the central hospital. They did not rush in recklessly, but instead took refuge in a nearby building. Observing the throngs of various zombies that surrounded the entrance of the hospital, while first- and second-tier zombies had become a commonplace sight, third-tier zombies were exceptionally rare and difficult to encounter, especially those possessing a semblance of intelligence, as they could harbor sinister intentions and perhaps lurk in some obscure corner, preying upon the living. Through Wang Yu's keen observation, he discerned that only zombies wandered about, with no peculiar phenomena occurring. Most individuals would have been terrified and fled upon witnessing such a sight. After all, hospitals were often rife with grotesque zombies. This did not imply they were particularly formidable, merely that they appeared oddly deformed. Ultimately, Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao descended from the second-floor window, with his status as a pinnacle third-tier survivor. The scent of the surrounding zombies concealed their presence, allowing them to slip in unnoticed rather than engage in needless slaughter. Wang Yu was uncertain whether any high-tier zombies were nearby, surveilling them, so they remained vigilant, careful to conceal their movements. They successfully infiltrated through the hospital's entrance. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by a plethora of remnants, accompanied by a cadre of ghostly nurses clad in white coats. They continue to adhere to their former routines, aimlessly wandering about with trays held in their hands. When a female zombie, devoid of purpose, drew near to Wang Yu, Meng Xiao shot her a glance imbued with an overwhelming aura, instilling a modicum of fear within the undead, despite their lack of intelligence. The primal instincts of the first-tier zombies triggered a sense of danger, prompting a guttural roar before they retreated slowly. How remarkable it is, with your presence beside me. I find myself unburdened by the need to intervene. These lesser zombies dare not approach. Splendid! Meng Xiaotao beamed with delight at the praise, nuzzling her soft form against Wang Yu. However, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Suddenly, her expression tensed, a deep-seated sense of unease rising within her. Brother Wang Yu, I sense that this hospital harbors zombies that are not inferior to my own strength, and there are quite a few. Chapter 48. Concealed Zombie Doctors? Truly? How wonderful. This means the potential for more viral essence. Wang Yu felt no fear, only exhilaration, astonished that such fortune could be encountered here. He then gradually closed his eyes, extending his mental prowess to encompass the entirety of the hospital. This ability could nearly reach several kilometers. Yet, his joyful smile began to fade, replaced by a shadow of concern. What troubles you? Meng Xiaotao inquired. Brother Wang Yu, why do you appear so distressed? I sense that within this hospital, some individuals have transformed into zombies, yet they continue to treat patients as before. But I am left pondering their true intentions. Perhaps their level is akin to mine. If that were the case, then Tang Tang must undoubtedly be delectable. Meng Xiaotao had already begun to indulge in fantasies, moistening her crimson lips. However, Wang Yu clearly had no desire to entertain such thoughts. If consciousness signifies the inception of an individual, then the awakening of a zombie-esque consciousness implies the emergence of a new life, does it not? Every sentient being possesses the right to choose and the privilege to exist. Yet, such contemplation is undeniably terrifying. They are no longer human and should not be viewed through such a lens, unless Wang Yu dared not pursue this line of thought any further. The deeper he delved, the more horrific the implications became. That would herald the true onset of calamity. Meng Xiaotao observed Wang Yu's furrowed brow and, with curiosity, inquired, What occupies your mind, Brother Wang Yu? Nothing of consequence. Let us hasten to procure the necessary medicines and depart from this place. We shall return to the refuge and enjoy a period of tranquility, he replied. Indeed, she nodded. In truth, Wang Yu was uncertain where to acquire these medicines. So he ambled about with Meng Xiaotao. With her formidable prowess as a zombie, her presence provided a comforting guise for their scent. As they wandered the first floor, they stumbled upon a particularly striking medical department at the end of a long corridor, the nephrology unit. Upon reaching this point, it became evident that Wang Yu had been feeling increasingly powerless of late, though the reason eluded him. Sighing, he decided to venture inside, hoping to discover some invigorating medicines that might restore his vigor, for time was growing ever shorter. Wang Yu pushed open the heavy wooden door, revealing a distant array of machinery, and there, seated among them, was a grotesque entity that was half human, half zombie. He lacked the ignorant and naive demeanor typical of ordinary zombies, possessing instead an air of intelligence reminiscent of a Tier 3 undead. This creature was likely the attending physician of this department, clad in a white coat. He sat at a desk with his hands crossed, resting his chin upon them, seemingly lost in troubled thought. Though his head was nearly decomposed and emitted a peculiar odor, it was evident that he had once been a distinguished practitioner. In this era, even zombies could practice medicine. It seemed the virus was indeed terrifying. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and noticed the nameplate on his chest, Song Beijiang, attending physician of the nephrology department at the Central Hospital. With 2 decades of experience and a doctorate from a medical university. Quite formidable. He had evidently been a highly experienced doctor in life. Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words, managing only a wry smile and a few remarks. Upon hearing his voice, the zombie, Song Beijiang, lifted his head slightly and, with an expressionless face, inquired, "Are you here for a consultation?" Unaware of any imminent danger, Wang Yu maintained a stoic demeanor and replied, "Yes." "I wonder how you intend to examine me?" The zombie, unfazed, stood up and approached a machine resembling an X-ray apparatus. In a raspy voice, he instructed, "Lie down. I will conduct your examination." Wang Yu had been perplexed. This zombie seemed to possess limited intelligence and did not appear to be of Tier 3 strength, at most a Tier 2. Could it be a Tier 2? 5 zombie? Perhaps a hidden variant? The notion amused him. A hidden variant of a zombie. What could such a creature possibly entail? Wang Yu did not refuse. He simply smiled and lay down. "Is it necessary to remove your clothing?" "No. The machine will assist in the examination without the need for disrobing." The zombie began to frantically tap on the instrument, despite the absence of power and light, relying solely on the remnants of its former intentions. Suddenly, the creature grew agitated. "Damn it, why? Why won't the device illuminate?" Zombie Song Beijiang slammed his withered palm against the machine, shattering the screen to pieces with a couple of strikes. Only after completely pulverizing the display did he gradually calm down. "Very well, no need for the machine. I will examine you directly. Just remove your trousers, and I shall conduct a thorough investigation." This statement elicited a strong disapproval from Meng Xiaodao, who stood nearby. "You foolish zombie! What do you intend to do to my brother Wang Yu?" The zombie replied in a raspy voice, "Nothing at all, merely assisting him with a health check." Wang Yu, curious about the intentions of this concealed zombie, said, "Meng Xiaodao, let him proceed. Refrain from speaking for now. There may be danger, and you can act later." "All right, brother Wang Yu." He then removed his trousers and lay quietly on the cold bed. Observing the ghastly-faced zombie, Wang Yu was uncertain of its next move. The zombie donned a stethoscope and slowly approached Wang Yu, raising its hand to palpate his abdomen twice. Suddenly, the zombie's expression shifted dramatically, and in a raspy tone, it exclaimed, "Why does your body emit a hint of pleasurable essence?" Abruptly, it opened its mouth and lunged toward Wang Yu's abdomen. It was discovered, however. Before he could react, a steel ruler swiftly flew in, piercing the zombie's head. It was, in fact, Meng Xiaodao who, with an extraordinary speed unattainable by ordinary individuals, seized a nearby medical steel ruler and struck with precision. The zombie was pinned against the wall, black blood oozing slowly down the ruler, dripping onto the floor 2 meters below, producing a sound. My goodness, indeed, the inherent nature of zombies remains unchanged. Human flesh continues to be irresistibly alluring. Subsequently, Wang Yu donned his trousers and gave a thumbs up to Meng Xiaodao, praising her. "You are incredible, reacting so swiftly." "Hiki, it's only because I care about you. Brother Wang Yu, thankfully I was here. Otherwise, you might have been bitten by that ghastly creature." Wang Yu could only smile helplessly, recognizing that the fault lay with him, leaving him at a loss for words. "Well then, go ahead and pick up that viral essence pill and consume it. Consider it my apology." "Humph, what apology? I hunted it down. It is only right that I should eat it. If you truly wish to apologize, you should do so differently." Despite her words, Meng Xiaodao was quick-witted, promptly extracting the green viral essence pill and placing it in her mouth. Although a 5-tier zombie possesses a modicum of consciousness, it fundamentally still falls within the realm of 2nd-tier zombies. This phenomenon is unusual, yet, from various perspectives, the zombie virus continues to evolve. Who knows? Perhaps 1-tier zombies will become as terrifying as this in the future. Chapter 49. The daughter of the shelter commander Meng Xiaodao chewed thoughtfully, savoring the taste. Delicious. Wang Yu initially intended to say something further, but upon witnessing her demeanor, he merely sighed and fell silent. The glutton had decided to tidy up on his own. He rummaged through numerous cabinets, only to find tools and various electronic devices, devoid of any medical supplies. A sweeping glance revealed nothing of utility. "Let us depart. This place lacks what we require. I believe the medication might be stored here." His gaze fell upon Meng Xiaodao, who was busily searching through a nearby cabinet. She retrieved a square box, a metal contraption the size of a suitcase. "What are you doing?" Wang Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Meng Xiaodao pouted in response. "What do you mean? I am clearly assisting brother Wang Yu in the search." "Oh, right. What exactly are you looking for?" Wang Yu chuckled ruefully, smacking his own face. "You don't even know what I'm seeking, yet you've begun to rummage indiscriminately? Haha." Meng Xiaodao looked equally perplexed, pausing her activity to stand upright. Gazing at Wang Yu with an innocent expression, she seemed a touch aggrieved. Unable to contain himself, Wang Yu shook his head. All right. I did not mean to place blame upon you. With that, he picked up the square metal box from the ground. As he examined the inscriptions upon it, he involuntarily read aloud, "Optical Electronic High-Precision Microscopic Detection Instrument? What on earth is this? Could it possibly be used for detecting such things?" He envisioned a scenario where that device was utilized for inspection. He need not worry about the quality of his own gold. It is merely that my friend is experiencing a slight deficiency in vitality. How could the quality of such a thing possibly diminish? Unless, of course, he is no longer human. Yet, he has not dared to experiment or make any excessive conjectures. He simply placed the item into his backpack, intending to investigate further at a later time. Suddenly, Meng Xiaotao pressed her delicate form against him, covering Wang Yu's mouth with her hand, urging him to remain silent. For she sensed an approaching presence. Wang Yu had been lost in this reverie, oblivious to his surroundings, but Meng Xiaotao's keen ears detected the change. He nodded slightly, and she gradually released her hold on him. How many individuals do you perceive? Are they male or female? Are they benevolent or malevolent? Wang Yu felt as if a multitude of questions swirled within him. Do you not wish to investigate for yourself? Meng Xiaotao remarked with a hint of disdain. He nodded again, closing his eyes. As he released his mental energy, a vivid black and white tableau unfolded in his mind. 2 men and 1 woman, how intriguing. The woman appeared quite beautiful, exuding a charm that set her apart from Meng Xiaotao. With his eyes shut, Wang Yu spoke to himself, focusing intently on the trio before him. Sister Su Qinghua, do you suppose our sudden departure will anger your father? Indeed, if anything were to happen to you, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. Su Qinghua smiled sweetly, turning to glance at the 2 men beside her. There is no need for concern. We have a purpose in our endeavor. You are indeed the daughter of the commander of our military district shelter, and there is no need for you to involve yourself in these troublesome matters. Matters concerning pharmaceuticals should be left to our military personnel. Su Qinghua smiled faintly and said, Zhang Xian, Lu Fangzhen, you are soldiers after all. With real weapons in your hands, what is there to fear from these minor zombies? However, should anything happen to you as the daughter of the shelter's commanding major, we could not bear the responsibility. Moreover, why venture out to engage in such activities when you could remain comfortably within the shelter? Zhang Xian was growing anxious, but Lu Fangzhen was even more tense. Gripping his AK-47 tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his face. His eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings. Despite having a firearm, he dared not fire it, opting instead to draw his dagger for dealing with zombies, knowing that sometimes a bullet is far more effective than a knife. All right, both of you should calm down. Look, we have entered without a hitch. Nothing has transpired aside from a few minor zombies at the entrance. Furthermore, we are retrieving a substantial quantity of medical supplies, which will undoubtedly please my father. Su Qinghua gently placed her jade-like hands on their shoulders. Do not be anxious. We are now within the hospital. As long as we remain silent, we will not attract any zombies. Is that so? Lu Fangzhen slowly lowered his AK-47, though he kept it close to his chest to avert any unforeseen circumstances. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Su Qinghua observed the sign ahead, indicating the entrance to the intensive care unit, and naively grasped the doorknob to push it open. She was innocent, endearing, yet somewhat foolish. Perhaps there were survivors within the ICU. Nonsense. It had been several days. How could there possibly be survivors? Furthermore, even if one avoided infection in the hospital, hunger would soon claim them. Lu Fangzhen hastily interrupted Zhang Xian, exclaiming, Hey, Zhang Xian, mind your language. No foul words in front of the major's daughter. All right, I won't curse. I'll be more civilized, if that pleases you, Zhang Xian replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. The ICU was eerily quiet, filled with numerous beds, yet none were occupied, only darkened bloodstains lingering upon them, accompanied by the foul stench of decay, the unmistakable odor of decomposing bodies. Ugh, this place reeks. It seems there are no survivors here. Let us move to another location, Su Qinghua remarked, pinching her nose. Indeed, who would linger in such a place? Before Zhang Xian could finish his thought, a sudden dull thud emanated from a nearby bed. This particular bed was shrouded by white curtains, marred only by several large, dark, dried bloodstains. Something's amiss. Zhang Xian, assist me in aiming the gun. I shall investigate, Lu Fangzhen declared, raising his AK while focusing on the sight. Cautiously approaching the bed, with Zhang Xian covering him from behind, also with an AK. Although he was aware of Lu Fangzhen's agility and that a mere small zombie posed little threat, the possibility of encountering a mutated second-tier zombie A creature that had devoured human flesh loomed ominously in his mind. Lu Fangzhen felt an intense tension enveloping him, although he was already certain that behind the curtain lay a zombie. Nevertheless, this anxious emotion continued to escalate. "Show yourself, or I shall be compelled to fire," he declared, extracting a dagger from his waist. The deafening sound of a gunshot would undoubtedly attract more zombies, thus he preferred to confront the creature silently with his knife. With the muzzle of his AK extended, Lu Fangzhen cautiously pulled aside the curtain, eager to discern what lay within. Suddenly, a clawing zombie leapt from the bed. It lacked feet, relying solely on its robust arms. Its face was grotesquely decayed, a sight most terrifying. "This is bad," Lu Fangzhen thought, raising his 3-inch dagger to strike at its head. Yet, this swift lethal thrust was evaded by the creature's unnatural speed. Its focus was on Su Qingwei, instinctively recognizing the two men as formidable foes, while the defenseless woman beside them seemed the easiest target. Chapter 50. A Heroic Rescue. "Oh no! Su Qingwei!" Zhang Xian shouted, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. Just as the hideous visage of the zombie and its filthy claws threatened to mar Su Qingwei's lovely face, a man burst through the door with astonishing speed. It was Wang Yu, whose mental acuity had detected the situation, clandestinely tracking the movements of this group. Would he emerge as the hero to save the damsel in distress? Su Qingyue stood frozen, paralyzed by terror, her pupils dilated in fear, her entire countenance betraying her dread. Would this be the end for her? Wang Yu sprinted over, swiftly lifting Su Qingyue to evade the onslaught of the zombie. The creature's attempt was thwarted, and it let out a furious roar, its veins bulging ominously as it prepared to unleash a powerful strike. Yet, Wang Yu would not grant it such an opportunity. "You dare to be reckless, seeking to gather strength for an attack? Taste my kick." With an immense surge of power, he delivered a decisive blow to the zombie's face, sending it crashing backward with a resounding thud against the iron bed frame, the sound akin to shattering bones. That was a close call. The zombie almost succeeded. This heroic act of saving the damsel in distress did not evoke disdain from Su Qingyue. Rather, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she gazed up at the striking man before her. Her heart raced with fervor, a troubling sensation of infatuation washing over her. Wang Yu gently set Su Qingyue down, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I was so preoccupied with saving you that I failed to mind my hands. My apologies." "No need for concern. I harbor no grievances," Su Qingyue replied, her gaze fixated on the man, her heart fluttering like a fawn in the wild, cheeks flushed with warmth. Yet, her eyes remained steadfastly locked on Wang Yu. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian brandished his dagger, mercilessly stabbing the recently vanquished zombie a staggering 74 times. "I allow you to assault Su Qingyue. I condemn you to this undead existence. I shall make you." After delivering such a relentless barrage of strikes, the zombie lay lifeless, a pool of dark blood saturating the ground beneath it. Gradually, Zhang Xian's fury subsided, and he wiped the black ichor from his dagger onto the bed linens before sheathing it at his waist. Approaching Wang Yu, he nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, the precious daughter of the commander would have been in peril, and we would have faced dire consequences. If anything had happened, it would not be surprising if the commander executed us 1,000 times." Wang Yu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. It was merely a small favor." "A small favor? That kick you just delivered would require at least a decade of training to replicate. But fine." Lu Fangzhen also approached to express gratitude for Wang Yu's earlier actions. "By the way, have you ever served in the military? Your strength is remarkable, and your movements are so precise." Wang Yu humbly replied, "No, I am just an unknown junior." He then inquired, "What brings you here? Are you also in search of medication?" Though he feigned modesty, the smile at the corner of his mouth was hard to suppress. After all, he had just played the hero, so there was no need for false humility. "We are indeed here for medicine. The survivors in my father's military district shelter are ill and in desperate need of supplies." "That's excellent. I am also on a quest for medication. Why don't we join forces?" However, Lu Fangzhen and Zhang Xian still harbored some reservations. Su Qingyue cheerfully chimed in, "Absolutely. Having an additional person means more strength. Besides, I really admire your agility, handsome." She playfully patted Wang Yu on the chest, teasing him. "Ah, your words make me a bit bashful. But I must mention that I already have a girlfriend." "Ah, the handsome one has a girlfriend? Where is she? I haven't seen her." Su Qingyue glanced around, finding no trace of other women in the room. "No way, handsome, you can't be deceiving me, can you?" She attempted to pat Wang Yu's chest, but Zhang Xian intervened, saying, "All right, enough of your antics. It's quite evident that he isn't interested in you, so stop being overly sentimental. Rubbish, I refuse to believe that, she retorted. Handsome. What is your name? I would like to get acquainted. I am Su Qingwei, and these two are Zhang Xian and Lu Fangzhen. Being referred to as dumb hair left Zhang Xian and Lu Fangzhen somewhat speechless. After all, they were part of the military. And it felt inappropriate to be treated this way while tasked with ensuring the safety of the commander's daughter. His name is Wang Yu, and I am Meng Xiaodao, she said. Meng Xiaodao had approached unnoticed and promptly shook hands with Su Qingwei, who had intended to greet Wang Yu instead. Surprised and slightly flushed, Su Qingwei remarked, "Oh, so you are Wang Yu's girlfriend. No wonder. I didn't expect Wang Yu to have such discerning taste. Your beauty is quite remarkable," as Su Qingwei observed Meng Xiaodao. She pondered, "Oh no, this woman resembles me closely, yet there is an air of childishness about her." Meng Xiaodao, unfazed by such thoughts, nestled into Wang Yu's embrace, asking, "Brother Wang Yu, why are there so many people here?" Wang Yu could only smile helplessly, affectionately ruffling her hair. Su Qingwei chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, she was merely a girlfriend, and in a post-apocalyptic world, the notion of marriage was still uncertain. Yet, glancing at Wang Yu, as Meng Xiaodao emitted a coquettish sound, it evoked an expression of envy from Su Qingwei. All right, let's set aside matters of romance for the moment. We must swiftly seek out the necessary medication and return to the shelter. Su Qingwei, your safety is of utmost importance. Zhang Xian promptly intervened to ease the tension, recognizing that lingering here was merely wasting time. By the way, do you know where the pharmacy at the central hospital is? Wang Yu inquired with a smile. Both Zhang Xian and Lu Fangzhen shook their heads. No, we rarely get the opportunity to explore the outside world while in the military. At that moment, Su Qingwei raised a finger and cheerfully remarked, I know. I've been to the central hospital a few times. While I'm unsure of the exact location of the pharmacy, I have a general idea. Where is it? Wang Yu asked, looking at the vivacious Su Qingwei with a smile. Of course, it's on the 3rd floor. I don't know the specific spot, but it should be there. My father used to bring me here when I was unwell, and every time we went to collect medicine, we headed to the 3rd floor. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Eventually, they located the staircase and began their ascent. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, they were taken aback. The area was teeming with a multitude of zombie patients, certainly several hundred. To the 3 of them, it was a calamity. But in the eyes of Wang Yu and Meng Xiaodao, it represented sustenance. The 5 of them crouched at the stairwell, wary of making any loud noises. Zhang Xian queried, What should we do? With so many zombies here, are we really going to force our way through? Wang Yu shook his head, reassuringly stating that there was no need for panic, for he possessed a method that would allow them to ascend to the 3rd floor safely without resorting to violence. Chapter 51. An unusual method. What method? Su Qingwei inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she shifted her delicate form closer to Wang Yu's arm. A mysterious method that is both stable and comfortable. Upon uttering these words, the 2 men beside them remained unfazed, yet Su Qingwei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Your method seems rather peculiar. It sounds so awkward, she remarked. Oh dear, where did your thoughts wander off to? In nothing, Su Qingwei stammered, hastily covering her heated face with her hands. Wang Yu chuckled softly, fully aware of her implications but opting not to confront her directly. Instead, he addressed Meng Xiaodao beside him, instructing her, Go to the 2nd floor and create some noise to lure these zombies away. Then we shall proceed to the 3rd floor. Meng Xiaodao nodded. Can I have some of those little candies? Certainly, handle it as you wish. Finally, Meng Xiaodao rose swiftly, darting into the horde of zombies before disappearing from sight. The trio beside Wang Yu stood in stunned silence. Are you really feeding your girlfriend to the zombies? Goodness, how ruthless. Su Qingwei surveyed Wang Yu with a look of terror, no longer daring to remain close, her body instinctively leaning back. Wang Yu, you are truly frightening. You would just feed your girlfriend to the zombies like that? She exclaimed in fear, swiftly positioning herself beside the 2 soldiers. Where could it be? In truth, she is not a human, but rather a zombie. Wang Yu expended considerable effort to elucidate this to the group. Although Su Qingwei remained skeptical, she nodded in response to Wang Yu's unwavering confidence. Wang Yu, a handsome fellow, possessed an undeniable charm, even captivating a female zombie, igniting a flame of affection in Su Qingwei's eyes. Despite the clarification, Zhang Yu and Lu Fangzhen still held some reservations, cautiously rubbing Su Qingwei's calf. Be careful. Some things should not be taken at face value, just in case. Before Zhang Xian could finish his sentence, a series of knocks resonated from the 2nd floor of the hospital. Upon hearing the noise, The horde of zombies roared and rushed towards it, gradually leaving the staircase deserted, devoid of any zombies. Let us proceed. We can go now. You see, my method works quite well, effortlessly, Wang Yu declared as he rose to his feet. The three of them nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. Thus, they ascended to the third floor, where the corridor was also free of zombies. All having been drawn away by Ming Xiaodao, Wang Yu turned and inquired, "Where exactly is the pharmacy you mentioned?" Let me think, Su Qingwei pondered, carefully recalling her past memories. After 2 years, it was not so easy to recollect. Oh dear, she sighed, running her fingers through her hair. Her former memories had grown hazy, making it nearly impossible to retrieve them. I have no idea. In any case, this floor is devoid of zombies. So let us search at our leisure. Su Qingwei resigned herself to the situation. Very well, we shall split up to search. You all go that way, and I shall head this way. Wang Yu pointed towards the corridors on either side. It was afternoon, and the building was relatively bright and airy. Is there any issue? Su Qingwei, are you not coming back? What? Do you intend to accompany this young man over there in search of something? By the way, has he made any inappropriate advances towards you? I cannot bear the consequences, Zhang Xian expressed his concern. Indeed, despite this young man having a girlfriend, as men, we understand that if anything untoward were to happen, how would we explain it upon our return? Lu Fangzhen added anxiously, raising his AK to point at Wang Yu. How could that be? I trust that handsome Wang Yu is not that kind of person. Trusting is futile if we are not convinced, Zhang Xian retorted, his grip on the AK tightening unconsciously. Oh dear, there truly is no issue. Please do not aim the gun at handsome Wang Yu. It leaves a poor impression. Su Qingwei attempted to persuade them, but her words fell on deaf ears. The tension lingered unyieldingly. After a moment, Zhang Xian relented. Let us complete the task sooner rather than later. Here, Su Qingwei, I will give you a dagger. If this young man attempts anything, use the dagger on him. He retrieved a dagger from his waist and handed it to Su Qingwei, cautioning, hold it firmly. Do not let him take it from you. Rest assured, handsome Wang Yu would never harm me. If he truly dares to do so, I will scream, and you can come over and deal with him directly with your AK. Su Qingwei's words took a strange turn. However, Wang Yu seemed unfazed, snorting dismissively. Are you all finished? Why are you so wary of me? You speak as if I am no different from a villain. Fear not the myriad of possibilities, but rather the singular unforeseen circumstance. In this world fraught with treachery, who can truly predict the actions of another? Observing their continued deliberation, Wang Yu chose to quietly slip away towards the corridor. Su Qingwei hastily followed, turning back to assure them, do not worry. You may search in that direction as well. Just inform us if you find anything. Lu Fangzhen responded with an affirmative gesture. The corridor that Wang Yu traversed was eerily silent, yet the walls bore the grim testament of dried, dark blood, suggesting a fierce battle had transpired at the onset of the apocalypse. They cautiously pushed open the doors of each room, vigilant for the presence of zombies, but more so for any available medicinal supplies. Wang Yu pondered aloud, is it not odd that these places lack proper signage? Where could it possibly be? Hospitals tend to employ technical jargon, making it unlikely for them to provide straightforward labels. Even if they did, it would not be easily discernible. Their search yielded little reward. Only Wang Yu managed to dispatch a few minor zombies, utilizing the dagger wielded by Su Qingwei. After vanquishing one, he returned the now gleaming blade to her. Su Qingwei observed the weapon. Its blade darkened with evidence of their struggle, and her pupils constricted slightly. Wang Yu, you truly are formidable, effortlessly eliminating so many zombies. Oh, it is merely a matter of practice. Proficiency breeds skill, he replied modestly with a smile. By the way, where do you usually reside? Wang Yu, do you have a refuge? If not, how have you managed to survive? Su Qingwei inquired, yet Wang Yu offered no extensive explanation in response to her curiosity. It is quite simple. During the day, one ventures out in search of supplies, and at night, one seeks rest. If one cannot prevail, retreat is the wisest choice. The world is fraught with treachery. Trust should not be given lightly. This is the principle of my survival. Most of Wang Yu's knowledge stems from the guidelines he gleaned from watching zombie films. Yet these principles remain applicable in this reality. Is that not true? You truly are remarkable. Subsequently, Wang Yu gazed at the last door, tightly secured by chains, and fell into contemplation. How could this door be locked so securely? Could it be that the pharmaceuticals lie within? However, Su Qingwei dismissed his thoughts, patting him on the shoulder. Look at the sign above, radiology. There are numerous individuals exposed to radiation. Entry is prohibited. Very well, it seems we have not located any medicines here. Have your companions discovered anything on their end? Wang Yu sighed helplessly, closed his eyes, and extended his mental awareness throughout the building, sensing the fierce battle that Dream Shadow was engaged in below. Indeed, my girlfriend is exceptional. Her methods of dispatching zombies remain remarkably adept. Chapter 52. Preparing the medicine, rescue by helicopter. Su Qingyue, oblivious to his thoughts, observed Wang Yu with his eyes shut and an odd smile on his face, her expression filled with confusion. Oh dear, could he be a complete fool? Hey, what are you doing? Wang Yu finally opened his eyes, cleared his throat, and realized his eyes felt dry, likely from staying up late the previous night. I merely closed my eyes for a moment of rest. What is the matter? Su Qingyue had no doubt about his acting prowess. However, her subsequent words left Wang Yu utterly astonished. Did you engage in any inappropriate activities with your zombie girlfriend last night? Upon hearing these words, Wang Yu's expression darkened immediately. Wasn't that a trivial statement? Just speak plainly. Is there or isn't there? Faced with Su Qingyue's persistent questioning, Wang Yu could only mask his embarrassment with a smile. Of course there is. After all, a beauty lies beside me. Even a man could hardly resist. Moreover, she is my girlfriend. Su Qingyue was somewhat speechless. She is a zombie, with such an unusual taste? Then why have you not turned into a zombie? I have observed that those who are bitten transform into zombies within mere 10 minutes, and your method seems to carry a risk of infection. Why haven't you changed? I am not certain. Just look at her. She hardly resembles a zombie, clearly a living person, albeit with some retained features. Overall, she is indistinguishable from the living. Su Qingyue remained unconvinced by Wang Yu's words. So what if she appears that way? At her core, she is still a zombie. I have encountered highly intelligent zombies before, yet they still craved human flesh and even attacked our military shelter. Fortunately, we had advanced technology to fend them off, but one wonders when they might strike again. A zombie leading an army to assault a military shelter? Wang Yu was taken aback, his eyes widening as he gazed at the enchanting girl before him. Indeed, but this group of zombies was rather foolish. Did they think thermal weapons were harmless? Nonetheless, that battle indeed inflicted considerable damage upon our military shelter. Su Qingyue waved her hand in resignation, indicating her helplessness. Thus, we must venture out to search for medical supplies. Items such as bandages to staunch bleeding, antibiotics, and medical kits are essential for us. Wang Yu nodded, affirming the point, yet added that his sanctuary required some medical supplies as well. Wang Yu, you have established a sanctuary? How come I have never heard you mention it before? Su Qingyue queried, perplexed. Oh, do not mention it. I did not build it. Though I am now its steward, I have become the new leader of this sanctuary, Wang Yu replied with a smile. However, this peculiar grin piqued Su Qingyue's curiosity. What tricks was this handsome Wang Yu up to? Did he perhaps possess greater strength? Su Qingyue gazed at him, observing his self-satisfied demeanor and that dazed, foolish expression. Believing it wholeheartedly, how could someone like him possibly manage a sanctuary? Surely, he was boasting. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xian hurried over, brandishing an AK. We have located the medical supplies. Hurry, there are plenty over there, enough to sustain us for a considerable time. Is that so? That is splendid, they both exclaimed. Heading straight towards the location Zhang Xian had indicated, the so-called central pharmacy. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the golden characters adorning the large doors. Seeing them, Lu Fang urgently beckoned. Quick, quick. There are too many supplies. We only need to select what is essential. Understood, they replied. After some effort, the four of them finally gathered the supplies, each carrying 2 large bags. Although Wang Yu did not require much, he decided to bring a variety of items for other considerations. The sky outside had darkened into dusk. Now was the time when the zombies awakened for their hunt. Wang Yu approached the window, gazing at the encroaching twilight with a grave expression. How shall we return? The sky is darkening. Perhaps we should rest before departing? We are uncertain. Although it is not yet night, the latter half of our journey will undoubtedly be shrouded in utter darkness, making travel arduous. Yet, we have no place to stay. We must endure a night in the hospital and return tomorrow, Zhang Xian murmured, feeling powerless. While Lu Fangjin was even more at a loss. In unison, they turned their gazes towards Su Qingyue. With a determined bite of her lip, Su Qingyue replied, My father may come. He might possess a solution. But we left in secret. How could your father possibly know? Zhang Xian questioned, perplexed. Actually, I left him a note when I departed, though I did not specify where I was going to search for medicine, Su Qingyue admitted, a hint of regret in her tone for not being more explicit. The group fell into contemplation. Suddenly, A distant yet gradually approaching sound reached their ears. Zhang Xian was the first to react. It's the sound of a helicopter. Could it be that your father has truly found us? It seems we are saved. Wang Yu closed his eyes, indeed sensing a massive helicopter approaching. A helicopter requires a landing area. The first floor of the hospital would not suffice. There is only one suitable place, the rooftop. Quickly, follow me to the hospital rooftop where the helicopter should land, Zhang Xian asserted decisively, and the others nodded in agreement. The hospital, though not particularly tall, was quite expansive, comprising 5 stories. They hurriedly ascended to the 5th floor. Although the zombies had been largely drawn away by Meng Xiaotao, a few unfortunate, hearing-impaired zombies remained. Without further ado, they dispatched these creatures with a few swift stabs of their daggers. Upon reaching the rooftop, Wang Yu, having seen helicopters on his phone, was still taken aback by the sight of a military helicopter in person. It was indeed far more magnificent than any image he had encountered on his device. Suddenly, the helicopter's door swung open, and 3 men descended rapidly. 2 of them were armed with AK-47s, their weapons cocked and ready, aiming directly at Wang Yu and his companions. Among them stood a middle-aged man in a black coat, who waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not point that AK-47 at my daughter. Are you seeking death?" Judging by his authoritative demeanor, he was evidently a commanding officer from the military's refuge. "Dad, you really found me," Su Qingyue exclaimed as she dashed forward, leaping into the man's embrace. The stern expression on his face instantly softened into one of affection. "My dear daughter, who told you to run off like that? You nearly gave your father a heart attack." "Oh, I wanted to share some of the burden with you, seeing how hard you work. Especially after the last battle where many were injured. That's why I resolved to collect some medical supplies," Su Qingyue replied, raising her hand to show the items to her father. "Very well, my precious daughter," he said, his tone filled with warmth. "It's good to see you taking on some responsibility." As everyone reveled in the euphoria, a sudden pallor washed over the pilot in the helicopter's cockpit. With urgency, he reported, "Major, radar has detected a considerable horde of zombies advancing toward the hospital. Please, Major, issue the command." Chapter 53, The Initiative of Meng Xiaotao Retreat. "You all, get on the helicopter at once. We shall deal with you later." The major was, of course, referring to Zhang Xian and Lu Fangxin, as he could not penalize his beloved daughter, leaving him only to reprimand these 2. They could only manage a wry smile and shake their heads. Though their actions had defied protocol, they could not afford to offend either side, thus swallowing their grievances. "Understood, Major. All right, hurry aboard the aircraft. We must evacuate swiftly." They hurriedly boarded the helicopter, yet Wang Yu remained behind. The major glanced at Wang Yu, who stood outside, perplexed, and inquired, "Daughter, is this individual also a survivor? Why isn't he getting on the helicopter?" However, Su Qingyue seemed even more anxious, exclaiming, "Wang Yu, the zombie horde is approaching fast. You need to get in quickly. We're leaving by helicopter, and we can take you to your shelter later." But Wang Yu merely smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Thank you all. But I cannot return with you, as my girlfriend is still down there." "What? There are still living people?" The major's expression darkened further. However, the zombie horde had already reached the 5th floor, and their helicopter had no choice but to take off. It was impossible to risk annihilation for the sake of a single individual. However, Su Qingyue was clearly unwilling. "Father, please don't let the helicopter depart. Just wait a moment longer. Perhaps Brother Wang Yu will have a change of heart." Her father replied, "My dear, your safety is paramount. I cannot afford to take such risks for you." Yet, Su Qingyue still wished to explain herself. The helicopter's rotors whirred faster and ascended directly into the sky, while Wang Yu was engulfed by the horde of zombies. Now, Su Qingyue found herself utterly helpless, pressed against the windows, watching as the rooftop of the hospital swarmed with undead, making Wang Yu's figure completely invisible. Tears threatened to spill. Was her first encounter with love destined to end in such tragedy? Suddenly, a multitude of zombies began to collapse en masse. It was a woman, Meng Xiaotao. However, the helicopter had climbed to a considerable height, the outline of the hospital becoming increasingly indistinct, rendering the zombies above even more elusive. Presently, Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao were engaged in a fierce battle. Meng Xiaotao wielded her bare hands as weapons, while Wang Yu brandished the dagger gifted to him by Su Qingyue. Gradually, the zombies on the rooftop began to vanish under their relentless assault. The cacophony of their moans silenced, and the remaining undead no longer surged towards the hospital's summit. Moments later, the scant few zombies had been eradicated. Panting heavily, Wang Yu perched atop the air conditioning unit, observing as Meng Xiaotao commenced her collection of the viral essence. Brother Wang Yu, she declared, you promised not to go back on your word. I shall consume these sweet treats right now. Although Wang Yu had never uttered such words, he was utterly exhausted and had no desire to argue. He could only silently observe as Meng Xiaotao extracted the viral capsules from the foreheads of each zombie and consumed them. After a while, Meng Xiaotao had cleared away all those peculiar items, her mouth stuffed to the brim, and she approached Wang Yu, eager to flaunt her findings. Brother Wang Yu, I feel so satisfied. The little candies are truly delightful. Well, if you enjoy them, that's what matters. By the way, I have one more here. With that, Wang Yu retrieved a green viral capsule from his pocket and tossed it to her. Oh, there's another little candy. Meng Xiaotao kicked off the ground and caught it midair, promptly stuffing it into her mouth. As she chewed, soft sounds emerged, and she swallowed, her face lighting up with a blissful smile. So satisfying, truly satisfying. Meng Xiaotao continued to beam with joy. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through her body, a torment that stemmed from the depths of her soul rather than mere physical discomfort. As her eyes fluttered shut, she collapsed into Wang Yu's embrace. Alarmed, he called out, Meng Xiaotao, what is happening? Don't scare me. What is wrong with you? Her cheeks flushed, she slowly opened her eyes. I feel so warm, as though I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Ah, that is wonderful. However, this time, Meng Xiaotao took the initiative, leaning in to kiss Wang Yu, the gesture laden with intimacy. In that moment, Wang Yu felt the warmth of her lips and reciprocated, thinking that if they did not indulge now, they might not have the chance later. They kissed for a full half hour. What was initially perceived as the dawn of success swiftly turned into a disarray as Meng Xiaotao succumbed to unconsciousness, her internal temperature soaring perilously, estimated to be over 50 degrees. In this moment, Wang Yu found himself in a genuine state of panic, shaking Meng Xiaotao repeatedly in a desperate bid to rouse her. Yet to no avail, he too succumbed to faintness. A peculiar thought flitted through his mind. Should he test the limits of her feverish state? Yet, how could Wang Yu ever entertain such an idea? He swiftly chastised himself with a slap to his own face, declaring it an abominable thought. As Meng Xiaotao's lips trembled ever so slightly and her body radiated an overwhelming heat, Wang Yu, in a flurry of concern, carried her to a room on the 4th floor and laid her gently upon the bed. The sight of her flushed form heightened his anxiety, prompting him to hastily loosen her clothing. He then sought out disposable wet wipes to cool her down, though the effect was negligible. The moisture evaporated almost instantaneously upon contact with her heated skin. Wang Yu diligently wiped her down again and again, striving to keep her skin hydrated. As time slipped away, Meng Xiaotao suddenly opened her eyes and sat up, exclaiming, Brother Wang Yu, shall we indulge in a moment of wild abandon? Taken aback, Wang Yu stammered, Ah, Meng Xiaotao, what are you saying? Surely, the fever has muddled your mind. Just as he pondered this bewilderment, Meng Xiaotao reached out with surprising strength, pulling him onto the bed, and with a swift turn, pinned Wang Yu beneath her. Brother Wang Yu, this time I speak earnestly. In the past, it was only you with aspirations. But now I have developed feelings for you as well. Ah, could it be that your intellect has reverted to that of a 19-year-old? Wang Yu was taken aback. And before he could articulate his dreams, her luscious lips pressed against his, silencing him. Do not speak. Kiss me. The two became entwined in a passionate embrace that lasted over an hour, until Wang Yu suddenly exclaimed, It hurts. It really hurts. Meng Xiaotao, please don't bite me. Yet, Meng Xiaotao appeared to revel in the moment, playfully insisting, No, I must bite you. This playful skirmish continued for 2 hours before gradually winding down. With Meng Xiaotao's vitality restored, her warmth began to dissipate. Wang Yu glanced at the disheveled bed linens and blankets, offering an awkward smile. It seems that in this grand battle, I emerged victorious. Nonsense, Brother Wang Yu. How could you have possibly won? I merely let my guard down, allowing you to unleash your full potential. Otherwise, I would have triumphed long ago. Ah, never mind. Since you have successfully leveled up, it is time for us to celebrate. Chapter 54. A genuine acknowledgement of our relationship. Wang Yu chuckled as he set down his backpack, now ready to celebrate. He retrieved snacks and beverages from within. Beer and spicy strips, my favorites. Who would have thought that even in the apocalypse, I could enjoy such treasures? He then arranged these delights and raised a beer. Popping the tap, Meng Xiaotao, would you care for a drink? No, it doesn't taste good. It is not merely a ritual we must perform. You need not drink. I shall suffice with my own consumption, and we shall clink our glasses. Very well, that is agreeable. Subsequently, Wang Yu clinked glasses with Meng Xiaotao and downed his drink in one swift motion, exclaiming, "Ah, this is delightful. Indeed, drinking beer with the school beauty is a most pleasurable experience. Is it truly that enjoyable?" Meng Xiaotao lifted her beer and took a substantial gulp. The youthful flavor emanated from her mouth, a taste she found rather disconcerting. She felt an urge to expel it. Suddenly, Wang Yu sealed her mouth with his. In response, Meng Xiaotao poured the entirety of her beer into Wang Yu's mouth. After traversing her icy palate, the once lukewarm beer was transformed into a chilled delight. And that single sip sent a rush through Wang Yu's senses. My word, this beer is exquisite, indistinguishable from a truly chilled brew. As Meng Xiaotao observed Wang Yu's rapturous expression, a knowing smile graced her lips. So, does my dear Wang Yu still desire more? Indeed, I certainly do. Who could resist imported beer, especially when it is served chilled? His words, laced with unabashed longing, were met with Meng Xiaotao's unyielding generosity as she once again offered him several sips. Later, after indulging in ample food and drink, they changed beds for the night. Fatigue enveloped them, and no further activities transpired. Though Wang Yu and his companions appeared serene, the world beyond remained tumultuous. The entire Dragon Nation had succumbed to despair, and the clandestine machinations of M Country continued unabated. Originally intended to disrupt the economy of the Dragon Nation, the situation had escalated into something far more sinister, spiraling beyond control. Yet, at this moment, such matters seemed of little consequence. In the early morning, Wang Yu yawned and sat up. Gazing at Meng Xiaotao beside him, she lay there with her eyes closed, devoid of breath, her body cold and lifeless, like a piece of wood. "Hey, Meng Xiaotao, rise and shine. The sun is up, and we must set off," he called out. "Is that so?" She opened her eyes and tugged at her clothes. "Did you take off the outfit I wore last night?" I'm not sure," Wang Yu replied, casting his gaze toward the window. In truth, it was he who had done it, but he felt a twinge of guilt. Meng Xiaotao had successfully transformed into a fourth-tier zombie, her intelligence restored to its original state. As various memories long sealed began to resurface. "Wang Yu, I don't believe I ever had feelings for you, did I? How can you say you never liked me? Just last night You even told me so, and I remember it quite clearly." At this, Meng Xiaotao's face flushed crimson. "Nonsense. I would never engage in such activities with a man. Is that so? Yet you found yourself in my bed. You should already be aware of what has transpired." Ridiculous. Without hesitation, Meng Xiaotao swiftly leaped off the bed, her expression wary as she fixed her gaze on Wang Yu. Her arms crossed defensively, emanating an inexplicable hostility towards him. Wang Yu was utterly speechless. They had shared a night together, and now she was denying everything, despite their prior relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. Thus, he laid it bare. "What do you wish to know? Besides, you are no longer alive. You have become a zombie. And it was I who guided you step by step to this formidable state." "You are mistaken," Dream Xiaotao exclaimed, still unable to believe it. She opened her arms and touched her cheeks, feeling no warmth. Lifting her garment, she gazed at her form, still adorned with fullness. "Why can I not feel warmth? Why is my body so cold?" She instinctively placed her hand on her chest, realizing her heart was no longer beating, sending her into a state of panic. "Why has my heart ceased to beat? Am I truly dead?" "You are not entirely deceased. You have transformed into a zombie, and you are still my girlfriend." At this juncture, Wang Yu scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Although he had not received her consent, he had insisted nonetheless. "Well, I am not entirely inflexible. Since I have become a zombie, why do I still retain consciousness?" Wang Yu snorted, observing the bewilderment etched on Dream Xiaotao's face, and prepared himself to elucidate further. After much explanation, Dream Xiaotao finally accepted this new reality. "All right, it seems I owe my continued existence to brother Wang Yu. Let us depart," Wang Yu proclaimed with determination, his tone resolute. Dream Xiaotao felt a tinge of shyness, yet under Wang Yu's persistent urging, she reluctantly took his hand. However, as soon as she grasped it, regret washed over her. She wished she had done so sooner. His hand was so warm, and holding it ignited an inexplicable flutter within her. Dream Xiaotao gazed up at Wang Yu's handsome face. From the moment she had met him, an unexplainable allure had enveloped her. A magnetism that transcended life itself and surpassed mere love. The profound sense of security he exuded wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. "Where are we going?" Meng Xiaotao inquired. "Of course, we are heading back to the shelter. Have you forgotten that our mission has been accomplished? We can finally enjoy a period of tranquility." "Really? In this apocalyptic world, is there really tranquility to be found? That seems rather unrealistic." Although I detest watching apocalyptic films, I have seen my fair share. How could I not know that peace is a rarity in such times? Meng Xiaodao expressed her confusion. Wang Yu remained silent, instead holding her delicate hand tightly, feeling its icy chill. Only after warming her hand with his own did he softly utter, "Do not speak too much, nor ask too many questions. When we arrive, you will understand. Haven't you been there before? Have you truly grown so strong that those memories have slipped your mind?" As she reminisced, fragments of their shared experiences gradually resurfaced in Meng Xiaodao's mind. With that, she willingly followed Wang Yu's lead, and they swiftly exited the hospital. Thanks to the aura of strength that emanated from Meng Xiaodao, the zombies, sensing their kind, instinctively recoiled, gradually distancing themselves from the two. After walking under the blazing sun for a while, Wang Yu, an ordinary person, found himself struggling. He sat inside a half-destroyed car, gasping for breath. "Let us rest a moment before continuing. I am utterly exhausted." Meng Xiaodao nodded. "Very well, we shall take a break. However, the shelter is over 100 kilometers away. Are we truly going to walk back?" "Certainly not. We must seek out some form of transportation. A car would be our first choice, especially since you know how to drive. However, at this point, it is likely that any cars we find have stalled due to idling, and it will be quite challenging to locate one with fuel." "All right, it doesn't matter to me whether I have it or not." Meng Xiaodao sat beside Wang Yu, leaning on his shoulder, having genuinely accepted him. Now, she had reached the pinnacle of intellect among the fourth-tier zombies, thus qualifying as a truly exceptional girlfriend. Chapter 55, The Allure of the Sixth-Tier General Zombies. After a lengthy respite, Wang Yu began to feel drowsy, while Meng Xiaodao's head gently rested upon his shoulder. Her eyes closed in serene contemplation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. It was the latest aircraft developed by the Dragon Country, the Annihilation 001 fighter jets, 3 of which soared across the sky, creating a cacophony of sound and swirling vortices. Wang Yu, thoroughly startled from his slumber, exclaimed, "Meng Xiaodao, wake up quickly. Look. There are planes." She opened her eyes, her gaze drawn to the heavens. "Wow, what fast planes. But where are they headed?" Wang Yu swiftly deduced that these jets were likely part of the military district's support forces, presumably dispatched in response to some urgent predicament. However, Meng Xiaodao suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. "Brother Wang Yu, my head hurts. I sense something is guiding me towards that location." She pointed towards the distant area where the jets had flown by, expressing, "I feel as if something is pulling me, urging me to go that way. Is that so?" Wang Yu closed his eyes and perceived a peculiar mist swirling around the ethereal tether connecting him to Meng Xiaodao. It seemed as though this interference was at play. While nearby, the zombies ambled toward the designated location. Indeed, it appeared that this place, Z, had birthed a formidable zombie. Wang Yu was unsure of its level, but it was certainly stronger than Meng Xiaodao. She inquired, "Shall we join the fray? Perhaps we might seize an opportunity." However, Wang Yu disapproved, shaking his head. "No. That creature is far too powerful. Venturing there would only lead to certain death for you, and I cannot bear the thought of that." He opened his eyes and gazed at the enchanting girl before him, gently caressing her cheek. "Let us first retreat to the shelter, ensure our own affairs are in order. Besides, what happens to others is of no concern to me. All right then, let's go enjoy a good life with Brother Wang Yu." Meng Xiaodao exclaimed as she dashed forward. Not toward the city center, but rather to the private shelter Wang Yu had previously established. "Hey, Meng Xiaodao, slow down, wait for me," Wang Yu called out from behind, only to find himself in dire straits. Without the calming presence of Meng Xiaodao, and with his shouts attracting the attention of the zombies, they surged toward him. Damn, so many zombies. Now, fear coursed through Wang Yu, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. He gripped his dagger tightly, realizing that there were far too many zombies to confront. Thus, he swiftly climbed atop a truck, standing on its roof as he surveyed the hundreds of zombies slowly encircling the vehicle, gazing down at the grotesque, snarling faces of the undead. He felt utterly at a loss. To make matters worse, the putrid stench emanating from these creatures enveloped the truck like a toxic cloud. Although unable to reach Wang Yu, the psychological torment was sufficient to render him disconcerted. He initially intended to exert control over the other zombies, inciting them to turn against one another. However, the prior exertion had left him feeling rather uncomfortable, and that sense of helplessness was far more distressing than mere fatigue. Thus, he reclined atop the vehicle, listening to the sound of zombies clawing at the metal frame of the truck. Once Wang Yu lay down, this group of zombies lost their focus and gradually fell silent. Subsequently, they resumed their advance into the city, the formidable sixth-tier commanding zombie exuding an aura of control that captivated its brethren. As the sounds began to fade, Wang Yu finally rose, observing the scattered zombies on the road coalescing into a small tide, surging towards City Z, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Alas, had another powerful zombie emerged? To command such a multitude of zombies, it must possess abilities surpassing my own. No, why am I ruminating on this? Where's Meng Xiaotao? Wang Yu lifted his gaze and spotted Meng Xiaotao leisurely strolling in the distance. She was not hurrying, waiting for him to catch up, and the surrounding zombies dared not approach her. He refrained from calling out, yet his movements could not falter. He traversed atop the vehicles, creating a cacophony. The zombies, with their rigid minds, followed the source of the sound, yet Wang Yu had already leaped onto the next vehicle, causing the horde to miss their target. However, there were nearby zombies that lunged at him just as he made his leap, startling him. He swiftly evaded and delivered a lethal strike. A muffled thud echoed as the zombie's arm was severed, black blood splattering in chaotic arcs. The foul stench rendered Wang Yu dizzy, prompting him to hastily flee the area in pursuit of Meng Xiaotao. After enduring several harrowing encounters and evading the relentless onslaught of zombies, he finally caught up with her. The horde of undead had failed to follow. Upon seeing Meng Xiaotao, a surge of frustration welled within Wang Yu, and he delivered a swift slap to her backside. Hey, why are you running so fast? Did you forget I'm trailing behind? Meng Xiaotao chuckled playfully. I know my brother Wang Yu is formidable, even without me by your side. You can handle yourself, can't you? This playful exchange left Wang Yu momentarily speechless, struggling to respond to the absurdity of being likened to a sweet date receiving a slap. Nonsense. If that's how you see it, I shall kiss you senseless. Come here. I demand a kiss. Not a chance. Only if you manage to catch me. Having evolved into a fourth-tier zombie, Meng Xiaotao's intelligence and emotional sophistication had significantly increased, and she now possessed a hint of her own temper. Wang Yu attempted to seize Meng Xiaotao, but she was agile, darting away with playful abandon, engaging in a game of teasing pursuit. Come on, brother Wang Yu, hurry up. Catch me and I'll grant you a kiss. All right, but once I catch you, I'll kiss you until you can't take it anymore. Wang Yu's face flushed crimson as he held his breath, preparing for a rapid burst of energy to capture her. Yet, Meng Xiaotao was no longer the girl she once was. She had transcended the limits of ordinary human capability, moving like a specter, effortlessly retreating several meters with a mere whisper of her feet against the floor. Faster, faster. I can hardly wait. She laughed, her voice dancing through the air. Thus, a chase unfolded upon the highway, gradually veering away from the path homeward. As they ran further, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar place. In a moment of distraction, Meng Xiaotao tripped over a stone, allowing Wang Yu to seize the opportunity and fervently kiss her. After several minutes, they finally parted. What do you think? My kissing skills are rather commendable, aren't they? Wang Yu remarked, licking his lips with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it was rather enjoyable. Yet I must confess that your technique still leaves much to be desired. You are often uncooperative, Meng Xiaotao retorted with a hint of annoyance. Wang Yu chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. No worries, I shall improve, and we shall share more kisses. Humph, you only wish to take advantage of me. By the way, brother Wang Yu, where have we ended up? We've been walking for so long, and I feel as though we have arrived in an alien locale. Meng Xiaotao glanced around, realizing they had reached a quaint little village. It appeared that during their playful pursuit, they had strayed from the original route leading to a provincial road. This village seemed relatively prosperous, and the streets were eerily quiet. Not a single zombie could be seen, which raised suspicions. Chapter 56. A family that feasts on zombie flesh. Is it not too quiet here? Could it be that high-level zombies have emerged in this vicinity? Wang Yu inquired. Observing Meng Xiaotao, she shook her head in response. I cannot be certain. I do not sense the presence of my kind nearby. After a moment of contemplation, she added, perhaps my level is simply too low to detect them. It is impossible. My little Ming Ming has become remarkably formidable, a fourth-tier zombie, indeed very powerful. How could she possibly remain unaware? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, as blue lightning cleaved the heavens, shattering the void and spreading like a spider's web. It was exquisitely beautiful, reminiscent of the heavens being rent asunder. Alas, rain is imminent. We must hasten our departure. They chose a relatively fine 3-story villa in the village to take refuge, merely standing beneath the eaves. The ironclad door was securely locked, and after much fumbling, Wang Yu found it impossible to force it open. This is dire. In this apocalypse, who could secure a door so tightly? Unless someone resides within. Wang Yu lifted his foot and kicked, only for the door to swing open, revealing a man of rather archaic appearance. He nearly kicked the man, but thankfully, Wang Yu restrained his strength. What are you doing? You almost received a kick from me. What do you mean by that? You kicked my front door. And I have yet to address you. Immediately, the man's gaze fell upon the stunning Meng Xiaotao behind Wang Yu, his eyes widening in astonishment. And he licked his lips, a flicker of desire evident. Very well, guests are welcome. What brings you here? We are lost, and with the heavy rain outside. We seek a place to rest before setting off again. Wang Yu replied with a smile, his hands rubbing together as the chill in the air began to settle. The man appeared agreeable, pushing the door wider. Come in, for I am most fond of guests, particularly beautiful female ones. Upon entering the dwelling, one is struck by an unusual dimness, where several faintly flickering kerosene lamps emit a soft crackling sound. The main hall is adorned with a crimson wooden table, around which 3 individuals are gathered, indulging in a mysterious delicacy of savory meat. As they notice Wang Yu's arrival, they lift their heads, and upon spotting the enchanting beauty behind him, they break into broad grins, revealing their teeth. Ah, a guest has arrived. Please, take a seat, exclaims one of the slightly frail men, whose peculiar appearance sets him apart. He leaps from his stool, gesturing for Wang Yu to join them. To be candid, aside from the more slender gentleman, the 2 men share a striking resemblance, suggesting a fraternal bond. Father, why are you always so welcoming? Calls out the man who first opened the door to the slender one, his eyebrows dancing as if conveying a hidden message. Ah, I understand. The frail man responds with a knowing smile. Subsequently, this father-son duo takes their places at the table, intentionally leaving a space for Wang Yu and his companions. The slender man then introduces himself, saying, Greetings, I am Mei Mu, and this is my son. He subtly gestures towards his offspring, who cheerfully extend their hands, introducing themselves. I am Mei Tianfang, and this is Mei Yuanji. Seeing their hospitality, Wang Yu feels compelled to reciprocate, happily introducing himself and his girlfriend. I am Wang Yu. And this is my girlfriend, Meng Xiaodao. Mei Mu, with a warm smile, pushes a plate of dried meat towards Wang Yu, encouraging him to sample it. Do try this. The flavor is exquisite. In these apocalyptic times, such a treat is indeed rare. Although the aroma of this jerky is enticing and its appearance closely resembles that of beef, it completely diminishes one's appetite upon sight. No, I am not hungry at the moment. This fine delicacy is better left for you to enjoy. Huh, young man, are you disregarding us? This jerky is indeed a rare treasure, especially in this apocalyptic era. Mei Tianfang furrowed his brows and, with a sullen expression, seized a 2-inch piece of jerky from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Look, I've eaten it and it's not poisonous. We are not the kind of people who would deceive you. Do try it. The taste is exquisite. In this dimly lit room, sitting at the table like a piece of wood, how could one possibly stomach it? Perhaps it is best to abstain. I'm simply not hungry. Wang Yu remarked with a smile, pushing the plate of meat back. However, Meng Xiaotao, ever perceptive, extended her delicate little hand to grab a piece of jerky and popped it into her mouth. After a taste, her earlier joy vanished, replaced by a frown. Leaning closer to Wang Yu, she whispered, Brother Wang Yu, this jerky has an unsettling taste reminiscent of our kind. It is unappetizing. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile. Strangely, the other 3 also wore enigmatic smiles directed at him. Mei Mu chuckled, while this is indeed zombie meat, it is not toxic. I have discovered that after being cooked at high temperatures, zombie meat becomes edible, with a taste not far removed from beef. And its protein content is certainly several times greater than that of beef. Ah, how astonishing. Wang Yu found it utterly astonishing. He had never imagined that one day he could actually cook and consume zombie flesh. Indeed, it was astonishing, truly astonishing. Mei Yuanji rose to speak, his words laden with unspoken meaning, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy as he turned to retreat into the inner room. What had brought about this change in him? Wang Yu gazed at the departing figure and inquired. That's just how he is. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him. This house was painstakingly purchased by my son. We had even contemplated marking it for demolition, which would have yielded a tidy sum in compensation. Alas, the apocalypse erupted, rendering all such plans utterly futile. Had we received that compensation, my brother and I could have wed beautiful brides. Mei Tianfang's expression was serene. Yet a quiver of sorrow laced his voice as he stuffed a handful of jerky into his mouth. Enough of the gloom, Mei Mu consoled, patting him on the back. By the way, how did you come to be here? With zombies rampant outside, it is surprising that anyone can still survive. Mei Mu regarded Wang Yu curiously. Truth be told, we stumbled upon this place quite by accident. Our initial intention was to seek refuge in a safe haven. Oh, you still wish for a refuge? Mei Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Where is this haven? Is it large? Can one live comfortably there? Wang Yu chuckled softly. Not particularly. It's just as it is. Yet, surviving in this apocalypse is, indeed, a significant achievement. At that moment, the clock on the wall chimed the hour, emitting an eerie sound. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. As the conversation continued, they found themselves at this hour. Are you feeling tired? Would you like me to arrange a room for you? Mei Tianfeng's demeanor was initially cold, yet he now exhibited an unexpected warmth. Wang Yu did not decline the offer. Sure, but I must share the room with my girlfriend, he replied. That is perfectly fine. In fact, my house is empty as well. I'll prepare a spacious double room for you. Follow me. Mei Tianfeng took a kerosene lamp from the wall, and Wang Yu followed him. The small villa still bore the characteristics of an unfinished building. The staircase lacked a proper handrail, merely featuring a concrete frame. In such darkness, it was all too easy to misstep and fall. Chapter 57. Moments of Happiness. Envy-inducing Mei Tianfeng led them to a room on the second floor. Set back from the corridor. You can stay here. I had intended this space as a bridal suite, but alas, before I could welcome a good wife, the apocalypse arrived. His tone carried a hint of sadness, seemingly seeking sympathy. Wang Yu surveyed the room, finding it quite satisfactory, spacious, and generous. He mused internally about the millions it would take to construct such a house. At that moment, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Wealth was indeed a blessing. But that was before the end of days. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, one must seek their own shelter. Just then, Meng Xiaodao leaped onto the bed, rolling around with glee as she exclaimed, "This bed is enormous and so soft. Wang Yu, come here quickly." "All right, I'm coming right away," he responded, promptly joining her by the bedside. He gently caressed her cheek, an action that elicited a look of envy from Mei Tianfeng at the doorway. He licked his lips. The wicked thought swelling within him, what was once merely a daily fantasy had now manifested into an opportunity presented right at his doorstep. Yet, he knew he must not reveal his intentions. Mei Tianfeng understood that those who survived in the apocalypse were far from innocent. You all stay here for now. I shall take my leave. Very well, remember to close the door, he replied with a cold snort. Although he felt immense dissatisfaction internally, he complied and shut the door. Next came the moment of indulgence for Wang Yu. Meng Xiaodao leapt up and tackled Wang Yu onto the bed, shyly exclaiming, "How come I've never seen you before? Have you never written me love letters?" Wang Yu did not push her away. After all, having such a beautiful woman perched atop him was rather pleasant. He rested his hands behind his head, reclining leisurely. "Actually, I have tried, but I felt so insecure. You were so stunning, with so many suitors. I even lined up from school to your home. How could I ever stand a chance? Is that true? How come I never knew?" Meng Xiaodao giggled, covering her mouth, then leaned down to seal Wang Yu's lips with hers. She then opened her arms, gradually wrapping her fingers around his hand. The two ceased to hide their feelings and dove straight into the heart of the matter. Meanwhile, the atmosphere above was quite lively. The three downstairs wore grim expressions. Seated at the table as they listened to the commotion from above, Mei Yuanji inquired, "Father, I can hardly contain my desires. When shall we make our move?" Upon hearing this, his father, Mei Mu, was filled with rage. "What on earth are you hurrying for? We barely captured one woman last time, and you squandered her. Father, you cannot fault me, who knew the woman was so fragile. I never anticipated she would take her own life in such a manner." With a teasing tone, Mei Tianfeng approached, patting his brother's shoulder. "Alas, my dear brother, you are far too impetuous. Perhaps you should rely on your right hand next time." "Get off me," he retorted, as if he were not involved. Had you not insisted on adding a touch of excitement, she would not have perished. Enough bickering, their father interjected. "We must proceed with caution. The fact that they have ventured here from elsewhere implies they possess certain capabilities. So, father, your intention is?" Mei Yuanji inquired with a grin, his hand firmly concealing an obvious swelling. "Indeed, your father has a plan." Mei Mu turned towards the storage room, retrieving an object. He then placed a hunting rifle on the table. "Do you recognize this instrument? Such a treasure, father, and you possess it? This makes our task significantly easier." For over an hour, The trio of lecherous villains listened below, their lustful desires escalating, barely contained. They could only rub their hands against the table, suppressing their urges. Finally, after an hour, Wang Yu concluded. His face radiated satisfaction, as if all was right with the world. Dream Shout nestled quietly against his shoulder. Though I may not feel it, my technique is still quite proficient, is it not? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Alas, such a delightful experience is mine alone to savor. Wang Yu replied with a smile, playfully teasing Dream Shout. Dream Shout was laughing heartily, exclaiming, "Don't touch me there, I can't feel it. But your movements are simply too amusing." Although she was devoid of sensation, the visual spectacle was overwhelming. She lifted her delicate foot and playfully kicked Wang Yu off the bed. Giggling, she remarked, "Look, someone has fallen under the bed." Wang Yu chuckled as he got back up, aware that Dream Shout's actions were unintentional, yet they drove him to the brink of madness. He grasped her delicate foot, warning, "No, don't. It's dirty, don't lick." Meanwhile, the three downstairs were lamenting their plight. Such an enticing scene lay before them. Yet they could only listen and watch helplessly. One of them stuffed a handful of jerky into his mouth, attempting to quell his rising desires with such meager sustenance. Mei Yuanji inquired, "Father, that fellow is truly relentless. I can hardly bear it any longer." "Indeed," the father replied. "I too am struggling with this sound that ignites my yearning." "Patience," Mei Mu said, glancing at the clock on the wall. "At midnight, when those two are asleep, we shall storm in and eliminate that fellow with a single shot, leaving the beautiful woman for ourselves." Mei Tianfeng licked his lips, an insatiable hunger radiating from his face. He had long been desperate, his lower body tenting in anticipation. He could only grab more jerky from the table and stuff it into his mouth. "Will you come first? Or shall I?" he inquired with a grin. "It must be father first, then brother, and finally me." As time passed, Wang Yu, exhausted from their antics, used Dream Shout's delicate legs as a pillow and succumbed to slumber. She sighed, gazing at the handsome Wang Yu nestled in her arms, feeling an odd blend of familiarity and strangeness. "Wang Yu, I long to whisper a secret to you. Now that you're asleep, I can speak boldly." A wicked smile suddenly graced her lips, more enchanting than a succubus. At that moment, Meng Xiaotao lost control, parting her crimson lips to reveal pearly white teeth. She first planted a couple of kisses on the nape of Wang Yu's neck, then gently sank her teeth into him. Wang Yu's blood surged forth, spilling onto her lips, a sensation of exquisite satisfaction flooding her senses. In a haze, Wang Yu felt a slight pain in his neck, mistaking it for a mosquito bite, and raised his hand to touch something soft. "Stop it, Meng Xiaotao, it's time to sleep." "No, I want to drink Wang Yu's blood." "Drink blood?" Wang Yu jolted upright, wide awake. He quickly retreated to the edge of the bed, feeling the slickness on his neck, and upon inspection, found it stained with blood. "What have you done?" Meng Xiao chuckled, licking her red lips. "Oh, I merely had a taste of Wang Yu's blood, and it was rather delightful. You were so wicked, taking advantage of my slumber to drink my blood. I refuse to sleep with you now." Now fully awake, Wang Yu regained his composure, and Meng Xiaotao did not protest. Instead, she seemed a touch regretful. "Wang Yu, I'm truly sorry. I couldn't help myself." "Ah, never mind. Tonight I shall not keep you company. You rest well here, and tomorrow I shall find you some virus essence pills." Chapter 58. Struck down by Meng Xiaotao. Meng Xiaotao, feeling utterly innocent, gazed with displeasure at Wang Yu as he departed. She turned around and leaped onto the bed, rolling from side to side while weeping and wailing. Why, Wang Yu, brother, do you not wish to sleep with me anymore? I am, after all, a great beauty. Could it be that you find me unappealing?" After a while of tossing and turning, she settled down, staring at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. What delightful confection might Wang Yu bring her tomorrow? Should she adopt a gentler demeanor? But never mind. She would let tomorrow unfold as it may. Meanwhile, Wang Yu emerged from his room, confronting the foreboding darkness of the hall, which exuded a chilling atmosphere. Any ordinary individual would have been thoroughly frightened, cowering in a corner. But Wang Yu possessed a spirited nature. With his eyes closed, the outlines of all the rooms on the second floor vividly materialized in his mind. Besides a kitchen, a bathroom, and a hall, there were 2 bedrooms, leaving little else in which to find repose. One of the bedrooms remained unfinished, merely wooden planks, whereas the hall boasted at least a sofa. Wang Yu, undeterred, reclined upon it, making do, knowing that tomorrow would bring change. In the dead of night, Wang Yu slept soundly, lacking the habit of snoring, and the sofa nestled in the corner of the hall rendered him nearly invisible to anyone ascending the staircase. Mei Tianfeng ascended slowly, holding a kerosene lamp in his left hand and a hunting rifle in his right. In the dim light, his complexion appeared dark and foreboding, yet it betrayed a hint of pent-up desire. Alas, young lad, it is not my intention to bring you harm. Rather, it is your ill fortune to have arrived at my dwelling during these dire times. He sauntered from the staircase to the door, taking several minutes. In the past, he had also been ambushed while working. Yet, he understood that when one is asleep, any slight sound would awaken them immediately. Fortunately, those who previously attempted to deceive him were not astute enough, allowing him to narrowly escape their traps. Now, employing a similar tactic, he was certain to be even more cunning. Gently pushing open the wooden door, he observed the quilt on the bed, bulging in a manner that signaled opportunity. With his mouth clenching a canister of kerosene and his hands raising the shotgun, he advanced step by step, his breath now quickening. Even before pulling the trigger, his mind wandered, imagining the ecstasy of a beautiful woman's cries. A sly smile curved his lips as he approached the bedside, carefully lifting the covers. His right hand poised to press the trigger. However, in the next moment, regret washed over him. Where had that man vanished? Could he have gone to the restroom? If so, then he would indulge himself first. His heart raced wildly, and he set the kerosene lamp down on the floor, even placing the shotgun aside. Utilizing the dim light, he aimed to cover his mouth with one hand while the other began to act. His breath quickened, and in the stillness of the night, the sound of his pounding heart was almost audible. Brother Wang Yu, you've returned to keep me company? Dream Xiaotao exclaimed joyfully as she opened her eyes. But upon seeing the figure before her, her expression darkened. Who are you? What have you done to my brother Wang Yu? Mei Tianfeng wickedly remarked. That brat has been dealt with by me. Now, you are the only one left. You shall submit to me. What? You dare to lay a finger on my brother Wang Yu? Meng Xiaotao exclaimed in shock. Swiftly rising to her feet, she raised her palm and struck towards his chest. Mei Tianfeng, underestimating the strength of what he presumed to be a delicate woman, was taken aback when her blow sent him hurtling backward, shattering the wooden door into splinters. The tremendous noise roused Wang Yu from his slumber. What is happening? Meng Xiaotao, what are you doing? Upon hearing his voice, Meng Xiaotao's heart soared with hope. She dashed out of the bedroom and leaped into Wang Yu's embrace. Brother Wang Yu, so you are here. I thought that man had killed you. What are you talking about? Wang Yu replied, his face a mask of confusion. He had just heard the commotion and was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. With no memory of what had transpired, using the momentum, Meng Xiaotao pushed Wang Yu down onto the sofa and nestled against him like a contented kitten. Brother Wang Yu, I am so relieved you are safe. Next time, you must not go out to sleep alone. You must take me with you. All right, I promise. But you mustn't drain my blood again. Too much of it will leave me weak and could lead to my demise. Okay, she sweetly replied. By the way, what on earth were you doing to create such a ruckus? Did you kick the door down? Meng Xiaotao pouted and said, not at all. A foolish person came to my room while you were away, and I merely sent him flying with a single strike. Ah, is this truly the case? Wang Yu swiftly rose, placing Meng Xiaotao upon the sofa. Wait here for me. I shall investigate, he instructed. Be cautious, though I suspect my strike was quite forceful. He is likely dead, Meng Xiaotao replied with a smile, gesturing towards a distant location. Go on, it should be over there. Wang Yu closed his eyes, envisioning the surroundings in his mind as he proceeded towards the designated spot. On the ground lay a man, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his eyes wide in horror, having met a tragic end. Oh, isn't this Mei Tianfeng? What brings him to my girlfriend's room in the dead of night? Does he intend to commit a crime against her? The more Wang Yu pondered, the angrier he became. He kicked the lifeless body, exclaiming, You scoundrel! I took you in with good intentions, yet you reveal yourself in such a disgraceful manner. Well, death befalls you, so be it. Turning his gaze, he noticed a glimmer of light behind him. Approaching, he discovered a shotgun and a kerosene lamp. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he recalled the incident. Fortuitously, he had remained in that room. Otherwise, the shotgun could have easily obliterated his skull. With the light now illuminating the area, he no longer needed to keep his eyes shut. He picked up the kerosene lamp and the shotgun, the latter being his first encounter with such a weapon. He couldn't help but marvel, goodness, the shotgun is remarkably crafted, akin to the S686 from my video game. I wonder, can this weapon shatter a zombie skull? He aimed the gun at the window, mimicking a few shots. Unintentionally pressing the trigger, searing bullets erupted from the gun's chamber, shattering the window before me. My word. The power is astounding, Wang Yu marveled, as the sound of gunfire ignited excitement in the two downstairs. Who would have thought that Mei Tianfang would complete the task so swiftly? Had I known it would be this easy, I would have gone first to relish the experience. Mei Yuanji felt a twinge of regret as he extracted the last piece of jerky from the bowl and savored it. I wonder how long my brother can hold out? Half an hour, perhaps. Him? I doubt he can manage, alas. But once he finishes, it will be our turn. Meimu stroked his chin, feeling the white hairs of his beard. With a touch, a few more strands fell away. Chapter 59. Awkward performance. Wang Yu gazed at the still smoking muzzle of the gun, mildly astonished by the recoil. Alas, this shotgun lacked ammunition, but then again, it held little value in the apocalypse. He rubbed the gun against his thigh, snapping it into 2 pieces before tossing it out the window. Satisfied, he returned to the living room and embraced Meng Xiaodao as they drifted into slumber. Just to remind you, Meng Xiaodao, please refrain from biting me tonight, and I shall procure some candy for you tomorrow. Okay, she replied, no longer speaking as he settled her against his chest and fell asleep. Meanwhile, the two downstairs watched the clock as hands slowly inched towards 1 o'clock. Damn, Mei Tianfang is remarkably enduring. Isn't he? It's been so long, and he still has tea come down? I'm starting to feel a bit drowsy. Mei Yuanji felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him as he stifled a yawn and rose to his feet. I'll retire for the night. If he finishes up, you can join him. Once you're done, call for me. Meimu watched his son's departing figure, his mind a tumult of thoughts. His eyes were bloodshot. Since the death of his wife, he had not known the touch of a woman. One hand rested on the table, fidgeting incessantly. Mei Tianfang, hurry up. You wouldn't keep me waiting all night, would you? He could only endure the agonizing wait. The following day, Meimu had long succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table. Upstairs, Wang Yu stretched languidly, opening his eyes to behold the enchanting figure of Meng Xiaodao. Brother Wang Yu, have you awoken? Indeed. Are you hungry? She nodded in affirmation. Very well, it's time to venture out and hunt some zombies. Soon after, they donned their shoes and hurried downstairs. Upon hearing the commotion, Meimu swiftly lifted his head, his face contorted with fury. Did you fall asleep last night? Why so late? What is the meaning of this? However, upon seeing them, Meimu instantly fell silent, rendered speechless. You're not. What about me? Wang Yu approached, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, by the way, what was Mei Tianfang up to last night? Hesitating for a moment, Meimu shifted his gaze. Could this rascal have discovered something? Or was he merely testing me? No, I cannot let him see through me. He replied with a smile. I am unsure. Didn't he say he was going to the 3rd floor to fetch something? I waited for him beneath, and during the night, yet he did not return. Oh, is that so? Wang Yu expressed his astonishment. At that moment, Meng Xiaodao grew dissatisfied. He clearly ventured into my room and attempted to harm me, only to be struck down by my hand. Ah, is that true? Subsequently, Meimu swiftly regained his composure. Such a vile creature, taking advantage of others' misfortunes, deserved to perish. In truth, I had long harbored disdain for him. Despite being my son, I spared his life. Otherwise, I would have expelled him from my home long ago. He spoke with an air of indifference, though he was already drenched in cold sweat behind the faade. My child, slain by this woman's hand. Could it truly be? Does this woman possess such strength? However, the very utterance of her words suggested that his demise was indeed plausible. Meimu felt a surge of panic, yet found himself ensnared in the current situation, compelled to awkwardly smile at Wang Yu and the others. At that moment, Mei Yuanji emerged, stretching lazily, her face a mask of resentment. Father, why didn't you call for me last night? Meimu remained silent, merely tapping the table with his hand. Upon noticing Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao's faces, panic seized him, though he quickly steadied himself. Father, why didn't you return to sleep? Why do you have such pronounced dark circles under your eyes? He approached, providing cover as he helped Meimu up, and the two exchanged comfort, shyly departing together. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaotao pouted, visibly displeased, nudging her face against Wang Yu's arm. Brother Wang Yu, do they truly seem unaware? I am uncertain, yet their demeanor raises considerable suspicion. What shall we do, Brother Wang Yu? Do not rush. I have my methods, Wang Yu declared, closing his eyes as his mental energy enveloped the surroundings, drawing his focus closer. He then scanned the two individuals concealed within the bedroom. The door to the room had been shut and locked. Meimu paced anxiously within, his expression a blend of panic and indignation. My son has been killed by the two of them. Ah, and what of this? Did he not possess a shotgun? Mei Yuanji exclaimed, astonished. Brother, it cannot be that he has perished so easily, can it? Indeed, I too find it hard to believe, yet we distinctly heard gunshots last night. And this morning they remain unscathed, seemingly oblivious to the matter, Mei Mu lamented, feeling helpless, though his heart was primarily filled with sorrow and rage. Perhaps we could lure him to the basement to feed the zombies? Mei Yuanji suggested with a grin. Mei Mu nodded in agreement that might indeed work. But how shall we entice him to the basement? As they fervently debated their scheme, Wang Yu was already privy to their nefarious intentions. Two wretched beings, attempting to plot against me. Soon, I shall offer you both to the zombies. At that moment, Mei Mu and Mei Yuanji emerged from the room. Their expressions transformed from resentment to beaming smiles. Mei Mu approached with a cheerful demeanor. Mr. Wang Yu, are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you? Wang Yu, already aware of their ulterior motives, casually stroked Meng Xiaoyao's cheek. I am not hungry. The smile that had graced Mei Mu's face instantly faded into a sullen frown. Why is this brat not adhering to the expected script? After a whole night, surely he must be famished? Does this lad have provisions in his backpack? Is your girlfriend hungry? Mei Mu inquired further. My girlfriend is indeed famished. If you could retrieve the zombie from the basement and cook it thoroughly for consumption, I would have no objections, Wang Yu retorted, exposing their secret, causing both of them to panic uncontrollably. What? What are you saying? How could there possibly be a zombie in my basement? Mei Mu shouted, attempting to maintain his composure, though his inner turmoil was evident as cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Meanwhile, Mei Yuanji was already in a state of distress, perspiration saturating his entire face. Actually, I intended to enlist Brother Wang Yu to descend with me and eliminate that zombie. It would be delectable once cooked. However, my clumsy attempt at conversation certainly would not convince Wang Yu. They were acutely aware of this fact, and in their flustered state, they hastily exclaimed, We wish to request your assistance in dealing with the zombie in the basement. Observing their frantic demeanor, Wang Yu let out a cold chuckle, lifting Meng Xiaotao and positioning her to sit facing him on his lap. Alas, I am but a mere refugee, unarmed and incapable of assisting you in resolving the zombie issue in your basement. In truth, the zombie has been securely chained. We merely require your assistance with a wooden stick to strike the creature. It is remarkably resilient. During our last encounter, we struggled for over an hour before finally dispatching it. Hence, I implore you to join us in this endeavor to expedite the process, Mei Mu spoke. His words losing coherence, his fist clenched tightly as anxiety overwhelmed him. In his heart, he continually prayed, You better agree soon, or has he discovered something? Chapter 60. The best liberation. Wang Yu gently cradled Meng Xiaotao's nape with his hands, eliciting envy from the two bystanders. They licked their lips, feeling a stir of excitement in certain regions. I can't take it anymore. Give me your life. Mei Mu was already overwhelmed with desire, merely a spectator to this scene, his eyes gleaming as he swung a punch towards Wang Yu's head. He assumed that Wang Yu had let his guard down and would not react in time. But he was mistaken. There was no need for Wang Yu to act. Meng Xiaotao, with a slight motion of her slender waist, executed a swift somersault and raised a hand, piercing through Mei Mu's chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth from his wound like a tidal wave, splattering several meters away. He could not even emit a final cry, as his lungs had been penetrated, and an overwhelming pain coursed through his entire being. His body stiffened, hands clutching Meng Xiaotao's. But the vast loss of blood gradually overwhelmed him with a sense of helplessness. He could hardly believe that this beautiful woman could be so fearsome. Meng Xiaotao merely smiled, unfazed by the incident. With a swift retraction of her arm, Mei Mu fell backward like a piece of decayed wood. Is he dead? My father is dead. Mei Yuanji had been consumed by rage, disregarding her identity as she charged forward. You wretched creature, return my father's life. She turned and dashed towards the kitchen, quickly seizing the kitchen knife from the table before rushing out. No matter your skills, you shall fear the knife. Mei Yuanji shouted. You all will pay for this. Yet, Meng Xiaotao stood resolutely in front, her skin transforming into a substance harder than steel in an instant. Mei Yuanji swung a kitchen knife with all her might, striking Meng's arm as if attempting to cleave iron, a wave of intense numbness coursing through her. He stood there, astonished, incredulously exclaiming, What on earth? How is your skin so impenetrable? What are you exactly? Meng Xiaotao let out a cold laugh. I am a zombie, hence you cannot harm me. What are you? He hesitated, but soon felt a searing pain erupting from his abdomen. Meng Xiaotao's hand had punctured his body with precision and ease. She withdrew her arm, flicking away the blood with evident disdain. Yet, Mei Yuanji still could not fathom the reality before him, instinctively clutching his bleeding abdomen as his body began to topple backward. The knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Why? Who are you? Why are humans allied with zombies? He uttered these final words before succumbing, his eyes closing as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Indeed, Meng Xiaotao had executed her task with striking elegance. Wang Yu stood up, coldly observing the lifeless bodies before him, his eyes ablaze with fury. If you two had harbored no ill intentions, perhaps I could have spared your lives. Alas, you provoked the wrong individuals. The wrong individuals? Brother Wang Yu, am I one of those you should not provoke? Meng Xiaotao joyfully approached, leaping onto Wang Yu, her arms wrapping around his neck as she clung to him. Alas, you have just taken a life. Your hands stained with blood, how unsightly. Why are you still cradling my head? I can feel the unpleasant stickiness at the back of my skull. Oh dear, I am simply overjoyed and momentarily forgot. I shall be more cautious next time. With a hearty laugh, Meng Xiaotao dismounted from him, her expression one of innocence. She glanced around and said, Brother Wang Yu, there is no water here. Please let me wash my hands. Let us check the kitchen. Perhaps there is some clean bottled water available, Wang Yu replied with a smile. They made their way to the kitchen and, as luck would have it, discovered half a barrel of bottled water remaining. Beside it lay 2 unopened barrels. Wang Yu promptly instructed Meng Xiaotao to cleanse her hands, and she immediately complied. He then asked her to lift a barrel of water, open the bottle, and wash his neck, removing the remnants of blood that had soiled him, leaving him feeling invigorated. How refreshing, exclaimed Meng Xiaotao as she opened another bottle. I need to drink some water. Without hesitation, she mimicked a blade with her hand, slicing open the last barrel of bottled water while Wang Yu eagerly drank from the flowing stream, quenching himself to the extent of feeling satiated. Meng Xiaotao tossed the empty barrel aside and smiled at Wang Yu, asking, When will you fill my belly, Brother Wang Yu? Very soon, he replied. They then descended from the staircase into the basement, where the previous scene left them utterly astonished. The scale of the operation was monumental. They had not anticipated the prowess of those 3 individuals in capturing such a multitude of zombies. However, all of these were to their advantage. The zombies were categorized, with the female ones bound by iron chains, confined in a heap. The male zombies were confined within iron cages. Wang Yu's pupils slightly contracted as he discerned the peculiarities of these female zombies. Scattered across the ground were numerous used umbrellas, accompanied by various props. Indeed, they were a trio of talents, leaving no stone unturned, even in their treatment of the undead. Approaching one of the zombies, he observed that she had once been a strikingly beautiful woman, her voluptuous figure evident, yet now marred by a multitude of bloodied wounds, her visage utterly desiccated. The flesh upon her face resembled decaying wood, so fragile that a mere touch would cause it to crumble away, an utterly horrifying sight. In life, they had endured torment. But now, as zombies, they suffered further at the hands of these cunning individuals. He commanded, Meng Xiaotao, eliminate this group of zombies, and your reward will be secured. Wonderful. My little Tang Tang will have something to eat again. Wang Yu turned and settled upon the staircase, awaiting Meng Xiaotao's resolution of the undead. Shortly thereafter, a series of muffled thuds echoed from the basement, each roar of a zombie swiftly silenced. The female zombies had been eradicated. For these first-tier zombies, death was their liberation, and the viral essence within their brains served as an exquisite sustenance for Meng Xiaotao. After dispatching the female zombies, she commenced her assault on the iron door. The sounds reverberated like a craftsman wielding a mighty hammer. Clang, clang, clang. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu grew impatient. Meng Xiaotao, hurry up. Why are you still hammering on that door? Do not rush, Brother Wang Yu. This iron door is quite sturdy. I reckon it could fetch a handsome sum as scrap metal. Oh dear, what time is it? Enough of this, hurry up, Wang Yu urged. After enduring yet another round of mental torment, the voice finally faded away. The iron bars, as thick as her fingers, were forcefully bent aside by her sheer strength, rendering the steel almost fatigued from the effort. Following this, Meng Xiaotao unleashed her might upon the horde of male zombies, likely former villagers, a mix of the young and the elderly. It mattered little whether they had been confined while alive or had been locked away after their transformation. What was important was their liberation. Meng Xiaotao swiftly dispatched the zombies, extracting the viral cores from their brains, and began to consume them like beans, tossing one after another into her mouth. This manner of eating made Wang Yu quite anxious. You should pace yourself. We don't know when we'll return to the shelter. Conserve your food. However, Meng Xiaotao paid no heed. Only with a full stomach can one muster the strength to work, and these little treats lack flavor. Wang Yu was perplexed. You should be grateful for any food. Why complain? Meng Xiaotao felt equally frustrated. These treats are dry and tasteless. I suspect they didn't eat properly, leading to this series of reactions. But as long as they fill my stomach, that suffices. Chapter 61. Minor phrase on the road to the shelter upon hearing Meng Xiaotao's explanation. Wang Yu couldn't help but cover his face and chuckle ruefully. Finally, a moment without the need to scavenge outside, and yet you still find reasons to complain. Truly, you must have overeaten. Yet Meng Xiaotao approached him with a smile, wrapping her arms around his, giving him a gentle nudge. I care not. These sugary confections are unpalatable. Yet you still expect me to venture outside in search of them. Very well, I shall pay heed to your desires when the time comes. With that, they departed from the premises. Upon witnessing the bright sunlight outside, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The sun today is splendid, perfectly suited for travel. Travel? What nonsense. Hurry and find me those sweet treats. Meng Xiaotao urged once more. Patience. The world is vast and will not lack for your whims, Wang Yu replied, though he was uncertain if the world had truly changed so drastically. Nevertheless, he recognized the ferocity of the zombie virus and had drawn his own conclusions. Subsequently, they divided their tasks with clarity of purpose. Meng Xiaotao would engage in the hunt for zombies, while Wang Yu would empty the village's stores. The village was relatively large, yet Wang Yu's endurance surpassed that of ordinary folk. Within a mere 10 minutes, he located the village's small convenience store. Gazing upon the sign that read Old Wang's Store, Wang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He sensed an opportunity had arisen. The store's roll-up door was secured, likely a precaution taken by the proprietor to safeguard their last remaining assets. However, such a flimsy barrier could not withstand Wang Yu's determination. Even if it were forged of iron, it would prove futile. He extracted a small knife from his waist and swiftly maneuvered it across the surface. Moments later, a pedestrian passageway materialized before him. The interior of the store was dimly lit, yet Wang Yu could navigate the path ahead with his eyes closed. After a brief exploration, he acquired the necessary provisions and departed from the shop. After all, insatiability was not his habit, for consuming excessively preserved food could be detrimental to one's health. Wang Yu yearned to sit at a table and relish a steaming hot vegetable hot pot. Yet, he pondered when such a desire might come to fruition. He retrieved a 350-milliliter bottle of cola and settled at the entrance to sip it, relishing the enchanting sensation of the effervescent liquid gliding down his throat. Akin to a delightful indulgence for his taste buds, his gaze swept across the entire village, which was, in fact, quite affluent. Numerous three-story villas adorned the landscape, each accompanied by cemented courtyards, indicating that the residents had likely attained a comfortable standard of living. Had it not been for the outbreak of the zombie crisis, residing here would have been a form of enjoyment, leaving Wang Yu only with profound lamentations. His parents had vanished abroad, their whereabouts unknown, while Wang Xiao's fate remained uncertain, and he himself had not acquired a home, nor had he ever relished such comforts. He continued to daydream about when he and Meng Xiaoyao could share a blissful life together. Just then, the already sated Meng Xiaoyao approached slowly from a distance. Brother Wang Yu, what are you doing sitting here? She inquired. Drinking soda. Look at this delightful green carbonated drink. Would you care for some? However, Meng Xiaoyao promptly declined. No, I would surely feel nauseous if I drank it. You can have it, Brother Wang Yu. I'm already full and ready to set off. With that, Wang Yu stood up and surveyed his surroundings, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Now, they found themselves at a loss regarding how to retrace their steps back to the shelter, having strayed far from the main road. However, relying on memory, they believed it was still possible to return, albeit at the expense of precious time. The distance from City Z to the shelter was over 50 kilometers, and they had deviated from the route near the bridge, claiming there were only 20 kilometers left. This village was not particularly remote, yet it still lay 5 or 6 kilometers away. With a sense of urgency, they set off without delay. After a while, they finally returned to the main road, which was lined with abandoned vehicles, most of which had collided and were nearly totaled. Strangely, even the zombies were sparse in this area. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to the pressing issue of traversing under the scorching sun. By now, Wang Yu was drenched in sweat, and if exposed any longer, he would likely succumb to heat stroke. They found refuge behind a truck loaded with cotton supplies. And under this makeshift shelter, basked in the warmth of the bright sun outside, which was a delightful reprieve. They decided to travel a bit longer, take breaks, and sip on refreshing beverages, relishing the comfort of their situation. Wang Yu had brought along 5 bottles of drinks, 2 bottles of iced black tea, 2 bottles of Sprite, and a can of beer. Alongside these were some sausages and other filling foods. as he twisted open a bottle of iced black tea. The sight of the crimson bubbles reminiscent of ripe tomatoes made his mouth water. Without hesitation, he raised the bottle and gulped down nearly half in one go. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaotao watched Wang Yu's expression of sheer enjoyment with a look of confusion, as if he were indulging in something far more intimate. She was well aware of the taste of iced black tea, yet her body resisted accepting it. "Wang Yu, could you spare me a few sips?" she inquired. "What's the matter? Are you craving food again? Are you not unable to eat?" Wang Yu inquired, observing Meng Xiaotao as she licked her lips in curiosity. "May I give it a try?" "Very well," he conceded, handing her the iced tea. Meng Xiaotao accepted the drink and brought it to her lips, taking hearty gulps. Although she was familiar with the taste of iced tea from her past, the current experience was overwhelmingly unpleasant. Her body rejected it, and she promptly expelled the drink back into the bottle. She wiped her lips and said, "Brother Wang Yu, I apologize, but I still cannot drink this. Just take it all." Wang Yu scoffed. "I knew you couldn't handle it. You were so stubborn about it. Now you've been humbled, haven't you?" He seized the iced tea and drank it eagerly. To his surprise, the flavor, having passed through Meng Xiaotao's lips, was rather delightful. He drained the bottle in one go and tossed it aside. Wang Yu licked his lips, pondering, the taste of the iced tea is rather peculiar. Why does it seem even more enjoyable than before? Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaotao chuckled behind her hand. "Haha, do you know why? It's because I regurgitated what I had sipped." "Ah, is that so?" Wang Yu felt no disgust. Instead, an inexplicable joy surged within him. "What is wrong with my mind? Why do I feel an urge to taste what came from her mouth?" He vigorously shook his head and stood up, declaring, "Let us go. It's time to hit the road. I wonder what transformations await at the refuge under their reconstruction." Wang Yu was still lost in thought when Meng Xiaotao leaped down and linked her arm with his. "Stop overthinking. Let us go. We will find out when we return." "All right then." Wang Yu affectionately patted her head, acknowledging the arduous journey ahead that would likely leave him utterly exhausted. After several hours of travel, his throat was parched. But fortunately, his backpack contained enough provisions to sustain him. In the distance, the gates of the shelter gradually came into view, rekindling his spirit. "Hooray! Wang Yu. I'm finally back." Chapter 62. Their swim. A moment of leisure, however, as Wang Yu stood atop the hill, a thought struck him. The supply of medications he brought back was alarmingly low. He set down his backpack and rummaged through it swiftly. 10 bottles of cold medicine, 2 vials of adrenaline, 10 insulin pens, 2 rolls of bandages, and 2 first aid kits. Gazing at the scant remaining supplies, he could not help but chuckle ruefully and shake his head. Is this all that's left? I was having too much fun and completely forgot. Most of the medications had been lost during their playful antics, leaving only a meager few behind. Yet, he pondered anew. The shelter ought to have some medical supplies. He wondered if the previous occupants had a habit of stockpiling medications. With renewed resolve, he hoisted his backpack back onto his shoulder and set off once more towards the now approaching shelter. Moments later, he finally arrived at the shelter. Near the deep ravine ahead, spotting a few individuals dozing atop the watchtower, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Open the door. I have returned." The few individuals who had been dozing off were immediately roused, and upon focusing their gaze, they beheld their benefactor, Wang Yu. The group shouted in unison, "The leader has returned." Quickly open the door. Soon, the sound of mechanical gears echoed from within, as 2 cranes gently lowered the wooden gate. They swiftly entered, greeted by a throng of people who emerged to welcome them. "Welcome home, Leader Wang Yu and his girlfriend," they exclaimed with exuberance. The crowd's enthusiasm was palpable. They encircled Wang Yu, their eyes sparkling with joy and fervor. Eventually, Wang Yu chuckled and said, "Please, no need to crowd around me. You all should attend to your tasks, expand the land for cultivating vegetables and fruits, and tend to the livestock." However, the group had already been organized by Xiong Zhuang, and under Wang Yu's instructions, they dispersed. At that moment, Wang Yu surveyed his surroundings. Numerous houses had been erected. Though they could not compare to the charming villas of the previous small village, these wooden structures nevertheless constituted a comforting abode. Shortly thereafter, Xiong Zhuang and Muji approached with smiles, welcoming him back. "My good brother, you have returned. What treasures have you brought?" Wang Yu grinned and retrieved the last remaining bottle of cola and a bottle of liquor from his backpack, presenting them to his friends. "This is all that remains. I hope you won't find it lacking." Upon seeing such rare delights in this apocalyptic world, they dared not express any disdain, eagerly popping the caps and indulging in the beverages. "Ah, this beer is truly a treasure. I never imagined that after so many days of survival, I would still have the pleasure of enjoying such a delightful thing." With a smile, Xiong Zhuang remarked that he now felt a brotherly bond with Wang Yu, where he would take on the role of the second brother while Wang Yu would assume the position of the elder brother, and both found no issue with this arrangement. How has the situation here developed? Wang Yu inquired with a grin. Everything is fine. Ever since that wicked Yun Long perished, the place has improved tremendously. And we have been indulging in an abundance of vegetables, fruits, and meats, Xiong Zhuang replied. Wang Yu patted Mu Zhi's shoulder with a smile, saying, "That's excellent. Remember to encourage them to cultivate more vegetables and fruits." Subsequently, Wang Yu distributed the medications but retained a particular device for himself before returning to the villa. The first floor, once filled with iron goods, had now transformed into a veritable feast of food supplies. The second, third, fourth, and fifth floors had similarly been converted into storage for provisions. Only the sixth floor remained as Wang Yu's residence, impeccably cleaned, which evidently underscored his esteemed status as leader. In the grand hall, a swimming pool was elegantly positioned, its water remarkably clean and clear. Although it measured merely 30 square meters with a depth of less than 1 meter, it was sufficiently spacious for Wang Yu and his companions to enjoy themselves. Turning to Meng Xiaodao, who stood behind him, Wang Yu cheerfully instructed, "Please lock that door from the inside." Understanding Wang Yu's cheerful demeanor, Meng Xiaodao turned and securely locked the iron door. Following this, she proceeded to remove her clothing, a gesture that left Wang Yu astounded. "What are you doing, Meng Xiaodao?" he exclaimed. "Didn't you say you wanted to?" "Alas, foolish one, this was done in the evening. Now we must indulge in a swim to cleanse our bodies, for it has been quite some time since I last bathed. Fortunately, there is water available for a refreshing wash." However, upon uttering these words, Wang Yu found himself ensnared in his own reasoning, as swimming necessitates disrobing. After a brief moment, despite having already glimpsed Meng Xiaodao's pure visage, he felt a slight flush of embarrassment in this particular setting. Yet, Meng Xiao merely smiled, immediately diving into the water and beckoning Wang Yu to join her. "Well then, here I come," Wang Yu exclaimed, shedding his garments and leaping into the water with the grace of a gazelle, causing a splendid splash as though he had never swum before. Soon after, Wang Yu leisurely reclined against the edge of the pool, with Meng Xiaodao resting beside him, leaning against his shoulder. This tranquil day was a scenario Wang Yu had envisioned countless times. He never expected it would come to fruition. Swimming alongside the campus belle, aspiring to become her man, he felt a deep sense of devotion. Although he harbored another wish to have a child with her, he surmised that such aspirations could not be realized at present. Nevertheless, this moment was already sufficient. As long as they lived happily, the absence of children seemed inconsequential. After languishing in the water for over an hour, their skins softened and pale, Wang Yu finally rose to dress, followed suit by Meng Xiaodao. Once clothed, they stood by the expansive windows, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, finding immense pleasure in the scene. Wang Yu, filled with excitement, grasped Meng Xiaodao's delicate hand and remarked, "You are truly beautiful. Especially when bathing. You appear even more enchanting." Meng Xiaodao smiled faintly, her snow-white face remaining unblemished as she lifted her delicate foot to gently step on Wang Yu. "How irritating. How could you say such things so openly? Shouldn't these words be reserved for the bed?" she teased. "But, haha, since no one else is around, why not? Besides, you are my girlfriend. No matter how much I love you, it will never be enough. I just want to hold you close and shower you with affection every day." With that, he leaned in for a kiss, and Meng Xiaodao tilted her head to meet him. Half an hour later, they slowly parted, a thin strand of saliva connecting them as they gazed deeply into each other's eyes. At that moment, Wang Yu's stomach growled audibly. Meng Xiaodao chuckled at the sound and glanced down. "Do you think they have a canteen here?" she pondered. They must, after all, dining is a significant part of life. Wang Yu pointed towards a spacious wooden factory nearby. "That could very well be the canteen," he suggested. Meng Xiaodao nodded in agreement. "I believe it should be." As they continued their conversation, a knock echoed from the iron door. "Wang Yu, it's mealtime. Hurry down to the canteen. You haven't tasted our food yet." "Have you?" Recognizing the voice belonged to Mu Zhi, Wang Yu nodded and replied with a smile, "No problem." He then opened the door, slipped on his shoes, and followed Mu Zhi to the canteen. Indeed, the large factory had transformed into the dining hall, and the meals served had undergone a remarkable transformation. The iron implements had long been reforged into tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks. Some had even been transformed into farming tools, yet remnants of weaponry remained. Though firearms could not yet be manufactured, this was deemed sufficient. Chapter 63, The Fundamental State of the Shelter subsequently. Mu Zhi led Wang Yu and the others to the dining hall to introduce the array of dishes available. The dining hall featured 5 serving windows, while not particularly spacious. It sufficed for the more than 100 inhabitants of the shelter. Due to Wang Yu's unique status, the patrons at the serving stations graciously parted to allow him passage, enabling him to be the first to procure food. Serving windows 1 through 5 were managed by a group of middle-aged women. Indeed, most of the kitchen staff comprised women, while the men tended to other laborious tasks, such as tilling the land, cultivating crops, and raising fish and ducks. Upon arriving at the 3rd window, they encountered another woman, who presented an impressive variety of dishes before her, predominantly composed of vegetables, with meat being a rare offering. As Wang Yu picked up a metal tray and prepared to speak, the woman interjected, "Are you the leader of this shelter?" "Indeed, you are quite handsome." Her words left him momentarily speechless. Her voice was light and melodious, suggesting she was a stunning beauty, although her face was obscured by a mask and a white hat. Wang Yu's years of experience allowed him to make an educated guess. At that moment, Meng Xiaotao nudged him with her elbow, urging him to hurry. "Stop staring. Others are waiting to be served." "Oh, right." Wang Yu finally responded, quickly extending his hand to select a few side dishes. "What is this? It resembles ants climbing a tree, doesn't it?" The woman smiled and replied, "Indeed, this is precisely ants climbing a tree, but due to a temporary scarcity of certain seasonings, the flavor may differ slightly." "Very well, I shall have this," he said. The woman served Wang Yu 2 spoonfuls in an iron bowl and placed them in his dish. Now, his plate contained 3 dishes and a soup. It is said that in ancient times, this was referred to as decapitated vegetables, yet having something to eat is already a blessing. After resolving the matter of the dishes, they began to eat, while Sui Xiaoda remained nearby, gazing blankly. She had imagined the deliciousness of food, but at that moment, she was unable to partake. Wang Yu picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and savored it, nodding in approval. "The flavor of this meat is delightful. Your meals have certainly improved. Of course, under the guidance and arrangements made by Xiong Zhuang and myself, life in the shelter has become increasingly comfortable." Finally, Wang Yu glanced around and noticed that the number of people present was rather limited. He quickly inquired, "Is this all the people in the shelter? I recall there being several hundred when I first arrived." Mushi took a large spoonful of rice and said, "During your absence, the shelter has not been entirely peaceful." "Oh, how so?" Wang Yu asked, puzzled yet increasingly astonished. 2 days after your departure, the inhabitants of the shelter divided into 2 factions, one comprised of virtuous individuals centered around you, while the other consisted of rebels under the influence of the nefarious evil cloud dragon. They resorted to coercion and deception to seduce some into their misguided ambitions for dominance over the sanctuary, gradually gaining strength. And then, Wang Yu appeared increasingly curious. "Well, you know, despite their possession of weapons, I adeptly utilized your golden desert eagle, firing a few precise shots to eliminate several of their leaders, which initiated a purge." At that moment, Anshan approached from an unknown direction. Unlike Wang Yu, he did not indulge extravagantly, opting instead for a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. Wang Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation, "These people are truly overindulging, as long as they manage to survive. They seem intent on courting disaster." "And how did they resolve the situation?" "Naturally, we had to send the remaining faction on their way. You know, I have little tolerance for the ungrateful." Muji chuckled as he quickly finished his meal, leaving his bowl and chopsticks impeccably clean, not a single grain of rice remaining. "Those who are ungrateful must not be spared. Our people have all endured the tyrannical assaults of the evil cloud dragon, so any hint of rebellion must be met with annihilation." Xiong Zhuang also approached, carrying a plate of food. He had been living a rather exhausting life lately, appearing robust and hefty at a height of 1.60 meters, likely weighing over 200 pounds. With a prominent belly that might lead one to mistakenly believe he had merely grown portly. His bowl was already quite sparse, likely indicating a desire to lose weight, consisting of merely a dish and a soup, accompanied by half a bowl of rice. "Oh, why are you eating so little?" Muji inquired with a smile, as he carried his bowl and utensils to the kitchen for washing. "As long as I can eat and feel full, that's what matters. Besides, I really should shed some pounds." Shortly thereafter, Muji returned, exhibiting a hint of excitement after a few days apart, his gaze flitting between Wang Yu and Meng Xiaodao. All right, stop eyeing my girlfriend. Hurry up and get busy," Wang Yu interjected, cutting through the old lecture's scrutiny. "Haha, to be honest, Wang Yu, I genuinely envy you. Although she is merely a zombie, she was once the belle of the school. A treasure of such caliber is rare anywhere. You ought to keep her close. Especially now that some people have begun to take an interest," Muji remarked, patting Wang Yu on the shoulder before whistling as he walked away. What a rascal. Always making such jokes. Following their meal, Wang Yu summoned a few individuals to the 6th floor for a meeting. There were no tables, only a large swimming pool, with a bedroom reserved for Wang Yu adjacent to it. Thus, they convened while standing. Wang Yu initiated the discussion. We should have an ample supply of vegetables from the rice fields by now, right? Indeed, we have more than enough. Our 100+ acres of rice paddies span several kilometers, and the surrounding land is devoted to various fruits and vegetables, such as pumpkins, potatoes, and eggplants, with sweet potatoes being the most significant, Xiong Zhuang explained. Earning Wang Yu's praise year after year. Goodness, life is quite abundant here. You must have no shortage of cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks, correct? Indeed. We now find ourselves devoid of any deficiencies. We harness solar energy for our power needs and rely on the rain for our water supply. This is reassuring. It seems that merely surviving in this apocalyptic world is not a daunting task. Wang Yu gradually concealed his astonishment and moved to the window, gazing down at the contented group below, a smile illuminating his face. Is this truly the end of days? This appears to be a life of reprieve after calamity, suggesting that venturing outside to confront those terrifying zombies may no longer be necessary. As he pondered this, Muji approached, displaying a hint of impatience, uncertain whether to voice a particular matter. Well, just go ahead and speak. Wang Yu turned to face Muji, who bore a rather troubled expression. In fact, during your absence over the past few days, we have welcomed a dozen survivors. Oh, and what of that? Muji then smiled mysteriously. The girl who served you at the 3rd window, named Xia Chirong, is an exceptional cook, and her culinary creations align perfectly with our tastes. Wang Yu chuckled, smacking his lips and, noticing the enamored look on Muji's face, teased, You've taken a liking to her, haven't you? You're smitten, ready to pledge your devotion? No. Muji promptly refuted, a girl like that is beyond my grasp. I merely wished to inform you and see if you had any thoughts on this matter. Chapter 64, The Final Tranquility. Wang Yu let out a bitter laugh. When did his fondness for such hobbies become common knowledge? Could you refrain from revealing this, please? Others possess their own thoughts. Moreover, she is a beautiful and charming young lady. Are you truly willing to betray her? Muji was somewhat at a loss for words. Yet she grasped the situation and quickly nodded. I understand your meaning now. Immediately, Xiong Zhuang presented a document, a handwritten report. Currently, there are 156 acres of fertile land and 96 acres of barren land, along with dozens of ponds. Additionally, the land dedicated to vegetable cultivation amounts to several hundred acres. To be honest, these figures are quite promising. Survival is certainly not an issue. However, Xiong Zhuang remained anxious, biting his lip before speaking. While the quantity of arable land is indeed substantial, the critical concern lies in the water supply. Relying solely on rainfall and groundwater is utterly insufficient for irrigation, and we need water for our own consumption, which has resulted in the creation of many barren fields. So, you mean to say that what we are currently consuming is merely the leftover grain left behind by that scoundrel, correct? Xiong Zhuang nodded, affirming, indeed, the vegetables are satisfactory, and cultivating chickens, ducks, fish, and meat poses no problem. The millet in the rice paddies is thriving, yet the water shortage is dire. If we drain the ponds, there will be no place left to raise the fish. In all honesty, this was the first time Wang Yu had encountered such a formidable challenge. He felt an overwhelming urge to abandon the endeavor altogether. However, as the leader, he could not bear to witness the suffering of his people. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly suggested, then let us dig a well. If that proves unfeasible, we might need to source water from the river. Yet, this solution had already been recognized by Xiong Zhuang and his companions. Previously, the river was abundant with water, and we often utilized a pump for irrigation. However, recently the water level has gradually diminished, and our pump can hardly extract any. The alternative of drilling a well proves futile, as the solar energy we harness is insufficient for that purpose, leaving us with no choice but to draw water from the river. Faced with such a perplexing predicament for the first time, Wang Yu appeared somewhat at a loss. A glance at Ming Xiao sparked an idea. We should send someone upstream to investigate. It is likely that someone has deliberately obstructed the flow. If any unusual circumstances arise, report to me immediately. Xiong Zhuang had not considered this approach, but felt it was indeed a viable solution. In the following days, he gathered a team of robust individuals, a dozen strong elites. Though not led by Wang Yu, but by a captain named Imo Jingern, Xiong Zhuang provided them with provisions for several days. They departed not through the front, but through the back, embarking on their journey along the river, which would naturally consume some time. After 5 or 6 days, Wang Yu lived in a state of leisure, spending his days eating or sleeping, feeling as if he could relish this existence for a lifetime. He had brought 2 reclining chairs to the rooftop, where he and Ming Xiao basked in the sun, each enjoying their side, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The warmth of the sun enveloped Wang Yu, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Yet a tinge of loneliness lingered. How delightful it would be to have a game to play now, engaging in delightful competition with a beauty, surely. Such a life would ascend to greater heights. However, Ming Xiao held a different perspective. She licked her lips and thought how delightful it would be to have some sweets at this moment. She could no longer stomach the raw fish and meat. As a zombie, consuming flesh was, of course, acceptable, yet she was a sentient undead, and constantly feasting on such fare felt beneath her dignity. One must not overindulge in life, lest they find themselves idle and discontent, much like Wang Yu, who had grown weary of existence. The clock struck 1. The sun blazing in its zenith, providing ample energy for the solar panels. Ming Xiao draped a piece of green fabric over herself, for she had little fondness for sunlight. A fact that Wang Yu had keenly observed, prompting him to prepare the cloth for her. How long had she been basking in the sun? Wang Yu felt his skin nearly scorched from the exposure. He turned over and resumed his slumber, lost in a dream where chaos reigned. And one individual ruled the world with reckless abandon. Suddenly, he was jolted awake. It was Ming Xiao, who had risen and was shaking him. "Brother Wang Yu, I am hungry. Quickly, give me some sweets." Still groggy, Wang Yu complied, retrieving a packet of viral essence pills from his pocket. A stash he had secretly collected for Ming Xiao during these past few days of relative comfort. After consuming several of the small white pills, Ming Xiao felt quite satisfied. She returned to her resting position, content in the knowledge that sustenance would come without effort. Wang Yu's thoughts began to drift, after all. He no longer needed to oversee the supplies in the shelter, as Xiong Zhuang had managed things exceptionally well. Yet, he still bore the responsibility of Ming Xiao's nourishment. This could be perceived as a burden, yet in a certain light, it also represented a blessing, due to her formidable strength, surpassing that of conventional weaponry. She holds an added advantage, the ability to engage in conversation and share in your wildest escapades. Days passed in a tranquil manner, yet now, Wang Yu found his supply of viral essence capsules entirely depleted. He summoned the few individuals back for a meeting. Wang Yu was the first to inquire. "Have those individuals returned?" "No, not a single word from them," came the response. Xiong Zhuang, tasked with this mission, was deeply troubled. The absence of their return weighed heavily on his mind, affecting his appetite and causing him to lose several pounds in the process. Wang Yu then turned his gaze toward the 2 individuals beside him. What were their thoughts on the matter? Muji shook his head, uncertain as well. However, and Shan pondered for a moment before proposing, perhaps it would be best not to search for them any longer. Originally, our numbers were minimal, and now with 20 fewer, we are left with just over 80. The consumption of resources will likewise diminish. We could cultivate less rice in the fields, which should suffice for our sustenance. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yu's countenance darkened considerably. He approached Shan and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You are truly a heartless fiend." He then inquired, "By the way, where has Longhua gone? Was he not your closest companion?" And Shan hesitated, sifting through his memories. "I am unsure. I have not seen him lately. I cannot fathom where he might be. Could it be that he grew weary of this tranquil existence and has ventured off alone, seeking peril?" With no conclusions to draw at present, this matter would have to be set aside for the time being. Wang Yu took Ming Xiao out again to procure some virus essence pills to satiate her hunger. Upon returning in the evening, Wang Yu summoned everyone for a meeting. The moment they met, Xiong Zhuang appeared exceedingly agitated. "Who is it?" Wang Yu inquired. "It's the captain, Mo Jing." Xiong Zhuang's tone was somewhat disheartened, clearly lacking in confidence, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Wang Yu noticed this as well. He scanned the room and dismissed Mu Ji and Shan, leaving only Xiong Zhuang behind. "Why do you seem so troubled? Is there something amiss?" Xiong Zhuang swallowed hard, straightened his posture, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Mo Jing has been injured. He may not survive. Chapter 65. Mo Jing's demise. Why? How could he have been hurt? Was it by a zombie? Faced with Wang Yu's pressing questions, Xiong Zhuang sighed. Expressing his reluctance, everyone who went out has perished. He is the sole survivor, and even he is on the brink of death. Clenching his fists tightly, he bore the weight of responsibility for this unfortunate mission. Wang Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Enough of this. We must go see the injured young man." Following Xiong Zhuang's guidance, they arrived at his quarters. The room was immaculate, surrounded by several individuals. With a person lying on the bed, grievously wounded and moaning in agony. Someone exclaimed, "The leader has arrived." The crowd parted, allowing Wang Yu to enter. He immediately noticed the young man on the bed, whose complexion was ashen, lips devoid of color, and lacking any trace of vitality. He was incessantly emitting anguished moans. Wang Yu sat beside him and inquired, "Who attacked you? Was it a zombie or a living person?" Mo Jing attempted to speak, but the pain rendered him nearly unable to articulate his words. He could only manage a faint sound, "It's," before he could complete his sentence. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling everyone present. Wang Yu exclaimed urgently, "Quick, we need a doctor." But the group comprised merely of wandering survivors. There was no doctor to be found. After much questioning, one individual retrieved an adrenaline syringe from the medicine cabinet. With no one knowing the true potency of such a substance, it was commonly said that it could snatch you back from the clutches of death. Nevertheless, Mo Jing's condition remained precarious. Blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot, deep crimson. The onlookers fell into a heavy silence, their anxious gazes fixed upon him. At that moment, as the pain subsided slightly, he managed to utter, "We traveled for 5 or 6 days before locating the source of the obstructed water flow. It is a massive reservoir. There is no one inside, just countless cobwebs and enormous cocoons. We deduced that something had occurred here." Before he could finish his thought, he coughed up another stream of dark blood, the foul stench permeating the air, causing the others to retreat from his dwelling in fright. However, Wang Yu, Meng Xiaodao, and Xiong Zhuang remained by his side. Mo Jing was increasingly tormented, his visage contorted in agony, unable to even emit a cry. Gasping, he implored, "Hurry, in my suffering." Wang Yu covered the eyes of the burly man and instructed Meng Xiaodao, "Act swiftly, relieve him of his torment." She complied with a nod, executing a swift and decisive strike. The head fell silently, blood splattering, a corrosive essence accompanying it. Mo Jing's innards had already transformed into a gruesome slurry, a foul, black ichor seeping forth, tainting the floor beneath. Wang Yu hastily led them away, ordering the area to be sealed off, forbidding anyone from approaching. A chorus of inquiries arose. What has transpired? To quell the rising panic, Wang Yu pondered for a moment, then sighed. He has passed, though peacefully. The crowd swallowed hard, their faces still etched with fear, some timid middle-aged women collapsing to the ground in terror. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Could he have turned into a zombie?" Wang Yu shook his head, insisting, "I told you he has died. How could he become a zombie?" Yet, the dwelling, ravaged by the black blood, revealed gaping holes in the walls and floors, an unbearable stench emanating from within. The onlookers were overwhelmed by panic, fleeing in disarray, turning the refuge into chaos. Such cowardice was bewildering. What could incite such a frenzy? Xiong Zhuang let out a soft sigh, his heart pounding fiercely, proclaiming strength with his words. Yet if he were to face such a situation, it would undoubtedly terrify him to his core. What should be done now? He inquired of the leader. What else could be done? First, we must soothe the emotions of this group. For now, let us set this matter aside and revisit it later. Wang Yu, feeling equally helpless, summoned Zhuang Mu, Jian, and Shan to calm the others. His expression darkened. This predicament fell solely upon him. Though he was reluctant to engage in this battle, he had no choice but to place the issue on hold for the time being, perhaps to be addressed after a few days of respite. Due to the corrosive liquid that had caused Mo Jing's residence to collapse, no one dared approach that area anymore. Moreover, the buildings were primarily communal dwellings, forcing some individuals to share cramped quarters. This situation further vexed Wang Yu, prompting him to order a fire to be set, reducing the remains of the structure to ashes. As he gazed upon the ruins engulfed in flames, the inferno blazed brightly amidst the desolation, sending forth a signal of distress in this forsaken land. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, no one would come to their aid. Self-sufficiency was their only salvation. That night, Wang Yu stood by the window on the 6th floor, staring at the remnants of the dwelling consumed by fire, flickering with a haunting red glow. A tumult of emotion swirled within him, as he felt unworthy of being a leader, yet circumstances compelled him to assume the role. Dream Xiaodao recognized his turmoil and gently approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist. The warmth of her embrace offered him a modicum of solace, easing his troubled heart. Meng Xiaodao, how do you perceive this matter? Wang Yu turned to her and inquired, but Meng Xiaodao merely shook her head. I do not know. If I could be with Brother Wang Yu, that would be my utmost joy. Asking was akin to not asking at all, yet this was undoubtedly the most comforting sentiment. Who, during times of hardship, does not yearn for a heartfelt word from a beautiful soul? Wang Yu's hands clasped Meng Xiaodao's slender waist, while she caressed his face, and the two exchanged lingering gazes. Suddenly, Wang Yu exerted his strength and enveloped her in his embrace. Words eluded him, leaving him to merely sense the chilly touch of Meng Xiaotao's cheek, a sensation far from pleasant. In contrast, Meng Xiaotao felt the warmth emanating from Wang Yu and softly suggested, "Why don't we go to the dam and eliminate that thing?" "No. I cannot allow you to take such risks, especially since we are unaware of what kind of creature resides there. Could it be a spider monster from the movies?" Wang Yu could only speculate in this manner, yet from the films he had seen, spider monsters were far more terrifying than zombies. He resolutely refused to let Meng Xiaotao face danger. After a moment, Wang Yu said, "Let us retire for the night. We shall discuss matters tomorrow." She nodded. "Tonight. You may do as you wish." "Really?" Wang Yu asked, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. "Of course, but you must be gentle with me," she replied. "Very well. I shall comply." Without further pretense, Wang Yu lifted Meng Xiaotao and made his way toward the bedroom. Soon, the creaking of the bed echoed from Wang Yu's room, likely indicative of its inferior quality. Chapter 66. Another death. An hour later, Wang Yu, weary, closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. In the realm of dreams, Meng Xiaotao appeared, seemingly eager to engage in flirtation once more, resting her head upon Wang Yu's elbow. With her slightly reddened eyes, she gazed at his cheek and, pursing her lips, murmured, "Ah, I cannot sleep. It is quite vexing. Another night of waiting ahead. Yet, being nestled in the embrace of my dear brother Wang Yu brings me great contentment." As midnight approached, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. In an instant, all the lights in the rooms flickered to life. An alarm had been triggered, plunging everyone into a state of terror. Wang Yu, roused from his slumber, still groggy, rubbed his eyes and spoke a few words to Meng Xiaotao beside him. "Could you please check what is happening? I am rather reluctant to move. Once you ascertain the situation, do return and report back to me." "Of course, brother Wang Yu," she replied promptly, slipping out of bed with remarkable speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Slowly, Wang Yu sat up, still dazed, pondering, "Why do I feel so exhausted today? Am I truly overextending myself? Alas, I must take some time to recuperate." After a brief interval, Meng Xiaotao returned. Her countenance was neutral, yet the words she spoke were astonishing. A man was found dead in his residence, in the bathroom, reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. All his flesh was devoured, and there is a large hole in the bathroom wall. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was taken aback, wondering if it could be the work of a predator amidst some crisis. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the idea outright, exclaiming, "Oh, how could such a thing possibly occur?" Immediately after, Meng Xiaotao nestled in Wang Yu's embrace, softly recounting, "There are jade stones on the wall. And I also noticed some hair, presumably from a mutated creature." Wang Yu nodded, his astonishment waning. He took the initiative to smooth her hair, his fingers caressing the fragrant strands atop her head, bringing him a sense of calm. "That's good, as long as it's not that horrific presence," he mused. "What shall we do next?" "Sleep," Wang Yu replied succinctly. "All right, brother Wang Yu." With that, they drifted off to slumber once more. It was not until around 10 the following morning that Wang Yu slowly awoke. "Ah, I slept so comfortably last night." The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to plant a gentle kiss on Meng Xiaotao's forehead. Awakening to kiss a beauty is a delightful reversal of fate. After lingering in bed for a while, they finally got up. Upon descending the stairs, they were met with a crowd of people standing anxiously at the doorway of the deceased room. The prior death had already instilled a profound sense of dread, and now, with another life lost, the fear intensified. Each man bit his lip, fist clenched in tension, while the women trembled, their legs shaking, uncertain of when danger might strike them. At that moment, Xiong Zhuang approached Wang Yu with a report, saying, "The breach has been sealed, but the deceased cannot return." Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully. "What kind of creature do you think could have done this?" After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "I believe it to be a wolf. Observe its fur, which is a shade of grayish-black and carries a slight odor." Subsequently, Xiong Zhuang retrieved a strand of hair from a transparent pouch and presented it to Wang Yu. "Your analysis is astute. I concur." Wang Yu then inquired, "While capturing the creature proves impossible, we could enhance our safety measures, perhaps by stationing personnel for round-the-clock vigilance." "Indeed. That is a commendable suggestion," Xiong Zhuang replied. "But have you considered that humans can also err? If even a 3-centimeter thick wooden board can be penetrated, what good will a few guards do?" Wang Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. "Let us first reinforce our defenses. Then assign a few individuals to maintain a 24-hour watch, ensuring they are equipped with weapons, knives, swords, and spears must be provided." "Understood," Xiong Zhuang responded, promptly turning to make the necessary arrangements. Although uncertain of success, he recognized the importance of implementing the requisite safety protocols. Soon after, Wang Yu summoned in Shan. Upon Shan's arrival, Wang Yu queried, "Alas, have we made any progress on the firearms? Are the schematics completed?" Shan's expression betrayed his frustration as he shook his head in resignation. "I wish we had, but it is exceedingly difficult. The precision of our lathe is inadequate, and we are unable to manufacture springs. The intricacies of the threaded components elude us as well." Wang Yu had hoped to equip each individual with a firearm for self-defense, but it now seemed a distant dream. "Then let us craft more cold weapons. It would be even better if we could forge some armor." "No problem. I have experience with armor and should be able to manage it," and Shan readily agreed. Wang Yu patted him on the shoulder. "Good lad, off you go." After sending them on their way, Wang Yu found himself with nothing to occupy his time. Just as he turned to head back into the villa, Mu Xi came rushing over, breathless. Observing his exhausted state, Wang Yu inquired, "What have you been doing to be this worn out?" Panting, Mu Xi pointed towards the cafeteria and exclaimed, "It's bad. That woman has fainted. You must come quickly to see." "Ah, take me to her at once. I need to ascertain the situation." They hurried to the cafeteria, where 5 middle-aged women were lifting the unconscious beauty onto a dining table. Wang Yu quickly asked, "What happened to her? Is she all right?" The middle-aged women clenched their jaws and shook their heads. "We don't know what is wrong. After all, we have only spent a short time with her, and we are not familiar with her health condition." At that moment, Mu Xi added, "Xia Chirong arrived here only the day before your return. We are not well acquainted." "Then why did you allow her to work in the kitchen?" Wang Yu's irritation was evident. "I had no choice. She claimed she could cook exceptionally well, so naturally, I assigned her to the kitchen." "Very well. Your response is quite satisfactory. Never mind, I have a plan." "Really?" Mu Xi's face glimmered with disbelief as he gazed at Wang Yu's confident demeanor. "Is that truly the case?" he inquired. "Of course," Wang Yu replied, proceeding to lift the unconscious Xia Chirong into his arms and carry her to the 6th floor of the villa. He gently placed her on his bed, observing her masked face, still in a state of unconsciousness. Without hesitation, he removed her mask, reasoning that it would hinder her breathing while she was unconscious. As the mask was removed, Xia Chirong's exquisite beauty was unveiled. Both Mu Xi and Wang Yu marveled. "What a stunning woman." Behind them, Meng Xiao pinched Wang Yu playfully, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Enough with the admiration. We must focus on saving her." Wang Yu, not being a doctor, wondered how he could possibly assist. "Let us first conduct a thorough observation," he decided. Ultimately, he concluded, "Mu Xi, please fetch some brown sugar and warm water. I believe she may be experiencing low blood sugar." Chapter 67. The past of Xia Chirong. Mu Xi nodded and promptly departed. Wang Yu sighed as he gazed at the unconscious Xia Chirong, noting her light clothing. He gently adjusted the blanket to cover her more fully. Meng Xiaodao approached with a playful grin, revealing her little canine teeth. "What if I bite her a few times to turn her into a zombie?" "Absolutely not. She is a living person, not a mere creature to be transformed into a zombie. Besides, being alive is far more comfortable than being undead." At that moment, Meng Xiaodao stuck out her rosy tongue, teasing, "But doesn't my brother Wang Yu have a fondness for beautiful women? Why not turn her into a little admirer?" "Do not act this way. Who does she favor? He possesses his own will. We must not impose." However, Meng Xiaodao insisted. "Just tell me if you like her or not." Wang Yu chuckled heartily without uttering a word. At that moment, Mu Xi returned, presenting him with brown sugar and a bottle of warm water. Wang Yu gazed at the items in confusion. "Where is your bowl? You forgot to bring it." "Oh no. I completely forgot. I was too eager to help," Mu Xi admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. "Well, it seems I must take matters into my own hands," Wang Yu resolved, adopting a rather innovative approach. He took a small sip of the brown sugar, followed by a bit of warm water, and then gently fed it to Xia Chirong. Gulping, Xia Chirong swallowed the brown sugar water offered by Wang Yu. After finishing the sweet concoction, Wang Yu stood and wiped his mouth. Beside him, Mu Xi looked on enviously, swallowing hard, yet his predominant hope remained that Xia Chirong would awaken. After several attempts to feed her and a few minutes of waiting, Xia Chirong gradually opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Wang Yu's handsome face, followed by the gazes of those around her. "Where am I? Why am I in bed?" she asked, puzzled. "You are in my bed. You fainted from low blood sugar, so I brought you here to revive you," Wang Yu replied with a smile. "Ah, in your bed?" She still seemed skeptical and lowered her gaze to the clean quilt. As the brown sugar water was absorbed, her complexion began to regain a healthy glow. Xia Chirong expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, you have saved me. May I ask your name, handsome?" "Wang Yu," he replied, And this is my girlfriend, Meng Xiaodao. Wang Yu had introduced her, purposefully bringing Meng Xiaodao forth to make her presence known. As Xia Chirong gazed upon Meng Xiaodao's exquisite visage, a twinge of inferiority crept over her. Though she was not without her own charm, she had never received compliments on her beauty. She instinctively clasped her hands before her chest, gradually tightening her grip, revealing her unease. At that moment, Meng Xiaodao extended her hands, her face radiating joy. Let us become acquainted. I hope you too can find a man as wonderful as Wang Yu. Wang Yu was somewhat taken aback by the swift declaration of possessiveness. Yet, Xia Chirong did not withdraw. Instead, she reached out to shake hands with Meng Xiaodao. Suddenly, her expression shifted slightly. Why are your hands so cold? She gazed in astonishment at Meng Xiaodao's pallid complexion, which, paradoxically, enhanced her beauty to an almost ethereal degree, appearing indescribably pale from a distance. I do not know. Meng Xiaodao replied succinctly. Everyone else present, apart from Xia Chirong, understood the underlying cause but chose to withhold this information to avoid causing alarm. Please take good care of yourself. Oh, and about the canteen job, you should refrain from going for now. You are quite weak and need rest. Wang Yu's words significantly increased Xia Chirong's fondness for him. She nodded, saying, Thank you. You truly are a great person. Then Muji first consulted Wang Yu, indicating that he would go about his own business, as Xia Chirong held little affection for him. Remaining there would only serve to make him feel awkward. Wang Yu, seated beside him, inquired about her presence at their refuge instead of the military district's shelter. I don't know, she stammered, immediately covering her eyes with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks in a torrent of sorrow. It's all right, don't cry. There's no danger now. Speak freely. If I can assist you, I will certainly do so. Actually, I am an orphan. Previously, I attended a public university, and my living expenses were earned through part-time jobs. Wang Yu listened attentively, nodding in understanding, thinking to himself, what an indomitable spirit she possesses. And then, what brought you to seek refuge here? Xia Chirong swallowed hard and whispered, I saw a notice on a forum about the shelter-seeking survivors. So I organized a group with some teachers to come here for safety. But they all. She covered her entire face, crying out louder than before. At that moment, Wang Yu deduced the unfortunate circumstances. He gently stroked her head and comforted her in a soft tone. It's all right. Don't cry. It's all in the past now, and we have ensured safety. Life will improve. Yet, she continued to weep, unable to accept the reality of her situation. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming sense of worthlessness, lamenting that she had been a burden to them. If only I had reacted more quickly. The teacher's wound have been bitten by the zombies, she sobbed. There, do not weep. It is all in the past now. The only thing that matters is to live well, so as not to squander the final kindness bestowed upon you by those teachers, he gently reassured her. With a sudden burst of emotion, she threw herself into Wang Yu's embrace, and over the days, apart from the solace he provided, she found herself developing feelings for him. Gradually, she succumbed to sleep. Wang Yu carefully laid her down and tucked her in. Let her rest well, Meng Xiaodao. I hope she can forget the unpleasant past, he thought. All right, brother Wang Yu. Where shall we sleep tonight? She inquired. We'll discuss that later. There are matters to attend to first, he replied with a sigh. As the leader of the refuge, Wang Yu knew he had to initiate inspections. Besides soothing the people's spirits, he also needed to reinforce their original dwellings. Their houses, constructed of wood, were undoubtedly less sturdy than his villa. Subsequently, Wang Yu sought out Xiong Zhuang, asking, how's the reinforcement of the houses progressing? Without hesitation, Xiong Zhuang responded, no issues at all. I have instructed everyone to set aside their tasks and focus entirely on the reinforcement. He then lifted a double-reinforced wooden plank, showcasing it to Wang Yu. The wood was nearly 6 centimeters thick, robust enough to withstand a bullet. He was confident that a house built with such thickness would keep the monsters at bay. Wang Yu was quite pleased. Excellent work. Following this, he went to find Shan. The environment within the steel mill is rather somber, and the air quality has consistently been poor. Upon entering, Wang Yu found himself sneezing repeatedly until someone offered him a mask, which provided him with a modicum of relief. Chapter 68. Crafting weapons. The ironworks is stiflingly hot, nearly unbearable, yet the laborers toil with fervor, for under Wang Yu's leadership, they enjoy the finest conditions. Upon noticing the arrival of others, Anshan paused his work. Wang Yu approached and inquired, what weapon are you crafting? Anshan lifted a lengthy weapon and began to elaborate. While I cannot produce firearms, I have developed an anti-material bow. Observe its remarkable elasticity. I conservatively estimate that even a 3mm steel plate would be utterly incapable of withstanding a single arrow. Is that truly the case? Wang Yu asked, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Why would I deceive you? Let us venture outside to test it. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a picturesque spot on the hillside behind the shelter, where the terrace slopes were ideal for cultivation. Beside the mountain path stood a towering poplar, likely over 25 meters tall, its branches lush and verdant. However, they were still a mere 50 paces away from the tree. Wang Yu watched intently as Anshan prepared for the demonstration, saying, "Let us begin. I wish to see the power of your creation." Anshan inhaled sharply. Having brought only 3 arrows, he spread his arms and knocked an arrow onto the bowstring. The veins on his forearms bulged, indicating the bow's considerable strength, yet even he, at just over 19 years of age, struggled to draw it fully, managing only 4/5 of the way. With a resounding bang, a steel-headed arrow soared rapidly, accompanied by a formidable whoosh as it pierced through the air. Crack! With a resounding thud, the arrow embedded itself into the trunk of an ancient poplar tree, halfway swallowed by the wood, showcasing its considerable power. Witnessing such might, Wang Yu inhaled sharply, exclaiming in astonishment, "Good heavens, this force surpasses that of a firearm." It is conservatively estimated that a third-tier zombie could easily be dispatched with a single shot. "How do you find the power of the bow I crafted?" came the question. "Quite impressive indeed. This bow can certainly be deemed powerful," Wang Yu praised enthusiastically. "Indeed, it is rather commendable, though I sense the accuracy could use some improvement. If you could procure some feathers, I believe the shots would be remarkably precise," Anshan remarked as he stepped forward to tug at the misfired arrow, only to find it stubbornly lodged in place. "Blimey, this power is formidable. It's utterly stuck. It seems the force is too great, rendering it impossible to recover for reuse," he pondered. As he contemplated, Wang Yu approached, firmly grasping the shaft of the arrow and yanking it free with ease. "Isn't it easy to pull out?" he questioned with a hint of disbelief. "Really? Then why couldn't I remove it?" Anshan retorted. "Humph. Perhaps it is due to your lack of strength," Wang Yu teased. "Is that so? Now that we've finished testing, I shall return to crafting more bows and arrows," Anshan declared, preparing to turn away, but Wang Yu seized his arm. "Wait a moment. The bow and arrow are still quite unwieldy. Is there a weapon that is both effective and less laborious?" Wang Yu inquired urgently. "Indeed, I understand your intention to provide women with self-defense weapons. The draw weight of the bow is excessive, hence I have devised a weapon known as the slingshot. It is quite remarkable, easy to construct, and its projectiles can be found almost anywhere." "Oh, where can such an excellent weapon be found?" Wang Yu inquired, rubbing his hands together in anticipation as he gazed at the confident Anshan. "Follow me. I devised this long ago, however, I have yet to test it, so I cannot ascertain its accuracy," Anshan replied. They proceeded to return to the factory. Inside, the cacophony of machinery filled the air, predominantly the sound of workers wielding hammers. The electricity could no longer support the larger machinery, necessitating the use of manual shaping tools and coal for melting steel. Anshan arrived at his workstation and retrieved a small iron slingshot from beneath his desk. This slingshot was both compact and exquisite, measuring less than 3 inches, with its handle wrapped in red cloth, indicative of his meticulous care for it. Anshan handed the slingshot to Wang Yu, saying, "Behold. This is the small weapon I have developed, though I doubt it could slay a zombie. Indeed, it may not be lethal, yet the draw weight is considerable," Wang Yu exclaimed, extending his arms to test the slingshot. Compared to the bow, it was certainly far more portable. While it might not kill a zombie, it could serve to distract effectively, proving invaluable in crucial moments. "Indeed, I share your sentiment," Anshan concurred with Wang Yu's assessment. At that moment, a worker, his face smeared with dust, rushed over and urgently exclaimed, "It's dire, Chief. We are running low on coal, and it can no longer sustain the production of iron tools." "How can we be short on coal? How many iron tools have you crafted thus far?" Wang Yu inquired, his anxiety palpable. The worker replied, "We have tirelessly begun manufacturing the composite bows today, and thus far, we have successfully produced 34 bows and over 400 arrows." Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Have the slingshots been made?" "The slingshots? It seems we haven't produced any, aside from the one you hold," the worker responded, his gaze instinctively darting to the slingshot in Wang Yu's hand. With a sigh, Wang Yu conceded, "Well, since coal is in short supply, we cannot produce many bows and arrows. Let us focus entirely on crafting slingshots instead." "Certainly. With our team of over 10 workers, we should be able to forge 20 to 30 slingshots." The worker then departed, returning to his station, echoing the message to the others to redirect all efforts towards slingshot production. At that moment, Anshan chuckled and remarked, "What do you think? Our pace is quite commendable." "Isn't it? Indeed, it is quite impressive. If only we could produce a bit more," Wang Yu replied, patting Anshan on the shoulder. "Now, return to your station. I must pay a visit to Xiaoqirong." "Xiaoqirong?" Anshan queried, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Is she the new beauty?" I didn't realize that Chief Wang had such tastes, but then again, it's fitting for someone as exceptional as you. Wang Yu offered an awkward smile in response. "What are you saying? This makes me feel as though I am some sort of scoundrel." Ultimately, he departed from the ironworks and called upon the waiting Ming Xiaodao at the entrance. Ming Xiaodao gazed at Wang Yu, whose face was smeared with dust and concealed by a mask, and inquired with curiosity, "What have you been up to today to end up like this?" Sighing, he replied, "Oh, nothing much, just inspecting their laborious efforts. They aren't actually crafting weapons, are they?" "Indeed, that's correct. However, my dear Ming Ming has no need for such weaponry. You are far more formidable and impressive than any of them." Wang Yu gently patted her shoulder before enveloping her in an embrace, to which Ming Xiaotao offered no resistance. Only a contented smile. "Thank you, Brother Wang Yu, for your trust." Eventually, they returned to the 6th floor of the villa. Xiaoqirong, who had been resting on the bed, was already awake and engaged in quiet musings. Wang Yu approached her with a smile, asking, "How are you? Did you sleep well? Would you like to get up and stretch a bit?" She nodded in response. With Wang Yu's assistance, she slowly descended from the bed, perhaps due to her extended slumber. Xiaoqirong walked somewhat unsteadily, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Wang Yu was quick to catch her. "Take your time. There's no need to rush. Don't fear falling. I'm here to ensure your safety." Thank you," Xiaoqirong said with a smile. Observing their intimate interaction, Ming Xiaodao pouted slightly, seemingly a tad envious. Thankfully, after a brief period of support, Xiaoqirong was able to walk independently. At that moment, they arrived at the villa's lower level. Xiaoqirong expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Wang Yeshuage. I have had my fill of fun and must return to work now. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. After she departed, he pondered, "Wait a moment, isn't this something I should be saying? Why should I be the one to seek her out? Is she not deliberately avoiding me?" At that moment, Ming Xiaodao approached and playfully kicked Wang Yu in the rear. Fortunately, Wang Yu's enhanced physical capabilities prevented him from tumbling into a ditch. He quickly apologized, scratching his head sheepishly, "My apologies. I was careless and fell into her trap without realizing it." Just then, Xiong Zhuang approached with a smile, accompanied by a dozen robust men. "Chief, these are the night watchmen I selected. Their strength and endurance are impressive. I believe they will be more than adequate." "Is that so?" Wang Yu responded, stepping forward to scrutinize the group of men. Suddenly, Xiong Zhuang barked an order, "At attention. Right face. Stand tall and proud." The dozen men immediately formed a straight line, standing at attention, awaiting Wang Yu's appraisal. As he walked past them, he felt a formidable presence emanating from the group. "Very good. This selection is commendable." The men smiled with satisfaction, responding in unison, "Thank you for your kind words, Chief. We shall work diligently." "Indeed, quite impressive," Wang Yu remarked with a pleased smile, before turning to Xiong Zhuang and inquiring, "What are your plans for their deployment?" There are a total of 14 individuals, intending to form 7 teams, with each team carrying out their duties every evening. Coincidentally, I had previously commissioned Anshan to craft some anti-material bows and arrows, which are now perfectly suited for equipping these individuals. However, the power of these weapons is rather formidable, necessitating ample practice. Xiong Zhuang chuckled and bellowed at the group of men. "Leaders, I ask you, are you capable? Shout it out loud for me. Are you capable?" "Yes, we are certainly capable. For the sake of our children and wives, we must be." "Well, I can already see your courage. Follow me," Wang Yu replied with a smile, leading them toward the factory. The odor within the factory was still quite unbearable, so Wang Yu did not allow them inside but instructed them to wait at the entrance. He then took Ming Xiaodao inside. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 14 anti-material bows, placing them on a nearby table. The 14 men, upon seeing these weapons, could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. "Goodness, such fine items have been crafted by our leader." Wang Yu then drew one of the bows, knocked an arrow, and with arms outstretched, proclaimed, "This bow possesses tremendous power. Do not aim it at your comrades. Do you understand?" "We understand," they replied. Subsequently, Wang Yu directed Xiong Zhuang to bring over a wooden stake and place it 50 meters away. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Wang Yu knocked an arrow, stretched his arms taut, and with a swift whoosh, released the arrow. It flew speedily, striking the wooden stake with a resounding thud. The formidable strike drew continuous praise from the group of men, exclaiming in admiration for their leader's prowess. Wang Yu promptly lowered his bow and called over the sturdy Xiong Zhuang, instructing him to gather the over 200 arrows nearby. He emphasized the necessity for diligent practice. As they would commence patrols that very evening, it is imperative that they refine their skills, he cautioned, for if they falter, it will ultimately be their own misfortune. Understood. Chief, I shall ensure it, Xiong Zhuang replied earnestly. Wang Yu gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing with Meng Xiaotao. Brother Wang Yu, do you really intend to entrust these matters to them? Meng Xiaotao inquired, a hint of worry lacing her voice. Of course, we cannot be their constant guardians. Besides, I harbor no particular fondness for them. Though we are of the same nation, providing them with this level of protection is already quite commendable. Oh, so you possess such a benevolent side, Brother Wang Yu, Meng Xiaotao remarked, her words inadvertently irking him. He playfully flicked her forehead with his fingers. What is that? When have you ever perceived me as malevolent? This is the apocalypse, not a realm of immortals, making me sound as if I am steeped in sin. He laughed lightly. Afterward, Wang Yu took Meng Xiaotao out of the cafeteria for dinner, patiently awaiting the onset of nightfall. Standing on the 6th floor of the villa, he gazed through the glass at the twinkling lights below, a somber expression clouding his features. Would that ominous entity truly make an appearance tonight? Would those men possess the fortitude to withstand it? Brother Wang Yu, are you concerned for their well-being? If so, I could assist, Meng Xiaotao offered. Dreaming Xiaotao shyly said, Wang Yu gently stroked her head a few times. Oh dear, I could never bear to let you take risks. To put it plainly, they are merely zombie wolves. With weapons in hand, they should be safe. I cannot possibly protect them at all times. Thus, they must learn to stand on their own. All right then, I will listen to Brother Wang Yu. Wang Yu turned and led Dreaming Xiaotao to his bedroom. Unbeknownst to him, several kilometers away, a few ferocious beasts were baring their teeth, salivating hungrily. Their fangs were sharper than ever, their bite force more formidable. Infected by the zombie virus, they had become extraordinary. And one of them had previously tasted sweet victory. This time, more would be lured in. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Dreaming Xiaotao were blissfully resting, oblivious to the impending danger. As the hours passed, around 7 and 8 o'clock, the lights in the nearby shelters gradually dimmed. Yet, two individuals remained vigilant, patrolling with flashlights. The temperature was steadily dropping, leading to a lack of conversation between them. Each wielded different weapons. One held a bow and arrow, while the other brandished a spear. The young man with the bow, his face reddened from the cold, rubbed his hands together and exhaled a puff of warm breath. This is unbearable. It is far too cold, isn't it? Su Kejian, do you think we could sneak back and take a break? How could that be possible? The leader has bestowed upon us this honorable task, watching over us intently. Should we falter now, it would be our dear friends and family who pay the ultimate price. Zhou Fei, can you muster some resolve? A mere hint of adversity should not compel you to retreat. Do you still consider yourself a man? Su Kejian let out a cold snort and patted his shoulder. Though clad only in a tank top and a shirt, he had once been a fitness instructor. Capable of enduring this chill, the two men traversed the pitch-black night, alternating between evading the cold and enduring the solitude. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from the high walls surrounding the shelter in the distance. Chapter 70, Meng Xiaotao Strikes. Su Kejian senses something amiss. Zhou Fei's demeanor shifted abruptly, tension gripping him. Although armed, he felt an overwhelming dread in the face of such terrifying entities. Su Kejian swallowed hard, equally apprehensive. Yet he persisted in taking deep breaths to bolster his courage. No need to panic. I possess this nuclear weapon. Should I fear these creatures? Despite his thoughts, his heart raced, and his grip on the rifle tightened. His gaze fixated on the darkened wooden wall ahead as they moved side by side. Advancing at an agonizingly slow pace, each step demanding immense courage. A sparse rustling filled the air, accompanied by ominous creaks. In an instant, they nearly screamed, both swallowing hard as their breaths quickened. Su Kejian, with one hand gripping the rifle, pointed the sharp end towards the darkness. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed through the night. He felt a twinge of confusion. What was this sensation? Had he inadvertently pierced a creature? Suddenly, the spear quivered violently, and a beast broke free from its tip. Lunging forward with ferocity, a horrifying wolf's maw came into view, its dark fur reeking of putrid blood. What on earth was this? The zombie wolf opened its blood-red jaws and snapped at him, but fortunately he managed to position the spear horizontally, deflecting the vicious bite. The clash of teeth against metal filled the air, sparks flying from the wolf's mouth, revealing its desperate hunger. Xiu Kejun was already paralyzed with terror, overwhelmed to the point of losing control in that harrowing environment. With a quivering voice, he implored Zhou Fa to quickly knock an arrow and slay the zombie wolf. Just moments ago, he had been frozen in shock, but Zhou Fa's urgent shout snapped him back to reality. He swiftly drew his sword and placed it on the bowstring, preparing to shoot. Yet, the zombie wolf continued to sway erratically, making it exceedingly difficult to aim. For heaven's sake, would it stay still? I can't aim like this. Zhou Fa bellowed as he released an arrow, which pierced through the wolf's fur and vanished into the surrounding darkness. A muffled thud resonated in the air. Could it be that he had struck true? However, only one zombie wolf emerged, an arrow lodged in its eye, rendering it blind. Yet, it still possessed a functioning eye. With a fierce howl, the black-furred zombie wolf lunged again, sinking its teeth into Xiu Kejun's foot. Xiu Kejun experienced excruciating pain in his left foot. And before he could fully comprehend the agony, a wolf twisted its neck, exerting tremendous force that violently severed his left foot. Flesh tore and blood spurted forth, filling the air with a metallic scent. Zhou Fa, having never witnessed such a horrific scene, abandoned his weapon and fled without looking back, shouting in panic, "Disaster! The shelter has been breached. We are doomed. Everyone, gather your belongings and escape quickly." Xiu Kejun gasped in pain, lifting his remaining foot to kick at the zombie wolf. But alas, another zombie wolf loomed before him. He could hardly aim, beset by agony and the imminent threat to his face, leaving him with no opportunity to focus. Despair enveloped him, and he felt increasingly powerless. Suddenly, a pickaxe flew through the air, striking the zombie wolf on his face and severing its forepaw. Black blood sprayed chaotically, providing Xiu Kejun a chance to escape. It turned out that Ming Xiaodao had sensed the danger, having previously been beside Wang Yu as he slept. In an instant, the shelter was ablaze with light, as numerous men emerged, wielding various farming tools. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious beast, they were gripped by trepidation. Ming Xiaodao stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming aura that only the undead wolves could perceive. Quickly, someone assist this young man. The pack of zombie wolves has not yet approached. Two survivors rushed to Xiu Kejun's side, hastily helping him to his feet. His expression was beyond words, as the pain from losing a foot rendered him trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Wang Yu rushed over, observing the incessant flow of blood from Xiu Kejun. He swiftly reacted, urging that he be taken to medical assistance without delay, hastily applying bandages and utilizing the first aid kit to staunch the bleeding. With his command, the stunned onlookers finally sprang into action, lifting him with urgency. Unmindful of the blood that might stain their garments, simply focused on the task at hand. Subsequently, Wang Yu's gaze shifted once more to the two zombie wolves. One of the wolves had a foreleg severed. Despite the absence of pain, it continued to emit low growls. Wang Yu closed his eyes, instantly revealing a visage of trepidation. Outside the shelter, an array of zombie wolves lurked, each exuding a fierce malevolence, likely numbering in the hundreds. Wolves, being inherently social creatures, are already formidable. Yet their transformation into these undead beasts rendered them even more ferocious. A beast devoid of pain poses a grave threat. However, the zombie wolves did not charge forward in haste. It became apparent that Ming Xiaodao stood her ground, her presence exerting a palpable pressure over the pack. In a hushed tone, Wang Yu inquired, "Ming Xiaodao, do you possess confidence in confronting these zombie wolves?" She smiled gently, reassuring him, "Do not worry, brother Wang Yu. These little zombie wolves cannot possibly contend with me. But what if there are 100 or so zombie wolves? Do you still hold confidence?" Wang Yu's expression darkened as he drew Ming Xiaodao closer to him. "If there are indeed 100, I can only guarantee the safety of you, brother Wang Yu, and myself. As for the others, I fear I may not be able to protect them." "I understand," he replied. Wang Yu gently patted her head, then called out to the survivors behind him with urgency. "Quickly, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. This time, it is either their demise or ours." The weight of his words fell upon each individual like a heavy hammer, instilling a profound sense of dread. Fear enveloped the crowd, with some weeping and others shouting, as if they were on the brink of death. "Do not panic. Swiftly retrieve your weapons, for we still have a chance," Wang Yu reassured them, tirelessly uplifting their spirits. Having faced similar crises before, the survivors soon regained their composure and hurriedly rushed to arm themselves. In the midst of this delicate moment, Ming Xiaodao had already taken action. Her target was a zombie wolf, one that was missing a forepaw. Yet, despite its injury, the creature did not retreat. It let out a low growl and lunged forward. However, this zombie wolf was merely a low-tier beast, devoid of intellect. As a fourth-tier fighter, Meng Xiaodao found it exceedingly easy to confront such an adversary. The instant the zombie wolf pounced, she swiftly extended her hand, seizing its neck with force, snapping it effortlessly. It was unable to utter even a single roar. Meng Xiaodao had initially wondered if this upper-body wolf would yield a small candy. Subsequently, she probed the creature's head, extracting a white viral essence pill. After placing the small candy in her mouth and savoring it, she found its flavor quite pleasant, even superior to that which she had extracted from a zombie's brain. Chapter 71. The final decision. Wang Yu gazed at Meng Xiaodao as she licked her lips in surprise and quickly inquired, "Does this thing also contain a viral essence?" Meng Xiaodao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this little white candy is exceptionally delicious." She licked her lips once more, her eyes fixating on the next zombie wolf. Wang Yu swiftly analyzed the situation, considering Meng Xiaodao's words. This treat was far tastier than the candy offered by the zombies. Could it be due to the consumption of human flesh? As this thought crossed his mind, his brow furrowed, and he hurriedly grasped Meng Xiaodao, who was about to charge out. "Don't act impulsively. The army of zombie wolves outside is likely terrifying. Allow me a moment to contemplate." "Ah? Brother Wang Yu needs to think, then my candy will run away." Suddenly, a zombie wolf raised its head and let out a roar towards the sky, causing Wang Yu to feel a sense of impending doom. Quickly, Meng Xiaodao, take care of it. In an instant, Meng Xiaodao sprang into action, driven by her yearning for the candy and her obedience to Wang Yu's command. Within a mere second, she swiftly dispatched the zombie wolf that had just emitted a sound. With a twist of its neck, she extracted the treat, placing it in her mouth, savoring it before slowly swallowing, relishing the flavor. Ah, so delicious. However, beneath the shelter, there existed a gaping hole, slightly larger than a human head, through which even the sturdy wooden planks had been clawed through by the horde of zombie wolves. Although Meng Xiaodao had slain the one zombie wolf, the others outside howled in unison, their cacophony resounding through the air. The individuals within the shelter were engulfed in a profound sense of panic, each face reflecting an overwhelming disarray of emotions. Some even broke down in tears, lamenting, "Oh, we are all doomed." Wang Yu furrowed his brow, inhaled deeply, and shouted, "Brothers, as long as we unite in purpose, we shall surely overcome this adversity." Under the waves of his reassurance, the crowd gradually found their composure. For the first time, they witnessed Wang Yu's strength, instilling in them an unwavering belief in his words. "Anshan Xiongzhuang and Mu Ji, come forth. I have tasks to assign you," Wang Yu called calmly. Slowly, three figures emerged from the throng, the individuals he mentioned. Having spent considerable time with Wang Yu, they remained unperturbed, gazing up at him instead. "Chief, what are your orders?" they inquired in unison. "Mu Ji, lead the elderly, the weak, and the ill to the 6th floor of the villa for shelter. Anshan, take a group of the young to the factory to procure weapons. Xiongzhuang, swiftly gather the youth and prepare for battle. Tonight, it shall be either their demise or ours." Once Wang Yu had delineated his commands, the three immediately began organizing the dispersal of the crowd. The group, gripped by the fear of death, complied without hesitation, and soon they had separated. Most of the elderly and infirm were escorted away by Mu Ji, yet a small number remained behind. Wang Yu, slightly taken aback, noticed an elderly man, around 50 or 60 years of age, and inquired with curiosity, "Why do you not join them? You seem unable to fight." However, the elderly woman with white hair and a floral shirt coughed twice, her voice tinged with sorrow as she said, "My entire family perished in this apocalyptic catastrophe. Now, I am the sole survivor." Upon hearing such words, Wang Yu instinctively covered his face and forced a bitter smile. "Given your condition, do you still possess the strength to fight? Perhaps it would be wiser to rest." Yet, the old lady remained resolute. "No, I must go. Life in this shelter was once pleasant, and now a beautiful lady tends to me. It is time for me to contribute. The leader has permitted me to join." Sighing, Wang Yu conceded, "Very well, but should you find it too much to bear, retreat immediately." He could only acquiesce to her wishes. Nevertheless, the presence of this grandmother stirred the spirits of the onlookers. Some men, initially gripped by fear, now raised their heads proudly, devoid of trepidation. Some had never known love, while others had lost their entire families, rendering them solitary souls. Faced with the ravenous undead, they felt no fear. It was nighttime, a time typically reserved for slumber. Yet this sanctuary faced imminent peril and was compelled to retaliate. Meanwhile, as Wang Yu turned to glance at Meng Xiaodao, he noticed she was still chewing on something. Meng Xiaodao, how many zombie wolves have you slain?" "Indeed," she replied cheerfully, "I took advantage of their carelessness when they emerged from that hole. If there were too many, I wouldn't have been able to handle them." Meng Xiaodao smiled sweetly as she wiped the blood from her hands. "Well, With you here, I need not panic. Wang Yu wore a reassuring smile, yet suddenly, he was met with a resonant chorus of powerful shouts from behind. It turned out that Xiong Zhuang had already equipped the remaining individuals with full armor. Each person bore spears and bows, with some even wielding shields. Indeed. It seemed that tonight, we might withstand the onslaught. If we endure until dawn, this pack of zombie wolves should retreat. Then, Wang Yu shouted, "Do you have confidence?" The fully armed individuals responded with a resounding, "Of course." Behind these men stood a few elderly individuals and some women, their loved ones nearly all perished, leaving them enveloped in despair. Yet, a profound sense of duty lingered within them. Receiving aid within the shelter brought them a semblance of happiness. Thus, they resolved to expend their final energies in protection. Wang Yu then divided the group into two categories: archers stationed atop the watchtowers for support, while those with shields and the women remained below to provide backup. The spear wielders would cover the retreat of the injured. In the next moment, the walls of the shelter reverberated as the pack of zombie wolves launched their assault, with many attempting to infiltrate through a small aperture. Wang Yu's gaze hardened as he shouted to the group, quickly, mobilize and take action." Instantly, everyone rushed to their positions, bracing themselves for the life-and-death challenge ahead. At that moment, Anshan arrived, slowly approaching with an anti-material bow in one hand and a long gun in the other. With a grin, he inquired, "Leader Wang Yu, do you require this bow or this long gun?" "The long spear, indeed, is my preferred weapon of choice." Wang Yu accepted the weapon, weighing it in his hands. It was undeniably hefty, at least 30 to 40 pounds. Both the tip and the butt of the spear were forged from pure iron, and the quality was undoubtedly exceptional. At that moment, Wang Yu suddenly closed his eyes, his expression turning grave. It was then that a crisp yet powerful howl of a wolf resonated from outside the shelter. The howl carried an air of authority. "Damn, this pack of zombie wolves has a wolf king," Wang Yu murmured. "Hey, what tier is the zombie wolf king?" "Wang Yu, do you know?" Dream Xiaodao inquired. Wang Yu opened his eyes and gently patted Dream Xiaodao's head. Initially, my mental energy enveloped her, but when I looked again, she had stealthily slipped behind the wolf pack. Her intelligence must be commendable. "Ah, that's wonderful. That means its little sugar candies must be delectable." Chapter 72. Carelessness. Wang Yu observed Dream Xiaodao's ecstatic demeanor and patted her head. "Do not dwell on it. I will not allow you to take unnecessary risks. Please." "Wang Yu," Dream Xiaodao pleaded, shaking his arm. Yet Wang Yu remained resolute. "No, absolutely not this time." "Very well, but I can make an exception for you. Just block that hole. If any zombie wolves enter, deal with them, and all those little sugar candies will be yours." "All right, thank you, Wang Yu," Dream Xiaodao exclaimed, her joy palpable as she dashed off to guard the hole. In this cavern, guarded by Dream Xiaodao, Wang Yu felt no concern, allowing most of the manpower to be utilized effectively. However, amidst their conversation, a pack of zombie wolves launched an assault. With their sharp claws digging into the wood, they climbed up step by step, but how could those armed with spears and bows permit their ascent? They met the oncoming threats with their weapons. Soon, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Much like the ancient sieges, the attackers would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties, paying a bloody price. And these were merely low-tier zombie wolves. Dream Xiaodao fixed her gaze on the entrance, and as the zombie wolves emerged, she swiftly dispatched one with a precise strike to the throat, causing its body to become a barricade, rapidly filling the opening with the carcasses of the fallen wolves. Alone, she felt fearless, and with the spoils available, she could indulge in a feast akin to a buffet. Seeing that Dream Xiaodao had things under control, Wang Yu immediately joined the defensive battle alongside the group. The zombie wolves, with a powerful leap, crossed the chasm and began to scale the wooden wall. Holding a 30-pound spear aloft, Wang Yu faced the clawing beasts without a trace of hesitation. With a swift thrust, blood erupted. The spear plunged directly into the eye socket of a zombie wolf, yet as he forcefully extracted it, a jet of black blood sprayed forth. The stench was overwhelming, reminiscent of a foul odor, as if the insides of the zombie wolf were akin to a ruptured bag of excrement. Wang Yu nearly retched, but fortunately, the wounded zombie wolf plummeted down, granting him a moment to catch his breath. It was unbearable, intolerable. He let out a bitter laugh and raised his gaze to the pitch-black night, where pairs of crimson eyes converged upon the refuge. A wave of fear washed over Wang Yu as he faced this multitude of zombie wolves for the first time. Although he could have easily fled on his own, he could not abandon his dear friends. Wang Yu refused to be so ignoble as to forsake his companions and escape alone. With a renewed determination, he swiftly pierced the skull of one of the zombie wolves, its dark blood splattering down like raindrops. However, upon closer inspection, he was horrified to see the corpse of the fallen wolf being devoured by its comrades. His pupils constricted slightly. The visual shock combined with the horrid stench made him retch. Were the zombie wolves so ravenous that they would not spare even their fallen kin? Wang Yu murmured to himself, tapping his spear against the wooden planks to dislodge the remnants of the spoils, lightening his load. Yet, there were hundreds of zombie wolves, and their assault was slow, with only one approaching every several minutes. Their attacks were methodical, with zombies climbing from every direction and corner. After waiting for a while, he dispatched another wolf that was about to ascend. This effortless method of slaying the undead brought him a sense of joy. With a smile, he remarked, "It seems that getting through tonight will be rather easy." Suddenly, a wave of panic erupted from the logistics area of the refuge. Someone shouted frantically, "There has been a transformation. Someone has turned into a zombie." Zombies? They were all here, fighting desperately. There hadn't been any zombie wolves infiltrating their ranks. Where could these zombies have come from? Wang Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Suddenly, it dawned on him with a chilling realization. He had forgotten about the individual who had suffered a severed foot. The chaos below had escalated. The people on the upper ground were valiantly resisting, while his own home lay vulnerable to theft. Wang Yu shouted, "Do not lose your composure. You continue to fight up there. I shall descend to investigate." A weary young man, adorned with the marks of battle, called out, "Leader, you must resolve this matter diligently. My wife is still in logistics. I implore you to ensure her safety." Though he was no longer fearful, his concern for his beloved remained paramount. "Fear not, for I am here," Wang Yu reassured him. He then closed his eyes, as the uneven terrain necessitated such an action. After all, there was no time to repair the concrete pathways. In a room nearby, a transformed zombie male was viciously attacking a middle-aged woman. Without hesitation, Wang Yu brandished his spear and charged forward. The zombie, having only recently undergone its horrific transformation, had not yet experienced a significant enhancement in physical prowess. While it continued to gnaw at its victim, Wang Yu approached from behind and thrust the spear through its head, pinning it against the wall. The man was impaled, writhing in agony, as dark blood trickled down the spear's shaft. Is the extent of this transformation truly so terrifying? Wang Yu pondered, a sigh escaping his lips. He cast a glance at the lifeless woman on the floor, shaking his head in remorse. "Alas, I have been careless, allowing such a grievous oversight to occur. My sincerest apologies to you." Wang Yu observed the lifeless body on the ground for 3 silent seconds. Suddenly, the woman's corpse began to writhe, rising inexplicably to her feet. Her face contorted grotesquely, and her unevenly stretched arms flailed about erratically. The sound of her limbs stretching was unsettling, the joints audibly cracking as they twisted unnaturally. Could it be that she had transformed so swiftly? This female zombie, with her chest gnawed open, continued to bleed profusely. Yet, this did not hinder her transition into the undead. With a chilling roar, the female zombie pivoted and charged towards Wang Yu. The sheer grotesqueness of her form struck him with a jolt. He raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick, fueled by the significant enhancements his body had undergone. The female zombie flew backward like a fallen projectile, crashing into the wooden wall behind her, creating a gaping hole approximately 3 inches wide. Half of her body was lodged within this breach, yet she relentlessly struggled to free herself. The resilience of this undead creature was remarkable. She seemed impervious to death. Wang Yu sighed softly. Despite the female zombie's previously ample figure, she had been rendered unrecognizable by a male zombie's vicious gnawing. Her contortions eventually allowed her to partially extricate herself, though the resilient wooden splinters had left her body marred with scars. She let out another roar, her blood-red eyes fixated intently on Wang Yu. Her mouth trembled, and in the next moment, she spread her arms wide and lunged toward him. "Goodness, what do you intend to do in such a dire situation?" Wang Yu swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, exerting a slight force with his legs, veins bulging. And with tremendous strength he leapt forward, delivering a clean and decisive strike that severed the head of the female zombie. The blood from the headless corpse sprayed wildly, and Wang Yu quickly evaded the splatter, realizing that this room was now rendered uninhabitable. Chapter 73. If you choose to be lazy, then prepare to face the consequences. Wang Yu sighed, addressing the flustered logistics team with a commanding voice. "All right, the matter is resolved." A middle-aged woman approached and inquired, "Leader, have you truly dealt with it? Why do I hear strange noises emanating from this room?" "Oh, right. There's a zombie that I impaled with an iron rod, pinned to the wall. It should still be alive, so I advise you all to keep your distance. This house is no longer safe. The logistics team nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, leader, for your assistance. Wang Yu scratched his head, chuckling lightly. He gazed up at the moon, now tilted, indicating that it was quite late, likely around 4 or 5 in the morning. Oh, and if anyone is feeling fatigued, please take a turn. We must not allow those zombie wolves to breach our defenses, or the consequences will be dire. They nodded in unison, affirming their understanding. Subsequently, Wang Yu returned to Meng Xiaotao's side, who appeared carefree and untroubled. Meng Xiaotao, having dispatched the zombie wolves that had charged in, had inadvertently sealed the breach. However, the zombie wolves dragged the corpses of their fallen companions out and began to crawl inside. This phenomenon led to Dream Xiaotao effortlessly resolving each intrusion. Wang Yu quietly inquired, "How are you faring?" "I am quite well here. These foolish zombie wolves cannot penetrate my defenses, and instead, all the sweet treats have fallen into my grasp." She replied with a cheerful smile, clearly delighted. "That's good to hear. Will you accompany me, Brother Wang Yu?" "I cannot. I must attend to the zombie wolves scaling the wall. You stay vigilant here." Dream Xiaotao felt a twinge of disappointment but soon intensified her efforts, showing no mercy toward the horde of zombie wolves. With precision, she struck at their vital points, twisting their necks until they snapped, dark blood spraying forth, staining the ground a deep black and filling the air with a pungent stench. Wang Yu then returned to the wall. Observing that the advance of the zombie wolves had slowed, with numerous corpses accumulating below. "How do they fare? Are these zombie wolves easy to slay?" he asked a nearby young man who was dispatching the undead. "Indeed, they are quite easy to kill. These dim-witted zombie wolves are slow to attack and lack intelligence. The moment they approach, a single shot is enough to pierce through them, which is exceedingly satisfying." "That is reassuring," Wang Yu nodded, and then shifted his gaze to the other side. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he shouted, "You there, do not slack off. The zombie wolves are approaching. Be cautious, or you may find yourself dragged down." The young man appeared remarkably unperturbed, propping his weapon with one hand while leisurely extracting a cigarette and attempting to ignite it amidst the brisk winds that surrounded him. Despite his efforts, the flame stubbornly refused to catch. Cursed be this fire, why won't it light? Upon hearing Wang Yu's call, he glanced upward. "No worries, Chief. These zombie wolves are crawling up slowly. I can afford to waste a few minutes." Yet, this deliberate delay allowed the zombie wolves to ascend the wall. Panic seized him suddenly as his cigarette and lighter slipped from his grasp. "Damn it, my precious cigarettes." Instinctively, he reached for them, managing to catch both the lighter and the cigarette, but the zombie wolves had already closed in on him. The foul stench and the metallic scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, flooding him with an overwhelming dread. He raised his face to behold the zombie wolf before him, rendered speechless by terror. In that moment, he lost control, wetting himself in fright. "Chief, save me." As he uttered these words, Wang Yu was already rushing to his aid, but it was too late. The zombie wolf viciously clamped down on one of his arms, dragging him downwards, along with his weapon. The surrounding men gasped at the scene, yearning to assist him, yet found themselves immobilized. The horde of zombie wolves launched an all-out assault. Although their speed was lacking, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With each passing moment, the place teetered on the brink of breach. Wang Yu swiftly arrived to fill the void left by the fallen young man, who was beyond salvation, having brought this fate upon himself. The unfortunate lad was dragged down by the zombie wolf. His immediate reaction was to retreat swiftly, yet he could not escape the biting fangs of the zombie wolves. 5 of these creatures seized him at 5 different points, and only now did he realize that regret came too late. "Ah, I do not wish to die." The onlookers atop the walls felt a jolt of fear at the sight. "Leader, should we not go to his aid?" Wang Yu scoffed dismissively. "Aid? What nonsense. He sought his own demise. He has no one to blame. Do you see? This is the consequence of laziness. Therefore, I expect all of you to take this seriously. Do you hear me? Time is fleeting, and soon dawn will break, making our adversaries more manageable." Lacking a weapon, Wang Yu could only resort to a few swift strikes. As a zombie wolf finally managed to ascend, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the creature flying. He glanced at his handiwork with satisfaction. A mere zombie wolf dares to flaunt its prowess before me? Suddenly, a resounding howl pierced the night. It was the voice of the zombie wolf king. Its crimson eyes glistened ominously in the darkness, and its intelligence was not to be underestimated. The zombie wolf king realized that continued assaults would only deplete its forces. After a series of fierce howls, the pack ceased their attack and shifted their focus. Instead of charging forward, hundreds of zombie wolves began to gnaw at the previous breach. Wang Yu sensed impending doom. "This is bad," Meng Xiaotao. The group halted their offensive, For the zombie wolves no longer advanced towards them, but turned to burrow into the opening. The crowd must cease their efforts here. They shall not return. Retreat now. The zombie wolves have altered their strategy, causing Wang Yu considerable distress. They do not mindlessly plunge into the hole. Rather, they gnaw methodically at its edges, seeking to gradually enlarge the opening. The crisp sound of their teeth biting into the wood resonates, akin to a sharp saw slicing through their very souls. What shall the leader do next? They have ceased their assault here. A young man hurriedly approached with a question. Wang Yu looked up at the youth and, noticing the bow and arrow in his hands, an idea suddenly struck him. Quickly, hand me your bow and arrow. I have a plan. The young man promptly passed the weapon to him, and Wang Yu deftly knocked an arrow. While an ordinary person could only draw back halfway on this anti-material bow, Wang Yu was capable of pulling it fully. With his arm extended, he aimed at the pair of glowing red eyes in the darkness, an unmistakable mark of the Wolf King. With a swift whoosh, the fully drawn arrow was released, cutting through the air with a sound akin to a thunderous explosion. Wang Yu remained uncertain whether this arrow could penetrate the hide of the zombie Wolf King. All he could do now was wait anxiously. He hoped that this undead wolf was not of the 3rd tier or higher, for if it were, calamity would surely befall them. Chapter 74. The Duel of Two. In an instant, the arrow, swallowed by darkness, vanished as if it had fallen into an ocean of despair. The zombie Wolf King remained unscathed. After a brief moment, Wang Yu realized that his previous shot had missed its mark. It seemed he would have to knock another arrow and take aim once more. He drew his bow once more, closing his eyes, and realized that the Wolf King had already entered the realm of his mental dominion, the very reason for its audacious advance, allowing the creature to unknowingly step into his trap. With this knowledge, the shot became easier. He wondered if his arrow would find its mark. Wang Yu chuckled softly as he released the arrow, the sound of whistling wind echoing once again. Guided by his mental focus, the arrow flew straight towards the undead Wolf King, drawing ever closer. Suddenly, Wang Yu's expression tightened, his face darkening ominously. Damn it. It truly is a 4th-tier undead Wolf King. This situation has become dire. Wang Yu's outburst left those nearby in confusion. What happened? Chief, did you hit the Wolf King? Indeed, but this undead creature is far more formidable than I anticipated. This arrow cannot penetrate its defenses. What should we do then, Chief? We won't perish here, will we? Panic began to creep into the voices of his companions, their legs trembling involuntarily. Do not panic. Such fear is futile. Chief, do you truly have no solution? Wang Yu shook his head, then nodded, directing his gaze towards Meng Xiaotao, who stood guard over the gaping hole. Perhaps there is still a way, but it appears you will not be of assistance. He then shouted to the crowd, everyone, start dismantling the buildings. Gather all usable debris and pile it towards that hole. Wang Yu was uncertain if this plan would succeed, yet he had no choice but to gamble everything on it. The moon hung high in the sky, round and bright, casting a romantic glow over the scene. However, those below were already engulfed in a state of panic, willing to embrace a swift demise rather than face the excruciating fate of being slowly torn apart by the zombie wolves. The sound of the creatures gnawing at the wood grew increasingly deafening. Despite the efforts to barricade the entrance with numerous objects, the relentless zombie wolves persisted in their assault. Enlarging the breach, everyone, return to the villa and secure the doors. Wang Yu commanded, uncertain whether the iron gates of the fortress would withstand the impending onslaught. If they failed to hold, he would have no choice but to flee with Meng Xiaotao, leaving the others to their unfortunate fate. Beside him, Muji urgently inquired, Leader Wang Yu, are you not going to seek refuge? Why do you choose to remain? Indeed, will you shoulder the burden of the zombie horde alone? Xiang Zhuang questioned with confusion. That is not for you to worry about. You mortals should find shelter at once. No one is to emerge without my command. He asserted firmly. Are you truly not returning? Muji asked one final time. I will not retreat. I choose to share in the trials and tribulations with my beloved Meng Xiaotao, he replied resolutely. Now, hurry and seek safety elsewhere. Seeing that her persuasion had failed, Muji handed her long sword to Wang Yu. Since you refuse to withdraw, take this weapon. The sword was remarkably sharp, glinting ominously, unlike conventional swords that featured a single sharpened edge. Where did you acquire this weapon? Wang Yu inquired, feeling its impressive weight in his grasp. Alas, this was unearthed while I was organizing the villa. It had previously been stored in a box, and upon seeing it, I perceived it to resemble an antique. Thus I decided to take it out. However, it is also known as the Sword of King Yu. The Sword of King Yu? Could it possibly be the famed Sword of Gojian? It is likely quite similar, one would presume. As they engaged in conversation, the walls of this refuge erupted once more with peculiar sounds. Muji, you must leave swiftly. This place cannot withstand much longer. I have Ming Xiaotao to protect me. So do not worry. Just go. Take care of yourself, Mu Ji replied. Wang Yu observed the departing figure of Mu Ji, finding the situation somewhat amusing. As if they were bidding farewell in the face of death. Nevertheless, he scrutinized the sword of King Yu in his hand, and was taken aback. Indeed, it was a remarkable sword. Its unparalleled hardness and corrosion resistance were evidently beyond what modern craftsmanship could achieve. At that moment, Wang Yu descended from the wooden wall, which had been thoroughly compromised by the horde of zombie wolves. As he descended, the entire wooden structure trembled precariously, as though it might collapse at any moment. Meng Xiaotao swiftly dealt with the incoming zombie wolves when suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Turning his head, he was slightly taken aback. Oh, brother Wang Yu, why did you not seek refuge with them? Why should I? You are still here. How could I leave? Meng Xiaotao felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Though tears did not fall, the sentiment was profoundly resonant. Brother Wang Yu, you are not truly worried about me, are you? Of course. How could I allow you to face danger alone? A peculiar sensation arose within Meng Xiaotao's mind. She pondered for a moment before lifting her gaze and spreading her arms wide, leaping forward. Wang Yu instinctively reciprocated her gesture, enveloping her in his embrace. Brother Wang Yu, I truly adore you, she exclaimed, leaning in for a kiss. Wang Yu did not retreat. Instead, he leaned in to meet her. Moments later, the wooden wall had completely crumbled, yet the two remained entwined in their kiss. With a satisfied smile, Wang Yu declared, All right, it's time to get to work. After gently setting Meng Xiaotao down, he grasped the Yu Wang's sword firmly, facing the encroaching horde of zombie wolves without a hint of trepidation. Meng Xiaotao, unleash your fury upon these zombie wolves. I am here to support you. Understood, she replied, her alabaster skin hardening like granite in an instant. As she prepared to embody the spirit of a slayer, confronted by the merciless zombie wolves, she felt no need for restraint. In the next moment, the anguished howls of the zombie wolves echoed around them, blood splattering and fur flying. Within mere minutes, Meng Xiaotao had vanquished dozens of the beasts. Exhilaration surged through her. The thrill was intoxicating. As she continued her slaughter, her form became streaked with the dark blood of the zombie wolves. Yet she resembled a reaper beneath the moonlight, dangerous and alluring. Meanwhile, while she found solace in her prowess, Wang Yu faced mounting challenges. Despite the razor-sharp blade in his grasp, which cut through iron as if it were clay, fatigue began to take its toll, and the Yu Wang's sword grew increasingly heavy. At last, in the next moment, he found himself unable to wield it effectively. Two zombie wolves attacked him from both sides, one lunging forward. After Wang Yu cleaved the zombie wolf before him in half with a single stroke of his sword, he was ultimately toppled by another zombie wolf lurking behind. The overpowering stench of blood and decay assaulted his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea that he struggled to suppress. The wolf, baring its sharp teeth, lunged for Wang Yu. But he was no easy prey. He seized the wolf's head with both hands, digging his fingers into its eyes, eliciting a low, menacing growl from the creature. It thrashed its head violently in an attempt to shake him off. In the next instant, the wolf's head exploded, cleaved by Meng Xiaotao's hand, which had struck with the precision of a dagger. Black blood rained down like droplets, prompting Wang Yu to hastily turn his head to evade the splatter. Thank you, Meng Xiaotao said, relief flooding through him. Are you all right, brother Wang Yu? Did those hideous creatures harm you? She inquired, extending her blood-stained hand towards him. Wang Yu, undeterred by the mess, grasped her delicate hand and rose to his feet. Of course not. But these zombie wolves are insufferable. Who on earth led this pack here? Wang Yu pondered aloud, observing the nearby zombie wolves that seemed to hesitate, merely growling as if awaiting a command. Suddenly, a commanding roar emanated from the pack, the unmistakable voice of the zombie wolf king. Stay alert, Meng Xiaotao declared fearlessly, positioning herself in front of Wang Yu. The fierce and brutal zombie wolves gradually parted, creating a path for a more robust-looking wolf to emerge. It could only be the zombie wolf king. As Wang Yu watched it approach, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Could this foolish zombie wolf actually speak? The zombie wolf king circled around the two of them twice before letting out a howl, causing the entire pack to join in the chorus. What could this mean? Could it be that they wished to let us go? I am not sure. Wang Yu, perhaps it is possible. Since we are uncertain, let us depart. Wang Yu grasped Meng Xiaotao's hand, intending to leave, but was immediately thwarted by the oncoming zombie wolves, their teeth bared and jaws agape, unwilling to allow his escape. What on earth is happening? It was clear that the zombie wolf king did not wish for them to leave. This bizarre behavior left Wang Yu utterly perplexed. The zombie wolf king seemed to grow agitated, emitting low, rumbling growls. Faced with such a predicament, Wang Yu devised a plan. Perhaps I could directly control it. To discern its thoughts, he closed his eyes and followed the colorful thread to connect with the Wolf King's mind. However, what transpired next darkened his expression. This beast, the zombie Wolf King, actually wanted to challenge Meng Xiaodao to a duel. The zombie Wolf King wishes to face you in single combat, Meng Xiaodao. Oh, it wants to challenge me? Meng Xiaodao appeared equally bewildered. If it is a duel, what is the incentive? Do not fret, I shall continue to communicate with it. Yet, as the conversation unfolded, a grimace replaced his earlier smile. This beast intends to wager my life. Wang Yu then opened his eyes, glaring fiercely at the zombie Wolf King. Meng Xiaodao, noticing Wang Yu's furious demeanor, inquired with concern, what is the matter? Brother Wang Yu, is the request of this foolish dog Wolf King truly excessive? Indeed. It is quite unreasonable. If you emerge victorious, they shall relinquish their claim to this sanctuary for a month. Ultimately, Wang Yu swallowed hard and remarked with profound significance, if you were to lose, I would be taken away by this foolish dog Wolf King and subsequently devoured. Ah, how cruel. Alas, let us not engage him in a duel. We shall depart. However, Meng Xiaodao appeared to have an idea. Perhaps I could make one attempt, and who knows? I might even savor his little candies. Yet, this is exceedingly perilous. Wang Yu was somewhat reluctant, casting a glance at Meng Xiaodao, hoping to dissuade her. But Meng Xiaodao was resolute, declaring firmly, trust me, brother Wang Yu. I refuse to believe that I should fear such a trifling zombie Wolf King. Yet, I fear for your safety, Wang Yu said, clutching his chest with concern. Do not fret, it is merely a small Wolf King. I am entirely untroubled. Will you trust me? Wang Yu, brother. She spoke with unwavering determination. Wang Yu sighed, conceding, very well, but do exercise caution. In the end, he conveyed this message to the zombie Wolf King. Yet, the zombie Wolf King let out another roar, and the surrounding zombie wolves promptly retreated, clearing a space of approximately 100 square meters for Wang Yu and his companions. Wang Yu understood that what was inevitable had finally arrived, had he known. He would have disregarded the sanctuary altogether. With great trepidation, he gazed toward the vacant arena. Soon after, Meng Xiaodao and the zombie Wolf King entered the fray. They abstained from any taunts before the battle commenced. Dream Xiaodao murmured a few words. Brother Wang Yu, just watch, I shall undoubtedly triumph. Meanwhile, the zombie Wolf King roared a few phrases in an unintelligible tongue, conveying its message. Wang Yu could do nothing but anxiously await, feeling utterly helpless, though he found himself rather intrigued by the unfolding battle. As for the outcome, he fervently hoped for Dream Xiaodao's victory. Silently, he began to pray, his grip on the Yuan sword tightening. He was determined to protect Dream Xiaodao, even at the cost of breaking the rules. The two locked eyes, neither willing to strike first. Suddenly, a howl echoed from the wolf pack. In the next moment, the zombie Wolf King lunged forward, howling fiercely as it swung its sharp claws toward Dream Xiaodao's slender waist. However, Dream Xiaodao was no ordinary adversary. She grinned mischievously, extending her delicate hand into a fist and retaliating with vigor. There was neither carnage nor cries of anguish, for both were at the fourth tier. Their skin as hard as iron, thus, the sound of their clash resonated like the ringing of steel. After a flurry of exchanges, the zombie Wolf King remained largely unscathed. Whereas Dream Xiaodao suffered the brunt of the assault, her attire reduced to mere dust. Though the pack of zombies remained oblivious, Wang Yu feasted his eyes upon the spectacle. Having grown weary of her usual demeanor, witnessing her in battle was a source of profound satisfaction. Yet, this state of affairs was fleeting and gradually. His initial delight turned to trepidation as Dream Xiaodao found herself at a disadvantage. Wang Yu watched with mounting anxiety, muttering, Xiaodao, I shall catch your weapon. The sword of King Yu was tossed into the air, caught deftly by Meng Xiaodao. Thank you, brother Wang Yu. Armed with a weapon, she exuded an entirely different aura. Even her fighting stance transformed into one of remarkable elegance, exuding unparalleled grace and charm. Each clash reverberated through the inky darkness of the night, igniting sparks of brilliance. Yet, Wang Yu, with his eyes closed, felt a surge of trepidation. Suddenly, Meng Xiaodao flashed a wicked smile. Die, zombie Wolf King. With a resounding thud, she thrust the King Yu sword directly into the eye of the zombie Wolf King. The fourth-tier zombie, though its skin was hardened, remained vulnerable in its vital areas, particularly the orifices. One eye of the zombie Wolf King was extinguished. Meng Xiaodao withdrew the sword, which was now adorned with a dark, glistening eyeball. In an instant, the zombie Wolf King's socket bled black ichor, signifying its defeat. This battle belonged to Meng Xiaodao. Wang Yu smiled gently, a sense of pride swelling within him. The zombie wolf king, now blinded, roared in frustration, realizing it had underestimated Meng Xiaodao. You have lost, zombie wolf king. Now, take your companions and leave at once. Meng Xiaotao declared with unwavering resolve, her sword pointed elegantly at the defeated foe. Her stance was not only striking, but also imbued with grace. The zombie wolf king roared defiantly, unwilling to concede. What are you roaring about? Since you've lost, be gone. Wang Yu retorted angrily, then approached slowly, affectionately ruffling Meng Xiaodao's hair, showering her with praise. You did exceptionally well, truly remarkable. Hee, thank you, brother Wang Yu. However, after the zombie wolf king suffered defeat, it surprisingly abandoned the principles of honorable combat. With a ferocious roar, it retreated behind its pack, which advanced menacingly. Chapter 76, The Consequences of Dishonorable Conduct. This situation left Wang Yu and Meng Xiaodao quite dissatisfied. What are you doing, you foolish zombie wolf king? Trying to evade your responsibilities? Meng Xiaodao exclaimed, shaking her tiny fist. The zombie wolf king offered no response, not even a shadow was seen, clearly indicating its intention to cheat. While Meng Xiaodao continued to shake her fist and mutter, Wang Yu's anger escalated. He seized the Yuwang sword from his grasp and began to formulate his next strategy. If even your king resorts to cowardice, then you all shall perish. The horde of zombies bared their teeth, their crimson eyes fixated on Wang Yu and his companion. As the space around them dwindled, Wang Yu now felt ensnared, akin to a fish caught in a net, regrettably. The zombie wolves were too foolish to adhere to the principles of a duel. Yet, Meng Xiao suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. Brother Wang Yu, since they refuse to honor their word, I shall eliminate them all. Very well, proceed, he replied. It was evident that the zombie wolf king had not conveyed to its brethren the terrifying nature of Meng Xiaodao. How could a creature capable of defeating their king be anything less than formidable? In the next moment, a howl shattered the silence among the horde. It was the wolf king issuing orders. However, Wang Yu and Meng Xiaodao remained unperturbed. In fact, Meng Xiaodao relished the impending battle, envisioning the bounty of virus essence pills that awaited her. Thus, the fierce confrontation between humans and the zombie wolves commenced. Dream Xiaodao lightly treaded on the floor and, with an indomitable spirit, dashed out. Brother Wang Yu, take care of yourself. I am off to battle. All right, no problem. In an instant. Dream Xiaodao transformed once more into a harbinger of death. The first-tier zombie wolves were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless against her onslaught. Within mere minutes, dozens of these undead beasts had perished at her hands. While she was engaged in a fervent massacre, Wang Yu struggled merely to ensure his own safety. After all, he was but an ordinary human, lacking the extraordinary physique of Dream Xiaodao, and certainly devoid of her skin that was harder than steel. In truth, these were minor concerns. The greatest peril lay in the insidious sin of black blood, an olfactory assault that infiltrated the senses like a mental attack. Ugh, how foul. Wang Yu grimaced as he dispatched a lunging zombie wolf with a swift strike to its throat. Blood splattered onto his face, and he wiped it away. Yet the stench lingered, reminiscent of something left to ferment in a tin can. Nevertheless, he had managed to secure his own safety. Wang Yu noticed Dream Xiaodao glancing his way repeatedly, which darkened his expression. Dream Xiaodao, do not concern yourself with me. Unleash your full might against them. These zombie wolves cannot harm me. I can fend for myself. All right, brother Wang Yu. Ultimately, Dream Xiaodao unleashed her full potential, turning the air around them into a crimson haze. The blood of the zombies hung in the atmosphere like a noxious gas, spreading its vile presence. However, this state of affairs did not persist for long. The sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, its brilliant rays illuminating the land below. On the ground lay over 100 corpses of the zombie wolves, sprawled in their own black blood, staining the earth with a grim, foul odor. However, as the number of these ghastly creatures dwindled to mere dozens, they suddenly ceased their assault and turned tail to flee. The zombie wolf king had long since vanished, and this pack merely succumbed to primal fear, their instincts deeply ingrained. More companions meant greater courage. Meng Xiaodao flicked the dark blood from her hands. Her desire to pursue the retreating zombie wolves ignited, but she was halted by Wang Yu's firm call. Do not chase them. These zombie wolves are no longer a threat. Besides, we are unaware of what terrors lurk deeper within this forest. It would be unwise to walk into another trap. He gazed toward the forest, where the zombie wolves had all scurried off, the mountains rising endlessly ahead, a clear sign that danger was ever present. She paused, observing the disheveled flight of the zombie wolves, and a smile of satisfaction graced her lips. These foolish zombie wolves truly know not what they do. Yet, there are enough sweet treats for me to enjoy. Thus, Meng Xiaotao began to gather her precious candies, plucking them one by one in silence, and stuffing them into her mouth, crunching them delightfully. Wang Yu chuckled softly, offering no objection. Feast to your heart's content. They are all yours. He then removed his outer coat and approached Meng Xiaotao, who was still bent over her collection, draping the garment over her shoulders. What is this? She queried. Your clothes are tattered. Wear my coat to avoid any embarrassment. All right, brother Wang Yu, she replied. In truth, Wang Yu possessed a considerable array of garments, and although some were torn, they were far superior to the attire originally worn by Meng Xiaotao. At the very least, there were not as many revealing areas. The exhilaration of vanquishing the zombie wolves was palpable. Collecting these little candies had consumed a significant amount of time, fully 10 minutes, during which he simultaneously indulged in eating, further extending the duration. As half an hour passed, Meng Xiaotao gently rubbed her stomach, utterly satisfied. The delightful taste of these candies was simply insatiable. If I return next time, I shall ensure their complete annihilation, she mused, before taking Wang Yu's hand. Come on, brother Wang Yu, I have taken all the candies. All right, no problem. Subsequently, Wang Yu returned to the shelter, to their previous location. The survivors, upon seeing the sun shining outside and noticing the absence of zombie wolves through the holes in the door, dared to emerge. In the distance, it was Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao, approaching in the light. The group of survivors regarded them as if witnessing salvation, each one overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. One survivor spoke up, Leader, how did you survive last night without coming in? Indeed, it's quite incredible. Another echoed. Wang Yu, without a hint of modesty, began to boast. They were merely a bunch of brainless zombie wolves. Driving them away was a trivial task. Had it not been for the need to protect you, I would have already annihilated them all. This is truly remarkable. They seemed incredulous, having not witnessed the scene. However, Mu Zhixiong and Anshan approached, well aware of Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao's prowess, thus refraining from further comment. They promptly expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you so much, Leader Wang Yu. Indeed, indeed. The two acknowledged, recalling their solitary struggle against overwhelming odds. Mu Zhi exhaustively employed every word in his vocabulary to extol Wang Yu and Meng Xiaotao. Thank you, truly. Thank you. Oh, by the way, the wall over here has collapsed. Xiongzhuang, please organize everyone to begin reconstructing the shelter at once. Certainly, Xiongzhuang replied affirmatively. With their task accomplished, Wang Yu led them back to the 6th floor of the villa, where he needed to assist Meng Xiaotao in cleansing her body of the lingering dark blood. Are you really going to use this cloth to wipe me down? Yes, indeed. There are areas you cannot reach, and I must attend to those. Wang Yu moved swiftly and efficiently, meticulously cleaning every nook and cranny, even the concealed spots. Especially since she is his girlfriend, deserving of his utmost care. Brother Wang Yu, since you have helped me cleanse myself, allow me to assist you in return. Meng Xiaotao flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes taking on an unusual glint. After a while, Wang Yu provided Meng Xiaotao with a fresh set of clothes to change into. Dressed in a delicate pink ensemble, adorned with flowing ribbons, her slender figure looked exceptionally captivating. Even the current Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. Indeed, my dear girlfriend wears this outfit beautifully. Is that so? Thank you, Wang Yu, for your kind words, Dream Xiaotao replied, rewarding him with a couple of playful pecks. Wang Yu, basking in the soft sensation, chuckled heartily. Not bad at all. You are becoming increasingly adept. Truly, you are my wonderful girlfriend. His words filled Dream Xiaotao with joy, prompting her to respond with a smile. Isn't it just that Wang Yu is incredibly skilled? I have greatly benefited from your guidance, which has allowed me to acquire so much knowledge. Ha ha, you are simply adorable. Wang Yu laughed, affectionately ruffling her hair, feeling as though he had mischievously influenced her. After a brief bout of playful teasing, a rumble emanated from Wang Yu's stomach. Wang Yu, are you hungry? Indeed, you are correct. Let us go. I am eager to dine. Thus, Wang Yu led Dream Xiaotao to the bustling canteen, where lively conversations filled the air. After collecting their meals, they settled at a nearby table. Suddenly, a man stood up, raising a glass of water, and declared, Thank you all. Our leader has guided us through challenging times. I toast to our leader with this glass of water. Others soon followed suit, lifting their cups in Wang Yu's direction in a gesture of respect. Though Wang Yu had neither water nor wine, he simply waved his hand in acknowledgement, offering a subtle gesture of appreciation. The robust man chuckled and said, Chief, you are too modest. It is thanks to you that we have weathered this storm. No need for thanks. It is my duty to serve the chief, Wang Yu replied with an excited smile. Indeed, the situation here is quite favorable. As the leader, one enjoys the luxury of food and drink, requiring only to offer a modicum of protection to others, with little else to concern oneself. Wang Yu then resumed his meal, pondering the peculiar expression on Xia Chirong's face when he had gone to fetch food earlier. Reflecting on her strange demeanor left him perplexed as he took several bites of rice, yet he could not arrive at any conclusion after considerable contemplation. Eventually, he decided to focus on the delectable dishes before him. It must be said, the slices of meat were exquisitely cooked, rich yet not greasy, leaving a delightful flavor with each bite. However, one must not indulge excessively. The first bite is delightful, the second becomes overwhelming, and the third may lead to regret. Wang Yu chuckled to himself and, after finishing his meal, stood up and said to Meng Xiaodao, I shall return shortly after clearing the dishes. Please wait for me here. All right, do hurry back, she replied. Wang Yu turned and made his way towards the kitchen of the cafeteria. The atmosphere was indeed warm, as others rose to greet him, raising their cups of water in a gesture of respect. Naturally, Wang Yu did not decline their gestures, responding with smiles and kind. Upon entering the cafeteria, he noticed that Xia Chirong was washing dishes, her face flushed with embarrassment as she spoke softly to herself. Hearing the commotion behind her, she set down the plate and turned around, her cheeks reddening further at the sight of Wang Yu. Oh, Xia Chirong, why is your face so flushed? Surely you haven't been drinking? No, how could that be? There is no alcohol here for me to consume. Then why is your face so red? Xia Chirong, feeling somewhat bashful, tucked her hands behind her back and swayed slightly. Well, actually, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, managing only to utter half a sentence. Ah. Actually what? Wang Yu was curious to hear what she had to say. However, he already had an inkling of her feelings. Setting aside his plate, he struck a dashing pose. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? Xia Chirong remained silent, her gaze cast downward, her cheeks still vibrant with color. Suddenly, she lifted her blushing face, retrieving a red box from her pocket and presenting it to Wang Yu. Don't open it yet. It must be opened before bedtime. Promise me, won't you? This method of insistence intrigued Wang Yu. Oh, why is that? Just promise me to wait until bedtime, all right? Xia Chirong said. Her cheeks still flushed as she gently urged Wang Yu out of the kitchen. All right, I need to wash the dishes now, so please don't disturb me. Wang Yu, holding the square box that fits snugly in his palm, felt a sense of curiosity. The box emitted a faint fragrance, and its sturdy material suggested some weight. He didn't rush to open it. Instead, he tucked it into his pocket. He pondered why it needed to be opened at night. Was there a surprise within? This thought lingered in his mind, elusive and ungraspable, as he eventually returned to Dream Xiaodao's side. Let us venture forth. I shall take you for a stroll, and we can observe the progress made on the wooden walls. Very well. Meng Xiaodao grasped Wang Yu's hand, feeling the cool yet supple skin, reminiscent of something else altogether. The individuals in the cafeteria hastily finished their meals and rushed outside to commence the construction of the shelter's perimeter. This monumental task was underway, yet following the previous skirmish. Even if they managed to re-erect the wooden structures, they would still fall short by a measure. Originally standing at 3 meters tall, they now only reached 2.5 meters. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Let us get to work. The leader is here to inspect our progress. We must not allow him to see us slacking off." This exclamation invigorated the workers even further. The sounds of labor filled the air, the sawing of wood, the hauling of timber, and the driving of stakes. Wang Yu observed the diligent workers with a sense of satisfaction. This is how work ought to be approached. If only the barriers could be fortified, then the threat of the zombie wolves would be mitigated. Alas, if only iron were readily available. Unfortunately, it is a scarce resource at present. Mining it is out of the question, as the iron deposits lie deep within the caverns, yielding a meager amount, only a pound of iron from several tons of ore. Moreover, laboring in the mines is both filthy and exhausting, and anyone would protest such conditions. However, that was in the past. Now under Wang Yu's leadership, he, as a benevolent leader, would not permit such hardships to persist. Wang Yu noticed Xiong Zhuang approaching and promptly inquired, "When do you anticipate the completion of these barriers?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiong Zhuang replied, "With so many people working here, we should be able to finish today. That is quite good. If it were delayed, I would fear the resurgence of those zombie wolves, which would complicate matters significantly. Haha, there's no need for the leader to worry. This group is quite diligent in their work." That's reassuring. As time swiftly passed, Nightfall arrived, and the walls had been erected. Although they were a few centimeters shorter, having them is certainly better than having none at all. At this moment, Wang Yu lay idly in bed, while Meng Xiaotao nestled closely beside him, her eyes firmly shut. Wang Yu retrieved a box from his pocket, examining it with great care. The box, adorned in a delicate pink hue, resembled those typically used for wedding rings. Now that the time had come, he felt compelled to open it. What could it possibly contain? Perhaps. Anticipation bubbled within him as he pried open a small seam, revealing a tightly coiled object nestled inside. It was pure white and exuded an alluring fragrance. Chapter 78, On the Road Again. Farewell from Xia Chirong. Wang Yu could no longer contain his curiosity and fully opened the box, gently grasping the object within. As he unfurled it, clarity dawned upon him. This was indeed a remarkable item. He chuckled, his fingers dancing over the delicate fabric, only to realize that he had received a lace-trimmed pair of panties. How generous of this woman. Yet, his amusement quickly faded. What sort of woman would gift panties as a present? Could it be? After contemplating various angles and failing to arrive at a reasonable explanation, he reluctantly returned the item to its box. Ultimately, he embraced Meng Xiaotao and drifted off to sleep. Recently, Wang Yu has enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. The zombie wolves have not troubled him, perhaps deterred by his previous encounters. Occasionally, he would take a broom and tidy the area where he sleeps, reveling in the tranquility. At times, he would engage in profound discussions about emotions with Meng Xiaotao, indulging in activities meant solely for two. One day, Xiong Zhuang hurriedly approached him, panic evident in his demeanor. "Chief, we are running low on water. Several ponds are on the verge of drying up, and the fish we have nurtured are at risk of perishing in the sun. Then we should draw water from the river," Wang Yu suggested. "But the river is also devoid of water. It hasn't rained recently, and with autumn upon us, the rice fields are maturing and no longer require irrigation. Yet, the fish in the ponds still need water. If the levels drop too low, they will freeze to death in winter." Xiong Zhuang's voice was filled with despair. He sought a solution but could not find one. The 20 individuals previously dispatched by the organization to address this issue had perished, and recruiting anew seemed an impossible task. He looked at Wang Yu with earnest hope. Yearning for guidance, Wang Yu sighed and patted his shoulder. "I believe I will find a way to resolve this." "Does that mean you have a plan, Chief? Should we gather people again?" Xiong Zhuang's enthusiasm surged. "No need. This group of little ones would be of no help. Let them continue with their minor tasks here." Wang Yu replied. "Really? If you need assistance, I can organize them immediately," Xiong Zhuang insisted. "Oh, I've said there is no need. And our numbers are probably dwindling anyway, totaling less than 100, Wang Yu lamented. "Indeed, there are not many left, but those remaining are capable elites." In the end, Wang Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Go ahead and get to work. I will resolve things in a few days." "All right then, I look forward to your good news." Wang Yu watched as Xiong Zhuang departed, a shy smile crossing his face. This honest and simple fellow is quite diligent and serious about his tasks. Finally, he turned his gaze to Meng Xiaotao. "What are your thoughts?" "Of course, I want to go out with Brother Wang Yu to slay monsters and enjoy some sweets," she exclaimed, dancing with joy. "Very well, we shall set out in a few days." Wang Yu was not in a hurry. After all, the shelter had recently faced a significant crisis, so it was wise to enjoy a few peaceful days first. Afterward, he visited the factory to check on the progress. "How's Anshan doing with the slingshot?" "Coal is becoming scarce, so you must gather some wood from the mountains to make do. The fire's heat is insufficient. However, the cast iron has already been shaped. It only requires further tempering to be completed." Wang Yu silently approached Anshan, who was working at the forge. His sudden appearance startled him, causing the iron hammer he was holding to nearly slip from his grasp. "Ah, Chief, what brings you here?" "I came to see how your slingshot was coming along. Of course, it has turned out quite well. While its power may not be extraordinary, its versatility is remarkable. And even a delicate woman can wield it effortlessly. Dealing with a minor zombie is no problem at all." Anshan presented the finely crafted slingshot for Wang Yu to inspect. Wang Yu promptly took the iron fork slingshot, still warm to the touch, and examined it with great delight. Indeed, this slingshot was vastly superior to the traditional bow and arrow, being far more convenient to carry, with projectiles readily available. "Is that so? Thank you for your kind words, Leader," Wang Yu expressed, though a hint of regret crept into his voice. Anshan quickly inquired, "What is the matter? Are you leaving the shelter to search for supplies?" No. I am going to address the issue of water extraction. The ponds have all dried up, and the river's flow has been obstructed by the dam. So I must release some water." "To the dam? But didn't we send 20 men there before?" They all perished without exception. Leader, are you truly willing to take such a risk? Anshan was taken aback. Sigh, I wish it weren't necessary, but without water in the ponds, there will be no meat to eat, and we shall lose yet another source of sustenance, will we not? Indeed. Anshan nodded in agreement. Please take care on your journey, leader. I will miss you. Ah, it's nothing, as if I cannot handle this issue, Wang Yu reassured him. In the end, Wang Yu departed from the shelter, not in a hurry, for it would take ordinary individuals over 10 days to reach the upstream dam. However, for Wang Yu and his companions, they could likely arrive in 4 or 5 days if they traveled swiftly. Life must go on, and happiness must be cherished. 3 days later, the sun shone brilliantly in a cloudless sky, presenting an excellent day for travel. As Wang Yu set off from the rear of the shelter, everyone emerged to bid him farewell. Hurry back, for this is something I can accomplish swiftly. We are aware of that, but dear leader, do exercise caution along your journey. After much discussion, we finally persuaded these individuals to return. Among the onlookers, a familiar figure emerged. Her petite form was captivating enough to enchant anyone who glanced her way. Xia Chirong approached Wang Yu, cradling a basket of fruits. I heard you were leaving without much to take, so I specially prepared some delightful provisions for you. Delightful provisions? Wang Yu stroked his chin, reminiscing about the splendid item she had gifted him last time. Oh, what are you thinking? This time, I brought you a flask of water for your journey, along with some savory pancakes, homemade beef jerky, and boiled sweet potatoes. The assortment was so abundant that Wang Yu struggled to carry it all, needing Dream Xiaotao to assist. Dream Xiaotao, hands laden with goods, pouted and remarked, Do we really need this much? We're going to complete a mission, not on holiday. Xia Chirong chuckled lightly. I simply worry you might not find adequate nourishment along the way. Having some food will ensure you don't have to search for it. Observing Xia Chirong's innocent and sweet smile stirred something within Wang Yu's heart. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, The last gift you sent was quite nice. I hope next time you'll offer something even better. With that, Wang Yu turned and departed with Dream Xiaotao. Summer Churong stood dazed in place. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her smile frozen in place. Finally, she gently pinched the hem of her white dress. As long as the leader likes it, I shall bring something even more splendid for you next time, even if it means sacrificing myself. Chapter 79, Friction and Fire. Due to Wang Yu and his companions lacking a map, they were compelled to resort to some clever tactics, following the riverbank upstream. Wang Yu walked with a sense of tranquility, yet Meng Xiaotao was restless, insistent on showcasing her leaping prowess. She bounded back and forth across the riverbed, several meters wide. Unfortunately, there were no world champions present. Otherwise, they might have been startled. Meng Xiaotao, have you had your fill of mischief? Aren't you tired from all that jumping? I don't feel tired at all. Isn't it delightful? It may be enjoyable for you, but I don't share that sentiment. I can't leap as far as you. If you were to carry me, it would be different. Ah, does Brother Wang Yu want me to carry him? She said with a playful giggle, as if she sensed his anticipation, leaping to his side. No, I'm merely concerned about the potential danger. Haha, with me around, you need not worry. To his surprise, she boldly declared this, disregarding Wang Yu's reluctance, and began to bounce around him, clinging to his form. This behavior made Wang Yu feel somewhat queasy. Stop, please. Be quiet. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I apologize. Meng Xiaotao quickly set him down, at which point Wang Yu rushed to the side and began to vomit, expelling everything he had consumed that morning and afternoon, along with stomach acid. After a while, after sipping some water, I felt slightly better. Meng Xiaotao, could you refrain from making noise and walk calmly beside me? Moreover, the journey ahead is still long. If you continue in this manner, will you be ascending to the heavens? After reprimanding Wang Yu, Meng Xiaotao pouted. Due to the urgency of our pace, Wang Yu did not dwell on the matter. But to ensure her compliance, he firmly grasped her hand and urged her forward. In truth, the dam was not far. It merely marked the point where a river from Z City diverged into the outer realms. Hydropower is indeed quite economical. However, to characterize the distance as short would be misleading, for the river meanders through mountainous terrain, with banks that rise and fall unevenly, necessitating a long detour. We would have to traverse several significant peaks to reach our destination. If we could travel in a straight line, we might arrive in a day. However, the path is nestled among the mountains. The route is rugged and uneven, resembling a trail through the hills, with wild grass thriving as if no one had ever ventured here before. We had to push through the dense underbrush. Nevertheless, despite the challenging conditions, Meng Xiaotao's speed exceeded that of Wang Yu. She dashed forward, unimpeded by any obstacles. Brother Wang Yu, hurry up. Meng Xiaodao called out while perched atop a swaying barren branch, swinging her delicate, beautiful legs in her pants. The pink of her attire against the backdrop of the wilderness gave an eerie impression, akin to a scene from a horror film. Hurry up. I'm getting anxious waiting for you. It was evident that she felt no fatigue sitting in the tree as she continued to urge Wang Yu onward. However, Wang Yu found himself in a predicament. In this overgrown wilderness, finding a spot to excavate was exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, certain areas were beset with thorns, which would undoubtedly leave his delicate skin marred with scratches. While a few minor wounds were inconsequential, the risk of infection loomed large, rendering the endeavor fruitless. After enduring several hours, twilight began to descend. Ascending the mountain was no longer feasible. They could only ascend gradually along the riverbed. Nevertheless, both of them were no ordinary individuals, and navigating small steep inclines posed no challenge. As darkness enveloped the landscape completely, they chose to refrain from hastening their journey to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Instead, they sought a more spacious cave formed by fallen stones, providing temporary shelter. This cave was approximately 100 square meters in size and did not extend far inside, making it an ideal refuge from the rain. This shall suffice. Let us wait here until tomorrow before setting out, suggested Wang Yu. All right, but does that mean we will have to sleep on this cold floor? Dream Xiaodao inquired. Certainly not. Dream Xiaodao, please gather some dry grass. I shall attempt to ignite a fire by friction. Wang Yu had never ventured into the wilderness alone with a beautiful companion before. His past experiences had always been within a large team, merely enjoying vacations or occasional excursions. Now presented with this opportunity, he was eager to showcase his skills. He casually collected several dry twigs, laying one horizontally on the ground and securing it with his foot, while gripping another with his hand and vigorously spinning it against the wood. With the strength of an ordinary person and the rapidity of his movements, what once took hours to achieve could now be accomplished in merely half an hour. The speed increased, and the temperature of the wood rose correspondingly. Gradually, glowing embers began to emerge. Wang Yu quickly covered his mouth to stifle a breath, and a small flame suddenly sprang to life. At that moment, Meng Xiaodao had also gathered some dry twigs, and Wang Yu immediately utilized them to ignite a larger fire. After searching for several larger logs to stack atop, they could now enjoy the warmth of the bonfire throughout the night. The pancakes had cooled, but with the fire now lit, they began to roast them on sticks. And soon the fragrant aroma of the pancakes wafted through the air. After all their toil, they finally looked forward to a hearty meal. His hands bore the marks of hard work, roughened and slightly sore, though not severely so. In the desolate wilderness, the surroundings had plunged into darkness. Oh, the roasted pancakes are truly delightful. Wang Yu held one in his hand, feeling its warmth, constantly shifting it back and forth. Upon seeing Wang Yu's fidgeting demeanor, Meng Xiaodao swiftly snatched the pancake from him. Stop dawdling. Lie down. I shall feed you now. What? Wang Yu was taken aback, pondering how she would approach this task. Could it be? However, Meng Xiaodao was not so brusque. Instead, she held the steaming pancake in her hand and brought it close to Wang Yu's lips. Come on, brother Wang Yu, open your mouth. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Yu's eyes, yet he felt grateful that someone was feeding him the pancake. What more could he desire? After they finished eating, they reclined beside the bonfire. Although the stones were somewhat hard, they were at least clean, and spending the night in such a manner was not so bad after all. As the evening had not yet grown late, Wang Yu gazed upward at the sky, where only a handful of stars accompanied the moon, evoking a sense of solitude. It seemed that the stars were particularly sparse tonight. What is there to admire about the stars? Why not look at me? Dream Xiaodao turned over and nestled against Wang Yu's chest. This bold action prompted Wang Yu to inquire repeatedly, what do you wish to do? I want to. As Dream Xiaodao completed her sentence, Wang Yu let out a soft exclamation, but despite his words, his head remained true to his feelings, and he leaned in for a kiss. Their encounter began in the wild, often thrilling yet fraught with danger. Half an hour later, Wang Yu gazed affectionately at Dream Xiaodao. Uncertain of how to convey his emotions, he gently cradled her face in his hands and kissed her once more. Suddenly, there was a rustling noise from the dense underbrush above them. Chapter 80. The Pursuit of Xia Churong. Wang Yu, who had been lost in passion, abruptly halted upon hearing the commotion from the foliage above, his instincts sharpening. What's wrong, brother Wang Yu? Are we not continuing? Dream Xiaodao asked, puzzled. Do not rush. Something is amiss, he replied. What could possibly be wrong? She surveyed her surroundings, but found nothing suspicious, despite the engulfing darkness, save for a single flickering flame. Wang Yu closed his eyes, allowing the scene to imprint itself in his mind, and he smirked slightly. The blind zombie Wolf King dares to approach again? Last time, we nearly ended your existence, and now you return. The zombie Wolf King is back? Meng Xiaotao expressed her confusion, blinking her eyes and surveying the surroundings. Where could it be? Brother Wang Yu, it is right above us. It likely comes seeking vengeance. Vengeance? Ha ha ha. It cannot defeat us. It must be courting death. Meng Xiaotao laughed joyfully. Indeed, you speak the truth. Wang Yu once more employed his mental energy to scan the creature, yet in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. He involuntarily uttered, "Why is she here? Brother Wang Yu, who has arrived? Why is that little girl, Xia Chirong, here? Does she not realize the perilous journey?" Wang Yu sighed. Since she has come, there is no point in hiding. The figure in the grass remained silent, and Wang Yu, feeling a surge of irritation, gazed into the darkness, which was still eerily quiet. This girl truly lacks awareness of danger. The rustling in the grass above persisted, and Xia Chirong seemed reluctant to speak, writhing in the underbrush. Wang Yu could no longer bear it and grumbled a few complaints. Meng Xiaotao, go fetch her down. I must see what mischief Xia Chirong is up to. All right, no problem. With that, she sprang into action, her delicate feet lightly touching the stones as she gracefully ascended to the earth above. Meng Xiaotao observed the lively commotion in the grass, unable to suppress a smile. Dear lady, you are indeed playing with fire. Is my brother Wang Yu truly so charming that you have followed us here? She stepped forward, gently parting the grass. And there she was, Xia Chirong. However, she seemed to be in quite a predicament. She was incessantly scratching, her expression oddly mischievous, reminiscent of someone under a spell. Taking fleeting moments to pause. It itches terribly, truly unbearable. It appeared that she was experiencing some sort of irritation, likely due to her penchant for frolicking in the underbrush, attracting a host of tiny insects that had crawled upon her, inciting an adverse reaction. Now exposed, she emerged from her hiding spot, offering a sheepish smile to Meng Xiaotao. I didn't intend to follow you. I genuinely enjoy venturing into the wild, but I had no companions, so I trailed behind you secretly. Meng Xiaotao, however, paid no heed to her explanation, swiftly lifting her with one hand. With a playful smirk, she proclaimed, Wang Yu is looking for you. You shall soon witness something delightful. She then brought Xia Chirong down to where Wang Yu was. Upon seeing him, Xia Chirong's joy is palpable. Leader, I am so glad to see you again. Please, ask me anything. I shall respond truthfully. Wang Yu, taken aback by her enchanting demeanor, found it difficult to chastise her and could only shake his head with a wry smile. Oh dear, why must you venture out of the shelter when you could be safe inside? And to follow us clandestinely? What if you were to encounter a ferocious beast along the way? Wang Yu's tone was somewhat harsh. Yet, under such circumstances, anyone would lose their temper. He had initially thought that this girl would burst into tears after being scolded. To his surprise, Xia Chirong was instead beaming with delight. Are you worried about my safety? I thought you didn't like me. You never told me whether you liked the gift I gave you last time. What gift? Meng Xiaotao pouted, clearly dissatisfied. The situation had taken a complete turn. Wang Yu had intended to reprimand Xia Chirong, but the focus shifted back onto him. Like a deflated balloon, he hurriedly apologized. There's really no gift. It was entirely an accident, he insisted repeatedly, yet Meng Xiaotao showed no signs of anger, merely pouting in discontent. All right. What is going on? This is getting increasingly bizarre. Wang Yu could no longer bear to witness the absurdity. Speak up, Xia Chirong. What exactly do you want by following us? We are out here on a mission, not for leisure, and this task is exceedingly dangerous. It could very well cost us our lives. I don't believe that. Your reputation has spread throughout the refuge. Everyone knows how formidable you are. It's not dangerous at all to follow you, Xia Chirong said, her face alight with anticipation, seemingly oblivious to the peril. Wang Yu shook his head at her expression. Enough of this topic. Have you eaten yet? If not, I have some food here. You can roast it. Wang Yu retrieved some cold jianbing guozi from beside him and offered it to her. Xia Chirong shook her head and said, Of course I haven't eaten, but I can't consume much, so there's no need for you to worry. Oh, by the way, can I call you Brother Wang Yu? Meng Xiaotao, noticing someone attempting to claim her brother Wang Yu, let out a cold huff, her face displaying discontent. Humph, is my brother really that captivating? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu smiled slightly. Of course you can, but, never mind. He paused, as if contemplating words that might wound someone's pride, ultimately deciding against voicing them. Wang Yu then reclined, gazing at the flickering flames. If you wish to eat, the fire is right there. You can roast your food. I have to continue my journey tomorrow, so I shall not keep you company for now. He lay flat on the stone slab, which, though it conducted heat, was still relatively warm compared to the chill of the night. Seeing Wang Yu lying down, Meng Xiaotao also settled beside him. As night deepened, the weary Wang Yu fell asleep, leaving Xia Chirong curled up and staring vacantly into the fire. She pondered for a moment before glancing at Meng Xiaotao. A question lingering in her mind. Is she his girl? So beautiful, but I won't concede. Determined, she resolved not to lie directly beside Wang Yu. Instead, choosing a position beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. With her eyes wide open, she clearly found sleep elusive, either lost in thought or simply unable to rest. Curling up rather than lying straight. Gazing at the flickering flames of the bonfire, the shadows danced in her eyes, and then she flashed a bewitching smile. Brother Wang Yu. Is it? I shall certainly possess you. Too completely. After contemplating for a while, Xia Chirong's smile gradually turned peculiar. Her mind was a whirlwind, with strange thoughts emerging one after another. Ultimately, she indulged in her imagination. The fact that Brother Wang Yu did not refuse the gift I presented last time indicates that he does not harbor dislike towards me. Therefore, next time, I shall offer him an even more precious gift. I will hold him in my grasp, step by step. Chapter 81. In truth, I am a little zombie having lain on the hard stone slab for an entire night. I was awakened by the cacophony of sounds in the forest during the day. The bonfire had long since extinguished. Thus, Wang Yu was the first to rise. Upon seeing him awake, Meng Xiaotao also sat up. Good morning, Brother Wang Yu. Indeed, it is quite early. Wang Yu first glanced at Meng Xiaotao and then lowered his gaze to the still slumbering Xia Chirong. The little girl is sleeping quite soundly. Brother Wang Yu, shall we not hurry and leave? Let her stay here. The journey ahead is bound to be perilous. Meng Xiaotao, motivated by concerns for safety, was more driven by a desire to monopolize Brother Wang Yu. No, we cannot leave her here. The jungle is filled with ferocious beasts. It would be unwise to take such a risk. We need not rush. Let us have breakfast first. I will go prepare it, and you stay here. All right? All right. Meng Xiaotao readily agreed, watching Wang Yu's departing figure with a contented smile. Wang Yu set out to gather firewood, taking a little over 10 minutes, during which Xia Chirong gradually awakened. Still in a state of half-sleep, she was somewhat surprised to see them bustling about and asked in a daze. I didn't expect you to move so quickly. Have you already begun preparing breakfast? Hearing her voice, Wang Yu, who had just returned with the firewood, chuckled and replied, What breakfast? We're merely reheating the food you brought us earlier. He then carefully sifted through the ashes left from the previous night's fire, hoping to find a spark to avoid the labor of starting a new fire. However, after rummaging for a while, he discovered that the ashes had cooled completely. His heart sank with the realization. With a soft sigh, Wang Yu promptly set to work, attempting to ignite the wood through friction. The sound of his efforts resonated loudly, his movements vigorous yet steady. Xia Chirong, now fully awake, sat up and rubbed her eyes, observing Wang Yu's peculiar actions with curiosity. What is my brother doing? Could it be that he is? Don't overthink it. Brother Wang Yu is merely trying to kindle a fire, Mei Xiaotao interjected coolly. Oh, I see. Soon after, with persistence, the fire began to rise, and Wang Yu hurriedly gathered a handful of dry grass to aid in its ignition. As the flames grew stronger, he commenced the preparation of breakfast for the day. Naturally, it consisted of the same cold pancakes, though he also roasted a few additional items. Making do with what they had, the two women approached eagerly, drawn to the warmth of the cooking. Are both of you joining for the barbecue? Xia Chirong and Meng Xiaotao shook their heads in unison. It's fine if Brother Wang Yu does the grilling. I'll just wait for the ready ones over here. All right. All right. So this is how you choose to play, is it? What's wrong? Do you have any objections? No. Wang Yu skillfully turned the food on the grill, but due to the difficulty in controlling the flames, some items became charred, emitting an odd aroma. Holding a blackened nut, Wang Yu smiled awkwardly. Sorry, it got burnt. However, Xia Chirong did not seem to mind much. When she received it, she quietly expressed her gratitude. Just eat the good parts. You can discard the burnt bits. Understood. After finishing breakfast, they resorted to the most primitive method to extinguish the fire. A few large stones were thrown in, followed by a splash of water. Brother Wang Yu, isn't this a bit unethical? Meng Xiaotao asked softly. At this point, who cares about ethics? Let us go. We have a mission to attend to. Don't overthink it. The three then set off towards the dam. They walked along the riverbank like tourists, as the river had nearly dried up, exposing the muddy riverbed. Some areas were soft and damp, while others remained hard. Wang Yu stepped into a muddy patch, getting his leg covered in mud. which prompted a chorus of laughter from Xia Chirong and Meng Xiaodao. What were you thinking? Brother Wang Yu? This mud is quite soft. You took quite a risk. Aren't you a bit too brave? Xia Chirong smiled as she stood by the riverbank, while Wang Yu had already ventured to the center of the riverbed. In truth, Wang Yu had a purpose for his actions. He was not merely seeking to show off. In his hand, he held a white object that he had just discovered, its pristine hue starkly contrasting with the riverbed, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. What could this be? Could it have washed down from the dam? Perhaps it was a remnant of some creature, Esmail. But that seemed unlikely. Upon returning to the shore, the two women immediately approached him, drawn to the intriguing object. Although it appeared valuable at first glance, a touch revealed it to be soft and sticky. Could this be spider silk? He pondered its potential uses for a moment, but reached no conclusion, ultimately setting it aside. After some discussion among the three of them, they decided to discard the item and continue their ascent. With Xia Chirong's presence, their pace slowed considerably. The night was still ablaze with the warmth of a fire, yet this time they had learned to be wise. They sought refuge in a cave, ensuring a comfortable night by laying down numerous banana leaves. They even enjoyed roasted bananas for dinner. Wang Yu handed a ripe banana to Xia Chirong. Here. This has passed my inspection. It's safe to eat. Is that so? Thank you, Xia Chirong replied, carefully peeling the banana while glancing at Meng Xiaotao. Wang Yu, doesn't your girlfriend want any? She doesn't eat. She has no need for such things. Ah, why? Wang Yu let out a bitter smile. He truly wished to avoid further explanations and consequently remained silent. Xia Chirong was poised to inquire further, yet Wang Yu's reticence effectively deterred her. It was not until she finished the banana in her hand that Meng Xiaotao gently patted her shoulder. Do you wish to know the answer? Then follow me. I shall reveal it to you myself. Is that so? Xia Chirong regarded Meng Xiaotao with confusion. However, Meng Xiaotao's face radiated a peculiar smile. You will understand if you come with me. At that moment, Wang Yu, noticing their intention to depart alone, hurriedly interjected, What are you planning to do? Nothing much. I merely wish to share some trivial matters with Xia Chirong. Don't worry, Brother Wang Yu, I won't harm her. Wang Yu studied Meng Xiaotao's peculiar expression, feeling a tinge of hesitation. Yet, after her repeated reassurances, he acquiesced. Very well, but do remember to return promptly. Subsequently, Xia Chirong followed Meng Xiaotao to a nearby secluded spot. There, Meng Xiaotao adopted an entirely different demeanor, a sly grin gracing her lips as she settled onto a clean piece of wood. Come, sit with me. Let us have a proper conversation. Once Xia Chirong complied, Meng Xiaotao directly stated, In truth, I am not an ordinary person. I am a little zombie. Ah, you are a zombie? How can you speak? And why do you look so beautiful? Xia Chirong gasped in astonishment, turning to flee. However, Meng Xiaotao seized one of her hands with surprising strength, pulling her back effortlessly. Do not flee. Some matters often become more reasonable the less reasonable they appear. However, fret not, for I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Yet, you must simply. The laughter of Meng Xiaotao grew increasingly sinister, its volume escalating with each passing moment, instilling a sense of dread in the heart of Xia Chirong, who found her words faltering. Why what on earth do you intend to do? Surely, you do not wish to take my life. Chapter 82. Intimidating her. Asserting dominance, I have done nothing, merely urging you to temper your behavior a tad, otherwise. Otherwise what? Xia Chirong gazed at Meng Xiaotao's malevolent grin, fear creeping into her heart. Yet, Meng Xiaotao showed no signs of leniency. She rose and sauntered to the side, halting before a robust tree. Some matters must be explicitly conveyed to you. Should you transgress, I shall be left with no choice but to. Meng Xiaotao made a wicked gesture, revealing her possessiveness, disliking any other women interfering with her affairs unless duly sanctioned by her. Then, she gently raised her palm and traced it across the rough surface of the tree. Observe closely, Xia Chirong. I wish for you to comprehend the chasm that lies between us. With a delicate but decisive motion, she struck the tree with her palm. This seemingly innocuous gesture concealed immense power within. With a thunderous crash, her hand met the trunk, and the stout tree, as thick as a basin, splintered under her force. The speed of its downfall eclipsed even that of a chainsaw. The tree toppled, sending clouds of dust into the air, while Meng Xiaotao approached with a serene expression, leaving Xia Chirong in a state of utter shock. Is this truly human? Even a fantasy novel would hesitate to depict such a scene, an unadorned punch that effortlessly shatters a great tree without any visible magical aura. She was incredulous, until the dust swirling towards her made her cough, prompting her to turn around. Such power is beyond human comprehension. In response to Xia Chirong's astonishment, Meng Xiaodao merely smiled faintly. It is sufficient that she understands. Not everyone can approach Brother Wang Yu. However, the commotion attracted Wang Yu, who soon arrived, questioning, "What are you doing? And what of this tree, snapped in half?" Meng Xiaotao, with a hint of mischief, replied, "No, no. As the elder sister, how could I possibly frighten her?" Feeling somewhat guilty, she bounded over to Wang Yu, clinging to his arm and nuzzling against him. Meanwhile, Xia Chirong remained in a state of shock, her eyes wide and unblinking, repeatedly murmuring to herself, "Are you all right, Xia Chirong?" Wang Yu asked, noticing her lack of response, before turning to gently pat Meng Xiaotao. "You little rascal, why frighten an ordinary person?" Meng Xiaotao, sticking out her tongue playfully, replied, "How could I ever intimidate her? Especially when it involves my brother. You haven't frightened her?" She appears utterly dazed. With a sigh, Wang Yu stepped closer. "Xia Chirong, are you all right? Would you like me to escort you home?" At that moment, Xia Chirong, who had been bowing her head, suddenly lifted it. Far from feeling fear, she seemed to be brimming with excitement. "Ha ha! To my surprise, Brother Wang Yu is fond of such a spirited woman. However, I shall not concede. I too shall evolve into a woman of character. I will have Brother Wang Yu gradually yield to my..." Her words became increasingly absurd. Fortunately, Wang Yu remained indifferent, merely stroking her head gently. "Enough of this nonsense. It is late, and we must rest. Tomorrow, we shall continue our journey." "All right, Brother Wang Yu." Xia Chirong resumed her smile, as if nothing had transpired. They then returned to the cave, where Wang Yu moved the fire closer, yet still positioned it nearer to the entrance for ventilation and to ward off wild beasts. Having completed these tasks, Wang Yu lay down upon the banana leaves, reflecting briefly before sleep. Meng Xiaodao, you must not bully Xia Chirong in the future, and refrain from showcasing your strength too often, lest you frighten others. Wang Yu had long discerned that the destruction of the great tree was her doing, yet he understood the motives behind such actions. "Now, I shall sleep. Meng Xiaodao, come here." Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaodao bounded over like a playful rabbit, snuggling into Wang Yu's embrace. At that moment, Xia Chirong felt a mix of shyness and excitement. "Can I lie next to Brother Wang Yu?" "Of course, for huddling together for warmth is indeed essential," Wang Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. Xia Chirong shyly approached and then reclined beside him. Naturally, she lifted her slender jade leg and rested it on him. This habitual gesture sent a rush of warmth to Wang Yu's mind. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his task, he dismissed any distractions and closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. As dawn broke, Wang Yu was the first to awaken, only to find two women nestled against his chest. The juxtaposition of the coolness on his left and warmth on his right was somewhat uncomfortable. He cleared his throat twice. "Shouldn't you be getting up? Your weight is making it hard for me to breathe." The two beauties, their ample curves pressing against him, provided a peculiar comfort. Yet their weight was substantial enough to ensnare one's senses over time. All right, please rise. I shall prepare breakfast. Just wait for me." "Okay." The fire from the previous night had extinguished, compelling Wang Yu to seek wood once more to kindle a flame. However, each attempt at creating fire left his hands aching intensely. After a brief struggle, he halted, blood blisters forming on both hands, accompanied by hissing breaths. Observing his plight, Meng Xiaotao inquired, "What's wrong, Brother Wang Yu?" "It's nothing, just a bit of pain in my hands." "Brother Wang Yu, your hands hurt?" Xia Chirong promptly took hold of Wang Yu's hands, inspecting them closely, her heart aching for him. "If breakfast is to be skipped, then I shall forego it as well. Let us leave." "How can we skip breakfast? We'll lack the strength to work later." Wang Yu insisted that breakfast was essential. "But your hands..." Meng Xiaotao abruptly interrupted their conversation. "All right, you two, stop arguing. Xia Chirong, can you start a fire?" She shook her head. "I cannot start a fire. But I do care for my brother Yu." With a playful roll of her eyes, Meng Xiaotao took the wood from Wang Yu's hands and skillfully began to kindle the flames. Her speed was remarkable, at least several times faster than Wang Yu's efforts. Before long, sparks began to dance upon the wood. Her face lit up with joy as she quickly gathered dry twigs and leaves to help stoke the fire. In no time, the flames roared to life. "I did it. I never expected to succeed on my first try. Brother Wang Yu, you must praise me." Wang Yu smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "My little Ming Ming is truly impressive. Now, let us quickly prepare breakfast, eat, and set off on our journey. We must complete our tasks and return home, where we can enjoy some well-deserved peace." After their meal, they continued on their way and soon found themselves at the foot of the dam. This dam, which cuts across a river, stands over 50 meters high, a testament to the immense effort required for its construction. Originally, it was a renowned tourist attraction, majestic from afar, and when the waters were released, it would create a breathtaking spectacle. However, now the dam remained silent, untouched by water and devoid of human presence, resembling a long-abandoned relic. Chapter 83. The terrifying giant spider. Without hesitation, they hurried toward the dam. A road had been constructed previously, but it had fallen into disrepair over the years, rendering it dilapidated. After another half-hour of travel, Xiaoqiron was utterly exhausted, panting heavily. "Wait for me. Don't rush. Don't walk so fast," she called out, gradually lagging behind the group. Wang Yu and the others, eager to accomplish their mission, moved swiftly, almost jogging. Meng Xiaotao remained expressionless, prompting a mix of concern and trepidation in Wang Yu. "What if you stay here? I'll go in with her to complete the task, and then we can return together. How does that sound?" he suggested. No, Xiaoqiron shook her head. "I must accompany you. I fear there may be monsters lurking outside." Earlier on their journey, they had stumbled upon a corpse near the road. The lifeless body remained silent, and judging by its state of decay and fever, it appeared to have died recently. Clutched in its hand was a spear crafted by their shelter, distinguishable by its unique characteristics due to the haste in which it was made. "Is it all right if I rest for a moment? I'll follow you in afterward." Xiaoqiron gasped, slowly approaching, her fatigue evident yet her determination unwavering. Sighing, Wang Yu could hardly bear to see her struggle. He rushed back, placing her hand on his shoulder to support her. He had intended to carry her, but Meng Xiaotao's watchful gaze, tinged with an unsettling intensity, deterred him, leaving him no choice but to assist her in this manner. Wang Yu placed the stone aside for Xiaoqiron and waited for her momentarily. Once Xiaoqiron had rested, she sprang back to life. "I'm ready. Let us go inside," she declared. "However, you must be vigilant today. If danger arises, seek refuge behind me." "All right, no problem," she replied. For the first time, she felt such protection from another, and Wang Yu's graceful demeanor stirred her heart. They arrived at the side entrance of the dam. The doorway was veiled in cobwebs, the iron gate nearly decayed, and the lock was battered beyond recognition, yet the gate remained formidable. Wang Yu effortlessly pulled it open and peered inside. The darkness within was profound and ominous, as if no soul had ventured there before. The air was laden with the fetid stench of congealed blood, mingled with a thick, slimy odor. "This place is terrifying. I feel a twinge of fear," Xiaoqiron admitted, trembling behind Wang Yu, clutching the hem of his garment tightly. Her reaction was merely that of a delicate woman confronted by darkness. "Do not be afraid. With me and brother Wang Yu here, you shall be safe," he reassured her. In contrast, Meng Xiaotao exhibited no such trepidation, boldly striding ahead. In the shadows, her eyes glimmered with a faint crimson light, allowing her to see distinctly without the aid of illumination. "Hurry and step inside. Thus far, we have encountered no peril." Yet, Xiaoqiron remained paralyzed by fear. Wang Yu gently urged, "It's all right. Let us proceed. The sooner we finish our task, the sooner we can return." Reluctantly, she finally released the hem of Wang Yu's clothing. Upon entering, they were met with an oppressive heat and humidity that enveloped them, making the dam feel akin to a colossal furnace, threatening to steam them alive. Within moments of their arrival, beads of perspiration adorned their foreheads. "Is it not excessively stifling here? I can practically wring water from my clothes," lamented Xiaoqiron, continuously wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow. This clammy sensation was truly unbearable. Indeed, once they vanquished the creatures within and opened the sluice to let the water flow, a refreshing swim would be a delightful reprieve. The trio ventured further inside. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention. A sharp clatter echoed as something fell to the ground. Meng Xiaotao turned her gaze toward the sound. "Oh, what is this? A bone has dropped." Upon raising their eyes, they were struck by the sight of the ceiling draped in cobwebs, unlike any they had seen before. The webs were extraordinarily vast, each spanning several meters, and upon each colossal strand, a menacing spider lurked. These arachnids exuded a terrifying aura, with fangs nearly the size of a human arm, and 6 blood-red eyes fixated on them with an unyielding stare. With a sudden hiss, a gigantic spider launched a strand of silk from its maw, aiming directly at them. This silk was exceedingly sticky, making it nearly impossible to remove once ensnared. However, the creature's aim was skewed, not by intention, but due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by the 4th-tier zombie, Meng Xiaotao, standing nearby, which inadvertently altered its trajectory. Nevertheless, the sight startled Xiaochirong. Good heavens, what a monstrous spider. It can even shoot webs. We are doomed. She was utterly petrified, too fearful to even open her eyes, collapsing directly into Wang Yu's embrace. Yet, in the next moment, dozens of spiders unleashed their silk, their accuracy woefully inadequate. However, amidst such a multitude, a few strands were bound to find their mark. The sticky threads ensnared Meng Xiaotao's arm and left leg, yet these two arachnids could not pull her away. Was it due to the disparity in their levels? Wang Yu pondered briefly, but Meng Xiaotao did not afford these spiders a moment's respite. Originally, it was the spiders that were meant to drag the living upwards, yet Meng Xiaotao, with sheer force, yanked the two spiders down instead. These two spiders, their bodies cloaked in darkness, were sharp fangs glistening with what appeared to be venom. Though they had lost their advantage on the web, they were still formidable second-tier creatures. Even when they fell to the ground, they remained a threat. Moreover, spiders are social beings, and numerous others above were poised to pounce. Wang Yu uttered a soft command. Engage, Meng Xiaotao. Unleash your wrath without restraint. Acknowledging his words, a faint smile graced Meng Xiaotao's lips, and she immediately became invigorated. These large spiders were likely to possess their own treasures, which thrilled her immensely. In the next instant, she sprang into action, her body darting forward with the swiftness of lightning. The resilient strands clinging to her were utterly inconsequential. These silk threads, as thick as a water bottle, possessed a strength akin to steel, yet in Meng Xiaotao's hands, they were as pliable as mere twine. She swiftly approached a colossal spider, raising her small fist, poised to deliver a lethal blow. However, this second-tier spider was not without its defenses. A hissing sound emanated from the corners of its mouth. With a swift bite, the creature sank its fangs into Meng Xiaotao's arm, yet she felt no pain. Instead, the spider's razor-sharp teeth were rendered numb from the impact. It was akin to gnawing on a steel pipe, leaving the spider in a state of discomfort. Its massive fangs parted again, but it dared not strike once more, seemingly gripped by fear. However, this spider was rather cunning. The tips of its fangs secreted a viscous green venom that dripped onto the ground, corroding even the cement floor. This venom was insidious in nature, designed to remain dormant rather than act immediately. It served to preserve the sweetness of flesh and store sustenance, thus possessing its latent quality. Yet, what was the point when it could not even pierce Meng Xiaotao's skin? This trivial venom was hardly worth mentioning. With determination in her gaze, Meng Xiaotao grasped the spider's fangs firmly. Her strength gradually intensified as she exerted pressure, rendering the spider's attempts to escape futile. With a resounding crack, she forcefully wrenched the creature's head apart. Black ichor erupted from its cranium, splattering onto the ground and emitting a foul stench. The cement floor began to smoke profusely, corroded by the noxious fluid. Witnessing the demise of its companion, another spider lunged towards them in a frenzy. Its target was not Meng Xiaotao, but rather Wang Yu. With a sharp clap, Wang Yu certainly would not remain stationary to meet his doom. Clutching Xiaochirong, he retreated several steps. The original floor bore two shallow craters, as even the solid cement had been gnawed through by the spider's serrated teeth. Wang Yu gasped in astonishment. What a close call. This spider was likely not lacking in intelligence. Meng Xiaotao extracted a viral essence from the head of the spider she had just vanquished, opting not to consume it, but rather to stow it away in her pocket. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed as dozens of silk threads shot forth once more. Fearful of the impending danger, Meng Xiaotao hastily retreated. While she could manage to break free from one or two strands, being ensnared by dozens would surely spell disaster. With a furrowed brow, she turned to Wang Yu and inquired, "Brother Wang Yu, what should we do? There are too many spiders for me to handle. What else can we do? We must run first. I've heard that spider silk is susceptible to fire. A single flame should suffice to incinerate them." Indeed, that sounds like a good plan. They swiftly departed from the dam, the swarm of spiders failing to pursue them, likely harboring some unspeakable secret within. As they emerged into the open air, Wang Yu let out a soft sigh. Ah, the outside world is so much better. How I long to leave everything behind. Alas, I cannot. Xiaochirong, we have made it outside. Please stop bothering Brother Wang Yu, all right? Meng Xiaotao said with a pout, finally setting aside her earlier trepidation. Taking a few deep breaths, she sought to calm her racing heart and settled onto a nearby stone. Has the danger passed? Xiaochirong inquired. Alas, how could it? I have done all I could, but the spiders are simply too numerous to contend with, Meng Xiaotao admitted. In response to her concerns, Wang Yu had devised a plan. He gathered some wood and dry grass from the vicinity, What are you planning to do, Brother Wang Yu? I am uncertain whether the silk of these mutated spiders is flammable, so I intend to experiment. Dream Xiaodao fell into a brief contemplation before arriving at a splendid idea. This is excellent. This method is quite effective. Allow me to kindle the fire. My speed in drilling wood is rather swift. I should be able to ignite it successfully within a few minutes. Dream Xiaodao exuded confidence, and she had every reason to. She took the wood from Wang Yu's hands, placed it on the ground, and began her task with fervor. Remarkably, she succeeded in igniting the fire within minutes. What should we do next? Dream Xiaodao inquired. Certainly. We must utilize the fire to attack them. Additionally, we need to fetch some longer dry wood. It will facilitate the ignition of their silk strands. After a brief preparation, each individual held a piece of wood about the width of a palm, adorned with flames. Are we all ready? Wang Yu directed this question towards Xia Chirong, not expecting much assistance from her. He only required her to safeguard herself. Xia Chirong nodded affirmatively. You merely need to protect yourself. I do not ask for your assistance in any other capacity. Do you understand? I understand, she replied. Subsequently, the three of them re-entered through the same door. Armed with weapons this time, they no longer hesitated but instead took decisive action. This silk is quite resilient. A single flame can seamlessly incinerate it from start to finish. Wang Yu was the first to ignite a strand of silk, observing with satisfaction as the flames caused the spiders to scurry in all directions. Even mutated creatures harbor a primal fear of fire. Perhaps it is an instinctual aversion or perhaps a consequence of their lower tier. Within a matter of minutes, they had cleared the area, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. As the spider silk was consumed by flames, the defenseless spiders began to plummet to the ground, their only weapons being the formidable pincers protruding from their mouths, accompanied by the green venom that resided upon them. In an effort to avoid inciting panic, Wang Yu discarded the torch and shielded Xia Chirong's eyes within his embrace. After a brief moment, he uttered a soft command. It was time to act. Dream Xiaodao acknowledged with a nod and swiftly darted forth. The spiders were now easy prey, incapable of weaving their silken strands. A cacophony of heavy thuds echoed from the vicinity, accompanied by a shower of dark blood, signifying that the stage was dominated solely by Dream Xiaodao. After several minutes, a jubilant Dream Xiaodao sauntered back, having effortlessly vanquished the foes. Wang Yu nodded in approval, commending her excellent performance. He then gently released Xia Chirong from his protective hold, not out of any ulterior motive, but rather to spare her from undue fright that might lead to nightmares. Dream Xiaodao rummaged through her pockets, extracting and counting the virus essence pills, totaling 12. Each pill was a vibrant shade of green, plump and promising. The quality of these second-tier virus essence pills suggested a delightful flavor. Very well, we shall save these for another time, but first, let us address the pressing matter at hand, she declared, her eyes glistening with hunger as she gazed longingly at the provisions. What shall we do next? She inquired. Certainly. We must seek the outlet of the dam, Wang Yu replied with a smile, directing his gaze toward an ominous door surrounded by a sea of white bones. An unsettling sight indeed. Xia Chirong swallowed hard, her heart racing with trepidation. She pointed towards that ominous place. Are we really going there? With so many bones scattered about, surely something far more terrifying lurks within. Do not panic, Wang Yu reassured her gently. We have already dealt with numerous spiders. No matter how fearsome the next challenge may be, we need not be afraid. Dream Xiaodao nodded in agreement, albeit Xia Chirong remained paralyzed by fear, clinging tightly to Wang Yu's side, unwilling to let go even for a moment. Nevertheless, the trio advanced in this manner. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound, save for the damp atmosphere that suggested unrest. As they gazed up at the door, they noticed the doorknob glistening as if recently touched. Has someone been here? Wang Yu pondered. It seemed quite plausible. With a determined mindset, he reached for the doorknob, applying pressure until the door creaked open. The interior was even more foul-smelling than the outside and slightly blinding due to the stark contrast of light. There was a solitary window, long neglected and coated with a thick layer of dust, rendering the sunlight that streamed through a muted gray. A massive pipe dominated the space, its presence marked by a sign that read Water Gate Number 1. At the sight of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile with delight. It appears we have indeed found the right place. Let us hurry to open a valve and release the water. The three of them approached the enormous valve with a hint of hesitation, as the ground was stained with dried blood, and several skeletal remains lay in the corners. Wang Yu took the initiative, gripping the rotating valve tightly with both hands. Initially, he exerted considerable force, but the copper rust rendered it immovable. He summoned all his strength, Yet it remained steadfast. "You too, stop watching and help me turn this thing," he urged. Instantly, the three of them placed their hands upon it. And with a bit of effort, it seemed to yield slightly, emitting a series of squeaks. Unbeknownst to them, 6 faintly red compound eyes above were fixated on their actions, as 2 sharp fangs gradually revealed themselves. Chapter 85. She has transformed into a zombie. Clearly, the trio was oblivious. Quickly, on the count of 3. Everyone push with all your might. Wang Yu strained, preparing himself. 3, 2, 1. The rotating gate emitted a creaking sound, and they felt a flicker of hope. Quickly. "It's loosening. Let us all put in more effort." As their combined strength increased, the decaying gate began to turn slowly. With a resounding bang, the rotating gate was suddenly flung open, unleashing a torrent of force from the pipe, accompanied by a clanging sound. Wang Yu and Xia Chirong wiped the sweat from their brows. Their earlier exertion had made them slightly warm, especially in the stifling atmosphere. "There should be water now. Let us hurry back," Xia Chirong said with a smile, wiping away the beads of sweat from his forehead. Dream Xiaodao was the first to venture out, followed by Wang Yu, with Xia Chirong trailing behind. This spider was peculiar. It was no longer the massive creature they had encountered before, now merely palm-sized. Yet its venom was far more potent than that of its predecessors. It was precisely this opportunity that allowed the third-tier mutated spider to pounce ferociously. Its target was Wang Yu, as the scent emanating from him suggested that his flesh could greatly enhance its power. However, just as the spider lunged, it was spotted by Xia Chirong. "Be careful, brother Wang Yu, there's a venomous spider." She thrust her hands toward Wang Yu, forcefully pushing him away, but in doing so, she bore the brunt of the attack. A sharp pain coursed through her neck as the spider sank its fangs into her flesh. Due to inertia, Xia Chirong's delicate form collided with Wang Yu, her face awash with panic, and her heart raced uncontrollably. She collapsed into Wang Yu's embrace, her complexion gradually paling. "Brother Wang Yu, I don't want to die. It's all right. Stay strong. I'll take you back to treat your wounds right away." Wang Yu was engulfed in urgency. However, medical supplies were unavailable, and the journey home would take several days. Xia Chirong managed a faint smile, reaching out to caress Wang Yu's cheek. "Brother Wang Yu, I..." Her voice faltered, weakened by the onset of the toxin, and her eyes began to close slowly. "What's wrong? Hold on. I'll get you back. Don't fall asleep." Wang Yu shouted desperately, but Xia Chirong had already succumbed to silence. As he brushed her hair aside, a red-patterned, dual-faced spider sprang forth. Meng Xiaotao acted swiftly, capturing it in her hand and crushing it with a firm grip. How could a single spider have harmed Xia Chirong? It was infuriating. She hadn't anticipated it to be a third-tier creature, which explained its cunning nature. She glared at the green viral essence pill in her hand, her anger palpable. Wang Yu refrained from responding, instead directing his gaze towards the slender neck of Xia Chirong. There, upon her fair skin, 2 blood marks were evident, and the surrounding area had begun to darken ominously, indicative of an extraordinary toxin. Meng Xiaotao tucked away the viral essence pill and remarked with a slight grimace, "This phenomenon appears to be reminiscent of that individual's condition from before. Could it be that she is destined to perish from internal decay? What should we do then?" Wang Yu inquired, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. "Perhaps we should transform her into a zombie?" Meng Xiaotao flashed a playful smile, revealing her small canine teeth. Given the circumstances, Wang Yu felt he had no other recourse. Faced with the choice of rotting away or embracing the undead, he deemed it worth the gamble. He nodded in agreement. "Be gentle. Do not let it get out of hand. We must be cautious not to inadvertently kill her." "Humph, fret not. I am not so brutish," Meng Xiaotao retorted. She leaned in and gently bit into Xia Chirong's neck, allowing her wound to become infected with the zombie virus. Subsequently, she handed Xia Chirong back to Wang Yu. "All right. It is done. Her fate now lies in the hands of destiny. Wait a moment. We should feed her a few viral essence pills. I believe this will expedite her evolution." However, Meng Xiaotao hesitated. Yet, under Wang Yu's persistent urging, she reluctantly retrieved several green viral essence pills and placed them into Xia Chirong's mouth. "Is this sufficient now?" "The remainder is mine," Meng Xiaotao pouted in protest. Wang Yu chuckled lightly. "You have already attained such a high level. If she awakens, I must ensure she has some viral essence pills to consume." "Absolutely not. These are all mine. If she desires them, let her hunt for herself." Meng Xiaotao expressed her discontent. However, Wang Yu did not dwell on the matter for too long. As she did not require such trivialities at present, a decision would be made once Xia Chirong regained consciousness. Gently, Wang Yu cradled the unconscious Xia Chirong, her breath feeble, as 2 viruses waged a relentless battle within her. Even her body felt slightly feverish, akin to a warming treasure. The current state of Xia Chirong was far from optimistic. They needed to return swiftly. Very well, Wang Yu affirmed. They hastily departed from that perilous place. The sluice gate had been opened, and although the water flow was not substantial, it sufficed to address their immediate concerns. Carrying Xia Chirong horizontally proved awkward, so Wang Yu resolved to hoist her onto her shoulder. With her head hanging down, Wang Yu grasped her legs with both hands, facilitating easier transport while allowing for unhindered movement. Days later, they retraced their steps, having consumed nearly all the provisions they had brought. During this time, Wang Yu had engaged in profound conversations with Meng Xiaodao. However, each encounter was fraught with anxiety, fearing that Xia Chirong might awaken and witness the unfolding circumstances. Fortunately, no unforeseen events transpired. Xia Chirong remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yet the previously darkened skin from the spider bite on her neck had begun to return to its natural hue, leaving behind 2 faint scars. Upon their return to the refuge, a voice rang out. The leader has returned safely. In a matter of moments, a multitude emerged to welcome them. Though most gazes fixated on Wang Yu's shoulder, the unconscious Xia Chirong she bore was undoubtedly a focal point of attention. At that moment, Xiang Zhuangmu and Inshan rushed forward to greet them. Upon seeing Xia Chirong on Wang Yu's shoulder, Mu Xi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the circumstances that had unfolded. Then she raised her gaze and inquired, "What has happened to the leader? Could she possibly be dead?" "Don't speak nonsense. She merely fainted and needs a brief rest," came the reply. "Is that truly the case? But can someone be so pale when they faint?" Anshan, with a piercing gaze, scrutinized her face and asked in confusion, "Enough of your overthinking. Get back to work. I need to take her to rest properly." "I assure you, she will be fine," Wang Yu commanded. The crowd that had been cheering gradually quieted and returned to their posts. Subsequently, he ascended to the 6th floor of his villa and gently laid her on the bed. Wang Yu inhaled sharply, touching Xia Chirong's icy cheek. The warmth she once held had vanished, replaced by this frozen visage. She resembled a corpse encased in ice. Her stunning beauty preserved, yet devoid of any hint of color. No one could determine how long this state would endure. However, Meng Xiaodao, with keen eyes, noticed his lips move slightly and exclaimed, "Brother Wang Yu, she moved." She moved. After a thorough examination, Wang Yu concluded that aside from her frigid complexion, she remained unchanged. She had successfully transformed into a zombie. Chapter 86. Awakening to such madness? It seems she is safe and sound. Wang Yu smiled and, accompanied by Meng Xiaodao, exited the room. After all, Xia Chirong would require time to fully awaken, and since she had become a zombie, it was likely she was still within the first tier of the undead, necessitating further elevation in her abilities. Subsequently, Meng Xiaodao took Wang Yu to the cafeteria for a meal. Days of hardship had rendered him ravenous, consuming far more than usual. Ultimately, he found himself reclining and indulging in leisure. That night, Xia Chirong fully awakened, yet due to her insufficient level, her consciousness had not completely emerged. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu skillfully invaded her mind, exerting control over her, just as he had initially done with Meng Xiaodao. "Wang Yu, when will she possess a consciousness akin to mine?" "It seems she must ingest numerous virus essence pills," he replied. "Oh, how long must we wait for that?" Meng Xiaodao continued to jest, blissfully unaware that the small candies in her pocket swayed along with her movements. Wang Yu's gaze fell upon the pocket, and a mischievous smile spread across his face. "Meng Xiaodao, have you been hoarding sweets?" No. These are all earned through my labor. They are my rations. I am not hoarding anything. May I borrow a little?" "Absolutely not. These are mine. I won't share." Observing Meng Xiaodao's petulant demeanor, Wang Yu smiled slightly as he approached with the intention of robbing her. "I'll assist you in hunting later. For now, just let me have a taste." No. You still have time to search for your own. Don't covet my candies." Yet Wang Yu was not inclined to indulge her whims. He promptly initiated a playful theft. Unfortunately for him, as a creature of this world, Meng Xiaodao was not easily captured, and thus, a chase ensued within the confines of the room. This seemingly meaningless battle is, in fact, quite amusing. What wrong has Meng Xiaodao committed by merely protecting the little candy she holds dear in her pocket? Yet, Wang Yu's misunderstanding of her intent has led to this commotion. After half an hour of bickering, Wang Yu ultimately finds himself out of breath, sitting aside and panting. He had merely intended to borrow a small piece, promising to return it later. "No, I refuse. My little candy is under my control." As Wang Yu sees no resolution in sight, he resorts to using his abilities. He discovers that by closing his eyes and harnessing his mental strength, he can establish a connection with Meng Xiaodao, thereby manipulating her actions. However, any resistance on her part would thwart his efforts. Nevertheless, inducing a moment of disorientation within her is still within his grasp. After yet another chaotic tussle, Wang Yu finally pins Meng Xiaodao down and retrieves all the virus essence pills from her pocket, leaving her with a furious expression. Humph, that wicked man stole my candy. Yet, Wang Yu remains unfazed, promptly feeding all the virus essence pills into Xia Chirong's mouth. However, he seems to have overlooked an important detail. Some matters require his personal intervention. On the bed, Xia Chirong's face flushes slightly, her entire body radiating an intense heat. Meng Xiaodao, with an air of indifference, had anticipated this outcome. She smiles as she steps out, closing the door behind her, leaving behind a parting remark. Remember the method to help Meng Xiaodao before applying it to her. Otherwise, she may not withstand this ordeal. Wang Yu lets out a bitter laugh, reluctant to engage in such despicable behavior, yet he feels compelled to act, lest she suffer a needless loss. Xia Chirong gently opened her eyes, her mind now slightly clearer with the realization that she must seek out Wang Yu. In truth, the breakthrough of a third-tier zombie had not yet reached such extremes. It required the strength of a fourth tier or higher. Initially, Wang Yu sat on the bed, contemplating whether to take action. However, Xia Chirong had already wrapped her arms around him from behind. She lowered her head and pressed her lips directly against his. Though Wang Yu intended to resist, her grip was remarkably strong, and she forcefully pushed him back onto the bed. After a brief interlude of several minutes, they had not disrobed, as their encounter had not escalated to that stage. Nevertheless, Wang Yu licked his lips, finding the experience rather enjoyable. Meanwhile, Xia Chirong closed her eyes, drifting into a light slumber. Her ascension process was far from complete, relying solely on her own strength to continue. Subsequently, Wang Yu exited the room, where Meng Xiaodao was washing her delicate feet. Upon noticing Wang Yu's arrival, she lifted her fair and slender foot, smiling as she inquired, "Do you think my feet are beautiful?" "Indeed, they are stunning," Wang Yu replied enthusiastically, moving closer to grasp her foot. "Allow me to indulge." After a delightful tasting experience, Wang Yu felt immensely satisfied. At that moment, sounds emanated from the room, likely indicating that Xia Chirong had awakened. "I shall check on her. You stay here, and I will return shortly." "All right, hurry back," Meng Xiaodao replied, her face flushed with embarrassment, uncertain of the cause of her reddened cheeks. She felt a distinct chill rather than warmth, perhaps stemming from deep within her emotions. "Xia Chirong, have you awakened? How do you feel?" Wang Yu entered with a smile, entirely oblivious to the imminent danger. On the bed, Xia Chirong lunged toward him, seemingly captivated by the man, driven by an inexplicable impulse. "Brother Wang Yu, I want to bear your child." "What on earth?" Her speed was astonishing. Wang Yu had no time to react, and with remarkable strength, she toppled him to the ground. A pair of red lips descended upon him in a fervent kiss, offering him no chance to respond. "What are you doing?" "Xia Chirong, could you please exercise some restraint?" Yet, she paid no heed, intent on savoring the moment. Overwhelmed, he grasped her shoulders, attempting to push her away, but to no avail. "Brother Wang Yu, just yield to me. I am quite serious." "Serious, my foot." Meng Xiaodao, hurry and come help. This woman has lost her mind. "I'm on my way." Previously, upon hearing the unusual sounds of Xia Chirong tackling Wang Yu, she sensed something was amiss, but the absence of Wang Yu's cries led her to dismiss it. Now, she realized she had missed a tremendous opportunity. However, it was not too late. "Release my brother Wang Yu. You are far too dangerous," she implored. Yet, Xia Chirong remained oblivious, lost in her own world of kisses. It seemed she had no choice but to intervene personally. Under the pressure of the situation, Xia Chirong was utterly defenseless, and no amount of struggle could free her from Meng Xiaodao's grasp. At that moment, Wang Yu finally rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Truly, if one has feelings for me, must it be conveyed in such a manner? We could sit down and have a proper conversation." "Really?" Xia Chirong, whose earlier frenzy had subsided, immediately quieted down, signaling to Meng Xiaodao that she could release her grip. "I advise you against any underhanded tactics. As long as I am present, you shall not succeed." It was then that Meng Xiaodao let go of her, still issuing a warning, confident that this woman posed no threat, for she was far stronger and could easily overpower her. Chapter 87. She has become a zombie, and her personality has changed subsequently. The three of them sat silently at the edge of the bed, Wang Yu in the center, flanked by the two women. It was Wang Yu who broke the silence, inquiring, "Xia Chirong, how do you feel?" I feel absolutely wonderful, and I sense an increase in strength, enhanced vision, and greater beauty. However, what exactly have you done to me? Why have I transformed in this way? Well, this might come as quite a psychological blow. Wang Yu pondered for a moment before slowly revealing, is it true that you? Not to worry. As long as it was my brother Wang Yu who initiated it, I will not hold it against you, Xia Chirong replied with a smile. Meng Xiaodao, reclining slightly, added with a smirk, you were bitten by a spider, and your life was in peril. Unfortunately, we possess no means to cure this toxin. So the only option left was to transform you into a zombie. A zombie? Yet why can I still speak and think? I recall that zombies are typically portrayed as fierce, dull-witted, and foolish beings. Wang Yu sighed softly, then gently stroked her head. The image of zombies in your memory is derived from the films you've watched, yet the reality is vastly different now. You are a third-tier zombie, quite formidable indeed. Xia Chirong paused slightly, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. A third-tier zombie? Why does that sound somewhat terrifying? What makes a third-tier zombie so exceptional? Xia Chirong continued to inquire. However, Wang Yu did not respond. Instead, he rose to his feet. Come, let me take you outside to experience it for yourself. The sky gradually darkened. Xia Chirong's eyes glowed with a crimson light against the dimming backdrop. Without the concealment of colored contacts, they appeared exceptionally striking. The incoming survivors were startled by this sight. Zombies? Are there zombies here? Do not panic. How could there be zombies with me around? The individual hesitated for a moment before his excitement slowly subsided. Leader? Is this your woman? Close enough. Well, that's wonderful. The individual then departed, or rather, returned to rest as evening approached, with twilight hanging on the horizon. At that moment, Xia Chirong tightly grasped Wang Yu's arm, rubbing her delicate body against him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Close enough? It is exactly that. She then chuckled mischievously. Wang Yu, you smell delightful. A wicked smile graced Xia Chirong's face as her gaze fixated on Wang Yu's profile, feeling as if he were her exclusive man. Dream Xiaodao hurriedly approached to interject. Well, don't you wish to experience the sensation of becoming a zombie? There's no one around now. Hurry and exercise. Don't cling to brother Wang Yu any longer. Is that so? This is Xia Chirong's first transformation into a zombie, standing on this pebble path. She feels an extraordinary vigor in her legs. Let me give it a try. She released Wang Yu's arm, then exerted a slight pressure with her toes and suddenly lunged forward. In a heartbeat, she covered several meters, surpassing the explosive speed of an ordinary car, circling the refuge multiple times within minutes. Only after she was satisfied did she leisurely return. Meng Xiaotao, with a smile, inquired, how was it? Quite enjoyable indeed. Previously, my body was frail and susceptible to illness. I never anticipated I possessed such a dazzling side. Immediately after, she approached Wang Yu once more, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her entire body against him, yearning to remain glued to him at all times. Witnessing this, Meng Xiaotao was flustered. What are you doing? Why do you always want to stick to brother Wang Yu? I simply want to. Xia Chirong made a playful face at Meng Xiaodao. Incensed, she prepared to retaliate, but Wang Yu swiftly intervened. All right, let us cease the commotion. Tomorrow, I will take you out to hunt for the virus essence. Really? That would be wonderful. Subsequently, feeling hungry, Wang Yu led them to the dining hall. The dining hall, as lively as ever, buzzed with activity. After a day of labor, mealtime was undoubtedly the most delightful moment. At this moment, Xiong Zhuang rushed over with great urgency, and upon seeing Xia Chirong, his face immediately contorted with anger. His position in personnel management was, of course, bestowed upon him by Wang Yufu. Xia Chirong, where have you been all these days? Do you not realize that neglecting your duties means foregoing your meals? He was poised to launch into a scathing reprimand. Xia Chirong appeared somewhat oblivious, even feeling a hint of trepidation as he cowered behind Wang Yu. What work? I was unaware that I had any responsibilities. Xiong Zhuang's fury intensified. The onlookers awaiting their meals turned their gazes towards the commotion, not displaying any overt reaction, merely intrigued. After all, observing such spectacles is a customary pastime for the people of Longhua. Wang Yu offered a faint smile. From now on, Xia Chirong shall no longer work, but remain by my side. Why? Could it be that he is one of those? Xiong Zhuang inquired, his confusion evident. Wang Yu sighed and leaned closer, whispering, Xia Chirong is no longer human. He inadvertently perished while on a mission, and we have transformed him into a zombie. So, you understand. Xiong Zhuang nodded, though still somewhat incredulous, he could not dismiss the gravity of Wang Yu's demeanor. Well, if you say it is so, I shall refrain from further protest. He then departed, knowing that he would arrange for someone to take Xia Chirong's place. Meanwhile, the crowd gradually resumed their activities. As the prospect of dining took precedence, Wang Yu and his companions hurriedly procured their meals. Faced with the delectable and fragrant dishes, he relished every bite. While Xia Chirong hesitated, she desired to eat, yet upon beholding the dishes before her, an inexplicable sense of aversion surged within her. You cannot consume this food, child. It is akin to a zombie's plight. Meng Xiaotao chuckled softly, remarking that such a well-meaning suggestion would hardly sway Xia Chirong. Nonsense. How could I not eat this food? She resolutely suppressed her nausea and, with determination, scooped a portion of the meal into her mouth. However, the feeling of resistance from her body swiftly followed. A sweetness surged in her throat, prompting her to expel the food immediately. How could such delectable dishes be beyond my reach? What monstrous transformation have I undergone? You have become a zombie, just like me. This food is certainly inedible, and you can only consume little candies. What are little candies? Xia Chirong inquired, setting down her chopsticks in haste. They're a delightful treat. Trust me, you will surely come to adore them. So abandon this food, do not bring ruin upon it. But what of this food? Xia Chirong hesitated. She had persevered so long and could not bear to waste it. Very well, if you cannot eat, then let it be given to Brother Wang Yu, for he genuinely needs to consume more and replenish his strength. Why does that sound somewhat amiss? What do you mean by needing to replenish? Am I some sort of man suffering from weakness? Wang Yu glared at her. Meng Xiaotao paid no heed to his protest. Continuing her sardonic commentary, do you not know your own capabilities? Chapter 88. My blood is remarkably extraordinary nonsense. There is no such thing. I am certainly not weak. Wang Yu continued to argue in a defiant manner. Oh, what exactly did you do to Meng Xiaotao earlier, Brother Wang Yu? Xia Chirong inquired, her expression mimicking the motion of drilling a hole with a stick, filled with curiosity. Is it truly like that? What purpose does it serve? Is it entertaining? All right. Enough said. Let us not lead Xia Chirong astray, Wang Yu interjected. By the way, I heard it's time to rest. Tomorrow we shall venture out to hunt or perhaps assist you in finding a new outfit. With a sidelong glance at Xia Chirong, it was evident that her attire was quite constricting, likely too small for her. Particularly, the buttons on her chest appeared almost ready to burst, suggesting that this earthly beauty had reached her zenith. Is it appealing? Meng Xiaotao asked, tugging at Wang Yu's ear from behind. Not particularly, he replied. How can it not be? If you wish to see, then look a little more, she insisted. Suddenly, Xia Chirong sprang up, enveloping Wang Yu's head between her bosom. Hey! Who permitted such behavior? Meng Xiaotao exclaimed, her irritation palpable as she seized Xia Chirong and pulled her down. Tonight, you shall sleep with me, allowing Brother Wang Yu to rest alone, lest you cause further mischief. Meng Xiaotao firmly grasped Xia Chirong and led her away, despite her reluctance. The disparity in strength left Xia Chirong with no choice but to cast a few lingering glances at Wang Yu as she departed. Brother Wang Yu, I truly do not wish to part from you. Yet, Wang Yu did not urge her to stay, he merely waved his hand, reminding her to heed Meng Xiaotao's words. He gradually came to realize that despite his previous carefree interactions with Meng Xiaotao, he was indeed becoming increasingly overwhelmed. Sighing, he pondered how he would navigate the days ahead. However, he soon resolved that he must seek out some essential supplements for men the following day. As darkness fell and the night settled in, the lights of the shelter illuminated the surroundings. Yet, Wang Yu remained seated at the entrance of the villa, deep in thought. He contemplated a perplexing matter. Despite his intimate relationship with Meng Xiaotao, why had he not been infected by the zombies? This question left him utterly baffled. Suddenly, he recalled a high-precision optical electron microscope he had previously obtained. Would this device be capable of detecting any changes in his condition within her body? His mind was a flurry of thoughts. No. How could he possibly ask her for such a thing? Would he really ask her to bare herself completely for examination? After some deliberation, he devised a plan and headed into the villa. Brother Wang Yu, you're back. Would you like to sleep with us? Xia Chirong exclaimed with a bright smile, her gaze fixed on him. Not right now, he replied, sensing the urgency of his situation. Why not? Does Brother Wang Yu not like me? Xia Chirong's expression shifted to one of feigned distress. She couldn't quite bring herself to cry. Yet she was adept at portraying such emotions. All right. I have some matters to attend to. Could you lend me some saliva? What do you need that for? Xia Chirong hesitated, surprised by Wang Yu's peculiar request. She never anticipated that he would engage in such bizarre pursuits, though it remained merely her speculation. Allow me to take the lead. My status surpasses hers, and perhaps my contribution will prove more beneficial to you. Meng Xiaotao spoke, promptly expelling saliva onto her hand and extending it forward. Wang Yu swiftly retrieved a cup, capturing the saliva within. I shall conduct an experiment. Please bear with me for a moment. However, if you find the wait intolerable, feel free to rest, and I shall retire to another room later. Xia Chirong bit her lip, feeling irked that Meng Xiaotao had outpaced her. No, brother Wang Yu, I will wait for you. Please hurry. Very well, he replied. Wang Yu then transported a table from the adjacent room and placed the high-precision optical electronic microscope he had previously gathered onto it. Without delay, he commenced his work. This device required electricity, which fortuitously was available in his room. He promptly connected it to a power source and then added a couple of his own saliva samples onto the slide. After thoroughly blending it with Meng Xiaotao's saliva for microscopic examination, he was taken aback by the results. He observed that the normal cells appeared transparent, while Meng Xiaotao's cells exhibited a striking blue hue. Wang Yu pondered, could it be that Meng Xiaotao was a fourth-tier zombie, and that was the reason for the blue coloration? Before he could voice his thoughts, he witnessed the two types of cells rapidly merging, rather than merely consuming. It was more akin to a fusion. The cells became highly agitated, exuding a peculiar aroma. This phenomenon persisted for a brief period, after which Meng Xiaotao's saliva cells gradually transitioned to transparency and ceased their motion, presumably signifying their demise. Subsequently, Wang Yu ceased his experiments and succinctly concluded that there resided within him an unidentified antibody, although it elicited a transient exhilaration in response to the zombie virus. The accompanying side effect was the looming specter of death. Nonetheless, he mused that a minute dosage remained permissible, even possessing the capacity to directly enhance the zombies. However, as these thoughts lingered, his countenance gradually darkened, a nameless dread unfurling within his mind. This outcome must not be disclosed to anyone, otherwise, I would surely face dire consequences. Wang Yu, are you not feeling well yet? I have grown rather impatient waiting, a voice interjected. I'm coming, he replied, dismissing the concerns regarding the antibody. The zombie virus was not of his making. It was not his responsibility. Initially, Wang Yu sought solitude for rest, but alas, the sixth floor only boasted a single bed, compelling him to share the space. He lay in the middle, flanked by the frigid bodies of two women, inducing an involuntary shiver within him, a normal person. Oh, this is quite arduous. Why must being a man be so taxing? He lamented internally. The two women pressed closely against him, their cold temperatures seeping into him. Aside from their softness, they were chillingly cold. However, it was autumn, thus he could endure it for a while longer. The thought of winter was nearly unimaginable, thus sharing a bed would be untenable, save for the most essential circumstances. Resolutely, Wang Yu made a mental note of this decision and cast a glance at their delicate features and beautiful faces. What is it, Wang Yu? They both inquired simultaneously. Nothing. Sleep now. We shall discuss matters come morning, he replied. The night swiftly passed, leaving Wang Yu shivering uncontrollably, flanked by two icy forms that rendered him nearly unrecognizable from the cold. Unlike other nights when he could awaken from dreams of Xiaotao and shift away from the chill, he was now ensnared by their tight embrace, enduring unspeakable torment. Brother Wang Yu, you're awake so soon? Asked Xia Chirong, her voice laced with curiosity. She too had been sleepless through the night, yet aware of her transformation into a zombie, a peculiar circumstance that rendered her inquiries unnecessary, as she had already deduced through introspection. Zombies do not require sleep, though a brief respite is still permissible. Indeed, last night was frigid. I shall engage in some exercise to alleviate this cold, he replied. I'll join you, she said. So will I. Soon, the three could be seen racing across the open ground. Wang Yu, having sprinted several kilometers, was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, while the other two seemed scarcely affected, merely accompanying him in the run. Ah, at last, the cold is dissipating. Let us take a moment to rest, he declared. The trio settled upon a small earthen rise, observing the individuals gradually emerging from their makeshift wooden shelters, ready to commence their labors. At that moment, Mu Ji, responsible for food operations, approached with a stern countenance, his steps burdened. Chief, we may face a shortage of seasonings. Additionally, I discovered a concealed door in the villa, behind which lies an off-road vehicle. Is that true? What delightful news. Indeed, this vehicle has undergone modifications, boasting greater power than the average off-road car. capable of effortlessly crushing smaller vehicles. Goodness, is this truly a car? Wang Yu displayed a look of astonishment, then rubbed his hands together with anticipation. Pray tell, how did you discover this? Were you perhaps indulging in some off-roading escapades in the villa while I was away? Ha ha, I'm not quite sure. I was merely idling about and stumbled upon it while on the first floor of the villa. Muji scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well then, lead the way. I have resolved to venture out today to procure some items, and it would be splendid to bring back some seasonings as well. Very well. Wang Yu and the others followed Muji to a concealed room on the first floor. My goodness, what a well-hidden spot, Meng Xiaodao exclaimed. Muji felt along the wall for a moment and discovered a button, which he pressed. Suddenly, a wall ahead began to rise slowly, revealing a camouflaged rolling shutter door. To his astonishment, behind it stood a meticulously polished and gleaming modified off-road vehicle. Goodness gracious, such a treasure would surely fetch over $1 million in the market. He instinctively approached to inspect it, lightly grazing his fingers along the metal surface. The emblem had vanished, replaced by formidable and sharp collision-resistant spikes, and the doors had been reinforced. The windows had been reduced to mere slits, entirely sealed with steel. He could hardly contain his excitement as he climbed into the vehicle. Although the interior was somewhat sparse, it offered a comforting sense of security. The tires of the vehicle towered to the height of a person, and judging by their closely knit treads, they appeared to be solid, impervious to punctures. The key was already inserted in the ignition, and Wang Yu eagerly turned it, unleashing a powerful roar from the engine. The fuel gauge lit up, indicating 10 bars of fuel, sufficient for over 500 kilometers of travel. At that moment, Muji inquired, "Do you possess a driver's license? Are you capable of driving?" No, I cannot, but my girlfriend can," came the reply. Ah, indeed. The last time she drove, it was quite a wild ride. She barreled through with abandon. How could she possibly handle this vehicle? Xia Chirong watched as Meng Xiaodao took the driver's seat, gritting her teeth in regret for not having obtained a driver's license during her school days. Unfortunately, during that time, she had no funds. Her living expenses were earned through diligent work study, leaving her with no financial means to acquire a license. With Meng Xiaodao in the driver's seat, Wang Yu moved to the back, where the spacious interior resembled that of a truck rather than a compact vehicle, allowing for easy passage from the front to the rear. When do you plan to depart? Muji asked. Right now. Very well. I wish the leader a safe journey, Muji responded with a smile. Observing as Wang Yu extended a hand to assist Xia Chirong into the vehicle, Meng Xiaodao then started the modified off-road vehicle, its tremendous roar resonating and igniting a sense of exhilaration within. They drove straight to the entrance of the refuge, where survivors, drawn by the sound, emerged in curiosity. Upon seeing the modified off-road vehicle, astonishment swept across their faces. This is indeed a precious gem. I never anticipated such treasures existed in this locale. Indeed. If I possessed a vehicle of my own, I would traverse these terrains with ease. Alas, I have yet to obtain my driver's license. Subsequently, the crane lowered the wooden bridge, and under the adept guidance of Meng Xiaoqiao, the modified off-road vehicle surged forth with vigor, the accelerator pressed firmly to the floor. While a standard off-road vehicle might navigate rocky roads with relative ease, this modified marvel could conquer mountains and valleys. Seated within, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of elation. One must admit, possessing such a vehicle in a post-apocalyptic world is a true comfort. As he reveled in his thoughts, he felt the gentle touch of Xia Chirong's delicate hand on his arm. Brother Wang Yu, this vehicle is so spacious. Why don't we? Enough of that. You must be out of your mind. The time is not right. Besides, I'm feeling quite overwhelmed. Let us refrain from such notions, shall we? Is there something amiss? Suddenly, Meng Xiaodao slammed on the brakes, causing the two passengers behind to lurch forward. Fortunately, their seat belts prevented them from being thrown out. What was that for? Why the sudden stop? Wang Yu muttered. Who was speaking about such matters behind you, making it difficult for me to concentrate on driving? Nonsense. Brother Wang Yu would never engage in such acts with me. Humph. Let me tell you, Xia Chirong, you better behave, or you'll face the consequences when we return. Meng Xiaodao shook her little fist. From a divine perspective, the vehicle was cruising at a speed of 80, as Meng Xiaodao had a penchant for speed, ensuring that should they encounter zombies, the sharp, spiked front bumper would obliterate them upon impact. As we encountered a few small vehicles blocking the way, aside from some shops, there were no other issues. Before long, we arrived at the essential thoroughfare between two imposing bridges, where an array of cars haphazardly lay stopped. If these had been ordinary vehicles, they would have undoubtedly caused a jam. However, This was a modified off-road vehicle. Could we pass through? Wang Yu leaned forward to inquire. Of course, my driving skills are exceptional, he replied confidently. With a swift motion, Meng Xiao pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward and effortlessly crushing the abandoned cars as if they were mere stones. Even the larger trucks that could not be traversed were forcibly pushed aside by the formidable four-wheel drive of the modified vehicle. Naturally, sitting in the back seat, Xia Chirong seized the opportunity to draw closer. With every bump and rise over the vehicles, she let out a squeal and instinctively leaned against Wang Yu. Wang Yu, you drive so fiercely. It frightens me, she exclaimed. All right, there's no need to be scared. Just sit tight and fasten your seatbelt, he reassured her. No, I prefer to be close to you. It makes me feel safe, she insisted. Very well then, Wang Yu acquiesced, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist, while her cheek nestled against his chest. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Xiaodao, who was driving ahead, was unaware of this exchange. She then asked, where are we headed? First, let us find some seasonings, perhaps a wholesale market or a large supermarket, he replied. All right. Meng Xiaodao gently gripped the steering wheel. Ever since she encountered the fourth-tier zombies, long-buried memories had been unearthed. Having resided in City Z for several decades, she was well acquainted with the place. In no time, they arrived at the Dongong Bird Raw Material Wholesale Market. Upon parking, she glanced back, unable to suppress her anger. Oh, so while I drive ahead, you Xia Chirong are secretly taking advantage of brother Wang Yu. Are you? Nonsense. I am not taking advantage of him. It is mutual consent. So how could it be called taking advantage? It is only natural. I refuse to believe it unless brother Wang Yu himself tells me or compensates me in some way. Otherwise, I will not let you off the hook. Seeing their argument intensifying, Wang Yu hastily intervened. All right, let's not quarrel. Peace is paramount. Humph. Tonight, I shall reclaim all the advantages you have taken. Meng Xiaodao smirked, immediately exiting the vehicle, pulling out the keys and playing with them in her hands. Chapter 90. Almost shot dead, the surroundings were eerily quiet. The weather was splendid, with bright sunshine, a fine day indeed. There were hardly any zombies nearby, likely due to their innate fear of the sunlight, gradually retreating into the shadows. Oh dear, Xia Chirong, could you refrain from causing mischief everywhere? Fine, Xia Chirong, newly transformed into a zombie, felt a surge of impatience, eager to test her strength and abilities. Let us not hold it against her. Wang Yu gently took Meng Xiaodao's hand, pulling her into his embrace, while Xia Chirong stretched her limbs, preparing to gauge her own prowess. She lifted her small hand and struck the zombie's chest, a seemingly insignificant blow that concealed immense power. With a resounding crack, the zombie was propelled like a cannonball, rolling across the ground several times before coming to a halt. Yet, it appeared to have sustained little injury, as the zombie struggled a couple of times before rising once more. Since Xia Chirong was also a zombie, the one she struck did not react to her, continuing to wander about in a state of mindlessness. At that moment, she clapped her hands, pleased with her newfound strength. Indeed, I have transformed into a zombie. I never anticipated there would be so many advantages. Turning her gaze towards Wang Yu, she tilted her head slightly. What are you doing so close to my brother? All right. Finding the necessary supplies is of the utmost importance. Let us not make a fuss. Wang Yu gently pushed Meng Xiaodao aside and took her hand. Come. Let us proceed inside. At that moment, Xia Chirong glanced at the modified off-road vehicle parked outside. Is it truly safe for it to remain here? What if someone were to steal it? Oh, do not fret. The keys are in my possession. No one can drive it away, Meng Xiaodao said, shaking the keys in her hand. Very well then. Subsequently, the three of them began to explore the wholesale market. The long-preserved food had long been depleted, and most of the iron tools had vanished. Practical items such as wooden barrels and iron basins were nowhere to be found. Additionally, there were some unfamiliar footprints left on the ground. Dreaming of the small peach, she crouched down, her delicate eyebrows gently arched, and with a smile, she remarked, "It appears someone has been here, and the soil is barely dry, suggesting they must have arrived in the past few days." Indeed, I recall a heavy downpour just yesterday. If that is the case, we must remain vigilant. However, Xia Chirong's concerns seem to lack Wang Yu's endorsement. Do not fret. Even if they are merely ordinary individuals, with the two of you here, who would dare to approach us? Unless they are military personnel armed with firearms, otherwise, they stand no chance against us. That is certainly true. Yet, before long, they swiftly discovered a wholesale supply of seasonings. The door of the room was smeared with desiccated black blood, and the tempered glass in front had been shattered into countless fragments. It was evident that many had visited, and a fierce skirmish had ensued here, yet nothing appeared to have been taken, for these items, oil, salt, tea, and vinegar, are not directly consumable. Wang Yu pinched a bag, blew into it to inflate it, and began to fill it with supplies. Hurry, we must gather these provisions. They will sustain our refuge for a year. Indeed, they mimicked Wang Yu's actions, diligently packing the goods. In a short while, several large bags of seasonings were filled. Among them, salt was the most crucial ingredient, followed by sugar and monosodium glutamate. It was not until Wang Yu was on his 8th bag that a twinge of regret struck him. As he pulled at the broken wooden planks beneath the counter, several sacks of coarse salt were revealed. Damn it, I've been packing for so long. And there were ready supplies right here. Wang Yu discarded the half-packaged fine salt in his hands and turned, bending down to lift the bag of salt for transport. Suddenly, Meng Xiaotao approached him and softly remarked, Wang Yu, I heard the sounds of living voices. Could it be that the newcomers are not benevolent? Indeed, I heard it too. Xie Chirong quickly chimed in. In such a desolate place devoid of sustenance, how could there be living souls? Wang Yu closed his eyes, his mental energy enveloping a wholesale market, and upon glimpsing the scene, his face lit up with sudden excitement. Well, there truly are living people. However, his expression soon darkened. What is the situation? They are actually armed. He noted the presence of submachine guns, specifically the MP-45. Wang Yu's mental energy sought to draw closer for a better observation, but the sound of footsteps reached even his ears, prompting him to withdraw from that state. What do you think, Wang Yu? Should we befriend these individuals or eliminate them? Let us observe first. If they merely seek to procure a few items, we shall not interfere, yet if they harbor ulterior motives, then their demise would pose no issue. Very well, Xie Chirong and Meng Xiaotao responded in unison. Wang Yu then hoisted the hefty sack of coarse salt onto his shoulder, feeling its considerable weight, likely around 30 to 40 pounds. You too should gather the remaining seasonings. And oh, do not forget to bring some Sichuan peppercorns and cinnamon. I enjoy using those to brew a chicken soup. Understood. Meng Xiaotao promptly complied, hastily packing 2 bags of Sichuan peppercorns and cinnamon, along with a few dried chilies. Once they collected their supplies, they prepared to depart. As they stepped outside, they unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals. Among them, a bespectacled middle-aged man with a refined visage brandished an MP-45 and shouted, Halt! Who are you? Where do you come from? Speak the truth. Why should my origins concern you? Wang Yu retorted coldly. Are you planning to deliver some poultry to my home for our amusement? However, in the next breath, the man's weapon discharged. It became evident that the 6 individuals had already noticed the beautiful woman beside Wang Yu. In the face of impending doom, all ethical considerations were cast aside. Primal instincts and carnal desires surged forth. This revelation left Wang Yu momentarily stunned. Fortunately, Meng Xiaotao swiftly grasped Wang Yu's arm and pulled him into a nearby shop, with Xie Chirong closely following. The area where the submachine gun had swept was left riddled with bullet holes. The speed of their reaction startled the 6 middle-aged men. Goodness, are they even human? How could they react so swiftly? They managed to evade gunfire in an instant. Have they taken drugs? As they engaged in this frantic discussion, Wang Yu's heart raced with fear. That had been a close call. He had nearly met his demise. Wang Yu, they are treating us this way. Do you think they intend to kill us all? Meng Xiaodao's face was set in anger, her frustration palpable. Meanwhile, Xie Chirong's expression grew increasingly malevolent. Why kill them? It would be far more enjoyable to capture them, transform them into zombies, and slowly torture them to death. That would bring true pleasure. Haha, Xie Chirong. You are delightfully wicked, and I find it appealing. However, in the next moment, 6 submachine guns erupted in gunfire, shattering the glass overhead. Bullet holes pockmarked the walls. This group was rather cunning, likely having indulged in numerous apocalyptic novels and films. Chapter 91. The 6 from the Heavenly Realm group. The gunfire persisted for a while until a magazine was depleted. One bespectacled young man gestured. Old Li. Go check it out. The rest of you reload. If anyone charges out, deal with them immediately. Old Li, also a middle-aged man, bore scars on his face that suggested a history of misdeeds. Cautiously, he held his submachine gun while advancing to inspect the situation, reloading as he moved. He removed a fresh magazine from his waist and inserted it with a crisp click, chambering a round. His steps were neither hurried nor chaotic. Exhibiting a steady and deliberate pace, he must have been shaken by Meng Xiaodao's earlier display of reflexes, still haunted by fear. Old Li focused intently ahead, swallowing hard. Damn it, after so many bullets, They must be dead, right? Just as he sighed, a voice suddenly erupted forth. It was Ming Xiaodao, her movement swift and graceful. In an instant, she reached out and seized Old Li by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Startled, Old Li dropped his submachine gun, terror evident in his eyes. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I surrender. Surrender? Is that truly your mindset, Old Li? Everyone fire. Isn't that a bit excessive? Can Old Li really shoot while in that woman's grasp? No matter, Old Li has defected and perished. I shall deceitfully claim it was an accidental death during the execution. And everyone will press the fire button to extinguish him. A sweet voice gradually emerged amidst the chaos. However, the sounds of gunfire completely drowned out her words, rendering them inaudible. Suddenly, a figure darted forth from the side, swiftly infiltrating the crowd and unleashing a devastating assault. It was Xia Chirong. She exuded an aura of dominance, having shed her previous frail demeanor. Little ones, is this how you welcome your elder sister? Such a ruthless heart. Her voice was more terrifying than death itself, akin to a blood-stained rose, beautiful yet lethal. In an instant, half of the original 6 had fallen. The individual in Ming Xiaodao's grasp was effortlessly dispatched, his neck crushed with a mere squeeze. Leave one alive, don't kill them all. Wang Yu emerged slowly from the ruins, shards of glass still embedded in his scalp. Although he bore no visible wounds, he was covered in dust. The sound of cracking bones and shattered cervical vertebrae filled the air, silencing any possible cries of agony. The sole survivor was a bespectacled middle-aged man who now displayed no trace of his former arrogance, replaced instead by sheer terror. With another sharp crack, Ming Xiao severed the submachine gun in his hands. Instinctively, he drew a knife from his waist, only to have it swatted away by Xia Chirong. Please, please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. The man was utterly terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Humph. Were it not for Brother Wang Yu's command to spare your life, I would have dealt with you already, Dream Xiao scoffed. Wang Yu approached from behind, casting a glance at the middle-aged man, and coldly remarked, Speak. Who sent you, and what is your purpose? The middle-aged man stammered, clearly terrified of death. I will tell you. Please grant me a chance to live. You are in no position to negotiate with me. Hurry and speak. In truth, we are from the Tian Shangrenjian group. We came out merely to procure some seasonings for cooking. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu burst into laughter. Then why did you fire your weapon? The middle-aged man, intimidated by Wang Yu's furious shout, fell to his knees, unable to lift his head. I don't know. Our leader commanded that we kill any other survivors we encounter. Otherwise, we would be the ones to perish. Oh, what a pity it is that you crossed paths with me. Go on, I shall let you leave. Really? The middle-aged man lifted his head, smiling. Indeed, you may go. Though still skeptical, the middle-aged man hastily fled. He retrieved a satellite phone from his waist, preparing to make a call. Wang Yu sneered. I permitted you to leave, but I did not allow you to signal back. Dream Xiaodao, deal with him. Certainly. Dream Xiaodao readily agreed, her form swiftly twisting away, leaving only a waft of fragrant air in her wake. As he blinked, the man who had just picked up the phone, poised to make a call, found his entire head pierced through, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. The phone that fell to the floor was also connected. Old Dong, how is it? Has the mission been accomplished? Ming Xiaodao quickly retrieved that phone. Perhaps we can extract some intelligence. She picked up the phone and handed it over. And Wang Yu took it with ease. Your Tian Shangrenjian group certainly possesses remarkable capabilities. Each member armed with a submachine gun is quite a luxury. Yet your comrades have already met their demise. Dead. You scoundrel, who exactly are you? Why have you slain my people? The ones who killed your people were your own. Why should I hesitate to retaliate? How audacious of you, you vile creature. Dare to reveal your location? I shall ensure your entire family pays for this. Wang Yu let out a cold laugh, not allowing him to finish. And he threw the phone to the ground, crushing it underfoot. What nonsense allows you to speak of killing an entire family? Oh, by the way, Ming Xiaotao, do you know where the Tian Shangrenjian group is located? Of course, I am well aware of its whereabouts. They are quite significant in Tian Shangrenjian. Having previously dealt in adult products and gained quite a reputation, Wang Yu patted Ming Xiaodao's shoulder. Truly, you are an excellent girlfriend. We shall pay them a visit in due time, but for now, we must return with our supplies. Subsequently, Wang Yu hoisted another bag of salt. The previous one had been rendered useless, scattered all over the ground. Oh, and Xia Chirong, collect those submachine guns as well. They may prove invaluable in the future. All right. Xia Chirong replied softly, immediately setting about her tasks. However, Wang Yu turned back once more, leaving a few words. Remember to take the magazines from their waists. I require those bullets as well. Understood. Subsequently, Wang Yu hoisted a bag of coarse salt onto the vehicle, while Meng Xiaotao placed her collection of peppercorns and cinnamon atop it. In the distance, a van was parked, its surface adorned with the words Heaven on Earth Group. This vehicle was unmodified, merely an ordinary van with some paint splashed across it. Nonetheless, it held no value for Wang Yu and his companions. Yet they could not leave it for others to utilize. Wang Yu commanded Meng Xiaotao, deflate their tires first. The members of this group are likely aware of our location and may attempt to reclaim the vehicle. We cannot allow that. Very well, I'll handle it. Shortly thereafter, the tires of the van were completely deflated, and Xia Churong emerged, bearing 6 firearms. Just place them in the vehicle, but be cautious. Remember to disengage the safety catch, lest we encounter an unfortunate discharge during the bumpy ride. Wang Yu, being quite meticulous, possessed knowledge he couldn't quite place, but being a man, he likely had a natural curiosity for firearms, which afforded him this understanding. Once these tasks were completed, Meng Xiaotao returned, ignited the modified off-road vehicle, and set it on the road. However, Wang Yu and his companions seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. Among the 6 submachine guns, one was wrapped in a black ribbon, concealing a single locator that was flashing a red light. Due to its black wrapping, it had gone unnoticed. Chapter 92. The Chairman of Heaven and Earth. At this moment, Wang Yu and his companions in the shelter are filled with joy. Not only have they successfully acquired the much sought-after seasonings, but they have also obtained 6 MP45s. However, they possess only 6 magazines with no additional ammunition. In the headquarters of the Heavenly and Earthly Group, a seasoned executive named Yu Changsun stands pensively before the window, contemplating the essence of life. His visage reflects the trials of time, the hardships endured over the years, imparting a profound understanding that survival is paramount. He is the sole shareholder and chairman of the company. Once, his future seemed exceedingly bright, yet now he finds himself struggling for self-preservation. Yu Changsun maintains connections with high-ranking military officials from the United States and has received intelligence regarding imminent significant upheavals within the country, thus gaining foresight into the impending apocalypse. He had prudently stockpiled a plethora of supplies, transforming the company into the Heavenly and Earthly Group, which previously dealt in adult products but has now resorted to exploiting human lives. His existence is one of ease and indulgence, spending his days in a cycle of feasting and slumber. The company boasts a population of over 10,000, although many have been sent home, leaving just over 5,000 individuals. Nevertheless, this number suffices in these dire times, especially given the immense scale of their enterprise. Prior to the apocalypse, they had leveraged various credit cards to fund extensive ventures, which has allowed them to live comfortably even now. However, beneath this veneer of prosperity lies a ruthless nature. With the dwindling funds, he procured a new batch of military supplies, relying on these acquisitions for survival. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and a man rushes in. Breathless and agitated. It is dire news, Chairman. The team we dispatched to procure the seasoning supplies has been slaughtered, and the assailants exhibit an alarming audacity, showing us no regard whatsoever. Can such a thing truly occur? Yu Changsun seethed with fury, his earlier thoughts of which beauty to spend the night with now utterly extinguished. Indeed, Chairman, however, I had placed a tracking device in the leader's firearm. Then let us hasten to locate them. What is our objective? Naturally, it is to dominate Z City, the man proclaimed loudly. Yu Changsun chuckled. Indeed, those who dare to strike against me shall face dire consequences. First, we shall ascertain their last known location, and then dispatch a team to investigate various areas. Then, a cold, sinister smile graced his lips as he made a gesture across his throat. The men shall be eliminated, whilst the women will provide our subordinates with their pleasures. Moments later, they finally arrived at their sanctuary. Those awaiting the modified vehicles emerged to greet them, not merely as a sign of respect, but as a manifestation of their reverence for Wang Yu. As the crane gently lowered the broken bridge, Meng Xiaotao deftly maneuvered the vehicle inside. Mu Ji and Xiong Zhuang rushed over, their faces alight with smiles. How fares the outside environment? Is it still as harsh as before? Indeed, it is not only harsh, but I also encountered a living soul, nearly costing me my life. So ruthless? Mu Ji gazed at Wang Yu in terror, but upon seeing him unscathed, save for some shards of glass, disbelief flickered in his eyes. Is that true? How did they deal with you? Of course, they resorted to firearms. And these individuals were not to be underestimated. They belonged to the Tian Shang Renjian group. Meng Xiaotao also kicked the car and added, damn it. This is going to be troublesome. Were you hurt? Let me take a look. Mu Ji, like a little dog, scurried around Wang Yu, attempting to locate an injury. All right, I'm fine. Those few individuals were effortlessly dealt with by Meng Xiaodao and Xia Chirong. Mu Ji nodded, relieved. As long as you're okay, that is good. At that moment, Anshan appeared from nowhere, eager to listen in. I heard you were attacked by gunfire, yet you retaliated and took them down. Did you manage to bring back the firearms? Of course we did, and there are exactly 6 of them, Xia Chirong exclaimed, joyfully diving into the car to retrieve 6 MP-45 submachine guns. Anshan's eyes lit up. Wow, this is a great find. In terms of both damage and stability, these are top tier. Unfortunately, there are only 6 magazines, Xia Chirong lamented, handing one of the submachine guns to him. Nevertheless, Anshan remained delighted. Now that we have the guns, I can create the blueprints. Perhaps we can even mass-produce them. Really? You can manufacture firearms just with the submachine guns? No blueprints required? Wang Yu asked, astonished. Indeed, the blueprints and mass production are feasible. Alas, I still lack coal. Without fuel, I cannot proceed, Anshan replied, a touch of regret in his voice. That is indeed quite unfortunate. Wang Yu sighed, although he had no use for the firearm himself. The survivors could undoubtedly benefit from it. With these submachine guns at their disposal, they could instill fear in their adversaries. And even the previous group would be no match for them. The conversation meandered into mundane topics until suddenly, Xia Chirong, holding a gun, voiced his confusion. It appeared that there was something unusual about the stock of the weapon. He swiftly tore away the ribbon at the back of the submachine gun, revealing a blinking red tracker. What the hell? There's a tracker! Someone exclaimed, and all gazes turned toward the weapon in Xia Chirong's hands. However, Wang Yu promptly seized the tracker and crushed it beneath his foot. Damn it! These people are truly insidious, even equipping the gun with a tracker. They must have pinpointed our location now. He declared with urgency, we cannot remain passive any longer. Turning to Mu Ji and Xiong Zhuang, he instructed, you must quickly inform the others to remain vigilant. Ensure that those armed practice diligently. We may soon face a grave calamity. Understood, they replied. As for the 6 submachine guns, Wang Yu decided to keep them for himself. It was not that he was unwilling to share, but given the limited quantity, he feared that uneven distribution might incite conflict. Once the others departed, Mu Ji lingered. Have the issues with the water source been resolved? He inquired. Yes. The flow is somewhat low, but with some time to accumulate, it should suffice for the cafeteria's needs. By the way, Miss Xia Chirong entrusted me to bring you a soft-shelled turtle and some chicken kidneys to nourish your health. When did she mention that? I was unaware of it. Wang Yu appeared quite puzzled, glancing at Xia Chirong, whose expression was utterly natural, clearly oblivious to the matter. At that moment, Mu Ji discreetly pulled Wang Yu aside. In fact, it was the day after your return. She came to me secretly while you were in the restroom, giving me instructions. As for the purpose, those who understand, understand. However, as a man, you ought to exercise some restraint, you know. Mu Ji nudged him with her elbow. All right. I grasp your intention. I happen to be hungry. Shall we go for a meal? Very well, leader. Subsequently, Wang Yu called upon Meng Xiaodao and the others. Although they did not require sustenance, a diversion was indeed necessary. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Mu Ji chuckled. Just take your seats. I will fetch the dishes. All right. Wang Yu responded with an affirmative gesture. Shortly after, a pot of soft-shelled turtle stewed with chicken kidneys was presented before them. In addition to the meal, Mu Ji also brought 2 bowls of rice, and without further ado, the 2 of them began to eat. Chapter 93. A contest of Wang Yu's indulgence. The meal was modest. Mu Ji refrained from touching the chicken kidneys, opting instead for the soft-shelled turtle meat. The remainder was entirely reserved for Wang Yu, as he was the one in dire need of nourishment. After finishing the meal, Wang Yu appeared quite invigorated. The afternoon breeze and scenery exuded a certain beauty as the desolate wind caressed him, gradually dissipating the fervent heat within. Suddenly, Wang Yu let out a cold laugh. Cursing himself for indulging in such delights, now he found himself beset by an insatiable desire. Does brother Wang Yu desire? Summer Chirong boldly drew closer, while Meng Xiaodao, observing her actions, felt a twinge of jealousy and followed suit. Yet, in the next moment, Summer Chirong unexpectedly opened her small mouth and bit Wang Yu's neck. This startling act left Meng Xiaodao in shock, prompting her to intervene hastily. What are you doing? Summer Chirong? Are you hungry? Summer Chirong ignored her, instead licking Wang Yu's neck. He felt a slight chill and realized that when Summer Chirong approached, he had thought she sought a kiss. Little did he know she was merely famished. What's the matter? Hungry? How about I take you both to the hunting zone for some zombie virus essence to consume? That sounds good, Summer Chiron replied, releasing her grip on Wang Yu's neck and licking her crimson lips. Very well, let us set off. As for the destination, we shall search the vicinity. All right. They did not take the car, but chose to clear the path of wandering zombies along the way. After all, if other survivors sought refuge at their shelter, this would alleviate some concerns. After traversing about 5 or 6 kilometers, they finally spotted a vacant-eyed zombie. At that moment, Summer Chiron and Ming Xiaotao rushed forward, each eager to make a triumphant first move. Xia Chiron, do not seize this opportunity. The zombie is mine. Jimao, Ming Xiaotao, let me tell you. Whoever sees it first claims it, or rather, whoever snatches it first claims it. The two of them argued fervently, prompting Wang Yu to hurry over to mediate. All right, enough of the quarrel. How about this? You both act separately. Ming Xiaotao nodded in agreement, but Xia Chiron was not so easily swayed. Brother Wang Yu, what about the reward if I win? Wang Yu pondered for a moment. I haven't thought that far yet. Suddenly, Ming Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with an idea. I have it. If I win, then it should be with Brother Wang Yu. And if I lose, I will simply watch. How does that sound? No. I am at a lower level than you. It would be unfair for me. Xia Chiron quickly rejected the notion. Then what do you suggest? Ming Xiaotao surprisingly turned to the still deep in thought Xia Chiron. Suddenly, Xia Chiron grinned mischievously and proposed, how about this? If I win, Brother Wang Yu will kiss her 10 times. If I lose, he will kiss me 5 times. What do you think? Sounds good to me. No problem at all. Wang Yu found the arrangement agreeable. It was advantageous for him regardless. All right, I accept your terms. That reward is quite enticing. Then, let Brother Wang Yu call the start, and we will consider it finished when the sun has completely set. Does that work? Absolutely, no objections. Subsequently, Xia Chiron and Ming Xiaotao positioned themselves, while Wang Yu observed their tense expressions with a sly grin. These two little girls are quite serious, but either way, this reward is a gain for me. At last, Wang Yu shouted aloud, 3, 2, 1, begin. The two of them charged forth like untamed stallions, effortlessly dispatching the lowly zombies before them. They fought with reckless abandon, tormenting their fellow undead, which felt akin to cruelty. The 58th one. Xia Chiron was exhilarated. She had just eliminated a zombie clad in green, extracting the viral essence from its head. She then lifted her gaze towards Ming Xiaotao. I've already collected 58. How many have you gathered? Haha, you're trailing behind. I have 98. What? How could you be so fast? Xia Chiron was evidently incredulous. Although her own movements were swift, it baffled her that Ming Xiaotao could outpace her. Perhaps she had forgotten that Ming Xiaotao was a 4th-tier zombie, while she was merely a 3rd tier. Naturally, they were not comparable. As the sun gradually descended, the battle drew to a close. Xia Chiron, filled with elation, gazed at the 132 viral essences in her hands, satisfied. Not bad, not bad. As expected of me, the victor is surely mine. She bounced over to Wang Yu's side. Wang Yu inquired, how was it? Was the slaughter enjoyable? It's nice to unleash your true nature, isn't it? Nonsense. Brother Wang Yu, how could you think of me as merely a harbinger of death? Yet, Wang Yu chuckled heartily. So how many have you slain? 132. The victor is undoubtedly me. Don't wait for her. Brother Wang Yu, kiss me first. However, in the next moment, a figure returned swiftly, leaving behind a trail of fragrant air. Xia Chiron, you are not as impressive as you claim. You have only eliminated a mere handful, while I have vanquished 268. However, when Ming Xiaotao opened her palm, she discovered that each viral essence orb was gradually merging. Oh my, do you truly possess 268? I see only 26. At this, Xia Chiron beamed with delight. Ming Xiaotao's smile, however, swiftly faded. She had underestimated the orbs, forgetting their unique property of fusion. Let me see yours, she inquired, eager to ascertain whether Xia Chiron had made the same oversight. If she had, victory would still belong to Ming Xiaotao. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. From her bosom, she produced a red pouch, within which the viral essence orbs were wrapped in palm-sized peach leaves, preventing their immediate merging. This clever method had occurred to her upon discovering the fusion property during her second collection. It seemed that in terms of meticulousness, Xia Chiron had gained a slight edge. Do you see? Ultimately, this battle is mine. Immediately, Xia Chiron leaned towards Wang Yu, gesturing to her cheek. Brother Wang Yu, please kiss me. Wang Yu chuckled. What a clever little sprite. Finally, he shed his modesty and swiftly leaned in to bestow upon her 10 passionate kisses. After the affectionate display, Xia Chirong nodded in satisfaction. Ah, how delightful. A spark of inspiration struck her. Had she known that Meng Xiaotao would be so careless, she should have increased the reward. This little miss had taken advantage while pretending to be innocent. At that moment, Meng Xiaotao, unable to restrain herself, also leaned in for a kiss from Wang Yu. Subsequently, Wang Yu, guided by Meng Xiaotao and Xia Chirong, made his way slowly toward the refuge. After a while, having traversed approximately 9 kilometers, a sudden roar of engines erupted behind them. Could there be survivors at this moment? The trio turned to investigate, only to discover 2 vans approaching with their high beams blaring. Initially, Wang Yu presumed they were fellow survivors, but Meng Xiaotao had already taken action. She advanced alone, her mind racing. Her entire skin transformed into an impenetrable armor of steel, enabling her to halt one of the vehicles with her own body. She then shouted at the occupants of the van, "Drivers, stop immediately. You are with the Tian Shangrenjian group. What is your purpose at our refuge?" At the moment she uttered those words, Wang Yu understood the situation. It turned out that the previous locator had revealed the location of their refuge, and now others had come seeking vengeance. Chapter 94. Even with firearms, death awaits. With Meng Xiaotao's commanding shout and her remarkable ability to physically halt the van, the occupants were filled with terror. What was happening? Why had the vehicle stopped? "Old son, what kind of car are you driving? Did we hit something?" "No. I struck a person, a beautiful woman, no less." What beautiful woman would dare to halt a van? The passengers leaned forward, peering through the windshield at the woman outside. Under the glow of the headlights, her exquisite figure and stunning visage were utterly captivating. She was truly a sight to behold. "Old son, go down and see what is happening. How could there be living souls here? And 3 of them, no less? Could they be survivors on their way to that refuge?" A burly middle-aged man calmly spoke, his left hand gripping an MP-45 submachine gun while his right hand held a black satellite phone. "Captain, I shall descend at once." The driver, old son, promptly exited the vehicle. For added precaution, he retrieved a submachine gun from the passenger seat, displaying no fear whatsoever. Upon spotting Meng Xiaotao, he brazenly halted their vehicle. His surprise was minimal. After all, the allure of beauty often brings peril, and his earlier doubts had already faded into the recesses of his mind. "The lady is quite formidable, managing to stop our vehicle. I wonder what will happen when we—" Old son leered, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Did your parents not teach you to restrain yourself in the presence of others? Your words are nothing but nonsense," Meng Xiaotao retorted coldly, her intent not to strike but to await Wang Yu's command. At that moment, Wang Yu approached with Xia Chirong by his side. "You are from the Heavenly Realm group, are you not? Indeed, you must be the survivor from the refuge. Return and inform your leader to prepare supplies and beautiful women. We shall soon dispatch a large force to collect them," old son declared with an air of arrogance, treating Wang Yu and his companions with disdain. However, the 2 women beside him exchanged glances of disbelief. Just then, another man emerged from the vehicle. This was the earlier mentioned burly figure, Tang Qi. He remained silent, surveying Wang Yu and his companions before casting a glance at his rugged vehicle. However, Tang Qi gazed at Meng Xiaotao's exquisite figure, a primal desire surging within him. He licked his lips, marveling at her beauty. Wang Yu observed their lingering exchange and smiled slightly. "Have you finished speaking?" "Not yet. Would you like some more time?" "Soon. There will be no opportunity left to voice your thoughts." "How audacious of you. Do you not know how to address my captain?" Tang Qi retorted, noticing the weapons in their hands. "Be careful, or you might just find yourself on the receiving end of a few bullets." Old son glared, raising his submachine gun and flaunting its sleek black design before Wang Yu. "Huh, are you frightened now? We have 12 men across our 2 off-road vehicles, each armed with a submachine gun, ready to turn you into a sieve." Tang Qi laughed heartily, oblivious to the imminent danger, believing he held the truth in his grasp. He slowly approached Wang Yu, gun in hand. "This woman damaged my vehicle, and I expect compensation from you all. I doubt you can offer anything of value. So how about this? The 2 lovely ladies stay, while the man can perish. What do you think of my proposal?" Tang Qi suggested, raising his submachine gun slowly towards Wang Yu. He then pulled the trigger. With a deafening bang, it was not the roar of gunfire that resonated, but rather the sound of the weapon snapping apart. In an instant, Meng Xiaotao had struck, rendering his submachine gun in 2 shattered halves. Tang Qi could scarcely fathom the speed with which she acted, managing to neutralize his weapon at the very moment he intended to fire. "Who? What on earth are you? Is this truly human?" Tang Qi was rendered speechless, his throat constricted as beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. He wished to retreat, yet his legs betrayed him, and his pupils dilated in terror. He had already envisioned his demise. The young hero was indeed impressive, possessing such a remarkable woman. Farewell. Tang Chi turned to leave, but was abruptly seized by old Sunday. Hey, Captain, why are you running? Don't you have a submachine gun in hand? What are we afraid of? Get away, get away. That woman is too terrifying. Tang Chi forcefully kicked Old Sun aside and hastily climbed into the vehicle. Drive quickly. Old Sun, hurry up and get into drive. What's the rush? Captain, why are you panicking? We have a submachine gun. Are we really afraid of 3 unarmed individuals? Old Sun laughed heartily. He was accustomed to witnessing his captain flaunting his prowess, and now it was a rare occasion to see him so thoroughly frightened. Old Sun could not resist this opportunity for mockery, oblivious to the impending danger, despite having heard the loud bang moments ago. He merely assumed it was the sound of a stray shot. However, Wang Yu had long since grown impatient, murmuring, "Kill them all, leave just one alive." "All right, I will take one to torment, and Meng Xiaotao, you handle that vehicle behind us. I'll take care of the one in front." Xia Chirong chuckled, a sinister smile gracing her face, an expression rare for an ordinary woman to possess. It is estimated that a novel consciousness has emerged from the fusion of spider venom and the mutated zombie virus, intensifying its original essence. She already possessed a somewhat peculiar penchant, yet under this extraordinary reaction, her fervor escalated unabashedly. Wang Yu had intended to inquire further. However, Xia Chirong and Meng Xiaotao had already launched their assault. Old Sun instinctively aimed to unleash a barrage from his submachine gun, intending first to eliminate this man, Wang Yu. Yet, Xia Chirong was swift, appearing before Old Sun in the blink of an eye. "What? Do you still wish to harm my elder brother Wang Yu?" Old Sun was taken aback by Xia Chirong's sudden appearance. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Who on earth are you? How can you move so swiftly?" "Of course, I am here to kill you. The sight of blood blossoming in my hands is simply exquisite. For someone like you, who dares to threaten my elder brother Wang Yu, I shall ensure you meet your rebirth first." "You speak nonsense." Old Sun raised his submachine gun and pulled the trigger at Xia Chirong. The MP-45 spat forth searing bullets, hurtling towards her, yet Xia Chirong was even quicker. A swift slap sent Old Sun's weapon shattering into countless fragments upon the ground. In the next instant, Xia Chirong seized Old Sun by the throat, hoisting him effortlessly. At that moment, fear surged within Old Sun. He could scarcely believe that such strength resided within a seemingly delicate and beautiful woman. "Please, do not kill me." "And what of it if I do?" Xia Chirong tightened her grip. Crack. Old Sun heard the chilling sound of his neck breaking. He yearned to resist, yet the overwhelming sensation of weakness enveloped him. "I don't want to die." "What the hell are you doing, Old Sun? Hurry up and drive." "I told you we weren't coming. Retreat at once." However, when Tang Chi emerged, he was taken aback. Old Sun's lifeless body lay there, motionless, while Xia Chirong gazed at him with malevolence. "Do not rush. It will soon be your turn. Ha ha ha. I shall eliminate all of you." Upon witnessing the dire situation, Tang Chi promptly dove into the vehicle, shouting urgently, "Everyone, seize your submachine guns. If anyone dares to breach our perimeter, regardless of gender, open fire immediately." Chapter 95. Slaughter a bunch of bastards. At that moment, discontent arose among the ranks. "Why, Captain? Aren't you usually fond of beautiful women? This situation is different. They are far too terrifying," Tang Chi exclaimed, nearly in tears. In the next instant, he grabbed the satellite phone and began dialing. As soon as the call connected, he stammered loudly, "It's terrifying. I encountered a crisis on the road. I request immediate assistance. Requesting backup." "Tang Chi, what danger are you facing?" Yet. Before Tang Chi could articulate his fears, the van began to tremble violently. It tilted precariously, revealing that Xia Chirong, with sheer strength, was lifting one side of the vehicle, intent on overturning it. With a thunderous crash, the van flipped, the windows shattering into countless fragments under the force of inertia. The interior of the vehicle was already in disarray, with its occupants tumbling in every direction. "Oh, Xia Chirong, how could you resort to such methods?" At that moment, Meng Xiaotao had finished her grim work, shaking the blood from her hands as she approached with a smile. The individuals in the second van remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. Meng Xiaotao seized the driver, pulling him down and swiftly delivering a lethal blow to his throat. The driver did not even have time to utter a cry before blood erupted from his neck, sealing his fate. She then charged into the vehicle, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, mercilessly dispatching everyone inside. Despite the numerous bullet holes adorning her clothing, they did not mar her exquisite skin. It shimmered with an ethereal quality, impervious as steel. The bullets simply could not penetrate, unless aimed at a vital spot. Yet these individuals had never encountered such a formidable zombie. Their panicked gunfire was utterly futile, as they too succumbed to their inevitable demise. Wang Yu approached slowly, surveying the bloodstains in the overturned van with evident satisfaction. "So, did you leave any survivors?" he inquired. "Indeed. There are a few still alive within the wreckage of this van. I have yet to finish them off." The sinister smile of Xia Chirong was mirrored on his face, sending a shiver down Wang Yu's spine. He swallowed hard. "Xia Chirong, your smile is quite malevolent. Could it be that you're bewitched?" "Not at all. This is merely my usual smile. Does Brother Wang Yu not find it appealing?" With that, Xia Chirong leaned closer, presenting her wicked visage to Wang Yu. However, he was not one to indulge her whims. He raised his fist and playfully delivered a few light taps to her head. "Xia Chirong, have you truly become immersed in your role? If you continue like this, I shall grow quite fond of you." Upon hearing these words, Xia Chirong instantly transformed into a docile creature, akin to a kitten. Her previous mischievous grin vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. "Brother Wang Yu, please do not harbor any dislike for me. I shall behave, if that pleases you." Meng Xiaodao could no longer bear the scene. She reached into her pocket, retrieving a handful of small candies, popping one into her mouth to savor its sweetness. "You all are insufferable. These candies are much tastier." However, this brief interlude proved costly. The 5 individuals in the vehicle swiftly emerged, brandishing submachine guns as they unleashed a hail of bullets towards Wang Yu and his companions. The scorching bullets flew thick and fast. "You shall all perish. I refuse to believe you can survive under the barrage of my gunfire." Tang Qi, though emboldened by his desires, valued his life even more. He contemplated eliminating them first before collecting their remains, hoping to salvage them intact. Yet, his thoughts were misguided. Meng Xiaodao dashed in front of Wang Yu, turning her back to the assailants. With a flicker of her brilliance, her skin became as impenetrable as steel. The bullets merely sparked against her form, failing to inflict any harm. Seizing the moment, Meng Xiaodao tightly embraced Wang Yu, leaning in closer. Meanwhile, Xia Chirong clung to Wang Yu's back, remaining unharmed as well. Of course, the most fortunate one was Wang Yu, enveloped by the embraces of 2 stunning beauties. Experiencing unparalleled comfort, the submachine guns fired rapidly, expending 2 full magazines in mere moments. Under such a relentless barrage, even an elephant would meet a dismal fate. Alas, they were faced with zombies, one of which was a formidable 4th-tier zombie. As the last bullet from the submachine gun was expended, the sound of gunfire ceased. "Captain, given the barrage of bullets, they must surely be dead, right?" "I'm not certain, but they are undoubtedly deceased, and quite thoroughly at that. With so many bullets, they have been well fed." Tang Qi discarded the submachine gun, its muzzle now glowing red and its grip almost scalding to the touch, reaching a temperature of 40 to 50 degrees. The submachine guns of Country M are indeed effective. Despite the extensive firing, there were no jams. He chuckled. But as he followed his gaze, he spotted a figure standing in the distance. Tang Qi widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that they were still alive? That shouldn't be possible. With this many bullets, even would have been thoroughly penetrated. "Hey, you, go check it out." He issued the command to a young man wearing a black hat, who gulped nervously and bravely approached to investigate. Meanwhile, he picked up the phone and began dialing. "Hello, Tang Qi. How is the matter progressing? I must ensure that you are satisfied. With all the bullets we fired, those 3 must have been turned into a sieve." However, before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream erupted from the young man who had just walked over. "Captain, he is not dead." Yet, in the next moment, the previously unscathed figure's head tilted unnaturally and fell to the ground. Xia Chirong had long harbored disdain for this group. The instant the gunfire ceased, she dashed out and swiftly dispatched the man. She licked the blood from her hands, expressing a hint of distaste. What filthy blood! Its taste and odor are nowhere near comparable to that of Brother Wang Yu. As soon as Xia Chirong's words escaped her lips, Wang Yu behind her shivered involuntarily. Trembling, he uttered, "What are you doing, Xia Chirong? I warn you, do not harbor any designs on me. I shall not part with my blood for you." "Is that meant for my consumption?" Meng Xiaodao chuckled mischievously, opening her mouth to lunge at Wang Yu's neck. "You too are not exempt. What if you become addicted and drain me dry?" Wang Yu grasped Meng Xiaodao's head firmly, preventing her from biting him. "Meng Xiaodao, cease your antics. Let us first deal with the enemy, and we shall discuss matters further when we return tonight." "Really?" Meng Xiaodao's excitement surged. "Wait for me. I shall slay these scoundrels. Tonight, I want to be with Brother Wang Yu. Gradually, Meng Xiaotao advanced toward Tang Qi, her face serene, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she regarded these individuals as mere inanimate objects. Do not impede me. Allow me to eliminate you. After all, you cannot possibly contend with me. And you dare to threaten my brother Wang Yu, which is sufficient cause for your demise. Yet, these individuals were not inclined to remain passive. One by one, they drew daggers from their waists for self-defense. However, as Meng Xiaotao approached step by step, they found themselves retreating in fear. Although Meng Xiaotao appeared beautiful and kind-hearted, she was, in fact, terrifyingly dangerous, especially after transforming into a zombie. You do not come any closer. We are from the Tian Shangrenjian group. If you kill me, do you comprehend the retribution that awaits you? Retribution? Do you believe I am afraid? I, Meng Xiaotao, have never feared anyone. Chapter 96. Semi-finished Gene Potion. As Meng Xiaotao advanced step by step, Tang Qi was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. His three companions beside him wore expressions of sheer terror. What should the captain do? Shall we fight back? We cannot. I fear for my life. Upon hearing Tang Qi's terrified words, Meng Xiaotao let out a cold snort. Afraid of death, yet you dare to provoke us? It seems you are intent on courting demise. With a slight push of her delicate foot against the floor, she unleashed a tremendous force, propelling her entire body forward, her hand outstretched like a long blade. Tang Qi panicked, but his three teammates were even more alarmed. Damn it, you hold her off for a moment. In a moment of betrayal, he kicked one of his teammates, who was slightly ahead, into Meng Xiaotao's path, resulting in the latter being pierced through the abdomen. Captain, you, having followed me for so many years, sacrificing yourself for me is acceptable. I shall avenge you. The remaining two teammates were engulfed in a mix of fear and horror, terrified that their captain might turn against them. Captain, you actually pushed Lao Cheng out to take the hit? The teammate beside Tang Qi looked on in disbelief, swallowing hard. However, Tang Qi had already formulated a plan. With a smile, he declared, I initially intended to engage with you as an ordinary person. But since you have discarded the pretense, so shall I. What? Tang Qi pulled out a vial of blue potion and plunged it into his own chest. I had intended to save this potion for a life-or-death situation, but I never imagined you would force me into such dire straits. His words were laced with venom, leaving even his teammates bewildered. Captain, from whence did you procure the potion? What manner of elixir is this? Such reckless administration. Fool, if I do not strike back, I shall surely meet my demise at their hands. This is a genetic serum, one I obtained with great difficulty. Yet, Meng Xiaotao remains utterly dismissive. A mere mortal administering a potion remains an ordinary person, merely enhanced to a slight degree. What? As Tang Qi gazed at Meng Xiaotao, he noticed her eyes emanating a faint crimson glow. What exactly are you? Not human? Could you be a zombie? Indeed, I am a zombie, but not one of the feeble kind. However, knowing this is of little consequence, for you shall soon meet your end. With a light tap of her toes upon the floor, Meng Xiaotao lunged forward, demanding his life. Nevertheless, Tang Qi, having imbibed the genetic serum, experienced significant enhancements to his physique. His strength and speed now rival those of Meng Xiaotao of the same tier. He raised his hand to block, staggering backwards a few steps. He himself was in control, yet mere moments ago, two of his comrades had perished. Meng Xiaotao's hands sliced through the air, severing his two companions in an instant, leading to their immediate demise. This astonishing scene unfolded before Tang Qi's very eyes, igniting a furious blaze within him at the loss of his allies. The previous block instilled in him a flicker of confidence, transforming his rage into a fervent blaze. Oh, splendid! You have slain two more of my comrades. Were it not for the infusion of the genetic serum, I would have perished by your hand just now. At that moment, Wang Yu and Xia Chirong hurriedly approached. Witnessing Meng Xiaotao's bloodied hands, Wang Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Xiao Meng, you wouldn't be injured, would you? Upon hearing this affectionate address, Meng Xiaotao felt a surge of joy within her heart. Responding in a sweet voice, she assured, not at all. It's merely the blood of those two insignificant ants. With their feeble abilities, they could never inflict harm upon me. Wang Yu nodded, then scrutinized Tang Qi in the distance. Has this scoundrel not yet met his demise? Be cautious. He has administered a genetic serum, and his current power is on par with mine, Meng Xiaotao cautioned. A genetic serum? They have managed to procure such a substance? Wang Yu pondered, realizing the formidable force behind their adversaries. Indeed, it's quite formidable. I advise you to release me at once. If you do so, I shall not pursue this matter any further. Tang Chi bellowed from afar. Haha. Releasing you is out of the question. Even if we were to let you go, we would ensure you leave behind a hand and a foot. Xia Chirong replied with a wicked smile, delicately licking her slender finger, exuding an aura of seductive charm. Tang Chi's gaze ignited with fervor as he comprehended that this group would not allow him to escape. The serum was merely a crude prototype, its effects lasting only a day, but the side effects would leave him weakened for an entire week. Yet, it was sufficient. A powerful surge for a single day was worth the subsequent weakness. In an instant, he lunged forward, drawing a dagger from his waist, aiming to strike Wang Yu fatally. Be careful. Ming Xiaotao interposed herself before Wang Yu. In that fleeting moment, her skin transformed under her will, becoming as hard as steel. Tang Chi's dagger sparked against her porcelain skin, failing to pierce it, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. However, in the next moment, Xia Chirong seized the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted and delivered a powerful slap, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air. Although his skin did not possess the extraordinary resilience of Meng Xiaotao's, the genetic enhancement he had undergone significantly fortified it. Xia Chirong's palm struck his face, causing only a slight flush, with no visible harm done. Are there truly skilled fighters here? He gasped, swiftly retreating several meters. In Tang Chi's perception, both Meng Xiaotao and Xia Chirong were formidable adversaries. He smirked derisively. Are you merely a coward hiding behind women? If you have any courage, step forward and challenge me. Tang Chi brandished his dagger, aiming it at Wang Yu. Yet Wang Yu was not easily fooled. He chuckled and replied, What is this? Unable to win. You seek a one-on-one duel? Do you yearn for that sense of fairness often found in novels? Enough with the pleasantries. Do you dare or not, coward? Only capable of lurking behind women. Tang Chi found himself with no alternative. He could only provoke Wang Yu in hopes of luring him into a direct confrontation. Though he possessed a satellite phone, there was no time to call for backup. The mission assigned to him was merely to investigate the authenticity of this refuge. Yet, encountering such a predicament midway left him utterly helpless. Wang Yu chuckled, I decline. Why on earth would I adhere to your expected script? Huh? Do you take me for a fool? How could an ordinary person like me possibly match up to someone enhanced by genetic serums? Unless what? Tang Chi was growing desperate. Haha, there is nothing to discuss. Wang Yu ceased his idle chatter and turned away. Ming Xiaotao, Xia Chirong, you two handle him. I have no desire to engage in further conversation. Understood. The two women gradually approached, their faces adorned with smiles, yet the shadows behind them loomed like terrifying monsters, reflecting their formidable strength. Speak, how do you wish to perish? A painful demise or a more serene one? Xia Chirong inquired first. Can I choose neither? Tang Chi quivered, utterly cowed. Even with the genetic enhancement, he could not contend with two zombies simultaneously. Choosing not to decide is not an option, you know. However, if you abstain from making a choice, I shall assume you prefer the first option. Xia Chirong licked her crimson lips once more, her slender fingers dancing at the tip of her nose. Embrace death. She launched the first assault, forcing Tang Chi to respond in kind. Suddenly, a rocket-propelled grenade soared through the air, striking with precision not far from where Tang Chi and Xia Chirong stood. The explosion hurled Tang Chi away, but his resilient skin shielded him from injury. In stark contrast, Xia Chirong was caught in the blast wave. She soared into the sky, her clothing disintegrating into dust, her body spiraling through the air. Xia Chirong, Wang Yu nearly roared, unleashing a surge of power that propelled him several meters upward to catch her fragile form. Her face was marred with wounds, and her once smooth skin was now seeping blood. Though injured, Xia Chirong was a Tier 3 zombie, stronger than an average individual, yet still vulnerable to harm. Damn the Tian Shangren Jian group, I shall never coexist with you. Wang Yu had long anticipated the origin of that aircraft, watching as it descended not far away. Meanwhile, Tang Chi had already made his way towards the plane, his heart brimming with intense rage. Meng Xiaotao, eliminate them. Understood, she exclaimed, sprinting forward. However, Tang Chi had already boarded the helicopter, the rotor blades whirring swiftly, poised for takeoff. In a sudden leap, Meng Xiaotao grasped the helicopter's landing gear. Tang Chi witnessed this spectacle, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror. This is it. How did this female demon catch up to me? Yet, the leader beside Tang Chi, known as Wei Long, remained skeptical. Though he occupied a mid-level position within the company, his status far surpassed that of Tang Chi. What? You claim there is still someone left? My previous rocket strike clearly hit 2 individuals. You damn fool. You struck me and another woman, and she is even more formidable and terrifying. However, Wei Long refused to believe this assertion. Very well, while he is yet to board, I shall load another rocket. He raised the precious rocket launcher, preparing to arm it, causing the pilot to turn an alarm. At such a close range, it could jeopardize the entire helicopter. This cannot be done. What other choice do I have? She is not human. Even I, enhanced by genetic agents, cannot defeat her. You have taken that half-finished genetic agent? This is capable of awakening the latent power of genes, if such explosive strength cannot vanquish her. What kind of terrifying entity could she possibly be? Longmi was taken aback, hastening the speed of reloading without a care for whether the aircraft might be affected. He was utterly terrified. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaodao had already climbed up the landing gear, effortlessly yanking the cabin door off. With a slight smile, she gazed at the two individuals inside the aircraft. So it was you who injured Xia Chirong, was it? It wasn't me, it was him. Tang Chi swiftly redirected his ire towards Longmi. However, Meng Xiaodao merely scoffed. Regardless, both of you shall perish. She charged forward. Yet Longmi had completed reloading his rocket launcher and fired a shot directly at her. Regrettably, with such a lackluster aim, Meng Xiaodao merely tilted her neck slightly and evaded the projectile. A swift slap followed, striking Longmi squarely on the face. The impact made him stagger, and several teeth went flying, leaving him with a mouthful of blood. You have any last words? A slap for you. But Tang Chi intervened, quickly reload. I'll hold her off for you. In an instant, Meng Xiaodao was engaged with Tang Chi. Rather than a fight, it resembled a one-sided crushing. Tang Chi could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Meng Xiaodao, while each of her punches landed with precision and force. Even Tang Chi, who had consumed gene-enhancing agents, could not withstand the onslaught, spewing blood with each blow. Even so, Tang Chi reacted by tilting his head, as Meng Xiaodao's fist struck the bulletproof glass of the helicopter. Despite its reinforced material, the glass shattered into countless fragments, swirling chaotically in the air. Hiss! Tang Chi inhaled sharply. Had that punch landed on him, he would have surely collapsed. Yet, in his moment of daze, Meng Xiaodao launched another punch, and this time he could not evade it. The blow struck his chest, causing it to cave in, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Meng Xiaodao pressed him to the ground, mercilessly pummeling him. Each strike landed on his body and face, leaving Tang Chi utterly defenseless. No matter how potent the gene serum, it could not withstand such brutal human aggression. You shall perish, woman. Meanwhile, Wei Long had completed loading the rocket launcher, aiming it directly at Meng Xiaodao. In the next instant, he pulled the trigger. The rocket burst forth from the launcher, dark smoke billowing within the helicopter. With a deafening explosion, both Meng Xiaodao and Tang Chi were thrown into the air, plummeting rapidly. The helicopter's fuselage emitted thick smoke. It had been modified and would not plummet immediately. In the wake of the explosion at such close range, Tang Chi was left gasping for breath, while Meng Xiaodao sustained only minor injuries. Her ivory skin was tinged with a delicate pink hue from the flames, and under the glow of the fire, Meng Xiaodao appeared extraordinarily beautiful. What a splendid celestial realm! My brother Wang Yu and I shall pay you another visit. At that time, you shall all meet your demise. Her descent was rapid, yet Tang Chi was nearing death, so Meng Xiaodao decisively used him as a cushion. With a sharp crack, the two figures plummeted to the ground, creating a deep pit in the parched earth. Meng Xiaodao emerged relatively unscathed, while Tang Chi was grievously injured. His bones shattered, gasping for breath. He could not even muster a cry. This was the epitome of despair. Meng Xiaodao looked at him with a cold smile and remarked, "Had I known this would be the outcome, why bother with the beginning? Go die, you scoundrel." She lifted her delicate foot and crushed Tang Chi's head with a single stomp. Her garments had long since been reduced to ashes in the preceding explosion. Yet she had not discarded the viral essence pills. She had entrusted them to Wang Yu, believing them safer in his possession, as she often found herself embroiled in fights. Sometimes carelessly. It was time to return and claim some sweets. If it weren't for this scoundrel, she would have savored them long ago. She stamped her small foot in frustration before darting away. Moments later, Wang Yu was elated to see Meng Xiaodao return unharmed, almost rushing to envelop her in a grand embrace. However, in his arms, Xia Chirong was already frail and in dire need of his care. "Brother Wang Yu, I am so tired." "Xia Chirong, what nonsense are you speaking? Do not sleep. You must not sleep." Yet, Xia Chirong's eyes began to flutter shut. She was utterly weakened, and if only she were a fraction stronger, it would not be so dire. "Do not sleep. Please, do not sleep." Wang Yu was on the verge of collapse, tears streaming down his face as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Dream Xiaotao, unable to bear the sight of his anguish, knelt down and gently stroked his head, offering solace. Why not feed all the candy to her? That way, she can level up just like me. Huh? You're no longer stingy with your candy? Hee hee, my foolish friend, saving lives is paramount. Chapter 98. Xia Chirong breaks through to 4th level. Alright then. Wang Yu promptly retrieved every last virus crystal from his clothing pocket and fed them all into Xia Chirong's mouth. Afterwards, he draped his coat over Dream Xiaotao, covering much of her body. You're such a silly girl. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Humph. I certainly was, but my attire got destroyed during the fight. Wang Yu then lifted Xia Chirong, who was beginning to radiate warmth, a sign that she was in the process of leveling up. Let us go. We need to hurry back. It's getting late. It was already past midnight, and the darkness was so profound that one could hardly see their own fingers. However, this posed no challenge for them. Due to a van having overturned, they boarded another vehicle. Dream Xiaotao pressed down on the accelerator, the speed soaring to 80 miles per hour. Faster. We need to go faster. Wang Yu urged anxiously, as Xia Chirong's temperature was nearing 50 degrees Celsius. He was apprehensive about what might happen if they couldn't assist her in breaking through, and could only hasten to the shelter to resolve the matter. Brother Wang Yu, don't worry, I'm accelerating. The accelerator had long been pressed to the floor, and the speed had surged to 120 miles per hour. The fierce wind rushed past the sides of the vehicle, and under the glow of the moonlight, the silver-white van shimmered like a ray of dawn in the night sky. The journey of several dozen kilometers was completed in less than 5 or 6 minutes. However, several individuals on the wooden walls of the shelter gazed at the approaching vehicle, instantly engulfed in a state of panic. It was unclear who had triggered the alarm. Suddenly, the lights of the entire shelter blazed to life. As Wang Yu descended from the vehicle, cradling Xia Chirong in his arms, Meng Xiaotao deliberately honked the horn several times. It was the return of the leader, not an outsider. The people atop the wooden walls exclaimed in astonishment. The suspension bridge rapidly descended, and the survivors of the shelter watched intently. Wang Yu paid little attention to his surroundings, sprinting with Xia Chirong in his embrace, followed closely by Meng Xiaotao. Mu Ji and Xiong Zhuang, witnessing this scene, found themselves somewhat perplexed. Why was the leader in such a frenzy? Did they not see that he was holding his woman? I surmised something must have happened, and the leader was striving to save her. Should we offer our assistance? Shall we go up and deliver medicine to him? Mu Ji shook his head, sharing the same concern. I don't know. Perhaps you could stay here and guard in case he needs medicine, allowing you to deliver it swiftly? Meanwhile, Meng Xiaotao shouted from the 6th floor through the window. You all go back to sleep. My brother Wang Yu can handle this. Can he truly? Mu Ji and Xiong Zhuang remained skeptical. They called out several times, but received no response. It seemed there was indeed some truth to her words. Everyone has returned to slumber, leaving the matters of the leader unaddressed by us. Sigh. Very well then. Several individuals readily agreed, inevitably accompanied by a flurry of speculation. Could it be that the leader is about to indulge? Nonsense. The leader's actions are entirely justified. Given their exceptional nature, we ought not to harbor doubts. After Wang Yu gently laid Xia Chirong upon the bed, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Should he proceed with the attempt? Dream Xiaotao beside him softly patted his chest. Of course, one must try. Saving a life is paramount. Besides, she transformed in her effort to thwart the adversary. So you should proceed with confidence, casting aside any lingering suspicions. I shall forever hold you dear. Dream Xiaotao planted a gentle kiss on Wang Yu's cheek. Remember to act swiftly, and do not keep me waiting. With that, Dream Xiaotao exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Wang Yu exhaled a heavy sigh. This was a task he could not evade. Alas, Xia Chirong, do not hold it against me. I am sacrificing myself solely for your salvation. Oh, how feverish. An hour later, Wang Yu felt as though he might perish, scorched by Xia Chirong's intense heat. Fortunately, her temperature gradually began to subside, allowing him to refrain from frantically darting about. Alas, it is you who is suffering once more. Casting a glance at the vivid crimson stains upon the bed, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if he had committed a transgression. She is still merely a... He then stepped out of the room. Dream Xiaotao eagerly inquired, how did it go? Were you successful? Certainly, it was a success, albeit the process was rather unpleasant, nearly costing me my life. Haha. It was meant to be a wake-up call for you. Dear fool, your weakness left us no choice, else Xia Chirong would not have been injured. Meng Xiaotao, while mocking, felt a pang of sympathy. She was at a loss for how to offer comfort. You are utterly detestable. Detestable? I hardly think so. Without awaiting Wang Yu's response, Meng Xiaotao turned abruptly, pressing her crimson lips against his. The two indulged in an ardent kiss. After a considerable time, Meng Xiaotao and Wang Yu found themselves seated on the sofa, gazing at the night outside, somewhat dissatisfied. How I wish I could smoke a cigarette, alas. I failed to procure any at the time. Wang Yu sighed in lament. At that moment, Xia Churong had awakened, noticing her disheveled attire and the bloodstains on the bed. A surge of delight filled her heart. Wang Yu finally. Wait, what is this power? Xia Churong sensed a peculiar energy coursing through her, feeling as though her skin could harden at will. Have I ascended? How wonderful. I no longer need to fear that woman. Where has Wang Yu gone? Puzzled, Xia Churong stepped out of her room, immediately spotting the two seated on the sofa. Well, you two are here admiring the moon without inviting me? Why would we? Were you not unconscious? However, Xia Churong paid no heed to Meng Xiaodao's explanation, promptly sitting beside Wang Yu and leaning against him. Two women leaned against him, while Wang Yu had already succumbed to drowsiness and succumbed to sleep. As the clock on the wall struck 8, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Wang Yu's face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the two enchanting women nestled in his embrace. Oh dear, I fell asleep on the sofa. As Wang Yu uttered these words, the two beauties stirred. Did you sleep well last night, brother Wang Yu? They asked shyly in unison. It was fine, he replied. Though it was not as comfortable as sleeping in a bed, the sofa was rather cramped. Suddenly, Xia Churong leaned in, her crimson lips brushing against Wang Yu's ear, whispering, Did you take my first time? At these words, Wang Yu's face flushed crimson, and he swallowed hard, feeling a bit embarrassed. I never expected you to be. I was preoccupied with saving someone and didn't pay attention. Seeing Wang Yu's embarrassment, Xia Churong burst into laughter. I didn't mean to blame you, brother Wang Yu. In truth, my heart is filled with immense joy. Huh? This statement resonated with Meng Xiaodao. Is that what you call joy? When you took mine? I was completely unaware until much later. Following this, Meng Xiaodao playfully punched Wang Yu's chest. Bad man, how could you be so wicked? Chapter 99, The Black and White Duo, Unmatched in the World. All right, let us not quarrel anymore. I shall change the bedsheet, as the bed is soiled. Otherwise, sleep would elude me tonight. Just as Wang Yu was about to rise, he was gently restrained by Xia Churong. Leave this matter to me. I am well versed in it. Very well. Xia Churong returned to the room, clutching the bloody bedsheet, and hurriedly made her way downstairs. This left only Meng Xiaodao and Wang Yu in the room. She leaned softly against Wang Yu's shoulder, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Brother Wang Yu, would you help me change into another outfit? Sure, no problem. The two then entered the bedroom, which was adorned with numerous wardrobes, each filled with an abundance of new garments, including high-end and luxury brands, likely left behind by the previous owner. Goodness, isn't this clothing from one of the top 10 brands in the Dragon Kingdom? Wang Yu carefully picked up a lace-trimmed JK short skirt, his imagination running wild with thoughts of Meng Xiaotao donning it, looking utterly exquisite. Even in his reverie, he couldn't suppress a grin. Hey, this one is delightful. Really? It seems a bit sheer. Is this outfit truly suitable? You'll know once you try it on. All right. As long as it pleases brother Wang Yu, I shall like it. Meng Xiaotao stood, her fingers playfully flicking, causing Wang Yu's shirt to tumble to the floor. Please help me get dressed. Of course. Wang Yu scrutinized her figure as he assisted her into the clothing, though certain areas were indeed quite ample. After a while, Wang Yu secured the straps on the back of her attire. Soon after, the enchanting Meng Xiaotao, clad in a JK uniform, appeared before him. Her exquisite figure adorned in the JK outfit made her resemble a celestial being. However, Wang Yu felt as though something was amiss. Was it possible that something essential was lacking? His gaze fell upon her long, graceful legs, and suddenly, the realization struck him. Indeed, she was missing white stockings and dainty little shoes. After a brief moment, Wang Yu assisted Meng Xiaodao in donning the white stockings and petite shoes, all the while taking the opportunity to indulge in a bit of mischief. She would never voice any objections. Truly, she looked stunning. He could hardly contain himself. Without hesitation, Wang Yu swept Meng Xiaotao into his arms, gazing at the beauty nestled within his embrace, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Just as he laid her upon the unadorned bed, preparing to take action, Xia Churong unexpectedly arrived with fresh bed linens. What are you two doing? The sudden appearance of Xia Churong startled Wang Yu. They hadn't even begun. You wouldn't be thinking of. A peculiar smile slowly graced her face, her eyes narrowing slightly. Before Wang Yu could clarify, Meng Xiaodao wrapped her arms around his neck and boldly declared, Indeed. Whatever my brother Wang Yu wishes to do is perfectly fine. Why do you ask so many questions? Well then, count me in. Xia Chirong interjected, intrigued. However, by now, Wang Yu and Meng Xiaodao had lost interest. Never mind, we can discuss it another time. As Wang Yu uttered these words, Xia Chirong felt a twinge of disappointment. Very well, we shall wait for the next opportunity. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to the exquisite attire of Meng Xiaotao. Oh, how beautiful this outfit is. Brother Wang Yu, I wish to have a set like this. Certainly, follow me. I shall help you find a lovely one. With a joyful leap, Xia Chirong bounded over. Her happiness evident. Naturally, Wang Yu found her a stunning black JK-made outfit, assisting her in changing into it. At such moments, Wang Yu often felt that something was amiss. It was the absence of black stockings. A short while later, Xia Chirong donned the black JK-made outfit, complete with stockings and petite leather shoes. Upon witnessing her beauty, Wang Yu could not help but exclaim, the duo of black and white, unmatched in the world. Ha ha. Xia Chirong smiled sweetly. I truly adore this outfit you helped me choose, but what I cherish most is you, brother Wang Yu. Her hand gently rested upon Wang Yu's chest, her face drawing closer. Hey, what are you two doing? Changing clothes is one thing, but why the intimate display? Meng Xiaodao could hardly tolerate it, rushing forward in indignation, though she refrained from taking action. Given that Xia Chirong and Meng Xiaodao were evenly matched in strength, any confrontation would surely lead to injury. Thus, a more stable approach was necessary to exert pressure on Wang Yu. Both of their delicate hands rested upon Wang Yu's neck. Brother Wang Yu, I wish to, hee. Meanwhile, at the Tianshang Renjian group, the chairman was seething with rage. How outrageous. The reconnaissance team dispatched has been annihilated so swiftly. However, the tracker vanished before reaching the refuge, extinguished midway. Yuchongson paced anxiously before the computer screen displaying the vanished tracker. It is truly absurd. How could this individual, possessing the semi-finished genetic serum I provided, perish so swiftly? Just as his confoundment deepened, the door swung open. Chairman, we were ambushed en route, reported Wei Long, his voice laced with indignation. His visage bore numerous bruises, likely a consequence of the preceding rocket explosion. What sort of formidable adversary is this? He found it incomprehensible. Was it merely a humble refuge? Could it possibly conceal a reclusive master of cultivation? Elucidate the situation in detail. If a single team failed, we shall dispatch multiple teams. The Tianshang Renjian group shall ensure he pays dearly. Wei Long gulped nervously. To be honest, I am somewhat incredulous about this matter, yet the evidence is irrefutable. Oh, even you harbor doubts? That woman was extraordinarily powerful. We were on the verge of helicopter takeoff when she managed to emerge from below, though fortunately, I ultimately obliterated her with a rocket. Is it truly so? Yuchongson remained skeptical, yet upon meeting Wei Long's resolute gaze, he nodded. It is fortunate she is dead. Fortunate indeed. In light of this, we shall mobilize elite personnel to seize the refuge and claim all resources. Yuchongson had resolved. He was a ruthless individual, having already eliminated several partners from their prior alliance. Now he stands as the sole leader of the company. Wei Long was about to depart when he was called back. This operation involves over 500 personnel, and we have brought along 250 vials of genetic serum. It has become clear to me that we lack essential supplies and must secure this refuge. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Do you understand? Otherwise, your corpse will be displayed beneath that flagpole by tomorrow. Understood. Wei Long turned away, a sinister expression gradually forming on his face. The mere refuge has necessitated the mobilization of 500 elite individuals. However, obtaining this place should yield substantial benefits for me. Perhaps I might even encounter a couple of lovely ladies. Is it ready yet? I am utterly exhausted. Wang Yu rose, fastening his shirt buttons once more. This time, he faltered, managing only half an hour with these two women. Xia Chirong let out a cold snort. So soon? Yet she did not express disdain, quickly proceeding to spread the sheets. Hey, Meng Xiaodao, you're blocking my way to lay the sheets. Get down. I need to make the bed.